Welcome everyone to the Magic Spotlight, the Avatar in Lyon, France. I'm here with Arne Huschenbeth, recent World Championship top 8 competitor, and today we're ready for 9 rounds of Standard. For those naysayers out there who are like, oh, Standard is a format with a 1 deck, right now, Standard is exciting, let me tell you. And Arne can tell us about this because at the World Championship, it was mostly Is It Lessons, but it's evolved from there right now, right?
Yeah, so the World Championships, it's 4 weeks ago, a month, but Standard is not looking the same as you would normally expect, right? It's changed, it's evolved. A lot of the decks, like Team Orders, the deck that I was running, or like the banned airbending combo and other decks have fallen off, and the format has just evolved continuously. And you know, I think personally that Standard is in a really good spot right now. We have a lot of like top decks. We have some decks in a tier 2 bracket that are trying to maybe sneak in, maybe have a good metagame call here at this weekend, and a lot of very strong players in the house as well, so I'm very excited for.
Can you tell us about some decks we should be watching out for?
Yeah, absolutely. We have the Simic Ouroboros deck, which has just come up recently on Magic Online a lot, and I also know some of my strong players are on the deck. I have some of course, working with other people and in teams, I saw some of their process. So I think they have a really good list. They were a little bit frustrated, actually, that it got so popular on Magic Online and now everybody's like ready for it. But yeah, of course, we have a lot of lessons in the room still. That deck is just so good. It hasn't been dethroned really since the World Championship. And I think another good call, that's sort of my secret, not biased at all here, is Jeskai Control. I think with the Rest in Peace in the main deck, the Unagi in the main deck, sort of sideboard cards in the main deck, they could really have a really good metagame call here.
And what would you say Jeskai Control is good against? What is it coming in to defeat?
So the Rest in Peace will really help against the Is It Lessons deck, and overall they love to play against green. Anybody who plays a Lano Elf turn 1, they're happy to see.
Okay, well, before we speak more about Standard, we're going to talk about the cash prizes and the format of this tournament, because you see it up on screen right now. First, we'll talk about the tournament structure, because we're looking at it right now. Today, we're in for 9 rounds of Standard. 18 points to advance to Sunday, so a certain amount of people will move on to 6 rounds. Now, the first day is Swiss, meaning that if you lose, you're still in the tournament. You play as long as you can until you make 18 points. You keep on playing then, but then you make it to day 2. Then you've got 6 rounds to amass as many points as possible. And the top 8 players in the tournament today will move into a single elimination playoff. Then, if you lose, you are out, but you still leave with some prizes. Let's look at what they can win today. It'll be shown up on the screen any minute now, because the prizes are exciting. Now, on day 2, the top 64 players are locked in to at least win $350 in cash. Then, if you're 17th to 32nd place, that's $550. You've got $750, but then let's look at what people care about, which is the top 8. Top 8 not only wins money, but they get an invitation to the Pro Tour. Now, before we talk about the rest of the prizes, let's keep it up on screen, but Arne, can you tell us a bit about the Pro Tour?
Well, the Pro Tour...
Well acquainted with it.
I do, yeah, well, the Pro Tour is sort of the place to be if you want to play against the best players in the world. The pinnacle of the game, right below the World Championship. I think for anyone, myself included, it is an honor to be playing in that tournament and to play for the glory of making it a Pro Tour Sunday stage and maybe even hosting a trophy and sort of putting yourself in the history books of Magic the Gathering.
You know a little bit about hosting a trophy. We're going to talk about Arne and his accomplishments in a second, but I will just continue riffing off these really good prizes. This is exciting, because not only do you get a Pro Tour invite, but on top of that, maybe you need to spend some money in the country you're going to a Pro Tour, you get $1,000 if you place 5th to 8th. 3rd to 4th gets $2,500, then 2nd place has a whopping $5,000, and 1st place you get $10,000 above your Pro Tour invite. That is exciting. Now let's move back to Arne here. Arne has not only won a Pro Tour once, recently he was in the top 8 of Worlds, which you were playing, you were playing Timur Otters, is that correct?
I was playing Team Orders, which turned out to be one of the worst deck choices I've ever had success with.
It made you a top 8 for Worlds, I can't call that bad.
Yeah, I certainly ran pretty hard in that event. We didn't prepare, unfortunately, that well for the metagame. But yeah, it was a really good experience for me. Also just because I made one of the worst mistakes in my Magic career in round 3 of the tournament.
Tell us more about it. That's exciting.
Oh my God.
This is the juicy news.
All right.
Please, for the viewers, for you.
It's embarrassing. So I had a 6/5 Knowledge Seeker. It's a 2/1 creature that gets counters whenever you draw your second card. In play, my opponents had 3 life. They already had like mana problems. It was a limited round. It was a draft final. So already thinking about like, oh nice, I'm going to be in a 3-0 bracket. Really nice. And then I have this Day of Black Sun in my hand, and they have some Earthbended lands and a 2/1 mana dunk. I was like, oh yeah, let's destroy some of their stuff. It's my last card in hand, and I cast it for X equals 2, destroy. And then my opponent's like, yeah, well, your 2/1 Knowledge Seeker also dies. I'm like,
oh no, because it was so big, you didn't expect it to be so small in reality.
Yeah, and then I had no clock and I died.
You said you cast the Day of the Black Sun, is that correct? Because that's the promo this weekend. You can see them right here, very nice promo card. Beautiful, I think it's handed out to everyone who's playing, is that correct?
I believe so.
As part of the prize package, which is exciting.
Wow. They're trying to rub it in, really, huh?
It wasn't the promo out about Andre's terrible pun, so we put the cards here just to spite him.
But yeah, just to conclude on that, mentally it was a really, really hard hit, right? Doing that, preparing for the World Championship, you want to play tight at that event, right? You put in all year to be there, and then that happening to me, but I was just, I recovered mentally, and I'm proud of sort of that.
Now, did you win that match?
I did not.
Oh no, okay. I'm sorry to rub it in even furthermore.
I made top 8, so hey.
Yeah, you had a good. So now that you're not playing Otters, if you were playing this weekend in Standard, because as we said, Standard has evolved. It's no longer that format. Also, that was a small pool. Keep in mind, small pools, if there's not a lot of players, people gravitate to maybe a certain metagame because they expect not as wide of a field. They don't expect people to come with weird brews, so you're not as likely to take something that has like a wider range, maybe like a Dimir mid-range. But right now, if you were coming into the Spotlight Series Lyon, for example, what would you play if you weren't casting?
It'd be a tough choice between Jessica, Simic, and Izzet. I think the sort of adult, mature choice is the Izzet Lessons deck.
Okay, so when you say Izzet, you're specifically saying because
Izzet Lessons, yes.
Yeah, Izzet is such a broad color in this standard format that if you say Izzet, you can mean 3 entirely different decks. There is the Izzet Lessons deck, which is currently probably the most represented this weekend. It's also very powerful. But there's also Izzet Looting, which is more of an aggro deck. And speaking of aggro, the mono red deck is flashing blue, so it's also technically an Izzet deck. Can you tell us about maybe a little of the Izzet Looting deck and why it's so powerful right now?
Yeah, the Izzet Looting deck with the 4 Frostcliff Sieges can just put out an enormous amount of damage, which makes it really good into, I believe, like sort of, it's just sort of the mid-range deck of the format. It has that ability to play a little bit defensively, but also turn the corner very quickly and adapt to a lot of different situations. But yeah, personally, Izzet Lessons I think is sort of the solid, mature choice, and that deck just powers through with like grand. Like, what is that 1-drop? We really missed it for the World Championship as a team preparation. But like, we had the deck, sort of, but we didn't have like the good version of it. And now I'm playing with the deck, and it's just so broken in a way.
You get to play Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, but it's not the only broken.
And all you get to play like you get to play Swords to Plowshares, right?
You get to do it all.
Yeah,
it's insane. But it's not the only broken deck, because there's also the Badgermole Cup, Lano Elf, Gene Pollinator, Spiderline Weaver, the Simic Ouroboros deck can do some nasty stuff. They can kill you on turn 3 with like Crater Hoof. It's possible.
Yeah, and
it's insane.
And then even the Landfall deck has a lot of like depth to it, because it's an aggro deck that can kill you out of nowhere. But then they have a lot of late game with the Esper Origins.
Mill it over.
Which is you mill your cards over, you keep on playing Esper Origins. It's really good. You want that against a control deck. How does a control deck ever even beat that? Or you just pray to have good matchups?
Well, maybe you have Rest in Peace. Like a Jeskai control deck has now, tagged in the main deck against all these various graveyard stuff that is running around, right? And of course, Ultima is also a huge one against the green decks. Not only does it hit Lumbering Worldwagon, very important artifact for the landfall deck, it also destroys the Earthbend lands for good. So Badgermole Cup, one of the most played cards probably in the tournament, one of the best cards in Standard, arguably. Hates to see that one. And yeah, as you said, the landfall deck can also kill on turn 3. So these decks are all really powerful. And we are, just a huge array of playable, strong decks right now in Standard. May it be Sultai Reanimator, may it be, Izzet Looting, even the Omni deck is around. There's so much stuff, and I'm excited to see what will succeed in the end.
Yeah, and speaking of this tournament, just for those who tuned in recently, we're going to go back to the graphics. We're just going to talk a little bit about the prize pool and the structure you're expecting today, in case you weren't there for the beginning of the stream. We're going to put it up on stream right now. First, we're going to talk about the format of the tournaments. Once again, this is standard. We're not playing modern, this is standard season, but that's okay because as Arne just explained, standard is hot right now. There's a lot of decks, and if you came with the right deck, you are competing for these potential prizes. You can win 350 if you're in the top 64, 550, 750, but we're looking specifically at the top 8, because of course you don't come here with your eye not being on the prize. If you're in the top 8, you make $1,000, but way more important than that, you get a Pro Tour invite. If you say 3rd or 4th place, you have $2,500, but once again, well, you care about $2,500. That's a lot of money. But most importantly, you care about the Pro Tour invite, because if you get to the Pro Tour, if you do well enough, you can start chaining it and actually becoming a Magic the Gathering pro, like Arne here, who recently was in the World Championships. I know we just talked about this already, but some people have just arrived recently, coming with not Simic Otters, with Timber Otters into the top. Oh, yeah. So what was your red splash for?
It was Torch of
the Tower?
Yeah, Torch of Towers. Like, that sounds wrong. Torch the Tower, Song of Totentans, some really sweet ones. The deck was sweet. We expected a lot more Badgermole Cup decks, and we thought that this deck was going to be good into the Badgermole stuff. We almost already had the Simic Ouroboros deck that everybody's playing now with like 4 Quantum Riddler. We had the Golgari version of it. Instead of Quantum Riddler, we had the Overlord. Half of the team played it. It's early in the morning, sorry. And then someone was like, yeah, well, we can do the same with Riddler, right? And do the blue. But then we were like, we just got 3 days left, so...
We need to draw cards.
Yeah, I mean, we like our Golgari deck already, so like, why switch of it? Yeah, but I guess we wish we would have.
Okay, well, so about Temur Otters, because Temur Otters is one of those decks, people like to make fun of, like, pros love Temur Otters, even when it's not good. Pros will always somehow come with Temur Otters. And maybe you're someone out there who really likes playing Temur Otters, and you're kind of disappointed that no one's playing it anymore, and you're like, why is my deck bad? What is it missing? What would need to come in Lorwyn, for example, for the deck to be good again?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, sometimes the deck is not missing something necessarily. It's just that the other decks have, are just in a way built or have certain cards that are just really hateful towards it, or that do something that you can. The Is It Lessons deck, it's just so good against Otters, and sometimes you can fix it with sideboard cards, change like 7, 8 sideboard cards, go really, really hard, right? But sometimes it's just a lose-lose situation, because if you change your sideboard too much, you will just make all your other matchups so much worse that it's then at that point not worth it to play it. And the Monument, the Talent combination, the cheap removal, the exiling removal, all of that just makes it so hard to pull off your combo as Teemo Otters against the Lessons deck. The Lessons deck is just generally very good at being disruptive against like creature combo, because they have so much good instant speed removal interaction that just
A lot of the lessons just happen to be burn spells. Well, speaking of what could come, before we move on to our 9 rounds of Standard that we're going to see today, so if you like Standard, there's 9 rounds of it, let's talk about Lorwyn Eclipse, because we have some spoilers that we'd maybe like to talk about. For example, here we have Lewin Imperfect Naturalist, and I would like to specifically talk about Wistfulness. We can talk about Lewin in a second. Wistfulness, I saw like all the elemental incarnations right now are particularly sought after. Everyone's excited for them because, of course, they remind us of the MH2 ones, right? Elemental incarnation goes down in infamy as it has to be broken. But these ones, I think, are generally definitely not as powerful because you can't play them for free. But I think Wistfulness is particularly relevant. Let's just give it a read quickly for the people that are second screening this. Wistfulness usually costs 5 mana. 2 of it can be either blue or green, but it's a 6/5, which usually in Standard doesn't mean much. It needs an ETB, so it has 2. When this creature enters, if you paid green, so if you didn't pay any blue for it, you exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. But if you didn't pay any green, so if you played blue, you draw 2 cards, then discard a card. But you can play either 2 green or 2 blue, just 2 mana to evoke it, meaning it enters the battlefield, it's a 6/5. Yay, you have a 6/5. No, it's dead. But you get an ETB, which is either to draw 2 and discard 1, or you get to exile, which is relevant, target artifact or enchantment. Now, Arne, I think this card is going to be really relevant in Standard, and I assume you can tell us why.
Yeah, I think you're very correct about that. First of all, I want to say I really, really like the cycle of these elementals. I think they nailed it. Such a cool design, flexible, not too powerful, not broken. Just really good job, I would say. And yeah, Wistfulness clearly is super strong. I mean, a disenchant effect for 2 mana, great. Draw effect. And then on top of that, you get the 6/5 option, which you can Nature's Rhythm up if you want in the blue-green Ouroboros deck, for example. It untaps your Spiderline Weaver, Leyline Weaver, Spider Manifestation. It's so confusing with the online and offline cards. Yeah. So it does a lot, and just the whole flexibility. And also on top of that, in the late game, being a gigantic threat, a card advantage source, I think Wistfulness, as you said, will see a lot of play, and I'm excited about the other ones too. Like Lorwyn in general, and we have a lot of spoilers coming up for Lorwyn. We're going to discuss them on stream over the weekend, which I'm very excited about. There's some bangers in that.
Yeah, and I know this is a boring take, but the Shocklands coming in Standard is going to unlock so many decks, or just makes them much more streamlined.
Yeah. Hallowed Fountain Steam Vents.
Oh, we've been waiting for them for so long. But we have another spoiler up on the screen that we had next to Wistfulness. Let's pull it up right now.
Right, the Leuven, little elf creature, mills 4 cards when it enters play. Also a hybrid cost. I love hybrid. Hybrid is just a smooth, nice
Once again,
mechanic.
we're talking about versatility being really important in Magic. The fact that you can play this in a mono black deck, you can play this in a mono green deck, you can play this in a green black deck.
Yeah.
If you're stuck on mana and you only drew your swamps and you didn't draw any of your forests, you still get to play this. Now it's a 1/3 elf druid. Elf is a relevant creature type in a lot of formats. It's legendary though, but when it enters, you mill 4 cards, which in this standard, there's a lot of graveyard hate, but that's for a reason. You may put a creature or land card from among the mill cards on top of your library. So that's relevant. You don't get to draw it, but you get card selection. And if you pay 5, which is 2, and then green black.
I mean, the very obvious first thought goes to Sultai Reanimator, a deck that wants, have cards milled over, cares about having a creature that you can find with the Overlord to then maybe mill even more cards, right? You want to have a high creature density, so that makes sense. I like the throwback to Warm Harvest. I was a kid when I played Lorwyn block, and Warm Harvest pretty much being the ability there. A little bit of a throwback, kind of cute. But to be honest, overall, I would say that card might not see that much play in Standard, so I'm not overly excited about it. Or do you have a thought on it?
You say that. My only opinion on that is currently Reanimator, Sultai Reanimator, which is a good deck because it's good against Lessons, right? It does its things faster. Lessons wins really well and has a lot of removal, but the removal doesn't do a lot against the targets that Reanimator has. And specifically that deck right now is playing a 2/3 Spider with Reach for the same mana cost. Actually harder to cast mana cost because you need a green and black, and that deck is kind of color hungry. So this one is easier to cast. It mills more because that one surveils 2. You play it purely for the surveil 2 and like kind of the body. It kind of has reach, which is okay against Dimir. But you're getting this 1/3, which is equally tough to kill, I guess. And it mills 4, which is so much more in the Reanimator deck. And then it just gives you an extra upside of having the ability. The Spider also kind of does something like that, right? You have to pay.
Yeah, you can 6 mana and you get 1/1 for each creature in your graveyard.
So very rarely comes up.
Yeah. But
so this is less mana. It does a little bit more.
It puts the Spider-Man on top of your deck. It puts a land on top of your deck if you're missing your 3rd land.
Yeah.
No, I'm coming around on it, Carl. You're kind of convincing me.
Immediately.
That's why we're having these discussions about the spoilers. I mean, we're talking, at breakfast in the morning about them and stuff. It's just, that's what you do. You learn, you brainstorm, and I really love spoiler season, honestly. I love seeing all the new cards.
Oh, yeah, you just refresh the spoiler page every time you see a new card, and you're like, where will this fit?
It's like
really exciting.
It's like when Christmas season is around. You have every day you wake up as a kid and you open the adventure.
Like Christmas morning, you're running down the stairs.
What's in it? What's in it? Yeah.
Now it's just you're refreshing the Skyfall page.
Yeah.
I think we have some other spoilers we can also talk about, I believe. I believe those are not the only 2. Maybe we can put them up on the screen right now. Oh, Bitter Bloomberry. Okay, Arne, this card, Bitter Bloomberry. Okay, one is, of course, everyone loves Bitter Blossom. It's a classic in Magic. It's a 2-mana enchantment that just, you pay 1 life, you make a fairy on every one of your upkeep. It's classic, it's also a fairy. But this one is cool. Let's talk about what it does first. It's 2 black, so it's harder to cast than Bitter Blossom. But it's a 1/1 creature fairy rogue. It has flying, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life and create a 1/1 blue and black fairy creature token with flying. You might remember this from Bitter Blossom. What is super important here is I like the word flash. Arne, can you tell us a bit about why this is potentially better than Bitter Blossom, and then we can talk about what decks will want to play this.
Yeah, I mean, that is another super cool throwback. Really cool design as well. I think they kind of nailed it on that one, because Bitter Blossom is sort of effect that you know, if you're not careful, that card was very dominating back then in Standard, very, very strong. It could have been too good, and I think they made it vulnerable as a 1/1 creature that you can just remove, but then still powerful to have it really shine, hopefully, in some games. I mean, Dimir midrange is the obvious inclusion right now, of course. Yeah. Maybe we even get a Dimir Fairies deck. We still have stuff like Fairy Fencing and Spell Stutter in Standard from Throne of Eldraine.
And you have the 3-mana spell that puts 2 1/1s and taps a creature that used to be played in Dimir midrange. You've got who knows? We might have more Fairy synergies coming up. Maybe Dimir midrange is going to become a Fairies deck. All those like players from like 2006 are going to dust off their Magic collection, pull out their old sleeves, and come back to play Fairies. No, that card is very, very cool. And one thing that's relevant is it is a creature. It is a little bit easier to kill. But if you have Flash, you can keep up a removal spell or a counter spell. And if you don't need to use it, you get to play it. And if your opponent tapped out, for example, sure, it's easier to kill, but you untap, you get a Fairy. And if they do kill it, you did get some value.
I love what you're touching on, sort of the play pattern, the threat of it existing makes your opponent like, oh, do I want to play my 2-drop here that just sort of develops the board, or do I want to hold up the removal spell for the Bitterbloom barrier? It creates a tension, which is neat and interesting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see how that plays out.
I find it's such an Arne Huschenbeth card. I don't know, it's like you can keep up any option. They have to read your mind, but they can't because you've got the Stoics there. Now let's look at the other card, which we're just showing you bangers. Let's show you another card that I think is going to fit into Standard. This one is Sapling Nursery, which doesn't sound like an intimidating name, but wait till you read the text. It's an enchantment, and it costs 8 mana. Haha, you play commander card. No, no, no. Affinity for forests, and I can tell you that some decks in Standard right now play a lot of those. It costs 1 less for every forest you control. And then it enters the battlefield. It's an enchantment, but it has landfall, which is really relevant because there's literally a deck in Standard right now called Landfall. Selesnya Landfall, there's also Mono Green Landfall, and whenever one of those lands enters, you control, create a 3/4 green treefolk creature token with reach, which is a hell of a body. And then, if you pay 2 mana, it can exile the enchantment if you don't need it anymore, and then Treefolk and forests you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Now this is relevant because you can turn your forests into creatures with earthbending, and as you read on this card, 3/4 green Treefolks are really big creatures. Now I can think of a deck this fits into very neatly right now, but Arne, can you tell us a bit about how you see this fitting into Standard?
Wow, Carl, what deck could you possibly mean?
I don't know. It's a green card. It has landfall. I wonder if there's any deck in Standard that
plays another forest. So, funnily enough, Selesnya Landfall, as you touched on, is splashing mainly for a card called Felidar Retreat, which pumps out kittens for 4 mana as a sort of like anti-control tech. And you know, maybe they don't have to splash for white anymore to have the enchantment that pops out tokens, because this one looks really, really good, I would say. I mean, in Landfall, you can get out like 6 forests on turn 3 sometimes, really fast. So this thing will then only cost 2 mana. Are you kidding me? And then you have like Icestill Explorer with the fetch lands. That just
Icestill Explorer with a Fable Passage with this on the battlefield means you have 4 3/4s every turn. You were talking about Jeskai being pretty good. I don't think it's for long, at least not against this deck. If they
Rest in peace.
Yeah, it's just, oh yeah, okay, rest in peace. Sure.
No, but it's cool to see that they're really, I mean, supporting this archetype very well.
Do you rest in peace? Well, it depends. It depends how the cards fall. Sorry, you were saying.
No, yeah, I mean, it's cool to see that they're supporting this archetype. I think it might also need a little bit more help to stay sort of in tier 1, tier 2 level, and to see that in Lorwyn we'll have some new tools for the archetype is probably exciting for the people that have brought it here in Lyon, and are gonna be able to use it when Lorwyn hits in 2 weeks.
Okay, well, before we get to Standard, we could get to Standard right now. I don't know you want to see Standard, but we're also really excited about Lorwyn, and I know you are too, because you're a Magic the Gathering player if you're watching this. If not, what are you doing here? Welcome. It's a really fun game, but there's more Lorwyn cards we want to talk about. This is the last slide we have, but these are 2 also very exciting cards. They're coming on screen right now. Oh, we've got 3! Oh, we've got 3! Oh, okay. Arne, these I like particularly because I don't like them. So what we're going to do here is you're going to sell me on these, because I believe these 3 cards are slightly traps. So you tell me why they're good. Now, first let's start with Hexing Squelcher, which I know I've been seeing this in group chats everywhere. All red players have been like, haha, we are vindicated. It's a 2 mana 2/2. It's a Goblin Sorcerer. Now, Goblin is a relevant text line. But this spell can't be countered. And then it has ward, pay 2 life. So if you want to target it with a spell or ability, if you want to get it off your opponent's side of the board, for example, you need to pay 2 life. Then, let's repeat this text, all other spells you control can't be countered, and also other creatures you control have ward, pay 2 life.
So what I like to do when I look at new cards and try to assess them, to evaluate them, I try to think about cards that are similar that we already have in Standard or maybe existed in Standard prior. And we actually do have a very similar card in Standard. Spider-Man Punk, I believe it's its name, which is a 2/1, also gives all your spells uncounterability, is uncounterable by itself, also costs 2 mana, and that one sees 0 play.
Oh.
So, noteworthy, Goblin, not very creature type, that's a good one, right? We have a Goblin themed set. This one also gives ward pay 2 to itself and to its other creatures, so it makes it better against spot removal, which is a significant upside compared to the Spider-Man Punk, which also which only gives sort of the uncounterability ability to everything. So I think this card, you know, could see play, but maybe we will only see it in Goblin decks. I'm not sure if you want to put it into your, maybe you want to put it into your sideboard if like Demir Ferries takes off and with all these cheap interaction spells and you want to have 4 of these to counter that deck. Maybe, yeah.
I don't know, the way I feel about this card is if you're playing against like one of the green decks, they don't care. They're not targeting your permanents anyways. They're beating you down with huge Badger Markels or Ouroboros. But if you're playing against, let's say, Jeskai, or if you're playing against the Lessons deck, Lessons can deal 1 damage to all of your creatures, it doesn't target. Jeskai can just wipe the board with Day of Judgment. Your wards, they scoff at that. You're gonna play a Grizzly Bear that doesn't have haste, and then they're just gonna untap, take 2 from it maybe once, and then wipe the board. And then, or they can play, what's this card?
Day of
Black Sun. And they just put it here so we can point it out. Day of Black Sun, the promo for today, can get rid of that card as well. It can also take rid of the ability on it. So I personally think a lot of people are excited, and maybe I will be proven wrong. But I believe that card is a bit of a trap right now.
Yeah.
Let's pull up the other 2. Do you want to talk about Oko? Because Oko is considered a no-Ko right now. A lot of people are a little bit scared of this one. It's got 2 sides. We're currently only looking at one of the sides. One of the really cool things, I don't know if you follow the flavor, Arne, but Oko usually kind of a bad dude, right? He turns a king into an elk, for example. He's kind of causing mischief. In this world of Lorwyn, there's Lorwyn and Shadowmoor, and it's like Stranger Things with the upside down. Lorwyn is the bright side, everyone's nice and happy, and then if they cross over to Shadowmoor, it's exactly the same world, but everything's mean. Oko is the only weird exception where in Lorwyn, he's a bad guy, right? Look at him. He's man-spreading on the chair. He's looking like he's going to cause some trouble. But when he goes into Shadowmoor, he's a hero. He's a good guy. The Oko we've always wanted and deserved. But in the set, it's a little divisive. Some people think he's going to be really impactful, and some people think he will not. Let's give him a quick read. So, on the front side, it's a 3-mana Planeswalker. It's got 3 loyalty, and at the beginning of your first main phase, you can pay green, and if you do, you transform Oko. But that's on the beginning of your first main phase, so you can't do that, for example, the turn you play him. Now, he starts with 3 loyalty, and if you +2 him, up to 1 target creature gains all creature types. So it becomes there's a type for this. It's called
Shapeshifter.
It becomes a Shapeshifter. So that's a relevant thing. But if you +1 target creature gets -2/-0 until your next turn, which is a way to protect it. But if you pay 1 green, you get to flip him. And I'm going to give that a read right now. I'm going to look here. It becomes another Planeswalker with the same loyalty at the front side. If you pay blue on the next turn after you flip him, you get to flip him back into Evil Oko. But this is nice Oko. Shadowmoor Scion. If you -1, you mill 3 cards and may put a permanent card from among them into your hands. You kind of draw a card. If you -3, you create 2 3/3 green elk creature tokens, which is really cool. But keep in mind that if you +1 him, he goes down to 1 loyalty. If you +2 him, then he goes down to 2. And if you -6, which is kind of the ultimate on this card, choose a creature type. And you get an emblem with creatures you control of the chosen type, get +3/+3, Vigilance, and Hexproof. Usually on Planeswalkers, the ultimate is you win the game. In this case, it's you win the game if you already had creatures on the board, but it's pretty good. Now, I personally think this card is a lot of mana for not a lot of effect, because you pay 3, and then you need to pay 1, and then you need to pay 1. It's got kind of an upkeep cost if you want to keep on doing something with them, because one is only the pluses, one is only the minuses. But you're a world top 8 competitor and Pro Tour champion, so you school me on this. Do you think this card is going to fit anywhere in Standard right now?
Well, personally speaking, I like to sort of wait on these newish, weird cards that we don't really have a comparison point on. But now that you asked me, I'll try to give you my sort of honest, on-the-point opinion, I suppose. Well, first of all, don't play this if you just have blue mana. I would recommend not doing that. I think the front side is pretty weak, but it builds into the back side, right? If you can get this out, maybe even on turn 2 with a Llanowar Elf, 2+ on an opposing creature, or just 2+2 at a Shapeshifter, get it up to 5 loyalty, flip it for a green, make 2 Elks on turn 3. I mean, that's really powerful. It leaves it behind a value creature, and then you could minus it even again with the other minus, right? Because you have so much loyalty potentially. So I could see it being strong and like in a blue-green type not lessons. Gosh, Cup.
Who knows? Maybe it's gonna come up. Maybe there's gonna be a Simic Lessons deck. You can brew it first.
I could see it. It's middle of the road though. I wouldn't say it's broken.
Yeah, everyone, it's a classic. It's like when the new Planeswalkers came out, every time there's a new Liliana, everyone recalls the days of like the scary cards. Or every time there's a 3-mana Planeswalker, people freak out. Not as much anymore. People are habituated for Planeswalkers. We've had a lot for a while, but now they're pretty scarce. You get about 1 per set.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out. It's a weird card. I do think it's a lot of mana for 2 3/3s in a format where you can 3/3s aren't even that big, thanks to Ouroboros or cards that don't care about creatures.
They've gotten better, I think, at sort of designing and making sure. Since Oko Thief of Crowns, the first Oko was just an absolute, yeah, well, it was a little too good, maybe.
Oko tidbit is at Eternal Weekend after Oko came out. The finals, or was it the quarterfinals, was won by someone turning their Black Lotus into a 3/3 elk with Oko and attacking for lethal with it. Oko does everything. Oko is Baroko. We have one last card we can talk about on our graphic here. That I'm also a lot of people are really excited about Bristlebane Battler. There's a lot of decks right now that put a lot of +1/+1 counters on it. I am on the fence on this one. I either think it's really good or I think it's not very good. It's a Trample Ward 2 for 2 mana, 6/6. What? 2 mana for a 6/6 Trample Ward 2? Tarmogoyf, go to the bin. This is also a Kithkin Soldier. Oh, this creature enters with 5 -1/-1 counters on it. Sorry, Arne. Not so good. It's 2 mana for a 1/1 Trample Ward 2, but it doesn't stay that way. Whenever a creature you control, another one, not this one, enters while this creature has a -1/-1 counter on it, remove a -1/-1 counter on this creature. Now, this is cool because there's a lot of ways of putting +1/+1 counters on creatures right now, which negate a -1/-1 counter. But personally, my opinion is this becomes better the more creatures you play, but also the more creatures you play, the more you're usually winning the game. So I see this as a bit of a win more card. What is your opinion on this?
I think we had a similar card actually already in Standard as a 2 mana 1/1 cat, that whenever a creature enters play, it gets a 1/+1 counter. But it doesn't have the Ward 2 effect, and I think that one is huge. I mean, it's not good against sweeper effects, which is sort of the unfortunate nature probably of any Kithkin deck, but having Ward 2 is just incredible. I remember having that, I don't know the name of it, but whenever you cast an artifact, it gets a 1/+1 counter. It's like an automaton for 2 mana that has Ward 2. That card is really powerful in the right deck.
Broken in Vintage.
Yeah, see? And so I have my eyes on it, let's say. If there's really good green-white token support, Kithkin deck, maybe a good archetype there, this card will certainly be in it. But yeah, it depends on sort of the surrounding context, I would say.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that needs a shell. You're not going to build around it. You're not going to be like, sweet, I'm going to make a deck that plays a bunch of creatures to make my, whatever it's called, I forget, it's a new card, better, because it's just a beater.
Yeah.
But maybe if the right shell arises, you're going to see some play. Now, for those of you who've tuned in after, that we talked about Lauren, it's a wonderful format, set. We're all really excited about it. But we're just going to talk about the format of the tournament a little bit more again. For those of you who just turned in and you're like, I can't wait to see this modern tournament. Haha, it's not modern, but stay tuned because Standard is hot right now. This is the Spotlight, Magic Spotlight, the Avatar in Lyon, France. We have 9 rounds of Standard today. Standard is really hot right now. There's a lot of top decks. We're going to talk about them in a second, but you're going to play 9 rounds of Standard if you're at the event today. And if you make 18 points, which is, let me do some quick math, that is 6 you have to win 6 of your 9 rounds, so you get at least 3 losses. You move on to the Sunday stage. If you don't, that's okay. The Spotlight Series has a bunch of really fun side events. We're going to talk about them later. But for now, I want to tell you that if you do at least win 6 games, you move to day 2. Day 2 is going to be 6 rounds, and then we have a cut to top 8. At first, it's Swiss. So even if you lose, you keep on playing. Even if you're not qualifying for the top 8, you get to keep on playing because playing Magic the Gathering is fun. But if you make it to the top 8, you have single elimination rounds where you can win more and more prizes. We're going to put them up on the screen right now. The top 8, if you make it, you're at least definitely going to make it to the Pro Tour. And then, not only do you get it to the Pro Tour, you can win $350 just for making the top 64. You get $550 if you make it to the top 32, $750, but most importantly, the top 8, if you're 5th to 8, you get $1,000. If you're 3rd to 4th, you get $2,500. If you're 2nd, you get $5,000. If you're 1st, not only do you go to the Pro Tour, you've got $10,000 to spend there. Now, I believe I've heard that the casters are starting to get ready to talk about our 9 rounds of standard. We're going to have Arne later as a caster, but right now we have Filipa and Andrea Mengucci. Later we'll have Frank Karsten to give us a metagame breakdown, because everyone loves Frank Karsten and metagame breakdowns. But first, we're going to send it over to our friends Andrea Mengucci and Filipa Carola in the booth.
Thank you so much, Carl and Arne. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Magic Spotlight Series here in Lyon. I'm Filipa, joined by the one, the only Andrea Mengucci.
Hello, Filipa. Hello, everyone at home. Very excited for this weekend. We're going to cast some standard gameplay. Very excited for it. First event of the year.
Yes, that's true. Happy New Year, everyone. We are really excited. And nothing better to start the year than, you know, just us being here, seeing some standard games, trying to get some players in the Pro Tour. This one qualifies for Pro Tour Strixhaven, which is going to be in Las Vegas. Are you going to the Secrets of Strixhaven Pro Tour, Mango?
Maybe, who knows? You know, there's still a regional championship to be played in the next months, but of course the players can already qualify there. We have some very good names coming up. This round, we've got Simon Nielsen and Andre Strasky playing, you know, not against each other, but into different tables. So that's going to be very excited, and like a ton of more very good players playing. And again, very happy to be here. How was your New Year? Did you have anything fun happening?
Nothing fun, just like a normal New Year's Eve. I actually went to the city center trying to see some fireworks, but you know, now there's some regulations here in the EU that there cannot be a lot of fireworks, so we were like, 3, 2, 1. The end. So pretty anticlimactic, but we are excited here to start the year with this caster fantasy draft. So if you don't know, you're joining for the first time, every time there's an event, they ask the casters and the people involved here, who do they think will do well in the tournament, and in the end we see who wins. So starting with you, Andrea, can you tell us about your picks here for this caster fantasy draft?
Yeah, so I'm in a Discord group, the Worldly Council Discord group, so I chose people from that team. I chose people from that I know very well personally, and unfortunately some Frank first picked Andre Strasky before me. He's the player who I lent him the deck for today, so I'm excited to see playing my actual physical copy of Blue Red Lesson. So, you know, I'm gonna root for my 5 people plus Andre Strasky.
Yes, I mean, on my side, I always choose a lot of Portuguese players because I know they are good, including Marcio Carvalho, Bernardo Torres, and André Santos there. I'm also rooting for Ben Jones, which is a UK player that has been playing Magic forever and done pretty well in tournaments, and also Raul Porojan, that has won one of the regional championships here in Europe, I believe, last year. So lots of nice picks. I also want to highlight Simon Nielsen. So Simon Nielsen not casting this weekend, but we will see plenty of him in the feature match, as you said. Mango will have him for round 3, which is very exciting. We also see here a lot of well-known names from the players, from everyone across the board. Anyone that you want to highlight from the other players, Mango?
Yeah, I want to highlight Guglielmo Lupi, who was picked by Arne. Guglielmo Lupi is the MOX champion from Italy, and he also came second in the last regional championship, back-to-back. The first player to qualify in 2 different ways to the World Championship of next year after just, you know, 1 month, basically. So that's pretty impressive. And also, Willie Adel, all the way from Brazil, the Hall of Famer, a very good friend of mine, such a great person. So definitely, I look forward to meet him. I haven't seen him yet, but I hope to see him in the next days.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who do you think is going to do well from this tournament, from the players that you saw, or someone that you know is going to play this weekend, and we will see which chatters were right. But now we have the game ready, and Mango, you said we were going to see some Simon Nielsen, so that's actually going to be our feature match here for round 3. And Simon is playing Simic Uruboroid. What do you have to tell me about this deck?
Simic Ouroboros is a deck that came up pretty recently with the addition of 4 Quantum Riddler. It's actually the second most played deck in the tournament. We'll have Frank Karsten showing us the full metagame breakdown, but I got a little sneak peek before that. So Simon actually was practicing a lot with Green White Landfall. I was talking with him before this weekend, but earlier in round 2 feature match, I saw him winning against Simic Landfall with this deck. This is his exact list. There's a lot of one-of in this deck. There's 1 Crater Hoof Behemoth, 1 Sentinel of the Lost Lore, 1 Kina Curator, 1 Meringue River Regent, and that's because he's playing 4 copies of Nature's Rhythm, which is the tutor, which is the way that Simon is gonna pick up these toolbox of creatures. So this is basically a ramp deck with a lot of Mana Dork, with Herboroid, and Begemol Cub is definitely the most powerful card in the deck.
Absolutely, and looks like Simon is going to play against Egor Titov here, playing Dimir midrange. And Dimir midrange that we see now on the screen is one of those decks that it's not quite the most played deck, but it has been here forever, Mengu.
Yes, Egor Titov from Italy, actually know him personally, very nice guy, and he has a little bit of a twist on the deck. There's a card that I've actually never seen in this deck before, Malcolm Alluring Scroundle. This card is very nice in Cube, and also in Dual Commander. I see this card very often there, but I've never seen it in Standard before. It's an extra way for you to connect with Kaido, because Kaido, of course, wants you to not be able to block the creature. So what you do is, you pass on turn 2 with open mana. You can either play Spell Pierce or Essence Scatter or Phantom Interference, or if your opponent doesn't play anything threatful, you can go end of turn Malcolm, attack, you don't block it, Kaido, stun your creature, and then from there, you kind of take advantage of the game. So that's an additional card. Okay, the players have started. Igor has one Gargai roll and does not have a Sicil on turn 1.
Unfortunately, no, just a swamp untapped land, but no a turn 1 play. We know that this deck plays tap though, so maybe if Simon tries to play something, Igor can do something about it.
Yeah, so Simon best opening is either playing a Gene Pollinator or, most importantly, a Llanowar Elf, but I don't see any of those. I just see a couple of 2-drop that will ramp Simon, the Spider Manifestation. So he's just going to go for a Universal Passage.
Choosing Island as the basic type and enters tapped, so Simon doesn't lose any life. Now, Egor here with 2 mana. We know there's that bat there ready to reveal Quantum Riddler, Badgermole Cub. There's also the Ouroboros, 1 land and 2 little spiders. These spiders before were not playing in this deck, but now being really good with all these 4 or more cost spells that will just untap them right away.
Yeah, basically giving not vigilance, but like you can tap them for mana, cast your Ouroboros, and then attack for 3. So that's pretty powerful. But what's happening here with this Deep Cavern Bat is that he was actually taking Begemol Cub, but it doesn't disrupt Simon's curve. As in, Simon will keep on playing Magic normally, but without the very powerful Cub. So what I'm thinking is that Igor has in hand an answer to this Ouroboros that's coming up next turn if Simon draws a 3rd land.
Yeah, and looks like that Spider Manifestation got played there by Simon, but there's that stab right away going to take care of it. And Egor is going to start dealing some damage. Does
Egor have a 3rd land? He does. That's a Watery Grave, 2 damage for him. And pass the turn with 2 mana up for that Malcolm. Look at that. Look at Egor hand. It's so perfect. Malcolm, Kaido, and also Enduring Curiosity with 2 flyers. Yeah, that's gonna be hard for Simon to come back, but Simon has the power level to come back here. So what Igor can do is to stun that Spider Manifestation here for casting Kaido either for 3 mana, ninjutsuing that Malcolm, or for 4 mana. And now that he drew Sicil, I think it's going to be for 3 mana. But before he drew Sicil, he could have also just art cast the Kaido there.
And
Ooh, he's not attacking with... Oh, he's not attacking with the bat, of course.
There's reach on the Spider Manifestation, and that keyword pretty relevant here.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if Egor didn't draw a Cecil, it would have just art-cast the Kaido and tapped the Spider Manifestation with the -2. But as it is, playing that Cecil is going to be nice.
And Egor knows that Simon really needs the spider manifestations to start get the engine going. There's a lot of expensive cards, and taking advantage of that here to attack with that Malcolm to be able to, looks like, deal damage here, draw this card.
Yeah, okay, wow. So Igor chose to loot first, and after looting, you can still ninjutsuing.
Oh, that's right.
That is the window. In Magic, we have a lot of phases in combat, and the card checks that it's not blocked until the end of combat. You can do a similar thing in Modern with Psychic Frog, where first you draw a card with Frog because you deal damage, and then you ninjutsu. Oh, wow.
So you do lose some attack points, but at the same time, you get draw this card out of it. So
yeah, he decided to discard Cecil, though, so he must have drawn a better card. Let's see what he drew. And now Kaido has two options, the 0 or the stun, and it's gonna stun. Is he able to use that extra mana? He is not. All right, can you?
Looks like he has the Enduring Curiosity, I think the Malcolm.
Oh, Flood, okay.
And
Flood Pit's Drowner was the card that was drawn, and he preferred that to Sisu. Okay, Simon does not draw 4th land. That was so important, because if he drew a 4th land, he could have started playing that Herboroid. So instead, he has to deploy 2 Mana Dorks. And now, Igor can turn the corner here. Let's see how he does that.
Is there land for the turn? I believe so. Not sure if it's untapped or not.
It's a Gloom Lake Verge, so it's untapped. So now what Igor can do... Well, I'll start by attacking with both. Now we need to tempo Simon out, because Simon has the power level. Simon has 2 very powerful cards in hand. So he has the power level to be able to take over the game. But he needs to have the time to do that. His life total is around, I believe, 17. The life total will be updated soon.
Yes, and Egor has some life gain points from that Deep Cavern Bat. Now attacking with Kaido.
Okay, he chose the 0, of course. He could have also gone plus to be able to do -2 again next turn. Okay, he drew a bat, very powerful here. So Simon will be deprived of one of these 2 threats.
Oh, there's Uroboros and there's Quantum Riddler. 2 great cards there on Simon's hand. And if you take Uroboros, then Simon gets to draw 2 cards with that Quantum Riddler.
This is actually very hard, because Herboroid is so powerful on a board with 3 creatures. But Egor decides that he has the ability to do so.
Yep, 3 mana available.
Okay, so again, there's a little bit of a problem with the life total. That will be back as soon as possible. But I believe Simon is around the range of 14 right now.
Last encounter was removed from the spider, and now Simon draws a land. So Simon has land and Uroboros, and this Uroboros can start putting a lot of counters. Now, on the other side, Simon must be thinking, my opponent has looted a bunch, 3 mana open, this could be anything. It could be a removal spell, could be a counter spell.
Yes, but there's not much that Simon can do about it. If he has a counterspell, he has a counterspell. So he goes for Herboroid and taps the Spider Manifestation, and now he's about to go to combat, putting a +1/+1 counter on all these creatures, and those creatures have reach.
Yes. Uroboros is such a strong card. Look at that, and it only gets better every turn that it survives. It's going to make Egor's life more and more difficult, and Egor needs to find a solution very fast for that card.
Yeah, so when Egor played that turn 2 bat, my idea was he has to take a threat, because he already has 3 ramp spell, so he has to take a threat, either Quantum Riddler or Herboroid. But then he went immediately for the Badger Cub as like the most powerful card on turn 2. But in my opinion, his plan, once Simon had that hand, was to just hope that Simon wouldn't draw another threat, and that he would just flood out.
And now just putting pressure on Kaido, and it's not like Egor really can block with those Deep Cavern Bats, because then it's just going to give more fuel to Simon. So now there's the Flood Pit Drowner is going to tap the Uroboros, and then of course we can use that ability for 2 mana and tap to shuffle it back into Simon's library.
Deck, yes. So he will be able to shuffle that Urborg away, but Simon has now a pretty big defense with those 3/3 reach creature. Actually drawing another Floodpit's Drowner, what Egor can do is tap down the Spider Manifestation. I believe he does not have a fourth land to deploy that Enduring Curiosity end of turn. So what he may do is tap down that other Spider Manifestation to attack for 2, but I don't think that's that relevant.
And just as a reminder, this is a tournament, round 3, both players are 2-0 and they need 6 wins or better to advance to day 2. So it's a very important one here on the feature match. The life totals are not quite correct. We are working as hard as we can to fix it, and hopefully it will be working properly for the next rounds.
Okay, so Simon once again is attacking, taking 5 this time. And then let's see, okay, he just drew a land and he's not bluffing. That deck is not a deck for bluff. And you play Quantum Riddler. And you play Quantum Riddler. So you actually want to empty your hand all the time.
That's true, so Simon just showing there.
Floodpit's Drowner here is going to be brutal, because what happens is that Egor can play the Enduring Curiosity and actually drawing 3 cards.
This is when things for the mid deck start getting better and better with a lot of card draw. That's exactly what this deck wants to do. And here attacking, getting that Enduring Curiosity for 4.
Of course, the Drowner has Vigilance.
So there's a 4 damage there, 2 lifelink, and drawing 3 cards from the Enduring Curiosity ability. And now Egor is at the right place. My opponent doesn't have any cards in hand.
Okay, did he draw a land? He did. There it is. 2 damage, though. And then he has a Malcolm still in hand from that early ninjutsu. You can also use Floodpit's Drowner to shuffle Spider Manifestation, but he's choosing not to, of course. All right, Simon, are you drawing something off top of your deck? You've been drawing all lands so far.
Simon needs to draw something here.
Okay, he drew something. 4 mana. Urborg, number 2. Trigger.
That's actually going to untap both spiders there.
The spiders untap, Urborg comes in.
Will it be enough though? Egor has so many cards in hand. We know there's a lot of answers in his deck. But these creatures are getting bigger and bigger by the second. So a couple more draws like this, and who knows?
Simon now has to stay back. His life total should be around the ballpark of 10. Whereas Egor should be also around 10. I think they're both in the mid-life total of the starting game. Let's see now. These 2 Spider Manifestation have Reach. That's a very powerful ability, staring down 2 copies of Deep Cavern Bat. But what Egor can do is playing Kaido, put a counter on Urborg, and then shuffle it with Floodpit's Drowner.
And looks like we have that first part there. Kaido enters right away, minusing.
Ooh, we choose to minus a flyer here. Interesting. I was thinking he would shuffle away that Urborg with the Floodpit's Drowner, because Floodpit's Drowner says, you know, pay 2 mana, shuffle a card with a stun counter. It doesn't matter how it got there, if it was put by the Floodpit's Drowner itself, or in this case by a hardcast Kaido.
Looks like Egor just wants to fly away in the skies, attacking here with Malcolm and Enduring Curiosity as well.
Okay.
A 4/3 and a 2/1.
A 2/1 that will crush into the 4/4 reach creature.
There might be a stab.
Might be a stab, but we see the hand. I don't think I've seen it.
Might be a bluffed stab.
It might be. Simon is a world-class player, Player of the Year 2023, Runner-Up Player of the Year 2024, commentator booth of these Funfinity events for most of the time, but today he is on the battlefield, battling out.
He's here grinding away, and just shows like you might come to these events. These events are open, so anyone can enter. You don't have to qualify to be here, and you might play against one of your favorite players like Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, I believe the line Igor took, he's gonna leave him with an open Urborg for a while. He does have a lot of flyers, but again, I think Simon Nielsen has the life totals to play with. I think they're both around 10 life total each.
And you know, Mengu, usually I have Simon next to me telling me exactly what he's thinking, and right now I wish I could enter into Simon's brain and understand exactly what he's thinking, but looks like he just blocks here. He doesn't go for the bluff, or he's just like, oh well, if you have it, you have it. And
yeah, so the reason why Egor did that is that Malcolm is legendary, so he was going to play another one end of turn, so he kind of wasted the one he has. Although, of course, there are some looter effect, but the looting effect is the Malcolm itself. So you have to let Malcolm hit to be able to do that. So Simon draws. It's another spider manifestation.
A lot of spider manifestations here.
Yeah. So the way stun counter works is that if Simon would have drawn a 4-drop here, he wouldn't have untapped the spider manifestation that it's in play. He would have simply removed the stun counter that's on it. Now,
which would have already helped a bit, but
yeah, we definitely need a lot of counters this weekend on the battlefield because Simic Herboroid is the second most popular deck of the weekend, so we will have this card on screen very, very often. This card is fantastic. Really powerful card that's just taking standard by storm, and, you know, also Cube. I don't know if you know this, but this card is very powerful in Cube. Green is not the most powerful caller. Definitely Herboroid carries it. So, you know, this strategy that Simon is taking right now, just all back, defending with all. Egor plays every single card he has.
Both players show exactly what they have. And just as a reminder, the life totals are not completely updated, so the players are not at 20 life.
Okay, so Egor now has a Kaido to use. That's the power of Planeswalkers. In these like stall games, the Planeswalker can take over. Except Kaido, in order to take over, needs that you deal some damage. Oh wow, he's
mapping the Kaido, revealing a stab, putting a counter on Kaido.
Yeah, what he wants to do is making the Kaido bigger than the blockers. So Kaido right now is a 4-5. If he makes a ninja emblem, it'll be a 5-6, so still smaller than that spider manifestation. Unfortunately, we were not able to look at what Egor drew for turn. But
I think Simon really needs a Crater Hoof Behemoth here just to finish out the game.
He needs a Crater Hoof Behemoth to finish up the game, but he can just stall. Next turn he's gonna put 4 counters or anything. If he draws like, okay, again, can't tell you exactly the life total, which is harder to commentate on these race type of games, but there might be a race going on. So Flood Pit's Drowner is chump attacking. Everything blocks. What did Egor drew? Shuffling Spider Manifestation. Oh my god, if he just shuffled the Herboroid, it's going to be so much easier. And then the very satisfying shuffling from Simon Nielsen. Look at that.
Beautiful shuffling skills. How do you shuffle your decks, Mengu?
I'd say I shuffle it in a nice way, but Simon beats me there. Okay. What happened to the creature? Did they all die?
Yeah, I mean, the creatures blocking are pretty big right now.
Did they just jump attack? What happened?
Yeah.
No way.
Way.
Oh, Bitter Triumph.
That's a good one. Okay.
All right. So Kaido's big, but Kaido is not a creature in Simon's turn. All right, Simon. Draw a 4-drop and let's finish this. No, that's just a Lionel Elf, I think.
Still, because eventually Egor needs to block with those bats, and those bats will return nice stings into Simon's hand.
Gene Pollinator. This is another mana dork with Edge of Eternities. It's a lot worse than Llanowar Elf, but look at that. 1 mana 5/7. 1 mana 5/6. That's how we do them.
Pretty good.
All right. The Spider Manifestation becomes like a 10/10.
And look at all those counters.
Yeah, that Bitter Triumph is going to be a little bit too late at this point.
Okay, and looks like they are doing some mental mathematics here to see exactly how this is going to play out. That Kaido has some +1/+1 counters from the map, and the other counter is the loyalty. So I believe it's at 2 loyalty, about 3 +1
yeah, I mean,
counters.
It has a decent size, but it can't compete with the size that Simon's creatures have, because Simon's kept Urborwoid in play for 2 turns, and as you can see, it's now an 8/10.
Wow.
An 8/10, that's what it is. Is it? Yeah, it is.
It is a big plant worm.
A big flower, boom, Simon's attacking.
Simon's like, okay, all in.
And Simon is a world-class player. If he's embarking on a race, that means that it's the right thing to do. I put my life on the line that Simon Nielsen attack was correct, whatever he's doing.
I mean,
whoever is attacking.
Again, like just killing these bats is so much value because you get your, in this case, Badgermole Cub back.
Exactly.
You can play it, immediately get more creatures on the board. And, you know, next thing to block is going to give the Quantum Riddler away, and then Simon is just, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Simon attacked, because he wanted the... he knew that Igor had to chump block if he wanted to survive. So that bit of Triumph is drawn, but it's definitely way too late at this point. I mean, I guess the Spider can attack and draw a card, but there's no Wrath of God in Igor main deck. But now we will have... a sideboard, and of course the player, Igor, will be able to side the card that is actually the promo of this weekend.
Oh, that's true.
Day of Black Sun. That is a very important sweeper in the format from the Avatar set. He also has 0 Point Ballad as a way to sweep that board state, although it needs to be done quickly, because as you saw, the toughness of these creatures reach double digits quite fast.
And let's take a look here at Simon Nielsen deck list. Looks like we don't see here the sideboard, but we do have access to it in our computers. So, and what do you think might be good against the Dimir? I see some cards that are just for graveyard hate. Anything here that we might see that can be good against this deck?
Yeah, so Simon has a card that's very interesting in the sideboard that I don't see quite often. Scrap Shooter, that's a 3-mana 4/4 from Bloomborrow. So many cards are powerful from Bloomborrow.
Yes.
And it's honestly, the most important keyword on this card is that it's a 3-mana 4/4 reach. You saw how important were the Spider Manifestation just because they had the keyword reach. And just having more reach creatures to be able to block all these flyers that Igor has is going to be very, very important. He, of course, also has Surak, which makes his creature uncounterable, and as well as Vivian Reed to go on top of what Igor wants to do, or killing flyers, killing enchantment. But this production is very nice. We immediately are able to go back to game number 2 without the annoying shuffling between
That's
the
true, and Simon
games.
Starting with the Gene Pollinator. This one is not a 5/6, unfortunately, just a 1/2 this time.
This time it's just a 1/2.
So far, of course.
The life total updated from the last game.
Yes, now they are at 2020. We are working on it, okay? It's the morning.
Yeah,
it's the first round that we are casting, even though it's the 3rd round of the tournament, and players are 2-0 here, really trying to secure that 3-0 spot. As a reminder, the top 8 will get an invite for the Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven in Las Vegas, beginning of May. I will go there, not to play the Pro Tour, but just for fun.
Just for fun. Igor does not have a 2-drop. Usually that deck has a lot of 2-drops. He just passes back. Simon respected it by not attacking into, one of these 2-drop, because he might just end up chump attacking. So there is no type of that. Let's see what happens here. Unfortunately, not a 4-drop can come down, but a Surak. Look at that.
Surak, such a nice card here.
All right, so life total's fixed. From now on, we'll be on time. Surak, Elusive Hunter is the card that Simon played with that alternative art from the Dragon Storm set. It can't be countered, which is very important, and also has the Leovold tax that whenever he gets targeted, you draw a card. So now, Igor targeted with a Bitter Triumph, losing 3 life and giving Simon a card. Now Simon has Detective Intrusion, but chooses not to go for it. Spider Sense, sorry. Chooses not to go for it, but he could have done that.
Yeah, and here looks like Igor just passing the turn. Igor has a lot of instant speed and flash creatures as well, so Simon going to play that Multiversal Passage, and looks like paying the 2 life here, so it enters untapped, and it's going to be an island.
Yes, so now he can use that Spider Sense to protect Urborwoid, because if Urborwoid comes in, Igor has, let's say, whatever he has, Okay, but he's choosing not to go for it. It seems like he's going for Badger Mole Cub first. Let's see where he puts the airband counter on. Igor has look at that. Tishana's Tidebinder. Tishana's Tidebinder has a world of abilities. It can stifle Herboroid, or in this case, can stifle the Earthband ability.
And let's see here, looks like going for a stab on the Badger Mole Cub.
What he's doing is, ability on the stack, I'll stab it, so that you cannot tap the Earth-banded land for 1 extra. But what he has done, Simon has done, is he's able to tap the Gene Pollinator to get an extra mana. So the Gene Pollinator made extra mana there. And now Igor is thinking, do I want to Tishana's Tidebinder this forest? Being Earth-banded. I believe you don't want to. You want to let Simon first use the mana, but Simon smells the Tishana's Tidebinder, and instead of going Herboroid, he's going to go for another Surak, which does not have a trigger to make Igor spend mana, so Igor just time walks. He doesn't spend the mana.
That. Honestly, love that. Simon playing here so beautiful, showcasing why he's the Magic player that we know. He is Player of the Year, as you said, 2023. Runner-up.
And runner-up 2024.
Exactly.
That is unbelievable. People don't
Third
really...
place this year. I'm joking.
People don't really understand the amount of achievements that you have to get to reach that level. He did something like 6 Pro Tour top 8 in a row, topping it with a win with the Naru Pro Tour.
We remember that Pro Tour because Simon should be commentating with us the finals on the live show, and he couldn't join because he top 8'd.
Exactly.
And I think that happened more than once, actually.
Yeah, not just top 8, I actually won.
Yeah.
So again, honestly, one of the high-level players, one of the most high-level player that we have in the game here today playing for us. Okay, look at that. Herboroid coming down, tapping in a very weird way because he decides that he wants to play Detect Intrusion, bouncing that Gene Pollinator. I wonder why he tapped like this, though. He could have just stopped all his lands and held up Gene Pollinator plus. Okay, so he's going for Tishana's side. So what's happening here is that the Herboroid resolved. Simon moved to begin combat, and then Tishana's Tidebinder is trying to cancel every single ability from Herboroid.
And also for the next turn, so while Tishana's Tidebinder is in play, that will happen. Now we do have the Floodprint there on the Surak, and Simon will draw a card because of that. It has a stun counter now.
But drawing a card every single time you touch one of Simon creature is a very big deal because, yeah.
I see why Simon sideboarded this card now. I mean, pretty good there.
Let me check, because some people play Surak even in the main deck. Simon only has them in the sideboard. 0 copies in the main deck. Very good in this matchup, indeed.
Yeah, very beautiful card, and love to see it here.
You can see on top of the screen near round 3, Simon has a little avatar face. That meant that he won game 1. So for the people who just joined, Simon won game 1 here. Floppy's Drowner, and Tishana's Sidebinder, sorry, only Tishana's Sidebinder attack. Simon, of course, did not block with his 1/3, and then Enduring Curiosity connects, being able to draw a card here. But Igor, the mana base of Igor is super clunky, and he's not able to hold up a single blue mana. Look at that. He has 2 Swamp Up, 2 colorless lands. It's crazy, a 2-color deck having that clunky mana base. Whereas on the other hand, Simon, pretty smooth sailing with his Breeding Pool and Willow Verge.
And that's Surak, again, just being so great, because even if Igor goes here for a removal spell, it's any creature that Simon controls. When it gets targeted, you're going to draw a card. Love that.
Okay, so Simon has to deal with that Tishana's Tidebinder, because that Tishana's Tidebinder is holding off that Herboroid.
Yep.
That's why Simon creatures don't have any +1/+1 counter.
That Herboroid is just a 1/3 plant worm with no text, while Tishana's Tidebinder is alive. But there's a second Herboroid, and this one does have text.
Yes. But let's see, Igor has 2 swamps. Does he have a removal spell? Nope, he doesn't. So we're gonna put a bunch of counters in hand. I'm curious how many dice do we have on the stage, because we will need a lot of them this weekend.
Exactly. One,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, and I declare the counters war, but not the kind of counters that you're used to.
And still holding up that Spider Sense as a 1-mana counter spell here. Spider Sense has actually a lot of words on it. The first word is web. What's it called again? Entweb. Web slinging. Which means that you may cast this for blue, returning a card, and you can counter an instant, a sorcery, or a triggered ability. So Simon actually had the option to trigger that Tisha's Tidebinder earlier because it's a triggered ability. He chose instead to hold it up for a sweeper.
I really like the way that Simon is playing here. I mean, especially game 1, at one point Simon was behind and just like came back so beautifully from that game. And now we do see that Spider Sense here.
I think he pointed out at Isurberoid thinking, oh, I should have maybe done this. I don't know if he should have. Because Igor does have removal spells, sweepers. So he chooses first to draw with Surak and then to stifle the Flood Pit's Drowner ability. Because he doesn't want maybe Igor to be able to shuffle away that Herberoid.
Yeah, he wants his creatures to keep growing.
Because again, remember the difference between an activated ability and a triggered ability. An activated ability, it's anything that has, I want to say the 2 points, as in tapping 2 mana, tapping Flood Pit's Drowner, do something. That's an activated ability. Whereas a triggered ability is something that happens and goes on the stacks, like that Tisha's Tidebinder, or the Enter the Battlefield of Flood Pit's Drowner, or Herberoid in Begin Combat. That's the difference between these cards. We've seen that down a lot in Modern with Consent to Memory, which only stops triggered abilities. So we're now more familiar with that, with that change recently.
One-on-one class with Mango.
Yeah, because, you know, you always ask like, oh, what can I do with this card? I know this card has potential to stop something, but what can it actually stop? So that's the difference between a triggered ability and an activated ability. All right, we see on screen the card Day of Black Sun.
The promo here for the weekend.
X Black Black, destroy each creature with mana value X or less loses all abilities, destroy those creatures. So what Igor can do is tap 5 mana, which he doesn't have. Oh, he does have now, and destroy all 3 drops. Which it wouldn't even do that much, because then actually...
The Herberoid stay in the board.
Yeah, it would hurt him, because it would kill the Tisha's Tidebinder.
Oh, and if one Herberoid is bad, 2 are insane. And there's a third in end.
Yeah, because,
oh my god.
Yeah, because they go on the stock. So
Yes.
one at a time. First you resolve one, you put counters on everything, and then you resolve the second one, which are going to have even more counters. But again, Simon now has to think about, okay, so now I'm winning easily. Like, now the game is mine. I only have to not lose it. How do I not lose this game? And I think the best way is by drawing extra cards. So what he has to do, in my opinion, is to go land, spell, Quantum Riddler, draw 2. And then even if Igor has a sweeper, Simon has 5 cards in it, 4 cards in it for the next turn.
It looks like Simon is considering here if that is the best option. There's also the third Herberoid in end. There's a Gene Pollinator. There's a Multiversal Passage. I believe Quantum Riddler, as you said. So tapping 4.
He's going for Herberoid, thinking, I don't mind that Igor has a Day of the Black Sun next turn. I'm dealing so much damage this turn, plus the card advantage from this Quantum Riddler whenever I will untap, that I'm okay with it.
If 2 Herberoids are insane, 3 Herberoids are...
Yeah.
I'm out of vocabulary at this point for what 3 Herberoids are. Just let us know in chat.
Yeah. Also, like, the damage that this attacks is gonna do is like several. Like you actually have to think about that as well whenever.
Can this be little just on the spot?
I doubt it. I mean, he has 3 blockers. Yeah.
Yeah, Simon has 5 attackers.
Yeah. He's shortcutting.
Yeah, but...
I wouldn't shortcut because that's like a lot of math. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I would actually do it slower. Yeah, so what's happening is, first we resolve the Herberoid with the most counters, which is 2. So first you put 2 counters on everything. You put 2 counters on Herberoid. And then you put 3 counters on everything. So as a result, you put 5 counters on everything. So what Simon was saying is that I'm gonna put 5 counters on everything, but it would have taken a little bit, but it's fine.
These are going to be huge. And let's attack with everything.
Exactly. So Simon is saying, I don't care if you have a Day of the Black Sun in hand. I have so much damage this turn, plus my hand is gonna deploy a Quantum Riddler next turn, that even if you have a sweeper, that's okay. So now Igor has to think like, okay, now I have to survive this attack, and then I have to jump, and then I have to top deck next turn.
Okay, one more blocker there. A 3-3.
Yeah. Actually, Day of the Black Sun is pretty awkward with that Enduring Curiosity, because it removes the text of it coming back.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a nombo.
It's a little bit of a number, but yeah. So Simon again is up a game, as you can see on the top, that avatar symbol is going for untap land, Gene Pollinator. The reason is that he wants next turn to be able to deploy that Quantum Riddler and draw 2 cards if Igor top decks a sweeper.
But going down to 5 life.
Yeah, going down to 5 lives to do that.
And there's still a land that can be activated, but there's 2 creatures on Simon that can block, so.
Yeah. All right, the Black Sun is in Igor hand. So what is Igor doing is jump attacking, because I actually want this. Oh yeah, look at Simon now. He knows that he can only die to Day of the Black Sun, so he's not gonna eat the Urberoid.
Now that doesn't come back.
Exactly. So
but everything is gone, so we reset the board.
We reset the board. A 4/4 creature land is deployed. And now all those dice will be put on the side, and Simon will deploy the Quantum Riddler that will draw him 2 cards.
Drawing, it's a forest there, which actually that prevents the Quantum Riddler from getting...
No.
Oh, no, it still gets 2. Okay, it's fine. We are good.
Yeah, so it's gonna do that, draw 2, untapping the proper lands, of course.
So 5 mana here, draw 2 cards. Pretty good. And a 4/6 flyer. Now Simon got only lands.
Only lands?
Yes.
Ooh, there might actually be an opening for Igor to now top deck a removal spell and take over the game. But he doesn't do that. The land is Death Touch, Restless Reef.
Yes, Death Touch, 4/4 Death Touch whenever it attacks.
Oh wow, this is actually... This game is actually a lot closer than I thought. What's happening? What's Simon going to do? Oh my god, Simon may actually lose this game.
To mill, so milling 4 cards here on Igor's side. And we have that 4/4 Death Toucher attacking. Simon is at 5, so Simon could just say like, I take it, I'm at 1.
Yes, but like then Igor has 2 lethal threat. He has to block, he can't go to 1. Otherwise he's dead on board.
Block here, Cecile.
Cecile, and now Simon is dead on board. Oh, but he draws. Nature's Rhythm.
How much mana does Simon have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So not enough for Crater Hoof, but...
No, not enough for Crater Hoof, of course. But what does he go for here? It has you have to know your deck properly now to be able to choose, and Simon does. He's tapping all his mana, so that is X equals 6. What is he getting? Oh, Meringue River Region!
Ooh, I love that.
And this is a 6/7 flyer.
6/7, and there's Detonator's Rhythm also have Harmonized, so Simon can just, you know, do it again, and that's going to be game there.
Oh my god, Simon was dead? And then he top decked their Nature's Rhythm. Crazy game, honestly. We thought the game was completely in favor of Simon. Igor had the 1 card in his 75 to swing the game. Simon drew 4 lands in a row, almost was dead on board, and then was able to draw Nature's Rhythm at the very last draw step to find the one-off card that not even that many people play. Meringue River Region.
Is Meringue River Region the best 6/7 in Magic?
It may be. It may be. Very good card here. And then you could harmonize, you can tap it, and you can get the Crater Hoof Behemoth, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he said it out, but anyway, Igor didn't want to see the game anymore. He just gave the handshake there.
I love it. And you know what? Simon, this weekend, not here with us in the booth, decided to come and play, but he still wants to be in front of the camera. So what does he do? Proceeds to trio in the event, and now we'll have an interview with one and only Simon Nielsen and Carl Perks. Let's have the interview now.
Simon, you're so sneaky. This weekend, you're not on coverage. So as Filipa said, you just decided to come in and win your game. So you have interviews and you're on camera the whole weekend. Now, earlier, a few seconds ago, we heard Andrea Mengucci say, Simon is dead. Now tell us what happened, because that, after the day of the Black Sun, all your Ouroboros disappeared. And I was like, oh no. But then, tell us what happened.
Yeah, so what Andrea doesn't know is that I'm extremely lucky, and I don't know how he could forget it, because we played so many matches together. So I mean, there was gotta be something on top, right? Yeah, I just decided to trade off my Quantum Riddler with the Death Touch land.
That was super interesting. Can you tell us more about that? Because I saw the Quantum Riddler and like, okay, there's a race happening, and then he attacks with the Death Touch land, and you're just like, block! Like, no, that was your last spell. Why did you do that?
Yeah, so the issue is that I'm like on the board, I'm losing the race. And if I trade right now, I could like potentially buy myself more time into drawing some of my powerful cards. So that's like the main reason why I did it there. I would just leave him with the Soulstone Sanctuary. And if I'm at 1 life against a deck with like Deep Cavern Bat and Spyglass Siren, like it's kind of dicey. So I'd rather just like try and extend the game, see if I can top deck.
And speaking about top decking, you did.
Yeah.
Now, can you tell us about why you're playing that one of, what's his name, something?
Meringue River Regent?
Yeah, Meringue River Regent. Is it for this specific reason?
It's a big dragon.
Okay, that's
why. That's why.
Reason to play a Meringue River region. Now, this is really relevant. I was really hoping you would do well, because we have a caster draft. So we all picked 5 players that we're hoping to do well, and we're seeing at the end of the tournament who does well, who does the best based on how well our players shows. And you were my first pick, Simon. So you're doing great for me right now. Yeah, of course you're my first pick. In my heart, every Pro Tour, we actually, with my friends, we do this every Pro Tour. We watch and we pick players to do well, and you're all, because you always pay off. Simon Nielsen is so good at Magic the Gathering that whenever, if you are doing this with your friends at home, do, and I encourage this. We're doing it as casters, but I encourage you to do it as well. It's so fun. You pick, I don't know, 3 to 5 players that you hope do well, you tally up their points, and then whoever wins, I don't know, buy them a collector booster or something, whoever comes first. It's a really fun thing to play for. Now, can you tell us a bit about the matchup of Ouroboros against Dimir midrange? Was it something you were really happy to go into?
I think it's a matchup that you definitely can lose, especially to like Day of the Black Sun. As we saw here, like almost being quite dicey. But the fact that like your Spider manifestations have reach and that you have Riddler that blocks the flyers, like those cards are really important in the matchup. So I think I'm like reasonably fine. Like they don't interact that well with my game plan. They obviously can tap my mana dorks, they can stab him, but
as we saw.
Yeah, but eventually like I'm gonna be able to play something big. So as long as like they don't like have a Kaito that runs amok that I don't get to interact with, it's usually okay.
All right, excellent. Well, our casters are ready for the other game that we have in this match. We're gonna see it up on the screen with Filipa and Andrea in a moment. Up to you. Thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you so much, Carl and Simon. And we are ready for more Magic, because here the Magic never stops. We are going to have the backup feature match still for round 3 with some well-known name from the public. So Andrzej Straski here playing what is the most played deck of the weekend, I believe. Izzet Lessons versus Branok Richards playing Boros Prowess. So a very aggressive deck on the other side. And Meng, why do you think Izzet Lessons is the most played deck of this weekend?
Well, I'd say that the World Championship had such an impact on Standard. Izzet Lessons wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing in the way we saw it, but the team of Seth Manfield and Sam Pardee brought this deck to life, with Seth Manfield winning the whole thing with 4 Artist Talent, 4 Monument of Endurance, and we see here Andrzej Straski taking the deck, but with a slight difference. He cut Storm Chaser Thailand entirely from his deck. That's a card that people that think it's the best card in the format, think it's too good for the format, but Andrzej Straski said, no, that card is no bueno. I'm going to take entirely from my deck. For more one mana interactions, we see 2 Spell Pierce, Burst Lightning, and a 3rd Hero's Demonstration. So more interactions instead of
Storm Chase Talent.
Storm Chaser Talent, which obviously combos with Boomerang's basic.
Yeah, looks like here Andrzej Straski going for Otter solutions other than everyone's favorite Otters with Storm Chase Talent. Now on the other side, Branok here playing Boros Prowess, which is almost like a mono-red deck basically, but playing Lightning Elex, you know, Boros Charm, pretty good white inclusions here in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, Lightning Elex and Boros Charm are modern level cards, and there's also another card that's legally modern that deals 3 damage for one red mana, but we see that card is not here, but instead there's Full Bore, which is a combat trick, giving the creature +3/+2, and if it was warped, it gives that creature trample and haste, giving that Nova Hellkite some extra evasion with the warping. So we're seeing the players mulliganing and ready to go. Andre Strasky, I believe, I've said this already on stream, but I'll repeat myself. Andre Strasky playing the physical copy of my deck. So I lent him the deck yesterday while we were doing the caster meeting. We see here, I had to like tell Andre, okay, no, this is the list that you asked me. Here it is. And Andre posted on Twitter a lot of his testing process. He was streaming it a lot and ended up posting a full deck list and sideboard guide on his Twitter. So definitely check it out if you want to know more about Standard, if you want to know more about Izzet lesson. Definitely check out Andre Strasky on Twitter, as he's playing a couple of removal spell. Again, that Burst Lightning is his 5th removal spell here instead of a
Storm Chase,
which is a talent. Thank you.
And it looks like Brannock here stuck at 1 mana, played Iron Claw, but that got removed. Another Iron Claw got removed as well, and here showing those 1 mana interaction spells are very crucial for Andre Strasky with that Burst Lighting, as you said, and Firebending lesson, which is another lesson that can be really powerful here on Andre Strasky's side, with 2 mana available. 3rd land now, and ooh, Monument. So this is the card that makes everything happen. You just start getting, you said, there is no lightning bolts in Standard, but this starts lightning bolt every turn.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to trigger it. You have to find a way to discard cards, which is not easy if you don't have an Artist Talent going. So what Andre is looking for is, well, first thing first, Artist Talent. Or another way to discard extra card is Abandoned Attachment, which is basically a Tormenting Voice type of effect. Here, Andre is taking advantage of Brannock Stumble. Like, he's just stuck on 1 land, so I'm just gonna do nothing and deploy these Monument of Endurances.
I would be scared of a mono-red player with just 1 land, because that means there's a lot of spells, so when this 2nd land arrives, things are going to start exploding. Now, Andre with 2 Monument, 2 Endurance, needs to start getting some discard action going.
Oh, wow.
Wow, 3 Monument, 2 Endurances, and...
I think he has a 4th one in hand, actually.
Wow, that is absolutely wild.
Yeah, he could have deployed those lesson there and just start looking at the top 3 and maybe just smooth his game a little bit more, but instead he's just taking advantage of Brannock doing nothing, so he's also doing nothing.
Yep, those Accumulate Wisdoms can be even better if there's 3 lessons in the graveyard. Right now there is 1. Now Brannock did find the 2nd land and played Slickshot Show Off. That card can be quite explosive.
Okay, well, look at that. Anya Quella here activating. Usually not the best way to use your turn 5, but if you have 3 Monument of Endurance into play, what you can do is you can make treasures, you can draw extra cards, and yeah, you can just kind of run away with the game that way.
×3.
Yeah, so Andre's thinking, what should I discard here? Should I discard a lesson, or should I discard these, I believe, a 4th Monument of Endurance? No. Is that? No, I don't think he has a 4th.
I think there's maybe 3.
Yeah.
Accumulate Wisdom, and there's 1 Boomerang Basics, and maybe here just keeping that Boomerang Basics to be able to bounce that Sleek Shot.
Yeah, so Andre should have a treasure in his deck box. Yes, he found it.
There it is.
There it is. And then he's going to do 2 treasures and draw. So he used those 2 Monument to do that. Now, what he can do is he can deploy a Boomerang Basics and now have 3 lessons in the graveyard, so that this Accumulate Wisdom is going to draw him 3 cards whenever he pleases.
Pretty good. I think Andre Strasky really wants something like Artist Talent here, so those great discard start happening with 3 Monument to Endurances. Brannock just, I'll play again my Sleek Shot Show Off and I'll try my chance.
Yeah.
Attack you for 1.
Yeah, he will have no problem in just drawing cards. Okay, so I'm going to mention a play that, of course, Andre Strasky is not going to miss, but a lot of players at home do that. sacrificing treasures to play an instant. It's a play that doesn't make sense, and yet I see so many times doing it. Just because you have an instant and you have some treasures, it doesn't mean that you have to play instant in your opponent's turn. You can just take your turn and tap 2 lands and cast the same spell. We see often that play happening, you know, and of course Andrea Mengucci does not do that, so I just wanted to mention that. But here the game is very over. Now the loop is going.
So what you're saying to people at home, Mengu, is to treasure your treasures.
Exactly. Don't use treasures in your opponent's turn to play an instant.
Don't do it. It's Mengu not approved. We have that accumulate wisdom, and now we do have the artist talent, so that means that every time that Andre is going to play an instant or sorcery or a non-creature spell, going to discard, which is going to help.
Yeah, here Andre just drew 6 cards with an accumulated
casually
wisdom.
and going to start dealing 9 damage in his turn and 9 damage on Brannock's turn, and my math tells me that should do it.
Yeah, so we see the timer there, 18 minutes. That's just wrong. This is just a little bit of a, again, things that we were going to be fixed throughout the day because, you know, that's the timer, the combined timer. But we are, on this coverage, a very good thing of the European coverage is that we don't have downtime.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
We record all the matches and we're going to show as much magic as possible.
We do not want a lot of ad breaks. We want to be here for you and show you all the magic non-stop because, you know, that's why you tune in, that's why you choose to spend your weekend with us, and we appreciate it. We have showing now here Andrea Mengucci deck on.
We will definitely do some ad break, of course.
Yes, just not a lot.
Ultimate Guard and eBay Live, the sponsors of the stream, this Magic Spotlight series by Funfinity. So, you know, the players here, of course, we saw a pretty easy game one, honestly. Mono Red just stumbled.
Yes, that's true. I mean, pretty good there. When your opponent only has 1 land for 3 turns, it becomes pretty easy to win the match, and you know, with 3 Monument to Endurance, things get pretty good on Andre's side. Now we are ready for game 2. Just a heads up, these players are not 2-0, they are 1-1. That means that, you know, they already lost a game here. They really want to try to secure that 6 wins for the day to make it to day 2. Now, Bane Lizard, this card is pretty good against Lessons.
Yeah, this card is pretty good if you plan on casting multiple spells per turn. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, this creature deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn. So the damage starts applying with a second copy
another
of it.
one. Okay, so whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, this is going to deal damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they have cast this turn. And we know Andre wants to cast a lot of non-creature spells.
Yes, but he's just going to level up that artist talent here. Instead of casting spell, he's setting up for a longer game. Of course, he does have answers to those Mage Bane Lizard. Most importantly, the Hyros Demonstration for 2 mana, now 1 because it's discounted, deals 4 damage. Or you can kick her a Farbending Lesson and deal 4 damage that way, and you can do that this turn.
Looks like this time Bannock Reachers with no lands problem.
Oh,
Fourth
wow.
land here. Oh,
wow.
I don't think I've seen this before. What? Artist talent as a 3rd chapter? And Brannock is like, okay, let me read that.
Yeah,
what does he do?
Yeah, we've got to read her because it doesn't happen very often. Whenever Andre is going to deal damage, it's going to deal +2. So what he can do now is pay 1 mana to play one of the many shock that he registered, so Burst Lightning or Farbending Lesson, and those shock are gonna deal 2 extra damage. The card is in Italian because I do have some cards in Italian, so unfortunately the players have now to double check what it does. So they're laughing about it. Of course, Magic cards happen in many languages, and one of them is Italian. We have cards in French. You know, we were in Lyon. We have cards in German. We have cards in Portuguese.
We used to.
Oh, we don't have. Oh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not anymore. But you know.
Yeah. So
Spanish cards,
yeah,
a lot of them as well.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of artist talent in Italian. Love to support my local game store and you know, just buy whatever they have available. So sometimes I've got some mismatch, but it is Okay, so the players have now decided to what Artist Talent third chapter does. And as you can see here on screen, if a source deals non-combat damage, it's going to deal 2 extra. So now again, 1 single shock is going to take care of this Mage Bane Lizard, alongside some damage though.
And that is perfect for Andrea Strasky with still 1 mana up. Now we have that Slick Shot Show Off, 2 mana.
Ooh.
And
now we have Boros Charm, which is gonna deal 6 damage basically, thanks to the ability of Slick Shot Show Off to get +2 power.
And
Let's see what Andre does. He's in danger.
big danger here. I mean, there's a removal spell. It usually deals 2 damage, but I guess it will deal 4.
Oh wow. He chooses not to do anything, and Brannock answers with like, okay, sure, I'll pass. Because Andre has negate in hand, and Brannock you know, could have played that Boros Charm in it. Boros Charm could have been negated.
2 damage here.
Ooh, look at that! Full Bore is gonna be used as a combo trick.
Oh, I love that. So that means that
So when I said
the
that...
lizard survives.
Yes, when I said that Brannock decided to play full bore over the lava spike, that's legal in standard. You see now why, because you can use it to defend your lizard. And in the meanwhile, Andre takes some damage. Unfortunately, life total aren't updated, but Andre is definitely taking a lot of damage here.
Yep, and now, I mean, this is pretty good. It's a 2 mana. It's
2
going
damage.
to give you, exactly, it's going to start shocking you, which...
Yeah, this lizard have dealt a lot of damage already.
Only 1 mana though, so that discount from Artist Talent pretty good. And Strasky needs to find an answer, but it's not easy because an answer is now going to deal you even more damage. It's going to deal you 4 damage.
Yeah, I believe the top card that Andre selected is a Quantum Riddler, and that's a creature. So at least he can play a 5 mana 4/6 that doesn't deal him any damage.
I mean, but is that even good enough at this point? Playing a land there, 2 mana, we are going to see the Quantum Riddler, yeah, drawing a card.
Drawing a card and a Flash Freeze is drawn. So many counters Andre has in hand, Negate and Flash Freeze, but all these cards are dealing him 2 damage. So now Brannock is considering firing off a burn spell, but is not doing it. He's saving it for his turn so that the Slick Shot Show Off is gonna get that boost.
And let's see here what Brannock does. Just first going to attacks. This is 3 damage.
3 damage for now. 1
We
red.
have the burst lighting face, and look at all those.
Yeah, so burst Lizard is a both players take damage,
So
but
2 damage to Brannock here.
doesn't care at all about that damage. And now it's funny, Andre is considering countering the spell, but if he counters the spell, he takes the same amount of damage because of the lizards.
Boros Charm in end, Burst Lighting in end. There was 1 spell casted by Brannock's side, so now every spell additionally will cost 2 damage from each of the lizards. On the other side, Andre is thinking because unfortunately our life totals are not updated. We are working, I promise, on it, and we hope for the next rounds to have it fixed. It's the first round that we are casting today, so we are fixing that as quickly as possible. But Andre Strasky not at 20 life, which means that every spell is going to go, can be critical against those 2 lizards.
Yeah, he chooses not to go for Mer Burn spell, and this is interesting. Again, we will be able to fix this life total as soon as possible, but for now, a Quantum Reader is deployed. Finally, Andre can play a spell without taking any damage. But look at that, in response, Boros Charm you. Boom, boom.
Boom, 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 GG.
All right, so...
Good game here. That means that players are 1-1 now. We are going to have a 3rd game.
Now Brannock's smiling after that game 1 where he never played a second land. He was not smiling that game, and now you smile. This is like when Arena asked you, have you had fun in this game?
Oh, it always chooses the worst matches that you have.
I always say, you know, if you win, you put a happy face. If you lose, you put a sad face so that the shuffler is going to give you better draws next game.
Oh, okay, to make
That's my theory.
Oh.
Because they want to make you always click the happy face, right? If you click the sad face, And when you lose, that's gonna give you, bad cards. Oh, you had fun even when you lost? That's okay. I'm gonna give you bad cards.
Okay. I always put a smile if it's a good game.
No. Only if you win.
Okay, now I know Mango strategy to beat Arena. Good to know. I will definitely use it in the future.
Yeah, 100% works.
Confirmed.
It works 100% of the time.
Except when it doesn't work. So here we have game 3, and now Andre is going to be on the play, starting with that multiversal passage tapped, and let's see if it's going for mountain or an island.
Yeah, unfortunately, had to mulligan. So starting on the play with 6 cards. Ooh, look at that. Bastronaut over there. It's a 1-mana 1/1 menace, and it can grow because Andre doesn't play creatures. So.
And when you have the max speed, it also has double strike, which is especially difficult with that 2-mana ability to get +1/+0. Now we have Brannox getting a second land here, so lands this time. That's good, better than game 1.
Okay, Cavern of Souls. Wow, I didn't know that Brannock had that land in his deck. Let me see how many copies.
Try to counter this Lizard now.
There's actually 1 in the sideboard. Wow, and the name's Lizard. Andre has Flash Freeze, but that Lizard is uncounterable. This is actually hilarious. The one of Cavern of Souls naming Lizard, facing Andre Strasky, 2 open mana, and his only answers to that Lizard was that Flash Freeze. But he can't do that because of Cavern of Souls. Crazy.
I mean, there's still Burst Lighting that can deal with the Bastronaut.
There is a combustion lesson, a combustion technique, which deals 2 damage plus the amount of lessons that you have in the graveyard. So what Andre can do is start putting those lessons in the graveyard. He does have an Abandoned Attachment, but unfortunately he doesn't have a 3rd lesson to go Abandoned Attachment, discard a lesson, and then play combustion technique. So he's thinking about it. He may also discard that Flash Freeze with that Abandoned Attachment. Okay, in response, he chooses to kill the Burnout Bastronaut.
Before that Lizard resolves, so avoiding that 1 damage, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe it was better to attack first and then play Lizard post-combat.
Monument to Endurance, that's another damage there for Andre Strasky. And this Lizard already 2 damage conquered, now is going to attack for 1 more.
Yeah, wow. The Cavern of Souls technology by Brannock being incredibly powerful here. So surprising, honestly.
Oh, I love it.
Especially since, like, a Brannock deck is very mana intensive, as in you have a lot of color requirements that you're not gonna... Okay, I guess you find 1 now with the...
Challenger, yes.
Ember Challenger. Attacking for 3 and then tap land. Sacred Foundry go.
Okay, I mean, things are looking well here for Brannock against Andre Strasky, but there is Monument to Endurance on Andre's side. There's no lessons in the graveyard, and we know that Andre really wants to start filling the graveyard with the lessons, but to do that, that Lizard on the other side is going to start dealing a lot of damage.
Okay, 2 damage is going to go under Embereth Challenger. He chooses not to wait. Okay, that one is gone, but Lizard is still there, taking 1 damage and passing. Yeah, I was considering going to wait on that a little bit and maybe try to go to 2 lessons in the graveyard to be able to kill the Lizard, but maybe Andre just doesn't mind too much the threat of that Lizard. Okay, so Split Shot Show Off, not a Lizard.
Not a Lizard.
So it can be, yeah, double check, it's not a Lizard, and can be countered by the Flash Freeze.
But 1 damage.
M11 Flash Freeze, a card reprinted in Foundation.
Slowly but surely, that Lizard definitely putting a strain on Andre Strasky.
Okay.
That is down to 13 life.
He found a land that he doesn't like, discards that land, draws 3 cards. 2 from the Abandoned Attachment, 1 from the Monument to Endurance.
And this is when Monument to Endurance starts to really shine.
I guess you have to, first you draw and then you decide. That's how the card works. So he resolves the Abandoned Attachment first, and then he resolves the Monument to Endurance. You don't have to declare it beforehand.
Okay, land there, Artist Talent, another key card there. But 1 spell was already casted. That means that next spell will cost 2 life if casted this turn. Tough one. That Lizard, pretty good this game, and the previous one as well.
I mean, if you come to this tournament, you have to be ready for Is It Lesson. It's the most popular deck in the tournament, and Brannock lost game 1, and then some Lizard came up. Wow, Andre decided to miss a land drop and pass the turn, because he has Artist Talent in hand, so he wants now to deploy a spell, and the next turn, hopefully draw a spell, and then discard that Sparble of Canal and trigger the Monument to Endurance.
Second Lizard, but in response, there's the
Combustion
technique. Now,
dealing 4 damage. 2 plus the amount of lessons in the graveyard, which right now is 2. Ooh, look at that. Brannock can play Boros Charm to give Indestructible to the Lizard.
And I think we might see that right here.
Oh, so if Strasky resolved the removal spell in his turn, he would have been able to kill the Lizard. Instead, he decided to wait, and he got punished for that. Now, Andre needs to draw a spell to be able to go Talent into spell, but if he does that, it takes so much damage. Ooh! No, Pyroclasm is not good at all.
2 damage is not enough, unless, there was a way to increase it by just 2 points. Artist Talent, 2 damage.
Artist Talent, 2 damage, and the land that Andre has in hand is a tapped land, so he can't even level up the talent. He chose to kept it in hand that last turn to be able to draw a spell this turn.
Yeah, and things are looking tougher and tougher because now any non-creature spell is going to cost 4 life to Strasky.
Yeah, honestly, I want to say this game, it was just that Cavern of Souls may have won Brannock the game. Yes, the Lizards did their job, of course, but if Andre were able to curve out, Flash Freeze your Lizard, and then Monument into more spells without taking so much damage, he would have been in such a better spot. Now it takes 2, down to 6. Brannock has 2 cards in hand.
Passing the turn here, draw a card.
Ooh, Accumulate Wisdom. That's
usually
powerful.
that card you'd be so happy to draw it, right?
I mean, you are. It's still a start. He's able to draw 3 cards at the cost of 2 damage.
Okay, 2 damage. But we do have that Artist Talent first.
Let's see what Artist Talent does. Discards that tap land, draws from the talent, and then you have the trigger of...
Ooh, it's Combusting Techniques, I believe.
Maybe now you have to go for Treasure? Because he does have the cards, but he doesn't have too much mana. Again, because he was not able to level up. Oh, look at that. This is lethal. That's the win.
GG.
Boros Prowess, Boros Burn wins the game using both modes of Boros Charm. First, protecting that Lizard from a lethal combustion technique, and then finishing off, dealing 4 damage direct to Andre Strasky's face, who finds himself in a very uncomfortable position at 1-2 after just 3 rounds.
That's true, and I mean, good here. Congratulations to Brannock Richards on defeating Is It Lessons. And I don't know, looks like he was prepared for this deck. As you said, Is It Lessons is probably going to be the most played deck of the weekend. What can I do to counter that? And looks like Cavern of Souls and the Bane were pretty good against the Lessons deck. Meng, what did you think of this Boros deck? Is it worth to splash for these white spells?
Well, we've seen it being very, very impactful, and I'm sure that, Brannock had his reasons to do that. Boros Charm and Lightning Helix world-class spells, and the mana base is actually very good for Boros. You have Inspiring Advantage, you have Sun Below Verge, and you have Sacred Foundry. That is 12 sources, which, according to Karsten mana base, is enough to cast a spell by turn 3 and turn 4. So that's okay to me.
All good, and as a reminder, this is the Magic Spotlight Series in Lyon. Players here are playing 9 rounds of Magic today. They need 18 points or better to advance in day 2. That's 6-0, 6-3, or a 5-0-3.
Let's not think about that.
Let's not draw 3 times. Just mentioning because there might be some control players watching, but who is not a control player, but an aggro player, a Boros player, is a Brannock here that just won this round, and we are going to go right into an interview with him and Carl.
So I have Brannock Richards with me right now, straight off of a win against Andrei Strasky. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I feel really welcome.
Wonderful. Well, Andrei Strasky, very scary player to play against.
Very scary.
And you managed to win this game with an odd choice. There's 2 things I want to discuss with you real quick. First of all, you're playing Boros, which is an interesting choice over plain blue, for example.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? it did pay off, but why?
I was actually planning to play Blue-Red Blink until middle of yesterday afternoon, and I was sort of on the fence about it because it's obviously just after the holidays, I've not had a lot of time to practice, and I just thought the mechanics, I was likely to make mistakes. I wasn't as practiced with that deck, whereas I've been playing red aggro decks basically all of last year. I was playing Mice until they banned Heartfire Hero, and I played Prowess in Modern, and then I was playing Mono Red when VV was legal, which was a mistake because I should have just played VV.
Yes.
So I've got a lot of muscle memory for these red decks, and over the past sort of week or two, there have been people starting to play these Slick Shot Show Off and Boros Charm aggro decks in the leagues and the challenges on Magic Online, and that's very much the sort of deck I've been playing recently. And you get to play very powerful sideboard cards for some of the bigger decks. So against the control decks, for example, that are getting more popular, like you've probably seen some Jeskai control being quite popular, you get to play 4 Sunspine Lynxes, and against the Izzet decks in particular, you get to play 4 Magebane Lizards, which are really, really good at the moment because they're not casting a lot of creatures.
And we did see Magebane Lizard pull a lot of heavy lifting right now, but one thing that is specific that I want you to tell me about is because you cast it off of a Cavern of Souls.
Yeah.
And I believe Andre had the Flash Freeze in hand.
I think so, yeah. So in game 3, Andre's on the play. He doesn't interact on turn 1. He passes turn 2, 2 mana open, and normally
out of his hand.
The Cavern of Souls is in for resolving these Sunspine Lynxes against control, but post-board Flash Freeze is very popular now, so the Izzet Lessons decks will often have between 3 and maybe 5 counterspells post-board against the red aggro decks. So if I'm able to land a Cavern of Souls and stick a key threat, and it could be any of a different number of threats because the creature types basically don't overlap. You have High Claw and Magebane Lizard as lizards, and Burnout Bastion and Everheart Challenger are both warriors, and then nothing else overlaps. So it looks like the worst Cavern deck you've ever seen because it's not tribal at all or Kindred. But you stick one creature at a key moment, like I did on turn 2 in game 2, and that Magebane Lizard was in play the entire game, and it did. I lost count of the amount of damage it did.
It won you the game.
Exactly. It made it so awkward for Andre to resolve spells.
Well, Brannock, well done.
Thank you very much.
Keep on doing this. Boros, really fun deck. We wanted to represent. Maybe, hopefully, you will do really well tomorrow.
Yep. Fingers crossed.
In the meantime, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And we're throwing it back to the casters.
The world's first sustainable deck box made a bold impact. For us, it's more than only a simple box that holds your cards. We are proud to see how the series has established itself in the community worldwide. We know you've been waiting for this a long time, but all good things need time to grow. Finally, it's time to give your commander decks the space they deserve. In the biggest ever of our sustainable Boulder deck boxes.
Well, I lied. Those were not the casters. That was Ultimate Guard, our sponsor for the event, and the beautiful country, city of Lyon. Now, I am here with Frank Karsten, Frank Karsten, as you pronounce it here. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. And do I look excited? Because I am excited, Frank, because you're going to give us the metagame breakdown.
I will. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Now, we don't get any regular metagame breakdown. Frank works tirelessly before the event to make sure we get all the names of all the decks correctly. So we're giving you the Frank special. This is like the perfect, flawless breakdown. And this is the moment when you come to an event and you pack the deck list and you don't know what the field is going to look like. And this is the moment where either you jump of joy or your heart sinks because you know that you brought the right thing. Are we going to look at the numbers now, Frank?
Let's show it. Let's take down the table and put down the numbers.
Let's see what we got. So this is the Spotlight Series, the Avatar in Lyon. And the top deck brought today, the top dog. The deck to beat is Izzet Lessons. There's 118 people that's brought this deck. That's 15.8% of the metagame. We've got also a surprising one, and Frank, I want you to talk about this in a second, but we've got Simic Ouroboros, which wasn't really a contender up until very recently. And they're a whopping 12.3% of the metagame. And just I'll rattle down the other numbers in case you're second screening this. You've got Dimir midrange at 10.7%. Everyone expected that. Jeskai Control at the Arne Special, that's the red deck he would recommend at 10%. And Sultai Reanimator, which is what I would have brought at 5.6%. Now, Frank, there's a few really interesting things about these decks. Can you tell us about them?
Yes, for sure, Carl. Well, first of all, I mean, Izzet Lessons is the most played deck, and that is not a big surprise. It really had a dominant performance at Worlds, but it hasn't really sustained an upward trajectory, right? It has basically just plateaued off at like 16%. That's a perfectly reasonable amount, I would say.
I would never complain about a 16% metagame share.
No, it is, I think, what is typical for many normal metagames. But there are a lot of evolutions and developments since. In particular, that Simic Ouroboros deck that you highlighted.
Please tell us more.
Yeah, so this, as an archetype, you know, playing a bunch of cheap creatures, ramping into an early Ouroboros and just scaling your entire boards to astronomical heights. That has been around, was also at Worlds, but the lists there were different. They typically played Jackal, Genius, Geneticist. They had like Innkeeper's Talent and like more 1 and 3 drops to set up Jackal chains. Almost all lists now have removed all that, and instead they're running like Spider Manifestation to supercharge Badger Mole Cup. Also added cards like Mockingbird or Nature's Rhythm to have these double Badger Mole Cup starts more consistently. And then you can on turn 3 just get into haymakers from Creator of Behemoth to Quantum Riddler, which again, all these versions at the World Championship roughly a month ago didn't really play. So this is a relatively new development, mostly over the past week where it appeared on Magic Online, and it has now really taken the standard tournament by storm. It's going to be exciting to see how it will perform this weekend.
Yeah, well, we just saw a banger of a game from Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, he played this deck indeed.
He had 3 Ouroboros on the table, and then they got wiped out, and they just top decked like Simon Nielsen top decks, and one out of nowhere with it. This deck is very exciting, and it seems like it has a lot of good matchups. Now, Dimir midrange, I'm expecting, I didn't see that many differences.
Well, at the World Championship, there were only like 2 of the 100-ish players that brought the deck. So it has certainly climbed up in popularity since.
Can you tell us why?
And it's also the same for Jeskai Control, which has also climbed up in metagame share over the past month. And I think one of the reasons is that these decks are more adaptable. Right, when you have a mid-range or a control deck and you know the metagame to expect, you know the top dog, you know that Izzet Lessons is the deck to beat, you can more easily tweak your strategy with the right answers, and that can range from, say, a null in the sideboards to counter Monument to Endurance efficiently, to all kinds of like graveyard hate. Some Jeskai decks even running like Rest in Peace in the main deck.
That's what Arne was mentioning. Now the Jeskai decks run 2 main deck Rest in Peace, just because this is a format where graveyards are so rampant and dangerous that running 2 main board Rest in Peace, a card that does nothing except for hose the graveyards, is worth it in a control deck where the slots are valuable.
Yep. And one final thing to point out from all these decks that we saw in the breakdown is the emergence of the landfall decks. Celestia Landfall was only like 3.2% of the metagame, but still a completely new deck, a new strategy that wasn't at the World Championship at all. Where people are using Icestill Explorer to get like all the lands out of their deck with Fabled Passage, or set up like kills out of nowhere with Mightform Harmonizer. And this is also an exciting new addition to Standard, just showing how much evolution and innovation there is.
Now, something about the Celestia Landfall deck, because looking at it online, at least we don't have perfect information. We don't have Frank Karsten online giving us the win rates. We will tomorrow, though. But it seems like the Celestia deck has a really high win rate. Now, it's not represented a lot today. Do you know if there's a specific reason for that? Was it a trap? Is it not actually that good? What do you think about it right now? How's it positioned in the metagame?
I think one of the reasons why it is not as heavily represented here as it was over the last months in December on, say, Magic Online is that perhaps the players who were keeping up with all these hottest new developments may have instead shifted to the Simic Ouroboros deck, which is like an even newer development. And
hot new tech.
Yeah, effectively. And the surprise value of Celestia Landfall is a bit less now than it was several weeks ago, because, you know, the metagame churns and people start getting reps against it, knowing that they need to keep mana up or like a chump blocker available for the Harmonizer. And as opponents adapt to those sorts of interactions, yeah, the deck loses a bit of its power.
Yeah, because the cool thing about that deck is it's got power and late game. right? The Harmonizer, it sounds like a wrestler, and it's appropriate because it can come out of nowhere and just one-shot someone, spunk, take him out. But you also have the big bug, the Explorer. What's his name again?
The Ice Still Explorer.
Ice Still Explorer.
Yeah, with Fabled Passages gets you all the lands out of your deck. Then you can use Esper Origins from the graveyard to flash back and get more value as you're milling yourself and set up an overwhelming late game engine.
Yeah, that deck is powerful. There's only 24 players with it. We'll keep an eye on them because we'll see how they do today and how many of them move on tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's really exciting, is we'll be able to tell you this is chapter 1. Tomorrow will be chapter 2. We'll see how well all these people did, and we'll see the decks are actually performing. Because this is people's predictions, right? People came with this believing in a deck that they think will bring them to day 2 and then eventually the top 8. Tomorrow, we'll see if those predictions paid off, because we'll see the win rates and how many of these people did well. What are you expecting will do well today out of these? What's going to cut down in numbers and what's going to stay strong?
Yeah, I'm really interested and excited to see the answer to that tomorrow. At the moment, yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. Like, Izzet Lessons proved its power at the World Championship, but now also with a lot of surprise value, with everyone tuning and choosing their decks with this like deck to beat in mind. I am not sure if it will actually put up the amazing numbers that it had at the World Championship, whereas this hot new Simic Ouroboros deck might surprise us all and like post amazing numbers. I genuinely don't know, but I'm excited to run the numbers, and I'll give you the answer tomorrow.
My hot take is that the Sultai Reanimator deck is going to do well, because if you look at, what is it? It's 16 and 14% of the field are two decks that are good matchups for Reanimator, right? They can wipe the board of the Ouroboros deck, and I know it's got late game, but once you wipe the board, you're usually hitting them in the face with giant bats. And then it's quite good against, I remember Izzet Lessons, when they went into Worlds, they were afraid to face the Sultai Reanimator deck because it could just overpower them a lot faster, and they couldn't interact. Their burn spells just weren't big enough for it. So I'm secretly thinking that those, what was it, 4 or 5% of Sultai Reanimator? I think we're going to see a lot of those in day 2.
I think you have a good point there about its potential positioning, but at the same time, the amount of graveyard hate in the format has also increased substantially. It seems like over the past month.
They get splash damage.
Yeah, and even though Sultai Reanimator has a strong sideboard plan with answers to all that graveyard hate, it is still a bit weak to it. So yeah, like the numbers are gonna depend on how everything works out here.
I'm so confident. I'm mostly just excited to see what happens. We still have 6 rounds. That was just round 3.
And also, like, I mean, now we just talked about like all the most played decks, but don't forget like that huge other category, like the amount of spice that is in here, and it can range from like allies decks to dragons decks, weird combo decks, mono blue brews. I'm keeping my eye on all that as well. And
do you have any specific fun deck that you saw that you can tell us a bit more about? Is there anything that's fun that's 3-0 right now?
Well, we might be seeing a player trying to put Omniscience on the battlefield with Kona and going off with some spicy combos. Okay, yeah, I mean, yes, I picked the feature matches, so yeah.
Yeah, he rigs. Well, it's not rigs. He decides what you see. Frank Karsten is guiding your entertainment. Like, when you go to bed at night and someone tells you a bedtime story, it's Frank. He's telling you what decks you're going to see, and you're going to see them right now. We can't wait any longer. We can't wait to see round number 4. There's still 6 rounds to go, but this is round number 4. We're going to see some exciting matches. Let's send it over to the casters, Arne Huschenbeth, and who's he casting with?
Martin Juza.
Oh, Martin Juza made it. Martin Juza can maybe tell you about his travel issues. Martin Juza and Arne Huschenbeth are going to bring you round number 4 right now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Magic Spotlight Avatar event here in Lyon, France. My name is indeed Martin Juza, and I'm sitting here with Arne Huschenbeth. I did have some travel issues. I've literally just arrived in the hall. There is some snow stuff going on in Europe. Yeah. And I was traveling from Prague to Munich to Lyon, and somehow I spent the night in Brussels. So that's about how my day went. But anyways, too much about that. We have 755 players. This is round number 4. $50,000 prize pool, $10,000 for the winner. 8 players are going to qualify themselves for PT Secrets of Strixhaven, which is in Las Vegas in May, I believe.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And yeah, with that, we already have our feature matches picked for round number 4, and we're going to be starting with table 52, which means we're going to be seeing Jonathan Leddy against Davide Colombo. What are they playing?
They're playing some spicy stuff, or at least Jonathan Leddy is. He is on a green-white splashing blue build of omniscience, control with the Kona stuff going on. So like you tap your planets, or you tap your Seriema, which finds you the Coma, and then you put an omniscience into play, or you also have some crazy legends you can put into play. There we see it on the screen right now. It is something else.
Keep in mind they're 3-0.
I think these players are 3-0?
I believe, yeah, Frank just told me they were 3-0.
Nice. Wow. Yeah. Well, yeah. They are still winning, and I mean, look at this beauty.
Yeah.
We have like, there was a green-white Seriema Kona deck already in the past, and there's also, of course, the almost mono-blue splashing for Kona Omniscience deck. It just looks like, hey, we shuffle both of those up, and then we put them all into 160.
So for the players that don't know what Kona is, it's a 4-mana green creature, 4-mana 4/3 that has a survival ability. At the beginning of your second main phase, if Kona is tapped, you may put a permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield, which is how you cheat the Omniscience into play. On the other side of the battlefield, we have mono green, and that looks pretty stockish.
Yeah, this is mono green landfall. We don't even see a Planesea in the main deck, so likely no splashing at all happening. But yeah, this is the stock deck. If you tap out against it, they might just play Might Form Harmonizer, play a couple lands, and just kill you out of nowhere. This deck can kill really fast, especially with Bristly Bill, Mossborn Hydra to power your things up. And one of the best cards in this deck to draw is the Lumbering Wood Wagon, but that one is actually not in the deck list. Okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong about the deck. I don't know. Maybe we see. I saw Hunter's Talent there. That was a neat addition, a little bit of a removal spell, some extra built-in card advantage and trample, which is important. And of course, Esper Origins also for card advantage. But yeah, Davide is doing well here at 3-0, starting out with a Zast Chocobo. Of course, always nice to start with 1-drop. And then we see the planet in action already.
Yeah, so keep in mind, both players 3-0, so mono green, yeah, I wonder what is in the deck instead of the wagon. I see a couple copies of Snakeskin Whale, that's pretty standard. Hunter's Talent, 4 copies. This deck is really good late game with Ice Still Explorer. You know, you can get all the lands out of your deck with Fabled Passage, milling Esper Origins in the meantime, so it can kill you out of nowhere, but it also has a really, really strong late game. With this banned Omniscience deck, we don't really know what's going to be going on, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, Jonathan, I mean, I see already the Kona in hand, Zeriema as well. I think he's missing the 4th land right now, so he's trying to set that up and maybe put like a giant legend into play on turn 4 to yeah, get back into the game. All right, but here we see the Esper Origins. The front side is not that impressive. Just 2 mana to surveil 2, gain 2, but the back side is quite good, and you can mill it over with Ice Still Explorer, which is something that happens in the late stage of the game very often.
This deck is a really cool brew. Do we have open decklist or closed decklist on day 1?
On day 1, we do. Glad you're asking. We have closed decklist on day 1, so they don't know what exactly is going on. So, for example, Davide, you know, what's going on over there?
Davide is going to be surprised because Jonathan has a No More Lies in his hand, so he kind of looks like a blue-white control, maybe whatever, you know, maybe Jeskai, something like that. And then he's going to start putting options into play. What are we doing?
Yeah, and he chose not to normalize the Esper Origins there. That's actually interesting. Would have exiled it too, which would have been kind of convenient, to be honest.
I think there was, yeah.
But perhaps he really wanted to prevent a Tifa or a Bristly Bill from coming down, I suppose.
There's a Multiversal Passage.
And yeah, that is an advantage. There we see the Seriema hitting the battlefield. So you can search for a legendary creature, and it also is a thing that taps the Kona, so it is both in one in a way. And I'm trying to check for the legends that... So we have a Yuna in the sideboard, sorry, in the main deck that he can fetch up here. We have Bonnie Paul. And yeah, we don't have a Valgavoth, unfortunately. I would have liked to see that one. That is maybe the best legendary.
That is Bonnie. That's the best card of Outlaws Limited, right? That card was unbeatable.
Yeah, we were testing for the Proto together, I remember that.
Yeah, whenever somebody had a deck with that, it was just an easy 3-0.
It's a really sweet card. It saw some standard play in the Teemo Analyst back then. Maybe it will see some play again, hopefully.
Man, Davide must be thinking, what is happening? Like, did I join the wrong events? Like, what are we doing here? That is very unusual, the Siriema fetching a Bonipel.
Oh man, Siriema also fetches one of the best cards for standard from the Avatar set, which is Unagi the Kyoshi Island. So it's a cool legend that Jonathan actually does have in the sideboard. But yeah, here we see the power of Might from Harmonizer.
Yeah.
Is this actually lethal? So he can...
There's a fetch land, so that's 2 landfall triggers.
I think he's got it already, yes.
Is that lethal, really?
Wait, I didn't quite follow the math entirely, but he could... So the Chocobo was on 2.
That's He had 2 landfall triggers, plus he put some counters on the Chocobo. So wow, that was a quick game actually. Davide just plays the Harmonizer, doubles Chocobo's power twice while putting some extra counters on it thanks to all the landfall triggers, and he picks up game number 1. That was turn 4 on the play.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a landfall deck. Might from Harmonizer is a hell of a card with fetch lands, and that deck does not mess around. If you don't interact with it, they will just kill you turn 3, turn 4.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why all the cheap red interaction is so popular in the format. Here we see the landfall deck list, the main deck, again, in the sideboard.
Yeah, we see it instead of the World Wagon, we have some Snakeskin Veils here, we have a little bit of Hunter's Talent, we have the Mossbone Hydra in the main deck. Usually people don't have space for that, but now that you didn't play the World Wagon, I guess you do have some space for it.
If you're Davide, what are you thinking when you're approaching sideboarding? My opponent played 3 colors. They tapped for a white equipment, white vehicle on turn 3, and didn't do anything else, and I just casually won. How do you approach sideboarding? I just don't want to change too much, or maybe I don't want to walk into like a sweeper.
I would just look at my opponent, stare them down, take my 60, not even touch my deck box, and put it right in front of the playmat.
I'm good here, yeah. No changes.
Just power move. Well, he does have 2 Origin of Metal Bending in his sideboard. Maybe he brings those in. It's at least a flexible spell. He can also give Indestructible to a creature of his and blow up an Omniscience if he... Well, like seeing a Siriema, the Bunny Ball. I mean, maybe he can figure out that this is a Kona deck, and then from there he maybe has some respect for Omniscience.
And I love that day 1 is closed deck list, because this is why it's so powerful to bring a brew. Your opponent is going to have no idea what's going on, and that's exactly what Jonathan is hoping to do. Here he's going to use analyze the pollen to search for a land. So that's land number 4, setting up for Kona.
Bit of a slow start from Davide. I mean, Davide has to be every single card that has been played so far. I don't think Davide could have guessed it. This is really just a surprise all along. And yeah, holding up 2 mana here for a Normalize, I can see. And Davide didn't have a free drop, even though he had the Elf turn 1. So
that's an awkward draw. He's a lot of lands too, right? I think there's 4 forests in his deck. So the Llanowar gets in there.
Right on theme, the landfall deck.
Yeah, there's a Cub, and that's gonna get countered after you attack, so you can't pay the 2.
Yeah, maybe a little.
But I mean, who's gonna expect that, right?
What do we got now? I see an Overlord and a Kona. He could just Overlord, or he could play the Kona to then get the Overlord into play. Differently, if he had a Planet to play, this would have been an insane turn. He would have Overlord right now.
Yeah.
But he does not, but he can still attack.
And Kona hits the battlefield, and Davide just nods. Okay, sure. So maybe he knows what's going on?
Yeah, he's calm and collected.
He's fighting out.
The Kona attacks and nothing. Okay, well, we might be going to game 3 very, very soon here.
So main phase number 2, and we're going to put a Bony Pal into play for free thanks to the survival ability on the Kona. So that's going to bring a token with it. What are we watching? This is so cool. I love Standard right now.
Yeah, Standard is very diverse. There's a lot of decks, and apparently there's even more decks than we had on our radar. But yeah, the other category, as we just saw in the metagame breakdown, was 30%.
Yeah, that's great.
A lot of shakeups too. I don't think many people would have expected a blue-green Ouroboros deck to be the 2nd most played deck at the tournament. The green-black Ouroboros deck completely fell off. But yeah, we see an Ice-Tail Explorer, which is a 2/4 that gives you more lands. that is one of the issues with the landfall deck. If you don't draw the payoff for drawing lands, your deck is a lot of lands, which can be unfortunate. So it's a very like A plus B plus C deck, but when it draws everything sort of in a good balance together, it is very powerful indeed.
Yeah, there's the Ice Steel Explorer, and that's going to get countered by no more Lyon. Yeah, and Davide packs him in. So Jonathan with also a very quick victory here. He didn't even untap for... No, he did untap for his turn 5. So yeah, turn 5 win for Jonathan on the play. But yeah, this game, Davide's deck didn't really do anything. He just cast a bunch of land anywhere else and then just died with a bunch of lands in hand. Maybe, I mean, that hand wasn't particularly great. If I'm playing against a deck that's showing me, you know, white possibly, well, I guess how can you know that it's kind of control-ish? But yeah, I mean, still, like with the landfall deck, you are sort of the aggro combo deck, and you need to find the fast openings. Here we see the list of Jonathan yet again. So yeah, if you're just joining, this is a banned Omniscience deck who is currently 3-0 at the Spotlight Avatar event in Lyon, France.
Heading right back here into game 3, and we saw the Ultima and the Day of Judgments. They are both both sweepers very good against the green decks, of course. Both players keeping 7.
No Llanowar for Davide.
I think I saw Bristly Bill as a 2-drop, so you can certainly get onto the board next turn. But he also does have a Badgermole Cup, which he could ramp out here a little bit. I think that makes sense, yes.
There's a Badgermole Cup. I believe we have a Mering River Regent in Jonathan's hand, because I'm just looking for, you know, what are the payoffs? You put an Omniscience into play, but that's a very clunky card. If you don't have the Kona, if you don't have, you know, the ways to put it into play, you're going to have a bunch of awkward cards in hand a lot of the time. So I'm looking for what the payoffs are. How does Jonathan actually, you know, proceed once he gets Omniscience into play, or if it's just kind of like a value card. Sure, I'll get Omniscience into play, then you know, use my big cards and Mering River Region to bounce your stuff, and kind of just overpower you with you know, semi-fair cards instead of just kind of comboing off.
Yeah, it's an interesting build of the deck. But the Meringue is certainly one of the best cards you can have when you have the Omniscience out. You can also balance other of your things, recast them, and so on. But yeah, here we see the Seriema hitting the battlefield. The Seam Rip was very timely on turn 2 on the Badgermole there, and then Mossborn Hydra is one of the scariest cards.
Exactly.
If sort of in the magic of 2 ships passing in the sea, the Mossborn Hydra is an absolute killer in this deck. And I mean, if we draw a fetch land here, which I think Davide does not have currently, this might just end on the spot, depending on what the rest of the hand is. I see a Might Form. Oh, he's already playing it for 3 mana. Wait, what? That's not a land.
Okay.
Okay, and this will trigger with the trigger on the stack. Well, we have 2 triggers here on the stack. Now we have 4 triggers on the stack. One already resolved, the Hydra trigger. Now it should get 2 counters. Yes. No. Yes. But the thing is, the other Might Form Harmonizer trigger will always be under the trigger of the second. So it won't.
It will resolve last.
Actually, yeah, it will resolve last. Right.
You can stack it however you want.
Yeah, you
just have 2 landfall triggers.
Another one. Then yeah, actually this works out pretty well, huh? So.
Oh wait, well not both of them.
Yeah, I'm confused now too. So he can put it and then leave it on the stack. He leaves on the Might Form Harmonizer on the stack, lets the Mossborn Hydra trigger. Then in response he fetches.
He fetches, okay.
He gets 2 triggers again. And then he puts the Might Form on the bottom, and then he puts 2 counters against
so
it.
It does work. Yeah, it does work the way he wants to.
It goes to 5, it goes to 10, it goes to 20, and it kills him. It's actually...
Jonathan just taps out on turn 3 twice.
And gets killed.
And gets killed in return. What is happening?
That's the landfall deck.
Davide had a 1/1 in play when he untapped.
You need those firebending lessons, or you need to be very fast yourself. This is just what it can do. Mossborn Hydra has a 3-mana 1/1. I mean, it's not very good against interaction, but when the opponent does not interact with the Might Form Harmonizer, that's the power of the deck.
Oh, wait.
Did we miscalculate there?
So I believe the way you described it, you play the fetch land, only resolve the +1/+1 trigger.
Yes, then you fetch.
Then you fetch, leaving the harmonizer trigger still on the stack.
Yes.
Should allow you to stack everything the way you want it to work, which is to double to add the counters on the Hydra and then double everything twice with the harmonizer. But that is apparently not exactly what happened. So Jonathan is down to 8. So it looks like the Hydra attacked for 12.
Maybe some miscommunication, maybe some misunderstanding of the deck, or maybe I'm making a mistake.
Yeah, maybe we're just wrong.
Oh, is the Hydra 0/0 with a counter? Is that what's happening here?
Kona, okay, there it is. So Kona is the play on turn 4 for Jonathan. He uses it to crew the vehicle and puts the Marin River Regent.
I see. I thought the Hydra was a 1/1 with a counter, but it's just a 4/4. So this was all correct, resolved, and it dealt 12.
It just 12?
Apologies.
Okay.
I thought it was a 5/5. My bad. It's a 4/4. So it was just 8 plus. So it should be 16 then, actually.
Mering River Regent, by the way, bounces both of Davida's permanents, or the only permanent that he had. And both the cards are actually able to crew the vehicle, or station rather.
Yes. Right, it's a spacecraft, it's not a vehicle. True. And then we see a Mossbone Hydra and another escape tunnel. Yeah, the power of Kona here, sort of cheating, and the Serima instantly attacking as well, representing exactly 15 damage here. So this Hydra has to block, and that block would result in a trade with the Kona. So the Hydra would die, and there would again be no threat in play for Davida against 11 power in the air. Oh, wait a minute, the Serima gives indestructible to Legends, so it doesn't even die, so he can put another big thing into play. Yeah, Seriema, I mean, played a little bit of Edge of Eternity Limited. We'll see if Davida even thinks about this. Maybe he does. But this is, he can have haste damage with Earthbending, right? But he has to get up to 8 power on an Earthbended land. This might be tricky.
Yeah, it looks like he has to jump with the Hydra. And now, yeah, second main phase, the survival ability is going to put another Regent into play. Of course, there's nothing to bounce. This deck is super cool. I really have to say that. Wow, yeah, and Davida just scoops him up. Congratulations to Jonathan Letty with his insane Bant Omniscience brew. He didn't even play the Omniscience. He just used Seriema to put some big cards into play. We saw a Bonnie Pal. We saw a lot of really cool cards I did not expect to see this weekend.
Yeah, I'm also surprised. But to be honest, it is a bit of an unexplored space. I mean,
yeah,
Seriema gets you either Kona or like a Valgavoth is actually quite convenient with the planet package. Yeah, maybe there's some more stuff in Love and Eclipsed, and maybe there's something you can brew around that or even play right now. Let's see how Jonathan how far he will take this.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs 3 more wins in the next 5 rounds, and this is why I love closed deck lists. I understand why we have open deck lists to kind of level the field. It's better for coverage. We can show you the deck lists on the broadcast, but Jonathan is definitely getting a lot of extra percentage points out of his opponent just having no idea what's going on. Yeah. Turn 2, no more lies, I'm going to counter this. Then you play a spacecraft, which I would not expect to see at a standard tournament. And then next turn, your opponent just puts a Bonnie Pal into play, or like an Omniscience through Kona. That's really cool. I'm a big fan of this.
Absolutely. Sounds like we have him in the interview area, so we can hear from him himself.
Jonathan, what a weird and exciting deck you're playing, and to be 4-0 currently must feel amazing. Now, we want to talk about your game, but first, can you tell us about the choice of the deck you brought?
Yeah, okay, so I choose this deck because I would like to play a control deck, and so I decided to include most of the control package, but also I did to play a combo. And I like Kona because it looked like a bit of show and tell of Legacy. And I decided to implement Kona into control deck to arrive to this situation where it's...
So this is your own brew.
I think so, yeah.
And speaking of show and tell and Legacy, can you tell us what you're putting into play with Kona?
So the idea with Kona is to put Omniscience. So once you have Omniscience into the main board, you can do many things. Because it's a control package, you have lots of draw spells. And with the draw spells, you can found the dragons. The dragons can be either a draw spell, either a creature. When it's a creature, it bounces 2 permanent into hand. If there is 2 dragon, you can bounce the whole deck of the opponent and cycle your dragons together. So in the end, you finish with a board. The opponent has nothing.
No board.
You just wait a turn and you attack with everything.
Ah, that's wonderful. But speaking of Omniscience, you told me you did something cheeky for the last game. Where were your Omnisciences?
So it was against mono green aggro, which is a very fast deck, and I didn't want in my hand 10 mana cost spell that do nothing if there is no Kona with it. So I decided to remove all the Omniscience and to play mainly the control package, which is all the Wrath, all the counter spell, just to gain some time and to win basically by playing Kona and the dragon. No Omniscience, no special combo, just Kona, dragon, bounce the menace and win with whatever I have, because my opponent doesn't have a haste creature, so I'm quite fine on this.
Yeah, and very little action. Well, when you interaction, they don't have any, they're mono green. Yeah. So when you did, we'll be keeping a close eye on your deck. It's so exciting, and the fact that you're currently 4-0, excellent. Listen, Jonathan, congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck in your next rounds. We'll send it back to the casters.
Congratulations indeed. That was super cool. You know, congratulations one more time to Jonathan. I will be keeping an eye on his deck because that looked amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we have a backup feature match as well, of course. We
do. With a really cool story too. We have Max Stoss playing against Lena Marchand. And yeah, what's the cool story about Max?
Max is actually here in Lyon with his soon or future to be... No, wait, they just married, right?
Yeah,
they're on their honeymoon here. Yeah, they married yesterday.
Yeah, Max got married yesterday. They're actually taking their honeymoon to the Spotlight series.
Absolutely.
And his wife is even playing in the side events today.
That is really, really cool. He's playing mono red aggro today. Just clean mono red, no splashing. For white, like we saw in the last round. Razorkin Needleheads is in there, Nova Hellcat, of course, and some Inti, a couple of Inti Seneschal of the Sun to fill out the deck. Here we see it on screen.
Yeah, pretty typical stuff, right? 24 lands, not as many as you usually want to play in mono red, but you do have the Sanctuary plus the Village is really good in these mono red decks as well. But yeah, I mean, just looks like a typical mono red deck. Lena, on the other hand,
is on Teamer Lessons.
Teamer Lessons.
Yes.
What does the green? Yeah. What does the green mean?
Glad you ask. The green, there we see it, is just for 3 cards in total. 1 origin in the main deck, Origin of Metal Bending, a Disenchant Lesson, or Instructable to your Grand if you want to protect her. And also 2 more in the sideboard. So it's a really light splash for more lessons that are impactful where exactly. Especially in the mirror match, because Monument and Talent are everything in the mirror match, and having some disenchants, that's sort of the tech for that. I'm personally a little skeptical of that version, because I think Annul itself is already such an incredible sideboard card that you have access to in just blue and red. So, but yeah, some people are choosing to go with the green splash, and maybe it works out for them.
How big of a cost is it for the mana base to run the extra color? Like with 8 Verges, you're going to have less basics, or less mountains, islands, and forests to use the Verges. Obviously, you have basics, you have the passages, but yeah, I mean that does come with a cost. At the same time, I like that this deck has a lot of like looting / rummaging effects. So yeah, exactly. So if you draw your Naturalize in the wrong matchup, you can just discard it and draw an extra card, no big deal.
Absolutely. I think the mana thing is not the biggest deal. It's definitely easy to incorporate, especially it's just a few cards. But you do lose out on one important land, which is the Agnar Quell. which is the looting land, which is quite good. So it comes at a cost, but not a major one.
Max without a turn 1 play, so that Gran is getting Lena some nice value. Looks like Max has a couple 2-drops in his hand. He's looking at the Razorkin.
Yeah, Razorkin quite good if it survives, but of course maybe you don't want to throw it out as your first creature because you kind of expect Lena to have at least 1 red removal spell. So he's looking at the Ember Heart as a sort of bait card here, which I kind of like.
Challenger gets in there for 2.
But yeah, Lena has the perfect start here. Gran into Artist Talent. The engines is rolling. If there's the third lesson could technically hit the graveyard right here, right? You could play a Firebending lesson, discard another lesson, and then all your other spells cost 1 less, and you could theoretically cast a Monument or what else. There's so much that could happen here. And there we see the Monument first, so now we can attack the Gran. But yeah, first the Artist Talent triggered.
The Talent.
Yep.
Yeah, so pretty much the perfect start for Lena, right?
Yeah, this is...
Doesn't really get much better than that. You're also not being pressured super fast by Max. And yeah, you're just setting up. You just basically have everything you need in play. This is why this deck is so powerful. Everything in the deck is so cheap. You're basically only playing 1 and 2 mana cards plus the Monument. When the Monument is in play with the Talent, it's pretty much smooth sailing from there. And I think this is where we're probably going to take a little bit of a break because I believe as Lena was just...
She drew a Quantum Riddler, I saw, and the Quantum Riddler, I'm looking at her deck list, is not in the main deck, and we are in game 1 right now, so she...
I believe she forgot to D-sideboard.
Yeah,
that's happened to me a few times.
Absolutely.
One important thing is you always call a judge to fix that.
Yes.
I remember at Grand Prix where... towards the end of day 2, I was still playing for the money and for some pro points, and I drew a sideboard card in my opening hand for, I think it was the last round, and it was just like I just swapped a trick for a different trick, so it wouldn't really change much. But hey, still, you have the wrong deck, you have the wrong deck list, so call a judge. It used to be a game loss, and now the judge actually came to me and said, hey, since you found out about the problem before the game started, we can fix your deck. Obviously, you have to get some kind of a punishment, but it's no longer a game loss. We're going to sort of give you a forced mulligan. So we take the card out of your hand, basically. We fix your deck, and you can keep the rest of the 6 cards if you want, something along those lines, which I was pleasantly surprised because I expected to get a game loss. So yeah, definitely when you have a problem with your deck, make sure to involve a judge. They're going to be able to tell you how to solve the problem, and a lot of the times, it's not a game loss. Obviously, if you draw the card, during the game, or if you've used a card, or if there's a bunch of things that already happened, that might be a different case. And I believe in this situation, it ended up as an unfortunate game loss for Lena because the game was already going on, and perhaps it was impossible to fix it. So Max is up a game, and this is going to be game number 2, where Max starts with a 1-drop that is going to get swiftly killed by Lena's lesson.
Getting married and your opponent's drawing sideboard cards in game 1. Man, Max is having his weekend.
Oh yeah.
It happens exactly, and yeah, as you said, the game was already going on. The story you just told was pre-game.
That was pre-game, yeah.
So that's a difference.
Before the match, the match started, we drew our opening hands, and that's when we found there was a problem. So this is also a pretty decent card.
Yeah, Magebane Lizard is
lessons, right? That's a sideboard deck.
Yes, we already saw Andre Strosky in last round dismantled in both post-board games by the Magebane Lizard, and here we see it again on turn 2. It's just the perfect antidote to Artist Talent, really.
Why is the Lizard so good? What's the thing that makes it so good against the lesson deck?
It is 4 toughness, so it's quite annoying to kill.
Exactly right, yeah.
And then the lessons deck really wants to churn out a lot of spells.
Yeah.
And maybe it has the removal for the first one, but they play 4.
Yeah.
Last round we saw against Trusky, just Magebane Lizard, more of them, and then they really add up, and it's just so annoying.
Okay.
There's a combustion technique here with the Artist Talent on the trigger on the stack. We're going to discard a Quench, get up to 4 toughness. The Lizard deals 1 damage from its trigger, and it's gone. So yeah, I mean, Lessons certainly has answers to it. Combustion technique with 2 lessons in the graveyard already does the trick, but you need to draw them, and yeah.
And I'm looking at Lena's list, and she actually has a She cut Monuments down to 3. She also only plays 3 Boomerang basics, which is interesting. She does play 1 copy of Raal, Crackling Wood. Yeah, she has a lot of one-offs. You know, she has the origin of the metal bending in the main deck, like maybe a metagame call against the other lesson decks.
Yeah, and just to let you know how this works with the game loss in game 1, they basically their sideboard for game 2. So this is a post-sideboarded game, and Lena is the Mageman Lizard, and Lisa gets to choose. Play first or, yeah. And then we see a Razorkin Needlehead, which is another really annoying hate card. And it looks like Lena does not have the answer, and there goes the first ping. But that one is a little easier to kill at least. But just a blue up, so no shocking. I see a Combustion Technique in a Raal in Lena's hand. The technique will take care of the Razorkin. The Raal maybe comes down later. Interesting inclusion for sure to have the Raal postboard against Mono Red.
This is a matchup where you wish you had 12 shocks or 15 shocks or 20 shocks. And they work really well against Max's deck, especially because you get to trade up on mana, right? You cast your 1 mana Burst Lightning or Shock, or one of the lessons to kill one of those 2 drops, Razorkin, Inti, Challenger.
And here we see an Inti activation hitting a land, which Max was missing. And
I love Max's basics, by the way. Really good basic land game.
Good choices, yeah. And now Max is thinking maybe to deploy another creature or not. Slackstorm, Pyroclasm are cards that he might have on his mind. I think I see an Ember Challenger. I mean, that card has haste anyway, so... And Max at the ready with the finger already. In the upkeep, though, we see a Combustion Technique here.
What does Lena need to get back into this game, outside of obviously just a couple burn spells, but down to just 1 card?
The very best card she needs here is the Accumulate Wisdom.
Okay.
Just a draw free.
Reload,
find more burn spells, maybe find another, and then, yeah, she discarded the Monument actually here, which is an interesting choice. She, Monument, extremely powerful with Artist Talent, but if then she would draw and wouldn't find like more spells, it could of course be not great. And it looks like she drew a Firebending Lesson. Her mana base costing here a little bit, maybe. I mean, just a island situation with a mountain essentially. Cannot cast a Firebending Lesson. Although, might not be a mana base, might just be the fact of not drawing a blue-red dual land, I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah, so unable to cast the Firebending Lesson, that's gonna allow Max to get in for 1 more attack with the Inti. And does he have a Challenger as well? He does indeed have the Challenger, exactly like you said. So how much damage can we attack for this? He has a Full Bore in hand as well, right?
Shad is realizing something I overlooked. She forgot a draw step. Because she did so many correct pre-draw step actions, she just forgot about it. I mean, that happened to me already in the past as well. But this is unfortunately a recorded game, so this is way in the past, so we can't like notify a judge to give her the draw step back.
There's a Full Bore.
That's definitely unfortunate.
Yeah, we're on a slight delay, so we can bring you non-stop action without too much downtime. That's why we pre-record. So this match, happened a couple of minutes ago, which means we can't really go back and fix that. Full Bore, I believe, revealed a land. So the Challenger is a prowess triggers. It's 3, 6, 8 damage coming through.
I think you're correct. Putting Lena down to 2 life.
Yeah, and I don't know if she really has anything that gets her out of this, like a Pyroclasm maybe. That'd be a good start.
Oh, just can't cast both of them. Well, the higher claw would have been lethal anyways with the Rock Face Village, but yeah.
Congratulations to Max Toss, who is not only 4-0 in this Magic Spotlight Avatar event here in Lyon, but also freshly married from yesterday. Cool story. We're going to be following up with him throughout the weekend, and yeah, wish him the best of luck, because this is great. I mean, you get married yesterday, which means you probably also have a lot of friends here. Your wife is playing side events. Your day is going swimmingly. Good stuff.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I also see he has a little São Pauli hoodie, which is the city where I grew up in, a famous football club, and I think that also reaches out. You're a soccer fan. You noticed that?
I know the team exists, but aren't they like kind of like on the bottom side of the league?
Yeah, they are, but they have like sort of cult status.
Right.
In Germany for some reason. Anyhow, yeah, Max is doing well, and apparently he's sitting down now with Carl. So let's send it over there.
Max, what an unconventional game that was. If you blinked, you missed it. So in case you blinked, your opponent, Max, had a game loss because they forgot to side out at the end of their last game, and they had sideboard cards in it. And you go to the feature match, I assume that's stressful. How do you feel when you find out you're already up a game?
Well, obviously, winning is nice. I was very nervous coming into the feature match, so getting like the free win off the bat was really good. Got rid of the nerves a bit, so that was cool.
Winning is nice. Max said it first. Yeah, and game 2, your opponent just played 2 artist talents and chilled.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of red decks. Like, sometimes your opponent stumbles a bit, and you just run them down.
No deck mono reds like mono red. Well, I have a question for you. So there's a lot of Izzet decks right now. But I'm not talking about lessons, and I'm not talking about looting. A lot of the red decks choose to play blue. You don't. Is there a specific reason for that?
Yeah, I think the Scolding Viper, which is the reason you'd play blue, just isn't really that strong if you don't have the God card, the Oja, whatever.
Let me know, then why don't you have the God card, the Oja?
Well, I just feel like I really like the Inti plus the mouse, not Hardfire Hero, the other one, the 2-drop, the combo, just drawing a bunch of cards in the late game, getting rid of lands. It gives you this like late game out of more of a value engine, whereas Oja, I think, just kind of, if you don't have piece A plus piece B, is kind of useless.
Yeah, it's explosive, but it's not as maybe grindy as you want to be. But so that was a weird match for many reasons. One is usually you don't have to just play one game. Normally it doesn't last 6 minutes. But also, this is a very specific weekend for you, Max, because I've just found out that this is special for many reasons. Do you want to tell the audience why? What happened yesterday?
Yeah, apparently I think they already just said it on stream. Yesterday in the morning at 10 o'clock, me and my now wife got married.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And then we instantly came here.
This is your honeymoon. You are currently viewing Max's honeymoon. Is there a reason for this? Was it just because it coincided with the Spotlight series, or this was the most romantic thing you could think of?
Yeah, no, we booked the wedding and everything, and then we realized, the Spotlight series is at the same weekend. So I was like, just to defend myself, it was my wife's idea, because she also plays Magic. So I was like, no, let's not do that. It's quite stressful, and let's enjoy our days. But she was like, no, let's play Magic. So I'm very grateful for that.
You married the right woman.
Exactly. I'm very happy about that. Obviously, I didn't say no, because I love Magic. It's going well, so maybe I can make day 2.
And I heard she's queued up for a Chaos draft coming.
Yeah, exactly. She loves playing limited, sealed draft, all that stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. This sounds like the perfect honeymoon to me. Also doing so well in the tournament, you're currently 3-1.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. I heard there's a lot of lessons running around. I hope for more of those matchups. And anything's possible.
Well, that's a great start to the wedding and the honeymoon. We will send you to another great thing, which is Ultimate Guard and these ads.
Welcome, my friends. The new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squareos is here, and today I'm going to show it all to you. But I'm gonna do it in style. Now this is what I'm talking about. Look at this beautiful collector's case. Of course, if there's anybody I would trust to transport the crew, it's Appa. Ooh, magnets. Look how beautifully the logo is embossed in here. Now this, my friends, is quality. And of course, it has space for your whole Avatar Squareo collection. Let's keep going. Look at this beautiful Momo deck box. I especially love the ears. This bad boy can hold up to 100 double sleeve cards easily. Just put them in there, close up, shake them around, do your monkey business, and they will stay safe. Ah, you're right. This meditation really does work. I can feel the energy of the elements rising already. And yes, you're cool and all, and I do really want to be like you, but did you really think I would cut my hair for this? You might be the last airbender, but I am the last hairbender. Oh, and of course we all know, no Avatar The Last Airbender collection would be complete without his most handsome hero. And not only is he really good looking, but he will protect all of your most valuable goods. Let's keep moving. Of course, that is not all of them, and I wish I could transform into every single one, but somebody spent all of their costume money on cabbage. We still got Toph, Katara, Sokka, Uncle Iroh, Zuko, and of course Azula. And together with them, the collection is complete. And if you want to know where to get them, check out the link down below. And hey, while you're here, why not watch one of those videos?
Welcome back to the room with the two chairs, all the Magic product, and none other than Frank Karsten, Hall of Famer, and my favorite person to ask Magic questions to because he knows everything.
Well, I'm down for it. What do you got, Carl?
Well, okay, now we're getting ready for the next round, but before that, you might be watching this and you might get Magic fever, because Magic is fun, and watching Magic always gives you a thirst for playing more Magic. And if you want to play competitively, the one eye on the prize is the Pro Tour. The Pro Tour is just such a fun place to play. It's the highest scene. You play your best and you play against the best. So if you're watching here and you're like, I want to possibly qualify for the Pro Tour, we're going to tell you how, because there's many avenues, but it might be a little bit confusing. The first one I can tell you is easy. We're here. If you come to a Spotlight series, if you spike it, if you do well in the first 9 rounds, and on day 2, you do well enough in the 6 rounds, if you top 8, every single person in that top 8, not only do they make money, but they qualify for the next Pro Tour, which is a tournament that is televised. It's like this, but even fancier, with even better players.
The Pro Tour is basically the most prestigious Magic tournament there is, apart from the entire World Championship. It has an enormous amount of history. It has a $500,000 prize pool. It has like all the amazing live coverage, and you just get to test your mettle against the best players in the world. Like, it has that whole international reach. And yeah, due to all those reasons, many players here in the Spotlight series are like having that eye on the prize of reaching the top 8. And it's an open tournament. Anyone can show up. And yeah, indeed, if you do well, if you show off your mastery, then you punch your ticket to the Pro Tour. So that's one path.
And you're hearing this from a Pro Tour Hall of Famer himself. Now, the next table is setting up as we speak. So can we just quickly tell them?
There's going to be some spicy ones in there.
He lines them up. And Frank is not only very good at math, he's always also very good at entertaining us with very good matchups. But can you quickly, in the few minutes we have don't have a lot of time, can you tell us the other avenues to making it to the Pro Tour if you don't have a Spotlight Series in your area?
There are several ones. The most common one, that's actually how most players qualify, is through the regional championship system. So for that, you first need to qualify through a regional championship qualifier, typically held at local stores all around the world. And then you punch your seat into the regional championship, where you need to perform against other great players in the region. If you do well enough, and the number of qualifications depends on the region that you are in, then, well, you punch your ticket to the Pro Tour. And that is indeed, most of the Pro Tour competitors come from that regional championship qualifier through to the regional championship and then spike that tournament system.
And that's very available to you. The place where you go draft or play standard FNMs most likely will be holding at some point in RCQ. Just ask them, look up on their website. It's a qualifier. You go, you play, you spike against your local friends, the other people you're used to playing to. If you do best at that tournament, you get to go to regional championship. And then if you do well enough at the regional championship, boom, you're on the Pro Tour. But if you don't want to leave your house, some people don't, or some people are cozy. You spend all this money on your furniture, might as well use it. There's other ways of qualifying for the Pro Tour if you don't want to leave your house.
Indeed. You can also get there through Magic Arena and Magic Online. So through Magic Arena, there is the qualifier weekend system where you can eventually get your seats to an arena championship. That's I think held 3 times per year, where if you do well enough, you also qualify for the Pro Tour. I believe at the last one, 16 players qualified to the Pro Tour with big prizes as well. It's actually an awesome system if you can just qualify from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, from a couch like this, you can win money and go to the Pro Tour, which you can't play in your couch, I'm sorry.
I mean,
no one has tried. We don't know yet.
And also on Magic Online, there is the Magic Online Champions Showcase system that also 3 times per year qualifies, I believe, 8 players to the Pro Tour. And that's also a way to get there. Now, you won't have the fun of being in a live tournament, playing on tabletop with your favorite cards and getting hugged by your friends when you make it, as happens here at the Spotlight Series. But yeah, you can also get there online.
Yeah, don't discount Magic Online. It's still around, it's still kicking, and it doesn't make cool animations when you play your cards, but you can still qualify for a very real Pro Tour if you do well in theirs.
And also other ways to get there are through previous Pro Tour success. So if you do well enough at a Pro Tour, or have consistent solid results at a Pro Tour, then you can also get a continued qualification for the Pro Tour. Likewise, players in the Hall of Fame also get a once per year Pro Tour invite.
Easy. Just qualify for the Hall of Fame.
But ultimately, most of the qualifications come from indeed the RCQ into RC system, or all the online variants, or the direct qualifiers, which this Spotlight Series is also part of. Sometimes at Magic Cons, there's also direct Pro Tour qualifiers.
No, actually,
show up, it's open, play, and if you do well enough, you get there.
Most Magic Cons have a Sunday with a Pro Tour qualifier. Is that correct? Yeah, we forgot one sneaky little hack. If you make it to a Magic Con, which I recommend it, they are lovely. All your favorite content creators are there. There's events all weekend. There's game nights live. The Pro Tours happen if you want to watch it. And if you spike the Pro Tour qualifier on the Sunday, you also get to qualify for a Pro Tour, where you might meet Karsten. Did you pick which Pro Tour you're going to play at this year?
So this year I am, I will just be doing coverage-related things for all the events, but I already have my eyes set on the Limited Championship. That's a new sort of Pro Tour adjacent event in 2027, only limited, which is going to be awesome.
Yeah? Yes, it's the most Karsten thing ever. Can you tell us more about this? For people who don't know, who love to play Limited, who've been tapping out of following the new spoilers, but they just play whatever set is there because you don't need to have a deck if you have 3 packs of cards. Can you tell us more about this limited championship?
I'm not sure all the information is available at this time, but I know that, for example, through Magic Arena, there are going to be tournaments where you can, sort of similar to the old Arena Opens, but then with like an additional Arena Limited Championship qualification tacked on, that then feeds into that, well, Tabletop Limited Championship. And also at various events, for example, here in Europe at the regional championships, there may be other paths that can also qualify you there. For the details, just keep an eye on magic.gg, where you can also find an article on how to qualify for the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour that has, well, just all the details ready to peruse.
I guess Wizards of the Coast will keep us posted regarding that. In the meantime, Frank did line up some very spicy games for you, and we have our casters in the booth ready and itching to send them to you. So we'll send it over to Filipa and Andrea.
Thank you so much, Carl and Frank, and welcome everyone back here to round 5 of this Magic Spotlight series, Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm Filipa, joined by Mango. And Mango, things are starting to get spicy as we approach more this mid part of the day. There's a total of 9 rounds, and players are really looking for that 6th win to advance to day 2. And we have still a lot of spicy decks doing well in Standard, which I love, that are actually X and O currently. We are watching a special, fun, and new deck. Mango, did you see this deck before, and what is the deck?
This deck is full of cards from the Avatar set, and we're gonna see Dimir Midrange, which is not the one I'm talking about, against Allies. Allies is a deck that, like a throwback to this like tribe that used to be in the old Zendikar, and it's now back with the most recent Avatar. And so yeah, Alberto Santos has, look at that, so many cards. This is almost like a full block wait a second, is it actually full block constructed deck? If you don't check the mana, this is funny. Every single non-land card is from the Avatar set. You could have drafted a deck like this if you got very lucky. No.
Yeah, I love it. I was thinking Alberto probably went to drafts every week, and somebody was like, okay, let's go to Lyon. And it's like, let me see what kind of deck can I do? And he saw all of these draft cards and decided to bring Allies here. Now, this card is really good, especially with that South Pole Voyager, letting your other allies start to draw you a lot of cards.
Yeah, because you gain a life. As it's the second time this card trigger, you draw a card. But the card that I am the most excited about is Earth King's Lieutenant, which is a throwback to Thalia's Lieutenant. Well, that card pumped humans and grew for the amount of humans you play, and Earth King's Lieutenant does the same thing but with allies, and it has trample, so it's even better. Of course, you have Cavern of Souls in the lands to help cast these rainbow cards at ease and Secluded Courtyard. This mana base definitely reminds me the one that we used to play in the humans in Modern. And you even have Jasmine Dragon T-Shop to help casting those allies. So, you know, definitely your rainbow mana, your mana base requirements are done. You also have Universal Passage, you have Starting Town, but the spells that you're going to cast, those get better and better the more allies you play. Similar to something like Slivers, maybe. Each ally has that, like, Slivers type of ability.
I love that. And on the other side, we have Sofian playing here Dimir Midrange, a deck that we've seen before and has been throughout Standard. I feel like one of the most consistent decks, just a solid deck, pretty good. We saw how good it can be before with that Enduring Curiosity, allowing also card draw. So let's see what's going to draw more cards, the Enduring Curiosity or the South Pole Voyager.
Yeah, and you also have a card that is so cool. Katara the Fearless. It costs banned, and it says, if a trigger ability of an ally you control triggers, that triggers an additional time, meaning that your allies trigger even more. It's like a Panharmonicon, but just for allies. Just a very cool deck that I definitely did not expect to see here in the 4-0 bracket at Spotlight Series Lyon.
I mean, that's why these events are so special. Also, just a reminder, day one is closed deck list, so maybe the opponents are also trying to understand in the beginning what this ally deck is trying to do, and when they realize it's too late. Looks like there's actually not 4-0, but 3-1. Still pretty impressive score with Sofiane starting with Cecile turn 1.
Ooh, and we see here a one-drop from both of the sides. One is Cecile, we know that, and this one, we have to read it. I believe Sofiane will have to read a lot of cards that Alberto plays. This is a 1-mana, 1/1 Vigilance, sacrifice this creature, another target ally you control gains indestructible. It's like Selfless Savior.
The only thing I know is that I always pass it in drafts. You know, passes to me and like, no, I don't want this.
All right, Cecile equalizes the life from 18 each, from 20 each to 18 each. And again, I want to also point out the land, Jasmine Tea Garden, Jasmine Dragon Tea Shop is a very nice one that you can let rainbow mana for your allies, and for 5 tap, you make an ally token. Very similar to Sliver Hive. Again, allies and slivers, they definitely share that little theme. And now we see a 2-drop here.
Yeah, speaking of fixing, that is one of the best ways that you have to fix in this deck here, with that great Divide Guide, a 2-mana, 2/3, that each land and ally you control as tap, add 1 mana of any color. So it has fixing, it has ramp, because all your creatures are allies, and things can get pretty spicy here for Alberto. Now let's see if Sofiane has some way to disrupt.
Yeah, so Great Divide Guide is a card that sees play even in the blue-green Urboroi deck because it survives the Firebending Lesson, the Torture Tower. Here, again, it has even more importance because the allies deck really needs that rainbow. So I believe these lands Sofiane is playing are swamps, and now finally a blue source with that Watery Grave tapped. I can't tell exactly what they are, but I believe these are swamps and Watery Grave. Can you confirm?
Yes, I confirm that's the Watery Grave from Edge of Eternity special art. I believe, if I'm wrong, somebody in chat will correct me.
Yeah.
And for sure, those are swamps. There's some lands, are not these ones, that all the lands seem like they are another basic, and it's very confusing.
Yeah, actually, Sofiane would love a Great Divide Guide to fix those black into blue, because the Dimir deck needs both color to function, but does have one here with this Watery Grave, and Alberto has so much mana at his disposal because each land and ally you control can tap for any color. So he has basically 3 Birds of Paradise and 3 Rainbow Land, which, you know, don't have a, I don't know, Seed of Brass that don't deal you damage.
Yeah, and these Earth Kingdom Protectors are going to be pretty impressive when Sofiane tries to use spot removal like Bitter Triumph and so on.
Exactly. Here, I believe this is the Tally's Lieutenant equivalent of the allies. Earth King's Lieutenant is going to be able to put a lot of counters on those 3 allies, but maybe Alberto wants to play more allies first. That's always the thing with these like pump effect. Do you want to deploy more allies first to put counters on them, or do you want to put the counters, you want to play allies after to put more counters on the Lieutenant? Let's see what he chooses to do.
Playing land here, starting with that, paying life, Multiverse Passage. And it's a forest.
Okay, it's a forest.
But actually,
exactly.
because...
Yeah, because it adds any color of mana because of the Great Divide Guide. All right, it's a spell here. It is...
Oh, it's the one, Katara, that is going to... ooh, now all the allies' abilities are going to get doubled.
Yeah, this Lieutenant now is going to trigger extra time, meaning that you will be able to put 2 counters on every allies.
Ooh, that is spicy indeed. 2 mana, let's go.
Let's see. Sofiane, do you do anything in response?
I think Sofiane is reading the card like, what is about to happen now?
You have to read everything. Like, if you just... This deck is block constructed of the most recent set. So, boom, this is like the Urboroi at home.
Boom.
It's like an Urboroi at home. You're putting 2 counters on 4 permanent. And Sofiane does not have a Day of the Black Sun in the main deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bitter Triumph there, discarding land, and that is going to take care. Of course, you can sacrifice one of your Earth Kingdom Protectors.
Oh yeah, that's Bitter Triumph from the most recent RCQ participation prize, discarding another swamp. Man, this caster job became a lot harder recently, huh?
Yes, a lot of different arts.
Every single card from Sofiane is hard to tell, but I think we're doing a decent job.
I mean, Mango, also, I think you are a specialist on different art cards, because I know that you collect a lot of cool ones for your cubes.
Yeah, all right. Finally, a card that's normal. Sofiane could have gone for the weird art on that one too, but okay.
Maybe for next time.
Okay, so the Sicil keeps on attacking. If this Sicil connects and doesn't die, it's actually gonna flip because it's gonna exchange 2 life, and ooh, it does. It becomes a 4/4 Vigilance Lifelink.
Lifelink being key there. Also, when it attacks, it gives, I believe, another creature indestructible.
Ooh, look at that. Something is happening here. Okay.
Oh,
is this a fight spell?
Oh my god, this is with affinity for allies, I think. And
allies at last.
Oh wow.
The card.
You're going to choose 2 allies, and they're going to deal damage equal to their powers to a creature.
Oh wow.
That is great draft removal.
Yeah.
I must say, I like allies at last.
All right, so Alberto first let the Sicil trade damage and then killed it with the ability to flip on the stack.
Lovely stuff happening here.
And then -10/-10 from the tragic trajectory. Alberto could not save it because the white protection ally only gives indestructible. And now it packs it up as Alberto deals more than 10 damage already. Whoa, that was a game. Actually, a quick game, but it took so many game action from Alberto to quickly dispatch this go wide strategy.
Allies at last. I mean, lovely played here by both players. Now we are going to have game 2, and we are looking at the deck list, starting here with Alberto Sanch
It's
playing.
crazy. Only cards from one single set. This, I don't know, many times in the history of Standard you could do something like this, honestly.
Yeah, and competing against Dimir, which is, as I said, one of the decks that has been pretty consistent throughout the times and usually has a lot of answers for different kind of decks, but not prepared, at least that game 1, against all these allies can do. I also like the Angs here, both Angs. So, Ang, the Swift Savior.
Yeah, the Swift Savior is the one that, I don't know, I put it in my cube, so I get to see that card a lot because it's a spell queller at home, but it can also be a removal spell and has that very powerful airbend water, I don't know, flip ability for 8 mana.
Yeah, that's true.
Waterbend 8.
You have to pay Waterbend 8 to flip it, and you need a Katara though to double. Twice you're going to airbend. We have game 2 starting here.
That's true. That'd be very powerful if you can airbend 2 creatures.
Okay.
Okay, we see here the Siren. That's the best start. Sofiane chooses not to trigger the map on it. That means that he has something to do with his mana. On the other side, we see Cavern of Souls, which is very powerful against the Dimir deck because maybe he's headed out some counter spells, but he also maybe has, you know, some of these counter magic in his hand.
Earth Kingdom Protectors also there, ready to protect the allies.
Yes.
Although Sofiane does have quite a bit of cards like Trajectory or Stab that do go around these indestructible.
Okay, we see Great Divide Guide once again. And, oh,
Phantom Interference, but it cannot be countered. Oh, I think that Sofiane missed there. That Cavern of Souls.
Okay, it's important if you play Cavern of Souls that you announce that your spell is going to be uncounterable because of the colorless mana in the Great Divide Guide. We want to assume that Alberto did say that the card was going to be uncounterable.
I think maybe they are discussing on if that was fully communicated, but looks like yes, they are advancing into the game, and looks like
we see another one drop.
Earthen Ally, a 1-mana 0/2 that gets +1/+0 for each color among allies you control, and you can pay 2 white, blue, black, red, and green to Earthman 5.
So
wow.
This is a 1-mana 2/2 right now.
Yep.
Okay.
For now. But it has the potential to take over the game with so much ramp as well that you can start outbending 5 to the win. I've never seen that happen though.
Apparently the rules have changed with Cavern of Souls, and you don't have to announce it anymore. When I used to play Cavern of Souls in Modern, in the humans deck, you know, if you cast a card like Mantis Rider, you know, it was assumed, but nowadays you don't have to announce it anymore. So
a lot of things in Magic rule have changed throughout the years. Is it difficult for you, Mengu, to sometimes, you know, keep track?
Yeah, I think the Summoner's Pack change is definitely the one that I remember the most when it happened to my opponent, that, you know, forgot to pay the pack. It's like, oh, you forgot to pay the pack. It's like, oh, I just pay it now. Oh. All right, we see Katara here. That is the card that doubles the triggers. That he played a pre-combat because now the Earthbend ally is a 3/2. That's why I played a pre-combat. Not because it has an effect, but just because it pumps that green creatures.
And also is going to give +1/+0 to Earth and Ally because it also has blue.
Okay, we see Shoot the Sheriff here trying to kill that Katara, but the protection is going to probably come up now.
And good thing, at least for Sofian, that allies are not outlaws.
They are indeed not outlaws. They don't break any law. They are standing together. The bigger, the better. And let's see. Yes. So this way, only 5 damage though. Because
only.
Because that Katara still pumps for 3 that Earthbend. Ooh, look at that. Creatures work together. I don't know what that is, but on screen we just have a little.
Sometimes the card viewer likes to have some fun. I love that. I don't know if it's Arne or Martin this round, but
yeah. Okay, the Dimir player is definitely on the back right now with his Spyglass Siren. Plays a Swamp. Keeps on attacking. Does he have a Kaido?
Might have a curiosity here to draw a card, and it looks like that's exactly it, trying to get some card advantage. It's also a 4/3 that when it dies, it becomes an enchantment, so you still get the card draw from your creatures connecting.
All right, so Alberto untaps with a hand with a Spider Sense.
Ooh, I like this card a lot that he just drew. The Yank.
Yank.
Yank with Katara is insane, by the way.
All right.
Especially if you find the other Yank.
Filipa, tell me what's happening.
Sorry, I'm really excited.
Tell me what's about to happen. Is this Aang the Crossroads?
Yes, so now we are going to do this twice. So we are going to look at the top cards, 5 cards, and you might put a creature. Let's try to get the other Aang. That would be so cool.
All right, tell us. So look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a creature card with mana value 4 or less from among them onto the battlefield, and it's going to do that twice.
Yeah, and I think for Albertus that means any creature that he has really is 4 or less, except Aang itself at Crossroads, but the other Aang.
And whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield, you transform it at the beginning of the next upkeep. That means in your opponent's turn. This is like Avacyn, the old Avacyn. The old Avacyn used to do that whenever you trigger the Avacyn Restored one.
Okay,
sorry, the Avacyn Restored.
So looks like choosing Southpole Voyager here, 2 mana 2/2. Whenever these or another ally enters, you're going to gain life, and then if it's the second time, you draw a card, but you do it twice because you have Katara.
So he's gonna draw a card now, gain 2, draw a card, and then he still has to resolve the second time the ability of Aang the Crossroads. And did I see... What's the name of the black ally over there? Oh my god, this deck is popping off. Look at that. There it is. Boiling Rock, Rioteer, 3 mana 3/3, Farbending 1. You tap it on top ally, you exile target creature from a graveyard. It may be irrelevant if that Enduring Curiosity dies. If you go to the graveyard, you can exile it before it returns as an enchantment. But mostly, whenever this creature attacks, you may cast an ally spell from among cards you exile, so you can exile your own creature in the graveyard and then attack and then get that creature back.
Absolutely wild. This is very good against graveyard decks as well. You just start exiling their cards.
So Sofian needs a sweeper, but we're playing Modern. The sweepers are a little bit expensive. They have the Black Sun here. Would only kill... Well, I guess it would kill some creatures. It would only leave the 5-drop in play if it comes down. But we don't have that. We start by mapping here.
A map that leads to a land. Okay, that goes into end. It's a multiversal passage. 3 mana available right now on Sofian's side that is a board full of allies to deal with. Here, getting that multiversal passage, paying 2, and great addition into the land base here. I think the card from Spider-Man that really sees the most play in Standard.
Yeah, multiversal passage is amazing. It's a card that just is gonna fix every mana base from 2 color on. We see even Alberto Santos with his many color is going to do that. All right, so Boiling Rock right here, end of turn, exiles that white ally in the graveyard, and then whenever this right here is going to be able to attack, he will be able to cast an ally from among cards you own exiled with these creatures. And then he's also cleaning the rest of the graveyard as a very good effect against the Easy Lessons deck, which wants to keep those lessons in the graveyard.
Oh, there's the other Eng now, and this Eng is able to airbend twice because of Katara.
And also, the Lieutenant there. This is so much damage. Alberto just has to choose how he wants to end the game, even as Spider Sense is a protection. So starting by putting 2 counters on every creature. That's my start. I just want to put 2 counters on every creature. No big deals.
Pretty good. Uroboroid at home, as you said.
Yeah, Uroboroid at home, even better. Uroboroid only puts 1 counter.
That's true, that's true. Drawing a card there.
Okay. This is ability on the stack. I guess he can Tishana's Tidebinder it if he has that card available. But Alberto can tap any ally he wants and play Spider Sense to counter the triggered ability of Tishana's Tidebinder. I think that's happening.
Tishana's Tidebinder there, as you said, countering that. And no +2/+2 counter.
Yeah, you can just tap anything he wants for mana with the Great Divide Guide for 1 mana and return that creature to his hand with the web slinging of Spider Sense. Or it can Ang it as well if he wants to. By Anging that, you'll have 2 triggers and you'll be able to to airbend the card on the stack and the card in play.
So looking to go there for the Spider Sense.
Yeah, he's going to counter the triggered ability of Tishana's Tidebinder, returning that ally to his hand. Tishana resolves, but now most importantly, the Lieutenant ability resolve, putting 2 counters on 5 creatures.
And that South Pole Voyager now back to end. I mean, things are looking pretty good here for Alberto. I have to say, I love allies right now. I only think maybe board wipes could be tough.
Okay, so now I think we can tap. Well, we can't tap the Lieutenant who just came into play because it is summoning sick. But you can tap 2 lands plus anything else and go Ang, airbend, 2 blockers, attack with all. I don't think he has lethal. 5.
I mean, Sofian is at 12 life currently.
Yeah, so he's just going to attack with all. Trigger. What happens is whenever that black ally attacks, that you can cast.
You also get the firebend there, getting 1 mana.
That's true. He gets a mana. He gets a mana, and he's going to be able to use that mana to airbend 2 blockers. Alberto definitely knows what he's doing with that deck. Wow.
Wow, well played here. Alberto Santos winning with allies, and I have to say, I was not expecting this game to turn out the way it did. I just felt like allies, as you said. We look at the deck, it looks like almost like a constructed block deck, and then he just, you know, doing his thing, drawing a lot of cards, putting a lot of creatures, putting a lot of counters, and winning games. Is this the humans of the format?
Yeah, it may be. It may be the humans of the format. Because, like, we see Izzet Lesson. That's a deck that's, like, super popular right now. And that deck uses also older card, you know, like Monument to Endurance and Artist Talent. So, yes, it is kind of a block-constructed deck, but the 2 engine of the deck are from other sets, so it uses a little bit of a standard format, whereas this deck only uses standard format cards to be able to play those cards. You know, Cavern of Souls, we've seen how impressive it was in this game too. Secluded, a Courtyard, Multiversal Passage. So, but other than that, every spell is an ally. That's very impressive.
I love that, and very well done by Alberto here. Now 4-1 at this tournament, meaning that he needs only 2 more wins to be able to make it into day 2. And honestly, I'm rooting for him here with this creative deck. Mengu, we talked about this spicy deck. What other spicy decks we might have in Standard right now? Is there any deck that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah. I mean, I came here with a friend of mine, and we were practicing a lot of Is It Lessus versus Simicoroboroid, which ended up being the first and the second most popular deck. And by the way, if you haven't checked it already, Karsten earlier did an interview with Carl, and they talked about the metagame breakdown. If you go on the Funfinity Twitter, I even retweeted that. You can find the full metagame, and that's going to help you a lot knowing what to expect at your regional championship qualifier. But wild decks, there's plenty of them in the tournament, and there's one behind us. We have Boros Dragons coming up next, but I heard that there's going to be the Ally Master.
That's true. So we are going to have Alberto Santos and Carl going to discuss more about this Ally deck. Let's go to it.
Alberto, congratulations for one, but also I have questions.
All right.
Because your deck seems like you liked your draft deck a little bit too much and then decided to make a constructed deck out of it. Can you tell us a bit about the choice and the construction behind the Allies deck?
Sure. I mean, this it was just the deck that I found that was fun to play in Arena, mostly.
Okay.
And I kind of stuck with it during last season, and it was the one I had best win rate with. I didn't like, playing Lessons or the mold.
Too good.
The cup decks. So I wanted something different. It has that rogue deck edge as well, so that's cool. And that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah. No one knows how to play against it, right?
I mean, that might not be true because it recently won a big challenge on Magic Online.
Okay.
So I think people know it's on the map, but yeah, there's a lot of people that still read some of my cards. So probably there's some truth to that. Yeah.
Okay. Before I let you go win some more games,
sure.
I just have a question because normally you sit against Dimir, a deck with a lot of removal spells, and you're like, oh no, I'm playing the Creatures Matter deck.
Yeah.
Is this a good matchup? Like, was this a lucky game, or did you just play it well, or is this how it's supposed to play out?
I think game 1, it's usually like that because there's a lot of protection. There's like the ally that sacrifices to make indestructible. There's anti-counter stuff in caverns. So there is, I mean, I think it's tough for the mid game 1, but then game 2 they have the board, they have the Black Sun.
It's right here.
Yes, that one. That's tough because indestructible doesn't matter. So they do have tools, but I think it's fairly okay for allies. I think it's not a bad matchup. I felt okay.
I'm going to be following your tournament because your deck is awesome. Congratulations, Alberto.
I think that's, yeah.
We'll see you in the next round.
All right,
we'll send back to the casters.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl and Alberto. Congratulations on winning here round 5. But we are ready for more Magic with another backup feature match. And this one, as you said, Mengu, pretty spicy with Boros Dragons. And honestly, when I heard we are going to commentate on Boros Dragon, I had to wait for a second and be like, what? Boros Dragons?
Boros Dragons, you use Momo, Friendly Flyer, and Sarkhan Dragon Ascendant as your early cards, as your early creatures to then develop these powerful dragons, which will gain you value. They will be cheaper, they will be large, and you'll take over the game. But let's talk about the opponent as well, because again, Felix Gillet is playing the Boros Dragons, but the opponent is a world-class player, is an Hall of Famer. It's a player that, if you've been watching the Pro Tour for the last decades, for 2 decades, and maybe even 3, I don't know how long has he been around, Willie Adel from Brazil, all the way here in Lyon to play Boros Prowess.
Huge trip here from Willie, and very well-known name of the game. Playing here Boros Prowess, as you said, we saw this Boros deck before, or at least a similar version that actually ended up winning. Now this deck has just a couple of changes. For example, playing Kellan here and playing
Channeled Dragon Fire, which is a sorcery shock that you can harmonize for 7. This is a card that I haven't seen before in these decks. It's basically your 5th shock, or you are a 9th shock because you also have Burst Lightning. But yeah, this is a pretty straightforward deck, honestly. Just an aggro deck that, you know, instead of playing red, instead of playing mono red, for some more creature lands like like in the creature land, the coolest creature land, you're playing instead a white splash for Boros Charm and Lightning Helix.
So no Soulstone Sanctuary, but there's other things. And we have here the list now, Felix Giles. Starting down, another card that as well, land that has come from Final Fantasy. So a lot of lands from these recent standard sets that are actually seeing standard play, which is lovely. There's also Clarion Conqueror, a very interesting card that usually I see in some sideboard decks. But here, 4 of main.
Yeah, Clarion Conqueror very good against the blue-green ramp deck. You can't tap your dorks for mana, and that deck obviously relies a lot on those. But yeah, I want to focus on the cheap cards. You have Momo, Sarkhan, Charming Scroundle, so actually a lot of cheap board presence to help you to cast these Nova Hellkite, this Magmatic Hellkite, this Dragonhawk, and the Legend of Oroku later on.
Very interesting deck, and looks like it's working pretty well here for Felix, doing well in the tournament and getting closer and closer to securing that day 2. Players here are playing, of course, for that qualification for the Pro Tour. That is going to be if they top 8. Now they are 3-1. And starting with Momo here, as you were saying, this card is going to start helping casting these dragons earlier on.
Yeah, so Momo Friendly Fire, the first non-Lemur creature spell with flying will cost 1 less, but Willie has that 9th shock that we talked about before, which will be able to come back later on with that harmonize ability. So both of the players start with Inspiring Vantage, but unfortunately Felix mulligan to 5, and that's a big deal.
And here we have Willie now playing that Kellen. And also Iron Claw on the other side. We know that Felix does have Get Lost.
Get Lost, not so good on a 1-drop because you're really down trading. Instead, using a Bursting Lightning. This is an old promo that used to be sent back in the days when WotC was sending us cards in the mail, actually, for playing Magic tournaments. That's from 2009, Zendikar, original Zendikar. We see here Sarkhan, which is beholding a dragon in his hand, and because of that, Clarion Conqueror, and because of that, he's able to get a treasure.
Treasure that is going to be very necessary, as Felix did not play 3rd land for the turn.
Yes.
So hopefully that will help cast some Draggers sooner. On the other side, Kellen is attacking. Right now it's only a 2-1, but we know that it can be upgraded.
Wow, Willie going for the 2nd chapter of Kellen here. Whenever he deals damage, you can reveal the top of the deck and you can cast it this turn. Let's see what he reveals. If he needs a land or a 1-drop, instead he finds Nova Hellkite.
Nova Hellkite is not exactly what Willie was looking for, but the good news is that there's a 3rd land. More than what Felix can say right now, so let's see if Felix is able to draw the 3rd land.
The reason why Willie went for it is that he knows there's a Clarion Conqueror is on its way, and once the Clarion Conqueror is down, the Kellen cannot be activated anymore. I don't think he has a removal spell for Clarion Conqueror in his hand. I see a Boros Charm, so maybe that's why he decided to level up that Kellen right there.
Okay, Multiversal Passage that is going to enter tap, choosing to not lose the life and instead getting the treasure to play the Clarion Conqueror. So here, really valuing all the points of life.
Yeah, and the Sarkhan gets a counter because Clarion Conqueror is a dragon. Let's see if Willie is able to draw maybe a Lightning Helix to get rid of that Clarion Conqueror. Because right now the Kellen is a 2-1 and it cannot grow furthermore. You cannot activate the 2nd chapter of it.
And I think Willie drew Boros Charm, so...
Ooh, he's thinking about it. He just realized that. Has he tapped the Kellen? He untapped it. I said, no, wait a second. I can't activate because of Clarion Conqueror. So what can Willie do? He has in hand 2 Boros Charm, a land, and a Slick Shot Show Off. So he really needed that Nova Hellkite to be in his hand and not in the exile zone.
No Novel Kite.
Yeah, I think what he can do is shocking now, taking 2 damage with that Secret Foundry, playing that Slickshot Show-Off and offering the trade with a Boros Charm. He can even give Indestructible. He's thinking about doing that in defense, actually. He's going to probably do that in defense right now. Playing Boros Charm, Indestructible to my creatures, and be able to block that Clear and Conqueror. But Felix has the answer with that. Get Lost. Oh, he's going to do that before blocks.
Oh,
He's actually going to get blown out here.
It's going to be huge. I mean, at least he will not be attacking.
Oh my god, if he just attacked there, there's a high chance that Willie would have gone for the defensive trick. Instead, he's able to go for the trick in response to Get Lost. So he's going to get 2 map. He's going to make the Slickshot Show-Off a 3/2 flyer, indestructible, basically meaning that Felix just cannot attack this combat phase. So pretty brutal exchange here by the 2 players, and Felix has to pass the turn now.
Drawing a card here, what is it? It needs to be something strong to deal with Felix Big Dragons. Of course, Felix that is a bit stuck on mana so far.
He's stuck on mana, but he definitely had the board presence to just say attack here. Willie even shocked himself a couple of times. Just once, but you know, left total was in his favor. Willie passes, doesn't even use the maps. Wow. Holding up, Boros Charm, and I guess he has another spell. Do you see what he has in it?
I did not see quite yet. I only know about the Boros Charm, as you said. But let's see if Willie shows us off.
That's a Nova Elkite. Nova Elkite is going to be able to ping that Kellen to death. Does Willie Edel use again Boros Charm to give Indestructible to his creatures? The maps cannot be activated, of course, because of Clear and Conqueror. Clear and Conqueror says creatures and artifact cannot be activated, so the map unused for that reason. So once again, Boros Charm giving Indestructible, but then Noble Kite putting a counter on Sarkhan, attacking with a 4/5 flyer and a 4/4.
Blocking there with the Slickshot Show-Off. Not wanting to take those 4 damage from Nova Elkite.
Not wanting to take that. Sarkhan gains flying. Because of that +1/+1 counter, it's a dragon and it gains flying. That's an important text on the Sarkhan. So, Willie could not simply double block the Sarkhan. As a result, he has to take 4. And Boros Charm gives Indestructible to all the creatures.
A lot of flying going around, not exactly great for Willie.
Nova Kite now goes in the warp zone, but he will come back later on for 5 mana. Let's see if Willie is able to draw anything here. He's
hiding, but I think it's also a Nova Elkite, is it?
Is it?
Is it? I'm not sure.
Boros?
Boros. No lessons on this one.
Okay, so again, the maps can't be used. That's a nice combo that Felix has. Get Lost, Clear and Conqueror. Because usually the downside of Get Lost is pretty big. You know, giving your opponent 2 maps is a big deal, but not when you have the Clear and Conquer in play. Burnout Bastronaut.
And the other card is Burst Lightning, I believe.
Burst Lightning can be kicked, and it can kill that Clear and Conqueror. Willie actually has in his graveyard the flashback card, Channel Dragonfire, but that card cost, I believe, 7 to be able to come back with Harmonize. So he would need a lot. He would need 1. Right now he has 4. He actually has 7 right now if he wants to. But it's only 2 damage, so you can't do anything about that. 2 damage is not gonna kill anything here, so it's pretty crazy. The amount, like, Felix multi 5 has a lot less Ooh. Willie attacking here, realizing that this Clear and Conquer is so good that he's happy to 2-for-1 here.
Yeah.
Because if Felix blocks anything, Willie can play this Burst Lightning, but I think he just had no blocks.
Yeah, just taking the damage there. I mean, not great. And I think Willie there with only 4 mana cannot kick the Burst Lightning, also cannot harmonize the Channel Dragonfire.
Yeah, Harmonize, of course, is only 1 creature, so my bad for saying that he could tap everything. The Kellen connects and reveals a land. That's the 5th land for Burst Lightning later on. And we go to speed number 2. And yeah, Willie just passes back here.
Passing, and let's see what Felix finds, if it's finally that 4th land. Even though I think a lot of the things, the dragons that Felix wants are... Yeah, 4 already, you can cast a lot of dragons, 5 as well, so 4 would be great.
Ooh.
Oh, that's the left side there of that...
Storm Brood.
Yep. 5 damage to a non-flyer creature.
5 damage to a non-flyer creature, and he chose the Burnout Astronaut, which can become a 3/1 menace. Or even more when that speed goes up to 4.
Also, quite a nice way to gain life later on the game, but we know that Felix is still a bit far from gaining those 5 points of life. And it looks like it was so much action that the game froze. An explosion, Boros versus Boros. Things got too fiery here.
Yeah,
but what
a little bit of a problem. And, we'll try to fix that, and we'll try to go back to the match right now. Apologize for that. But welcome to day 1 of Spotlight Series Lyon. This is match round 5.
Yes.
Of the tournament. It's day 1, of course. The players are battling it out. 9 rounds today. 6-3 advances to day 2, and then day 2 will battle it out in a pretty normal size, old-style GP. 9+6 rounds, 8 slots in the top 8. Very exciting. Standard is the format of choice, of course. The format's super fresh. The format did receive a very big shakeup with the ban list, with the avatar set, and we see it today, lots of different decks so far.
I'm particularly excited for Lorwyn Eclipse, I must say. I've started to see the previews. I think it's going to be also a very nice set to have some new cards putting into Standard, which is really nice. Now that Standard is getting also less rotation, so it becomes, I feel like Standard is getting more and more powerful.
I mean, it's natural, right? You raise the power level, you make more sets, and that just, things happen. But yeah, okay, so we're back. Exactly in the spot that we saw before. So the dragon was shuffled, and Felix is now attacking for 7. This time not in the air, because that Sarkhan doesn't have flying, but Willie doesn't have any ground creature. So Willie goes down to 4. And let's see. So he has Burst Lightning that he can play for 5 mana here. But also he has Kellen that can attack and exile the top card of the deck. Let's see how he chooses to go for it.
Starting with the Kellen attack, maybe trying to see first if there's something worth playing here.
Another land. A 6th land, but actually it may not be the worst, as Willie can deploy this second Burnout Astronaut. His speed has to go up. Let's see if Willie remembers, because he dealt damage, so his speed has to go up to 3. Felix draws once again, maybe the same card. You know how it is, right? You play a card, you shuffle your deck, and you redraw the same card.
That takes away one of the blockers, and things are not looking too good here.
It gets in the twin maul loop, where you play it once, you'll be drawing until the end of the game.
It's, you know what? It's the Totsis bug.
The Totsis bug? The twin maul Storm Brood bug.
Exactly.
Here. All right, so Willie has Burst Lightning, and he's at 4 life. So what's going to happen here is that Felix is attacking with both of his creature. Willie can block Clarion Conqueror and kill Sarkhan, but actually, that's not what's happening. Felix doesn't go for that line, and it's actually rewarding him here as he's able to... No, nothing matters. Willie just blocks for extra cautious and kills that... dragon. Okay, let's see if he can top deck here, because the Clarion Conqueror is still holding everything down.
Okay, let's see what is the top deck here for Willie.
Willie needs a removal spell for the Clarion Conqueror ASAP.
2 mana. Okay, Amberheart Challenger.
And again, Willie would love to use those maps to trigger the Challenger reveal the top, but he can't because of Clarion Conqueror.
Clarion Conqueror MVP, and you would think this is a post-sideboard game, but it's not, it's game 1.
Null Rod is displayed here. Oh, wow. Attack?
I mean, no cards in hand. The only card with flying is the Slick Shot Show-Off.
Channel Dragonfire is a sorcery, but you still couldn't be able to do it. Wow, he didn't even think much about it. He just attacked. And now this is closed deckless tournament, so Willie can also be afraid of something like a Burst Lightning, which Felix plays in 4 copies in his deck.
And Felix really trying to do the most out of 3 lands with a deck that really relies on 4 and 5 drops.
Wow, let's see what's happening here. Willie's thinking about it. He can jump, or he can take go to 1. He takes it. Drops down to 1. Does Felix have the Burst Lightning? No, he just passes the turn. Oh my god.
Can this be a comeback? Okay, 13 damage. Is this possible? Can we have 13 damage happening right now? There's a Slick Shot Show-Off, there's an Emberheart Challenger, there's Kellen, but the activated abilities cannot be activated thanks to Clarion Conqueror on the other side.
So I believe Boros Charm is not lethal. I believe it's 1 short. But Willie is tapping 5. Did he draw Noble Kite?
Maybe the thing from the graveyard.
Yes,
harmonizing.
That's true.
Chandler.
He could harmonize, but I think he drew Noble Kite. I have this feeling.
You have the feeling.
I have this feeling. He's tapping 5 lands.
What do you all think? Is it Nova Kite?
No, Burst Lightning. Even better, maybe. Because he's able to kill the Clarion Conqueror, trigger Prowess, trigger Super Prowess, and also use a map. Use a map? No. Okay. We're attacking.
Maybe trying to reveal something from Kellen. Maybe another Burst Lightning.
Yeah, maybe he's going to be able to reveal like a 1-drop now when he can cast it. So that's going to be 5 damage. But Felix has a removal spell, it seems. It's another Get Lost. Going up to 4 maps and 3 speed, dealing 3 damage.
And those maps now finally can be activated, helping Willie getting a bit less lost in this match.
Also, yeah, he can target the Challenger first. So first reveal from Challenger. You can play this card.
What is it? Let's see.
Yeah, let's see what it is.
That's the Valiant.
That's Exiled Forever. And then you map. Or you put a counter and you put that card in the graveyard. It decides. Well, you can think about it. You can leave it on top.
2 Slick Shots in a row.
With the 3rd one that's left in play untapped, Willie playing around anything with haste because it's a 1 life here.
1 life and 1 dream.
Let's see. Felix still was not able to get any lands other than 3. Ooh, I think he just drew a Magmatic Elkite. That costs 4. So he just passes back the turn. Can Willie win the game this turn? He has 3 maps. So let's trigger Valiant. Land, and then Nova Elkite number 2. He has a Hard Claw in hand.
Nova Elkite is pretty good.
Nova Elkite is pretty good. It's going to stay there for sure. It can also mean that those map counters are transmuting into 1 mana 1 damage. So 4. He, of course, doesn't have lethal because he has only 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. He's just putting counters on his creatures now. Doesn't care about the Valiant trigger. Or maybe he does for next turn. He has so many lands. On the contrary of Felix, who only has 3.
I guess trying to make sure that next turn can be lethal if Felix does not top deck a land or something really to deal these last points of damage. Very intense match. Willie at 1 life, but sometimes 1 life is all you need. Iron Claw here.
Gets a counter.
Going to give it a counter because the opponent lost life this turn. And now Felix going to draw a card. What is it? It doesn't seem
It needs to be a Burst Lightning.
About it.
It needs to be a Burst Lightning. It's Noble Kite.
Oh, that
Noble Kite, and it doesn't do it because it's a haste, but Willie played around it by never attacking with that Slick Shot Show-Off. Crazy game here.
Imagine that if Nova Elkite 1 damage could be put anywhere. Then it would have been game the other side, but no, it's only creatures, so it did not quite work out. Well played there, Boros. Aggro taking game 1 here, led by Willie. Now, there's going to be a sideboard, and I'm sure this Boros Dragons deck really trying to not get screwed again on lands. Let's take a look here at the sideboards from both players. Maybe we can start here with Willie's sideboard.
Okay, so we see those Mage Bane leads there. Those are not going to be good in this matchup, but they have been very good for our previous Boros opponent to defeat Andre Strasky on Is It Lesson. We have Get Lost. We will for sure bring in Get Lost. Felix has very large dragons, and what you want to do with Get Lost is exchange mana in a positive way. So if your opponent's playing like a 5-drop and you answer it with a 2-drop, then, you know, you've done a very good job. Yes, those maps are a downside, but those cards are definitely coming in. But yeah, this was honestly just a pretty crazy game. I did not expect Willie to come back. It needed a combination of Willie drawing that burst lightning to kill that Clear and Conquer, and Felix to just phase out and never draw lands for a while and just draw cards that he couldn't cast for a pretty long time. Wow, 4 copies of Rest in Peace in the sideboard. You don't see those every day, but
here, not doing much.
Not doing much over here. He will bring in a Braid. He will bring in... that's probably it, honestly. But yeah, we take a look at these Boros Dragons deck. We see the Sarkhan Dragon Ascendant that was very good at giving Felix that treasure and then turn it into a 4/4 flyer during the game. So the players have started. This time is Willie the one that's mulliganing. Felix mulliganed to 5 that game and was very much in the game. He could have won this one.
Starting with a tapped land here, Sacred Foundry. On the other side, we have a turn 1 Kellen, Planner Trailblazer.
Yes, we've seen the one of Kellen doing an amazing job the previous game and is now back.
Guess who's back? Okay, Sarkhan on the other side going to... I feel like we're having a bit of a deja vu.
Same exact start as the previous game. Are we sure that this is not a replay of game 1 to production? No, it's not. It's not. You can see the little avatar face on top next to the round 5. That meant that Willie Edel from Brazil won round 1 against Felix Gilles from Germany. Last time I got that flag wrong here on stream, and I said it was from Belgium. So again, once again, apologize to the Germans.
I'm sure the Germans will forgive you for that. And now...
All right, so Kellen attacks. This time doesn't get pumped, and instead we're casting that Slickshot Show Off. Sometimes we see plotting these cards, but instead Willie decides to play it right away.
Okay, we have mana this time, it looks like.
What's his reasoning for that?
Clarion Conqueror, that's going to give +1/+1 to Sarkhan and flying until the end of the turn, so that now is a 3/3 flyer.
Are we playing around 0 mana spells? What's going on over here? Mutagenic Growth, boom.
It's a close deck list, maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm joking here. Obviously, he wanted to think about blocking that Kellen with the 3/3 in case Willie had a removal spell, like a Lightning Strike. But anyway, he decides to attack. He decides to go on the race. And Willie goes for his 3rd mountain and a Nova Elkite.
Okay.
Which is dealing 1 damage to Clear and Conquer, which is actually relevant because he's now able to attack with Kellen. And if Felix wants, he can trade with Kellen's. If he doesn't want, he's taking 6 down to 12. Now, that Kellen is doing a good job. Just as a 1 mana 2/1.
We see that Felix does have some either removal there, but also can just be a big dragon with gaining 5 life with that Twinemaw Stormbrute.
All right, damage is being traded. Players are definitely taking all their opportunity to attack here, except that little Slickshot Show Off that's just chilling into play. Burst Lightning is the draw, and now Felix has a lot of options. He can play Burst Lightning for 1, killing that Slick Shot, and then another Sarkhan, it seems. Interesting card in Felix's hand is the Maelstrom of Spirit Dragon. That's a land that adds mana of any color for dragons, but also for 4 and sacrifice this land, you can search your library for a dragon and put it in your hand. So it's like a tutor for 5 mana.
I love that. It's a great land there for the dragons, and Felix plays a 2nd Clarion Conqueror, giving +1/+1 and flying to Sarkhan until the end of the turn, and here going to attack for 7 points of damage, leaving Willie down to 10.
Yeah, a very good point by our chat saying that Willie wanted to play that Slickshot Show Off to play around High Noon, which could be a potential sideboard card that these Boros Dragons deck have, and High Noon could be definitely a consideration to bring in against the Boros deck, so thank you for that. And we see here Lightning Helix taking care of Clear and Conquer and now Heartclaw post-combat. So Willie is taking the life total down to half of the starting life to 10, and that Nova Elkite can come down next turn if Willie has the 5th land.
Yeah, and I think that really Felix may be already thinking that the Twine Maw can enter as the dragon side to gain 5 life. That can be really relevant in this match, but that's going to be 6 mana, so not quite there yet.
Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon is in end, but it takes a while. It's definitely not the best in this matchup. Felix not even going to deploy it here. Going instead for a tapped Secret Foundry and then attack with a 4/4. Willie's thinking about it. Willie's thinking, is this... Oh, wow.
Oh.
Will I ever have another chance to chump? Maybe not, because, you know, this Sarkhan can fly from here to the rest of the game, and that Heartclaw can't attack and can't block. But you know what can attack? Nova Elkite. Once again.
Again, going to be 6 damage, which is quite a lot, but we know that Felix is going to be able to gain some life in the next turn.
Yeah, that chump block is super interesting, honestly. Chumping at 13, very, very interesting. Understanding that this game may just end up being all about flyers and large creature, and so just, wow, 1 more land. Crazy.
Okay, Felix at 6 life, going to tap everything now. We are going to play this big dragon that is going to gain 5 life, Twine Maw Storm Brood.
Mana, 5/4 flyer. When it comes into play, you gain 5 life. Twine Maw Storm Brood. That's a powerful one over there.
Ooh, Legend of Roku. That's a cool one from Avatar. Okay,
this is a lot.
I like that.
Bombs back to back here. Flipping a second Legend of Roku, a Burst Lightning, and a Burnout Bastronaut. Willie can cast this card this turn and the next one.
Legend of Roku, so good here.
Very good. Next turn, we're going to add mana, and the turn after, we're going to flip it into a powerful 4/4.
But Willie at 9 life. So thinking things carefully with only 1 mana left.
Let's see what Willie does. He's playing Burnout Bastronaut, going to speed number 1, and then playing a tap land. Next turn, he can gain even more value with the second Legend of Roku back to back.
Back to back, 1 mana as well from the second chapter of the first Legend of Roku. So lots of things going on here for Willie. Let's just see if Felix can find a way to just maybe go through with the flyers.
Looks like Felix drew another expensive card as he just palmed a bunch of lands. All right, the Maelstrom, what's the name again? Maelstrom.
Pulse.
No, Pulse. Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon can tutor for something, and he's going to do that now. Let's see what he gets.
Okay.
He has access to 3 mana, so he can be a Nova Elkite and ping that Burnout Bastronaut, which is just a 1/1 for 1.
It could be.
Because he has a land in it, and he has a treasure.
And there it is.
Oh, no, going for the Clear and Conqueror instead.
3/3. Still a 3 mana.
It's 3 mana, and it's going to put a counter on Sarkhan. Last turn, I believe we missed that counter. Hopefully we don't miss it this turn. It's very important that Sarkhan becomes a 5/5 to be able to attack into that Nova Elkite.
Okay. Looks like this time Felix is going to put that counter on Sarkhan. It has flying until the end of the turn. So having now 1 5/4 flyer and a 5/5 flyer.
And look at that chump block. Willie chumped 4 damage early on because he figured he wouldn't have another window to be able to chump, and that's actually happened. Both these creatures are flying, and Willie's at 9 because of that attack. If it wasn't for that chump, he wouldn't be able to simply block that 5/4 and trade. He would have needed to chump block with his Nova Elkite, the Sarkhan. So he's at 4 because that Ironclaw saved him 4 life at 13 life. Willie Edel looked ahead of 3 for a turn, looking himself at that, you know, opportunity that maybe I will not be able to gain 4 life anymore with this higher claw. So I'm just gonna save damage here in this window that I have. So very well played by Willie, who then was able to drew Legend of Roku into Legend of Roku to maybe get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's 1 flyer and another potential flyer in the other side with Willie at 4 life, meaning that Willie needs to think what to remove maybe with that burst lighting.
Am I missing something here? Why was not a Novel Kite tutored with the Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon? Sacrifice this land, switch it over for a dragon card, reveal it, put it in your hand. Is Novel Kite a dragon? I assume so.
Yes, it's a dragon.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the play was just to get Novel Kite and warp it.
How many Nova Elkites?
There's 4, and I doubt these hide them out. Maybe he's hide them out, actually, yeah. I guess. All right, so 1 mana deployed by the Legend of Roku to play a second Legend of Roku here. Revealing, ooh, get lost, Lightning Helix. So actually, with with that Multiversal Passage untapped, Willie's able to kill both of the creatures of Felix.
And gain some life in the process.
But losing 2 in the process, so it's gonna go up to 5. Going to 5 saves him from a Nova Elkite or a Burst Lightning. So actually, that may be the right play.
Thinking here what to do. That means that something like a Nova Elkite, though, is off the top, is lethal on Felix's side.
Yes.
Well, actually, no, because going to 5.
Nova Cat came down last turn, Bernard Bashano would have died, and the other Nova Cat from Willie would have needed to jump the Sarkhan and be able to... Actually, that would have been lethal. I don't know. Anyway, Willie's thinking about this. He's giving a long thought. They're playing a fast deck, so you're able to think in the most important turns of the game. Taking 2 damage.
Mana available.
Wow, those Legend of Roku. You also have Burst Lightning. If Willie doesn't play Burst Lightning this turn, he's not going to be able to play it anymore. That's the last turn that he can play Burst Lightning. Okay, going for Lightning Helix up to 5. Lion Conqueror dies, and then we can attack with the Bernard Bashnot for 1, going to speed number 2. Or you can also stay back and chump that Sarkhan. I mean, we've seen Willie chumping. You know, taking no issues in chumping.
Yeah, maybe waiting here to decide where to use that get loss. This burst lightning, as you said, is going to go away forever in the end of the turn. But next turn, the Legend of Roku, the first one flips.
Into a 4/4 dragon that's going to be able to make 4 more not 4 more dragons.
Maybe if we have enough mana.
4 mana and the dragon. Burst Lightning gets exiled forever, but that get lost can be played. Let's see what's happening. Did I see a Nova Kite?
Let's see, Felix.
Oh my god, it's not lethal now, though.
Willie playing so well. It is the Nova Elkite. So that takes care of the Bashanot. But now there's 2 flyers, and they both are going to attack. There's the get lost there.
Lost that one. Willie goes to Willie goes to 1. Has to tap 2 lands to play the spell. And Willie has a shocking end. Let's tap 2 lands, Willie. That's okay. We're not gonna use them, I trust. Another Sarkhan is legendary, and we're not gonna use them. Beholding a dragon. That's true. Beholding a dragon can also happen when the dragon is in play. And now.
Mapping away.
Ooh, Magmatic Elkite. Oh, Willie, top 2 lands. Don't play shock now, please. All right. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Thank God we caught that one. That would have been awkward on stream. So, let's put a counter on Sarkhan here. We are in
game here.
Second main phase here. Sarkhan is legendary.
Okay, putting that on the graveyard, it seems like. Not good enough.
Not good enough. Of course, there are several top decks that are lethal, like Burst Lightning, just like the previous game. Willie finds himself once again at 1 life. He was at 1 life the previous turn. Ooh, that's a wicked roll from Charming Scoundrel. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wicked roll means that when it dies, it deals 1 damage.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Does... Well, it also might mean that it has a haste. So either you take the damage or you trade with it, the wicked roll is gonna kill you.
Willie needs a way to gain life, which this deck does have.
Willie cannot get out of this one.
I mean, he came back out of the last one, and it seemed pretty difficult to do so I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, so we're flipping the Legend of Roku into Avatar Roku, which is a 4/4. For 8 mana, you can make a dragon. Does Willie have 8 lands? He does.
Okay. Water bending, I guess. Or getting the mana, never mind. Okay. 8's 8 mana, not...
Oh yeah, because 1 mana was given from the Legend of Roku. We only need to tap 7.
Making a 4/4 dragon
Felix
now.
giving him one of his dragons from his deck box, because of course he also has dragons here.
Keeping 1 mana up. We know there's a removal spell, but again, as you said, this Wicked Roll is going to be it.
But what happens is that... it's using the treasure instead.
To get the Nova Elkite.
To get the Nova Kite and attacking with all. Willie has a shock though. So Willie is gonna be able to... Oh my god, he has to jump both. Felix is shortcutting it.
That 1 mana removal is great, because then not even the Wicked Roll works.
Yeah, the Wicked Roll actually was not used. He used the
treasure, yes.
Oh my god, what a game! What a game! 1-1 is the score. This match has been honestly just fire. Big sigh of relief from Felix, who lost game 1 after a very close multi-5 and then putting the opponent down to 1, but this time managed to close it. Roku does not flying, so there were 2 flyers over there. And this is the deck that we saw taking game number 2. Sarkhan, Dragon Ascendant, has definitely carried this deck to victory in that game too. That card is very powerful.
I love these, and here we are seeing Felix deck once again. I mean, I love that Felix also able to gain some life with that Twin Mog. Stormbrood, Nova Elkite seems just like such a strong card. Do you think Felix sideboarded out any of the Nova Elkite?
I don't think so. Nova Elkite is amazing, and Willie even has some X1s. So Burnout Bastronaut, as we saw, it's a pretty powerful 1-drop that Nova Elkite is able to kill. Of course, the standard format saw Manifold Mouse getting banned, so now the Mono Red deck needs to play some other 1-drop like this Burnout Bastronaut alongside Heartclaw, which is for sure the most powerful one. Let's see if Willie has it this time. He does not.
Game 3 here with Willie now on the play.
Yeah. No Kellen, no Heartclaw, no Burnout Bastronaut. But as you can see now, Herbert Challenger. Let's see if there's a burst lining. There isn't.
Okay, 2 damage, starting off with the First Blood.
First Blood. Actually, only 9 minutes on the clock. These matches have been taking a long time here. I believe the players will have time extension, though. Okay, we see a Verge and the namesake card of the deck, Sarkhan.
Such a good card. Beholding Dead.
It's so good in this deck. It's a 2-2 that grows and gives you a treasure. It really does not get much better than that.
Pretty good, and here 2 mana on the other side. A second Emberheart Challenger here attacking for 4, and is going to Felix going to block with Sarkhan. Looks like no, just taking 4 damage.
Yeah, Willie would love to have a burst lining, a shock, or anything. One of his 9 burn spell for that Sarkhan.
Drawing a multiversal passage, looks like.
Yeah, so he can already play that 4/5 that he has in his hand, the Magmatic Hellkite that was shown. Secret Foundry deals him 2 damage, which is very relevant in this matchup. And now, here it is.
4 mana, Magmatic Elkite here, looks like.
The text is actually very good as well. It destroys a land, you go get a 1, a basic 1, and it enters with a stun counter on it. This card is actually seeing play in Modern in that 4-color Omnath Birthing Ritual deck. I've made some videos with it, and you know, this card not only is good against the decks that care about which type of lands you have, like Tron for example, it's just card advantage, not card advantage, sorry, it's just tempo advantage. You basically just tap down that land. If that mountain now will not untap because of the Magmatic Hellkite.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good here, slowing down Willie's plan, also 4/5, so pretty difficult to deal with.
Ooh, Felix chooses not to attack. Important.
2 mana, we are going to get a Get Lost. Okay, that is a good one. Prowess triggers from the Emberheart Challenger, so now they are 3/3s.
And now we block, because the rules of Magic say that if you don't attack, you block. Your creatures cannot have pacifism, so you either attack or block. That's an important rule. If he wasn't planning on blocking, you have to attack. So you have to block. If he has another spell, yeah, but you know you gotta stand. You follow the rules of the. Obviously not the rules, but all right, we're taking 6 damage. Go through. Felix decides that Sarkhan is important for his game plan.
And I saw a very interesting card there on Felix's hand. This Fire Magic.
Yeah, Fire Magic's gonna be very good here. It's basically Pyroclasm. It can take out all of these Embered Challenger, and it's an instant. But obviously, playing an instant speed, it's risky because Willy can play a spell like that shock that he just top decked. But he's tapping out quickly. For the Legend of Rock ability on the stack, we're gonna Pyroclasm your creatures.
Ooh, and Sarkhan gets to leave.
Sarkhan gets to leave.
That's a pretty good one.
Yep. Yeah,
Willy's like, okay,
oh,
I guess.
we should play something else this turn. I didn't expect you to have an instant speed Pyroclasm. And now we flip the top 3.
Yeah, reading there because it's the 2nd tiered, not the 3rd. So it's only 2 damage.
Land tapped. Slickshot Show Off, Boris Charm. Pretty underwhelming. Yeah, you have to play a land. You can play a tap land, or you can play untap land Shock, which I think is a better play. Yeah. And
okay.
Shock will finish off that.
Sarkhan.
All right.
Let's see here what Felix can do now that the boards are wiped, although Willy does have that Legend of Roku, which we know will be pretty good.
I mean, you also have the life lead. Like, it's a 20, the opponent has a 6 with a Boris Charm revealed. So, virtually a 2 life.
That's true.
Felix needs the flyer to block that Slickshot Show Off, which is lethal. And this multiversal passage caused so many basic land to be cut down in half.
Yeah.
There's a, it's like an, you know, the Amazon forest being cut down with some paper, and then you cut down all this forest to fuel those mountains, those multiversal passages. Look at that.
I mean, pretty good addition to Magic, I would say.
You know, when they say like no basic lands were hurt in this process, that's a lie. Actually, lots of basics were hurt in the process of making these tokens.
That's true.
Ooh, love that gold border shock displayed over there from Portal. That's the set that Willy is playing again. Super old school player. Maybe Willy played Pro Tours in all the 3 decades of the game.
Have you ever played against Willy yourself?
Oh yes, it's a pleasure. One of the nicest.
I wish we still had these like DCI tracker where you can see when you play against someone.
I mean, Felix can have a shock here to stay alive, but otherwise, Willy has it.
Let's see.
1 mana because of the Legend of Roku attack. Oh no. Felix has the Burst Lightning. No, never mind, he doesn't. Oh, even the Lightning Helix.
Lightning Helix.
3 damage, and the Burst Lightning is still there face up. Burst Lightning goes. Boris Charm can either deal 4 damage or gain indestructible. Willy Edel wins the game. What a master. Such well played, especially. I mean, I think all 3 games were just masterfully played by our Hall of Famer that came all the way from Brazil. Probably from other reasons, but also to play.
I actually want to see, do we have any people from Brazil in chat? Let us know if you are here rooting for Willy Edel, which came from another continent to beat our European players here.
Yeah.
Brazil has amazing players, by the way. I mean, Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, Willy Edel, and there's a lot of other ones, especially on Magic Online. I see a lot of good Brazilian talent.
I mean, I have a huge Brazilian community that watches my content, of course. They're a big Pauper fan. Whenever I'm with Willy, because I've been teammate with him a couple of Pro Tours, he always tells me that, you know, all his friends want to like talk about Pauper, want to come to, to all these events because, you know, the community of Italy and Brazil, definitely the bigger and the louder one in Pauper. But here in Lyon, Spotlight Series, standard, Willy Edel 4-1 with Boris Aggro.
I love that, and we are ready to know more here and learn more on why Willy is here after all and what are the goals for this tournament. So let's have an interview with him and Carl.
I'm here with Willy Edel, who we all have the same question on our minds. What are you doing in France? You're from Brazil.
Yeah, I have like family vacations in Portugal for like since December. So it's, I mean, like I just told my kids, okay, can you hang up with the kids like for 2 days? So I go to France, I come back. So I really wanted to play, so it's much easier to be here than go flying to Atlanta. And I really like the Spotlight events.
Yeah, the Spotlight events are a lot of fun. And if you might as well tie it in with a vacation. It's funny how you didn't even bring the kids. The kids are stuck in Portugal, which is also a nice place to be.
It's a nice place. They're happy there.
Okay, as long as they're happy. Now, we just saw you beat, Boros Dragons, which is not a common deck. How do you feel about that matchup?
I didn't play a lot of times because, like you said, it's not a very common deck. But like in Fury, I think it was like a bad matchup for me because like they have a lot of like efficient removal and like really big dragons. And like my removal, I have a lot of shocks that doesn't kill any creature. Like, I can kill even Sarkhan with a counter. So, but in the end, like if things went well for me, like I have like 2 fast games. Like didn't have time to develop the dragons and everything. So. One more win.
This is really cool because we have a caster draft. You've heard Andrea and Filipa talk about it. We all picked 5 players that we're following your score, and your tally, like your collective score, is going to bring us, one of us is going to be a winner. And you were my second pick after Simon Nielsen, and all my picks are doing great, so thank you very much. I owe you one, Willy.
Yeah, you're a very smart guy and a man of good taste.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think so as well. All right, let's send it back to the casters. Thank you very much, and keep on winning.
Thank you, man.
Hello everyone, I am Emma, I'm your Fanfinity community manager for all TCGs. Hello and welcome at the Magic Spotlight, the Avatar in Lyon. Frank, I have you here with me to talk about your wonderful collection in this eBay Live collection Spotlight. Could you tell me a little bit more? What is it that you have gathered over these past... How long have you been playing now?
I've been playing for nearly 30 years, which feels crazy, but yes, Magic has been a big part of my life for most of my life.
Mm-hmm. You've been playing Magic longer than some of the Magic players have been alive. That's incredibly impressive.
And thanks for making me feel old.
Are there any specific items that you're incredibly excited about, some paraphernalia that you've collected through the years?
So I've never collected cards as much as I'm more of a competitor than a collector when it comes to that. But over the years, there are like a whole bunch of like Magic adjacent items that I held on to.
Yeah.
For example, I have some playmats at home that were handed out to the 2004-2005 World Championship competitors.
Did they have a lot of playmats then?
No, this is actually like relatively recent that we are like often using playmats to play on. Back then, yeah, it was not as common. So when I got them, I was like, well, I'll just put them on the wall. And now in my living room, they bring me special memories of those events where I had like great performances and like awesome trips. And like met amazing people, all the things that make Magic such a great game.
Is there anything specific that stands out that you're exceptionally proud of, like a capstone of your collection, a crown jewel even maybe?
I also have a ring at home that was awarded when I was inducted in the Magic Pro Tour Hall of Fame in 2009 with like the gemstones of the 5 colors and my name on it. It's indeed a cherished possession. Besides, like the older deck boxes or storage boxes, Pro Tour competitor shirts, and so on. There's like a lot of Magic stuff, as I'm sure that like many other players have at home, besides an awesome collection of just cards.
Absolutely, and many of us are gathering and collecting items. I'm pretty sure Frank's not getting rid of any of his super unique memorabilia.
No, they hold special memories to me.
Of course, of course. But if you are looking for some exclusive collectibles, make sure to check out the platform eBay Live from our sponsor. They have some amazing deals. You can check them out. They are an interactive live shopping experience that turns online shopping into a real-time community experience with unique offers. At eBay Live, you can ask questions, get your answers immediately, see all products in real time. You can find limited drops, collectibles, and exclusive offers. And you can get some great deals on some unique items. So thank you so much, eBay Live, for sponsoring us and this segment. And we're going to throw it back to the booth. Bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. My name is Martin Juza. This is Arne Huschenbeth. And this is round number 6. This is Magic Spotlight Avatar in Lyon, France. And what do we have coming up for this round?
Yeah, we have 2 feature matches, of course. Again, in the feature match area, we have a spicy one. Mono White Aggro is 5-0. Can you believe it?
Okay.
Very excited to see that in action. It's facing off against another interesting take on sort of the Izzet Splash Portal deck, but it's actually not playing Splash Portal. It's playing Drake Hatcher instead. It's playing a lot of Frostcliff Siege, so another interesting variant of Izzet. And then also we have Simon Nielsen at 5-0 against Sergio Garcia, another Pro Tour competitor, certainly one of the end bosses here in our European circuit. Jeskai Control against Simic Ouroboros. I'm looking forward to have some Jeskai action in the feature match area.
Sounds like we're going to start with the second feature match. So we're going to start with Simon. Lately he's been doing coverage, but he wanted to play this one, and looks like that was a good choice as he's 5-0, as you just mentioned. So let's see if we can take a look at the deck list. Simon is indeed playing Simic Ouroboros. The green decks are very popular this week. Anything when we saw the metagame breakdown, it was the second most played deck in the field.
Yeah, which I think caught a lot of people by surprise. I personally, well, I was part of the process of seeing Simon come up with the deck list, testing with Stefan and some of the other Handshake members. So I really was in the behind the scenes action. And yeah, they think the deck is really, really powerful and fast. One of the most broken decks in the format.
What's the draw to this deck? This format has a lot of red decks, a lot of Izzet, Mono Red Boros. There's a lot of shock effect. This deck plays a lot of 1 mana 1/1s, 2 mana 2/2s, a lot of mana dorks. How does this deck fit into this field, into this metagame?
So Badgermole Cup, broken card, it maximizes that one in conjunction with Spider Manifestation as well. Ouroboros, it's an Ouroboros deck, wants to ramp that out, but then in addition to that, it has the Quantum Riddler and Nature's Rhythm stuff, so it has a lot of threat density and flexibility there. It's hard to run out of cards, it's extremely fast, and I've heard of multiple of the Handshake members already killing on turn 3 with Kratos.
That's crazy, yeah.
On turn 3, because they make so much mana.
That is wild. What about that Mockingbird?
Yeah, Mockingbird is quite good in the mirror match, because if your opponent plays a Badgermole and you don't have one, you have a Badgermole. So it's just an additional redundant piece, sort of, to have more Badgermoles and go off.
If they don't have interaction, you can just make 10 mana on turn 3.
Yeah. Here we see Jeskai Control, which is a deck dear to my heart, of course, with the 2 Rest in Peace in the main deck, which has been a tech recently in Magic Online, and other streamers have played it as well. And we have a lot of sweepers. We're looking at Ultima and Day of Judgment. Those are the best cards here in Game 1. The Rest in Peace, of course, a little awkward here. But he has Helix, Abrade, Get Lost, buy some time against the 2-drops. I'd say winning the die roll is pretty important in his matchup, as if Simon can sneak under those 2-mana interaction spells on turn 2, that'd be huge.
Exactly. I was just going to say, that's a lot of 2-mana cards, but I don't see anything that you can play on turn 1. And that can be a really big deal if you're on the draw. So let's see who wins the die roll. Looks like the players are just about ready, and Simon's going to be on the play, keeping a hand of 6 cards, starting with just a breeding pool. So no Lana Oil for him. Not going to be able to take full advantage of going first here. Sergio starts with a Surveillant, keeps it on the top. Second land for Simon, and that's a Spider Manifestation.
It looks like Simon mulliganed. I think he has less than...
Yeah. Sergio wastes no time, points that Lightning Helix at the Manifestation. No extra mana for you.
Yeah, I think this is certainly a matchup that they were not super happy to face. As just Jeskai having a ton of interaction and sweepers, especially Ultima. It's very backbreaking, removing the Earthbended lands for good. But they do have a pretty good sideboard plan for the matchup, I believe. So we might have a very interesting match coming ahead of us. And you know how it is with Control. They sometimes just they flat out a little bit. They don't have the answers at the right time.
Okay, Nature's Rhythm for Simon finds him a Lenoelf. And Sergio answers with just a tap land, but this is going pretty well for him so far, right? Like nothing crazy happening on the battlefield.
Yeah.
As long as he gets to keep Simon's board in check, he's going to be pretty happy just making land drops.
Yeah, he's got to feel great. I saw his hand. It's a pretty nice looking hand with no more lies as well. Simon has to think about that. Is now throwing out one of the Riddlers. And Sergio lets it happen. Interesting. Certainly an option to counter the Riddler because it will at some point be a formidable threat. And here we see Simon with the second Riddler, and that one will get countered because it would have drawn 3 cards there with the other Riddler already in play.
All right, back to Sergio. Just a Pollinator here for Simon, who's unable so far to generate any kind of offense or too much mana for Sergio to worry too much, and he just plays another land and passes again.
He has 2 Ultima in hand, and I think oh my god, I was just about to mention that Simon actually has 1 counterspell in the main deck, and this is a close deckless tournament.
Exactly one, yeah.
So now he can actually play out the Riddler and still have a Spider Sense up with the Pollinator tapping the Riddler.
Yeah.
Which seems like a reasonable line to take. His other line is he has Nature's Rhythm, so he could play and get a cup, for example, with the Nature's Rhythm, make some more mana to set up future Nature's Rhythms. Also, if he plays Riddler here, he only draws 1 card, so it's like not that exciting. And also, if Sergio is able to kill the Pollinator end of turn or disrupt Simon in some way, then Simon doesn't have the mana to cast the Spider Sense. If he doesn't draw an untapped blue with that 1 Riddler draw, so I probably just go for the Nature's Rhythm. You don't have to be super aggressive here and try to get out the Riddler too quickly.
You think there's any chance Sergio plays around a card like Spider Sense in game 1? There's no way, right?
Well, if he can, he might, but I don't think I think he will just slam Ultima in most scenarios here. Some lists do have Spider Sense in the main deck, but I think it's sort of a split decision on that. He certainly should be aware of that potentially being the case.
All right, Simon going for that Nature's Rhythm here. Looks like X is gonna equal 2, so he's gonna be able to find something like a Badger Mole Cub. Let's see if he has something better in his deck.
Yeah, he does not have a Key Knight Curator, I believe, in the main at least.
There's the Badger Mole Cub.
He does have a Curator in the main, so he could have gotten that, but yeah. He's going for the Cub. He wants a lot of mana. That makes these Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard so much more effective, right? As he can enable them to do something.
So Breeding Pool turns into a creature.
Now Simon...
yeah, depending on how he attacks, it's going to be kind of a giveaway, right?
Yes. If he doesn't attack with the Pollinator, Sergio knows something up. So
that's really awkward.
It's really awkward for him. He's just not going to do anything.
Is that a Meringue River? No.
Meringue River region, yes.
It is, okay.
It's actually a really nice play here for Sergio. Sergio actually had the perfect draw. Simon didn't have that much aggression. He had a Helix and a Normalize into a draw spell, and now he has Ultima in hand twice even. This might be tough. Even through the Spider Sense is going to stop 1 Ultima, but what about the second?
Yeah, and this has to be a complete giveaway for Sergio. You have 2 creatures that can attack. You decided not to.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking about that now. One thing that the Jeskai deck usually has, let me take a look at his list. Yeah, he does have 2 Mistrise Village as well. So if Sergio gets to 7 mana, he can then play a Mistrise Village. And boom, oh yeah, nice counterspell you got there. I get my Ultimate.
No, he's straight up going for the Ultima, and I mean, he might as well just know about the Spider Sense, because he's pretty happy if that just happens, because he has another one coming up next year. Not a big deal.
He didn't seem surprised. He was pretty calm. Yeah, having the second ultimate is of course nice. Simon could have returned the Badgermole Cup there for what it's worth if he wanted to, but decided not to, which is reasonable.
So Simon's going to be able to have a kind of a big turn, producing, you know, a decent amount of mana, but is that going to be able to really do anything to Sergio, who's at 23 life?
Yeah, so Simon has 9 mana, and he has 2 harmonized spells. If he's trying to figure out if he can set up lethal with a Kratos or something, but I don't think he has enough mana for that. Like he could tap the cup to cast a harmonized Nature's Rhythm, and then that costs 4 green still, so he has to tap like an elf and another land, and then get another cup, animate another land, then the Pollinator would make... No, he's going for the Riddler. Okay. There's a lot of math involved with these Nature's Rhythm and Badgermole cups. Sometimes you just get like the second and third cup, and then the last Nature's Rhythm gets you the Kratos or something. You just sneak out a kill. But it looks like that was not the possibility here.
Keen-Eyed Curator was the pickup, and the second card in Simon's hand is a Pollinator. So yeah, nothing particularly great, and he might not be playing around the second sweeper here. Probably at this point, if you're kind of running out of resources, you might as well just make them have it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely... I agree with the line, but us having full information, it's...
yeah, I mean,
oh, he's going for the Nature's Rhythm, so he's making...
Yeah, I think what Simon wants to do is set up for next turn if you don't have a sweeper, right? So if I get a second cub here, maybe I'm going to have enough mana next turn to be able to harmonize the Nature's Rhythm for my graveyard. Looks like he's actually going for Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the same thing. Yeah, either you have the sweeper or my board is going to be too big.
He could have also gotten Riddler there if he wouldn't have played the Pollinator, and that would have given him extra 2 cards, extra 3 cards actually. Oh no, he had a Pollinator in hand, so he would have just drawn 1 card actually. Yeah, no, I understand this play. Like this is just, you have a sweeper, all right, I lose. If you don't, I win. Yeah.
Yeah, but I really do like the line, like sandbagging an extra Pollinator in your hand, or like an extra, you know, mana dork. That's not really going to help you win the game after the sweeper happens anyway. Absolutely. So might as well just go all in and hope that your opponent doesn't have it. Like he already played 1 sweeper. There's usually, you know, not that many copies. So Simon did his best. Sergio did have the second Ultima ready, and yeah, now Simon is in big trouble.
I love what Simon did. He just like picked up his cards, just threw them to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's. Yeah, Ultima, the new Sunfall variant here. Deciding games just like Sunfall did back in the days. And it's better than ever, really, with the Earthband around, Lumbering Worldwagon around.
Keen-Eyed Curator is the 1 card that Simon had left over. That's going to be the play, but yeah, not super effective in this matchup.
It actually is surprisingly good here, because he has a Gene Pollinator in his graveyard. He can make it a 7/7 right now, because it needs Delirium essentially, and that gives it Delirium by exiling 3 cards because
right, okay.
So it's a 7/7. So if Sergio doesn't have a Get Lost, so it's not a sweeper effect. Oh, the Get Lost off the top.
There it is.
He might have already had an answer, but
decides to do it in his main phase to avoid getting more cards exiled.
Oh, I think he already had. I saw another Get Lost there. Yeah.
Someone's going to create 2 map tokens, and he is down to no cards in hand and just 6 lands in play with 1 Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard.
Yeah, the situation is rough. He needs to draw Riddler here. That's his absolutely best card. Oh, the Ouroboros, all right.
Not bad.
Not bad. If he keeps drawing good cards like that.
Yep, but Sergio is ready with just another burn spell. A Braid takes care of the Ouroboros. And yeah, how does Sergio win this game?
So Sergio has multiple ways of winning. He has Unagi, which he already has in hand as well.
Yeah, I believe so.
He has a Meringue River Regent still in his library, and he has Monk tokens from Jeska Revelation. And to be fair, this deck also has enough burn that you can theoretically just go to the face with all your burn and kill the opponent that way.
There is a Badgermole Cub number 2. And looks like we've got a Mockingbird on top. That was thanks to the map token. Unagi comes into play with Flash and ambushes the land token. And Simon says, you know what? I have seen enough. Let's move over to game number 2. So what do you think the players are going to be sideboarding? If you're playing blue-green, there's got to be some counter spells in the sideboard, something to combat the sweepers?
I will just comment on that real quick. There's the sideboard. Very nice. Yeah, we have... Well, what I was going to say about that play, by the way, Simon conceded very early, you could say, but the problem about Unagi in play is that Simon's best top deck, Quantum Riddler, now draws your opponent 2 cards as well. So true. Simon decided, I'm not going to go for that, and I'm going to rather save time, which is very smart. We have the Clock threatening against the control deck. Yeah, Jeskai Control has Seam Rips in the sideboard, so there's your 1-mana spell on the draw. Pretty nice to have. And we have not much else. We have a Fire Magic and a Pyroclasm. And an Unagi, a second one. So those could come in. Unagi quite good against Riddler. So yeah, we have like 6 cards coming in for Sergio, and then maybe he's siding. Oh, he's definitely siding out the Rest in Peace. That one's not great. Ang's Iceberg as a 3-mana removal is maybe a little clunky. He could side out like 1 Jeskai Revelation. He could side out something expensive. Exactly.
What about Simon?
Simon has 2 Suruk. They're excellent against interaction-heavy decks. He has a base Buzzing Say, so another land that is effective at threatening Jeskai. Buzzing Say is basically unkillable by Jeskai and produces more and more pressure. So he has one of those on the sideboard, and then he has a Disdainful Stroke and a Spider Sense. So he's up to 3 counterspells out of the sideboard, and he also has a Vivian Reed.
For game number 2, and this time Simon does get to start with a Llanowar Elf on turn 1. Let's see if Sergio has one of his Seam Rips, but no, starts with just a tap land, puts the Jeskai Revelation into the graveyard. Very, very quickly. That was not a very, slow decision. It was just like, oh yeah, 7-mana card. Yeah. No thanks.
Well, Sergio, I always see him play control, so he's no stranger to the... I think he's a very strong control player. He actually beat me at the last Pro Tour playing blue-white control in Modern.
Yeah, looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And the deck might just well be really well positioned as well.
Simon with a pretty fast opener, Keen-Eyed Curator on turn 2, and I see that Spider Sense in hand, so that's sort of a sweeper protection. And the land you mentioned, Buzzing Say.
He could level that up right now. It's sort of the interesting play here now. Do you play your Ouroboros, which if your opponent has Lightning Helix, Normalize, Get Lost, it kind of gets got. Nature's Rhythm gets got by Normalize pretty badly. Buzzing Say sort of plays around everything. You kind of want to set up the Ouroboros with the Spider Sense, I would say. So I would probably wait on that. Maybe just Buzzing Say, even though it's
there's 2 lines, right, with Ouroboros. One is I can play it right now, and then next turn my opponent can't play a sweeper. So if I untap next turn, I'm going to have the Spider Sense for that turn 4 Day of Judgment. Or a second choice of, maybe I want to wait till I have 6 lands total, so I can play the Ouroboros, keep up 2 mana, or keep up 1 mana and have Spider Sense ready. Which, that might actually, we might be able to do that next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Buzzing Say line the best, I think, because it plays around everything. I do like not playing the Ouroboros though. The Spider Sense Ouroboros setup is too nice. This is a very high payoff line if he gets Cup here and there's no Normalize. Like you basically know there's no Normalize at this point because Normalize would insta-target the Nature's Rhythm. And I think Sergio's hand is actually not that good. He has some expensive sorceries. So if Simon drops down, as he has Day of Judgment Ultima, Simon drops out the Ouroboros next turn, then that might just be too much damage for Sergio to even get to the turn 5 Ultima, because the Day of Judgment will of course be countered by the Spider Sense. So this is a great setup. My line of Buzzing Say is safer, I suppose, but it might also not be too slow. So Simon went for the higher upside line and really got rewarded.
High reward, yeah. Second Badger Mole Cup drawn.
I mean, why not? You have a Spider Sense. You are secured against the sweeper right now.
Yeah, this is an incredible position for Simon.
Yeah, like we are probably...
Yeah. But at the same time, it also highlights the
power of the deck.
The power of the deck and the problems of Jeskai, right? Like if your opponent has that 1 Spell Pierce or that 1 counter spell for your sweeper, then you're going to be very often very far behind without those 1-mana spells if your opponent can, play them on their own, start on the play, And before you know it, there's 3-4 creatures on the battlefield, and all you have is 2, 3, 4 mana cards.
Yeah, or to be fair, in this case, Sergio just literally doesn't have any 2 mana play, no 3 mana play. Like, if he had a Lightning Helix here to kill the Badger Mole last turn, that would have probably also given him enough time to get to the Ultima.
True.
Now if Simon just deploys the Cub, he's just doing the math right now, and then has the Spider Sense up, I think Sergio does not have something to answer it right now. Maybe, is that a tight binder maybe? Maybe there's a tight binder.
He was thinking for a while, so either he's trying to represent a counter, but then if you say, oh, I'm thinking, well, yeah, sure, that resolves. I think at some point your opponent's going to know that if you're not countering all these spells, you probably don't have it. So yeah, it might be something like a tight binder. Maybe it's a burn spells, but
I'm checking the deck list. There's no tight binder.
No tight binder.
But it's a blue card. I don't know what it could be. Maybe a consult.
Okay.
Simon is very methodical here. Uses the elf to tap the Cub.
Cub number 2. Yeah, once again, Sergio is in the tank, but yeah, he allows that to resolve. We're gonna Earthbend another land. Now Simon has access to a ton of mana. He's gonna be able to play that Ouroboros. So exactly the line you mentioned last turn. I'm gonna wait till I have mana for Spider Sense. I'm gonna play that Ouroboros when I have a huge board, and yeah, you might just be dead next turn. Yeah, Sergio once again in the tank allows the Ouroboros to resolve.
Yeah, maybe doing a little bit of sort of bluffing. Doesn't want to have like sort of F6 mode on. Yeah, resolves. So you want to make Simon at least think a little bit about it. And there's the Day of Judgment, and there's the Spider Sense, and there's the concession.
Yeah. I mean, it's awkward when you're the control player and you don't want to let them know that you don't have anything. At the same time, you kind of want to have them walk into the Wrath. But yeah, I think both players just, like, this game kind of just played itself. So Simon, I think took a very good line you suggested to play around the sweeper, or like a possible, something that Sergio could have had to make this game a lot more difficult for Simon. But yeah, Sergio didn't really have any options. Just played some lands, played the sweeper on turn 4 when he finally had the 4th mana. Simon had the counter. All right, GG, let's move on to game 3.
And noteworthy as well, while we're taking a look at the sideboard here, the Fire Magic Pyroclasm, of course, coming in, and the Seamrips, maybe. Noteworthy to say that I maybe would have lost that game, because I would have gone for the Buzzing Saline, and I think that would have been definitely too slow, and then the double sweeper would have gotten me. So Simon being a little bit more aggressive there, showcasing his mastery of sort of when to play proactively with creature decks. I mean, Simon Nielsen, probably one of the very best players at playing these creature decks. May it be a sort of a Boros Heroic type deck or a green deck, he's an absolute master at them. So watching him play is an absolute pleasure, piloting those. This deck is also an absolute pleasure. What do you say, Martin? Do you like this?
I do. I personally like the proactive decks a little bit more, especially, there's only 50 minutes per round, with players not having as much practice these days. Like back in the days, we used to have GPs, PTQs, FNMs would fire all the time, Grand Prix trials, and people would play real Magic a lot more with paper cards. Now a lot of people take the more convenient route. They play on Magic Arena, they play on Magic Online, and that comes with, the client doing all the triggers for you and basically doing all the work for you. So once you actually sit down for a paper match, you're like, oh wow, I have to resolve all my triggers, write this down, life totals, sideboard actually, and there's a lot of stuff going on. And sometimes I'm afraid that if I don't have enough practice myself with the paper cards with a control deck, then going to time is a real possibility, and you don't want to get a bunch of draws in a tournament like this. Yeah. But game 3 is underway. Pollinator on turn 1 for Simon, but this time Sergio was on the play, so he is now ready with a bunch of 2-mana cards. You see a Lightning Helix, there is 2 copies of Get Lost.
Wow, I just realized something.
Okay.
Simon kept the hand with 1 Villa Rush Virtue on the draw, and all these green cards. He drew the Multiversal Passage off the top, and the Villa Rush Virtue actually is an island on the front side. So Simon with a gutsy keep on a 6 here, because he didn't want to go lower on cards against Jeskai, which makes some sense. It's a grindy matchup, and he did draw the green source right away. That's
high risk, high reward, baby. Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta risk it, you know? You might look really stupid and you might just play a Willow Rush Verge and pass the turn for a couple times, but Simon is not afraid to do so because he knows he has to take a risk to win this already tougher matchup.
Yeah, those are the types of calculations you have to do with these aggressive decks against control. When to overextend, you know, my opponent might have a sweeper, but if the game goes longer, they have 6 cards in hand, I'm not gonna win by sandbagging 1 or 2 more creatures. When to keep that, you know, 1 lander on the play when I'm already mulliganing down to 6. Like if I go to 5, I am super low on resources against a deck that has a bunch of removal spells. Yeah, and Simon's definitely one of the best players to figure that out. So there is a Spider Manifestation as a follow-up, and the Gene Pollinator just gets in for 1, and Sergio is happy with that so far.
Oh, maps. Maps are nice when you just have 2 lands in hand.
Yeah.
Simon's got to be happy about that. Get Lost. You don't want to use that one too early.
Exactly. Not perfect for a situation where the opponent is down on resources.
Yeah. But yeah, he did have Helix, but he didn't have the red source yet.
That is a Crater Hoof Behemoth drawn. That's not going to do a whole lot for a while.
Yeah. Will make the Riddlers worse. That's something that's awkward a little bit about that card when you draw it. But yeah, this is one of the most insane Riddler decks in the format because you empty your hand so quickly and you have so much mana. Yeah. And then you also have the Spider Manifestation to untap when you cast the Riddler for 2 mana, which just makes it just 1 mana.
Yeah, that's great. So, in response to a Badger Mole Cub...
Oh, let's go. The map tapping here.
Wow.
Let's go. Very, very good. Very, very heads up. Of course, map is a permanent. Just 1 mana though, but at least Simon can map here freely.
That Get Lost was so good for Simon.
Yeah, it's really good for Simon. And now the Pollinator ate the Lightning Helix, so it is also good for him. No land, unfortunately, for him on top, though, which...
yeah,
it's going to slow down his process here. And Sergio has a nice hand still. He has card draws, so he's gonna find himself some stuff. So this game is very interesting.
Yeah, and there's a Badger Mole Cup number 2 on the top of Simon's deck and a Badger Mole Cup number 3 in his hand. So, yeah, I was thinking that Behemoth is not going to be too effective for a while, but he might just get enough mana to cast it 2 turns from now. Looks like Sergio's hand has a Consult the Star Charts. See another Get Lost. There's 1 more blue card.
Yeah, I think it's Meringue Region Consult.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the sort of full art version or whatever.
And Simon just passes the turn. Okay. No More Lies is the pickup for Sergio, who is going to fire off the Get Lost on his own turn, killing the Badger Mole Cup. I don't think Simon's going to be too unhappy about that, considering he has 2 more in his hand now, and the map tokens are actually pretty good for him.
Oh, but the No More Lies is, of course, very convenient.
Yep.
As a nice tempo turn. That is what?
It's a map token.
Maybe a Keen-Eyed Curator?
Yeah, that looks like a Keen-Eyed Curator. Another map token cracked, and yet another non-land card. Yeah, this is not what Simon wanted to see. He really wanted to make an extra land drop. The ideal outcome for him would have been to crack the first map, find a land on top, play a Badger Mole Cup. But yeah, none of the activations found him a land, so now Sergio is in a pretty good position, definitely pretty happy about that.
I don't like this play. I'm not sure about that. Like, you're low on card-ish, and your opponent doesn't have that much to do. I don't know if I would fire it off for 2 mana there. He does have the Meringue, so he was like, oh, I have another sort of clunky-ish card draw spell, but I like to be greedy there. There's my limited value mind coming out. I want to play my cards for the most value there.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. Your deck has a lot of 1-for-1s, so you know, getting ahead on cards here and there a little bit would have been nice. Sergio is going to go for a lightning helix in Simon's upkeep.
Makes a lot of sense. It's a nice line because the land enters tapped, so Simon has one less mana now for a turn cycle.
Wow, and yet another non-land. At least it's a land of Werewolf, which Simon can play. But it gets countered with no more lies. So, yeah, Sergio in a great position, and now he has a choice between, do I draw cards with this Maringgraver Regent, or do I just play it as a 5/6?
Simon is on 18, so that would have been a pretty good clock. If Sergio now floods out a little bit, Simon has a lot of cards in hand. Especially if Simon draws a land, he can deploy both his Badgermole Cups this turn.
How likely it is, do you think, that the 6/7 this turn, with no more cards in hand, just actually wins you the game?
Pretty good.
It is pretty good.
Like, Blue-green doesn't have answers for it.
You know your opponent has a Badgermole Cup in hand, I think?
Yeah, I think so too. Simon keeps drawing green cards.
Yeah. Braid takes care of the cub, so Simon back down to just 2 lands, and there is...
Sergio's flooding out a little bit. He only has a Day of Judgment left and 1 card. Simon just can't draw a land.
But I mean, that's, what usually happens when somebody is flooding out and somebody was mana screwed, right? The person that was mana screwed eventually draws the lands and starts playing out their cards. And yeah, yet another land for Sergio. Yeah, if this goes wrong,
it's a pretty quick Day of Judgment. I don't know if I love that. Maybe I would have waited 1 more turn. Sergio is a little frustrated probably at this point. Simon probably too. I mean, they both have their frustrations. But yeah, we're coming back to that consult, which
exactly.
is a 2 for 1. But I will say that Sergio has some crazy top decks. Like the Jesker Relation would get him right back into the game.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if this goes wrong, Sergio might go back to that consult the start charts and see this is maybe where it went wrong. Yeah, perhaps I could have been a little more patient. Obviously, the way the game played out, it ended up, he'd probably end up regretting that. But yeah, it might have played out differently.
By the way, chat is helping us a little bit. That Bloomborough full art card or whatever, that alternate was a scrap shooter. So
okay.
Now we know for future. We're probably going to feature Simon again. So yeah, there we see a map token activated. Is this going to find a land? Does he have land? Oh my God!
Finally.
So he still has a green floating, or not? Oh, I was just holding up the 2 mana counterspell, which is actually kind of smart. He has the Disdainful Stroke and Spider Sense in hand, and he knows if I just hold up Spider Sense or the Disdainful Stroke here, I can prevent Unagi, I can prevent Jesker Relation, and those cards would, claw, make Sergio come back. So I really like this patient play here by Simon.
Nature's Rhythm, X equals 2. Looks like we might be able to find another Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, those 2 are just best friends. Badgermole Cub and Nature's Rhythm.
And we're going to attack for 2. Yeah, I think Sergio just has a land number 10 in hand. And Fire Magic is actually pretty good here.
But the Spider Sense is
Except for the Spider Sense, yeah.
And Simon is going to fire the Spider Sense off because he does have the strokes. He doesn't really have to worry. But even if he doesn't have the stroke, he probably just needs this because it's such a fast clock. Like, he still has the Craterhoof, and this is now 8 mana already.
Yeah.
And he has another Nature's Rhythm in hand, so he can do some shenanigans. And he has Ouroboros too.
What a crazy game. If I was Simon, I would have been like mentally checked out, since turn 5 when I was just unable to find a land with my 4 maps and 5 draw steps. But yeah, Sergio is just flooding out.
Wow, Sergio chooses not to cast Fire Magic.
Interesting.
He knows, well, he sees the untapped land, right? He can probably sense the Spider Sense maybe. But he could have done it in the upkeep at least. Yeah, maybe he wants Simon to tap low, but Simon is never going to tap out of that Spider Sense in a million years.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to try to catch your opponent, going for a Craterhoof Behemoth, maybe thinking, okay, well, you don't have anything. I'm just going to tap all my mana, play a Craterhoof, try to kill you right away.
True, and the Fire Magic is actually a bit of an unusual choice. So Simon might not have the instant speed sweeper on the radar.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Sergio, you need to find a line that gets you a lot of value, right? Yeah. You're not going to win the game if you keep playing, cards that trade 1-for-1 or give the opponent the ability to, 1-for-1 your sweeper with a counterspell. Looks like Simon went for the Surak Elusive Hunter. The 2 cups are getting in there, and Sergio gets his turn back yet again.
No, it just resolved, right? Oh, wait, oh, that's all he did? Wow. It's very passive. Now he has both counter spells up. Search is a bit of a cat and mouse game here.
Yeah, I think Simon realizing, well, you don't have anything. You're not playing any cards, so you don't have any big cards. All I need to do is just keep up mana for that, possible sweeper. You can draw Jessica Revelation. Maybe you have a counter spell, so I'll just keep up two counter spells of my own. And yeah, in the meantime, I'll just attack with what can attack, which is still a 2-turn clock. He goes for the Ouroboros. Trigger. Okay, before that, let's use Get Lost, which is going to trigger the Surak.
I'm sure Simon is just going to let that happen. Yep. Sergio was hoping he would.
Yeah.
he would bite.
Yeah.
Simon does not bite.
But yes, Simon recognizes, I don't need the Ouroboros at all. I already have a turn 2 clock in play. That's not really going to change that. So I would just rather keep the counters. And yeah, that Fire Magic, I believe, is going to earn a Spider Sense.
Simon returning the land, which does reduce his mana in the future, but he didn't make a land drop yet. He can use it a map token. So this makes some sense, I guess. Also, the clock is now really like lethal. So, and Sergio has 0 cards in hand, so the Disdainful Stroke should cover most things.
Wow, what a crazy game.
Yeah. I guess it's not quite lethal yet, but no, it's 9 damage on board. Simon's just going to attack and win the game.
Yeah, he also has a map token. He also has the Crater Hoof in hand.
I will say Sergio got unlucky here. He drew a lot of lands, but coming back to the consult, maybe could have not used that aggressively, or could have played the Meringue on turn 6 too. That would have also been an interesting line. There were a lot of steps. Certainly a game that this Sergio will probably review with maybe some of his Spanish colleagues.
I really do like using the river region to draw the cards, because your deck has, as you said, your deck has so many busted cards you can draw, like so many big cards that are going to get you so many more resources, that if you find them, you should be able to win the game. You're in a great position to do that. But unfortunately, he just wasn't able to find anything other than lands. Lightning Helix, I think, was pointed at FaZe, because Sergio realizes, if I point at one of your creatures, I'm going to give you an extra card. Might as well just point it at you, buy myself an extra turn, and I still need to draw a sweeper anyway, regardless of what I do, so.
Exactly. So Simon right now has everything covered that costs 4 or more. So he's thinking, oh man, it's actually kind of brutal. Two of Sergio's lands are Mistrise villages, and he flooded out badly, but didn't draw any of the Mistrises, which actually was really helpful this game. If he could have Mistrised the Fire Magic, that would have killed the Ouroboros and everything else as well. That would have been pretty strong. You can also slow roll the Mistrise as your last card in hand, which is kind of cute. But yeah, Simon, very methodically, he's very far ahead here, but he just wants to make sure that he doesn't lose. You see that a lot with pro players, and there is the concession. Yeah, Simon shakes the head. Wow. Can't believe he won that game after missing so many land drops. But that's a classic Screw versus Flood, I suppose.
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, who's moving on to 6-0 now. And do we have 9 rounds today or 8?
We have 9.
We have 9, yeah. So,
but he secured himself a day 2 with that 6 win. Qualification. 6-3 is day 2, I believe. Yes. No, 6-3. Pretty sure about 6-3.
Okay, yeah. Well, Simon's going to be pretty happy about that. And yeah, that was the first feature match rather of round number 6. But we have another feature match coming up, or we might have an interview with Simon. I believe the interview is already ready. So let's check in with Carl and Simon, what they have to say about this round.
Well, Simon, earlier you told me that there's a secret thing about you, and that is that you're lucky. And I guess not only you are lucky, but unfortunately for all of your opponents, he's also good, because that last game was really, really well played, keeping up the counter magic the whole time. let me know, it seemed to be a really good decision, but let me know what you were thinking about when you kept the Badgermole Cub on top when you explored.
Yeah, so I was like digging, I was still near 2 lands at that point, and I was digging for lands. And so the Cub is just extremely good in this matchup for like being explosive with your mana, especially in combination with counter magic. So I figured if I keep it on top, there's actually a line where like I could end up with double Cub in play and just play counterspell, play Creator Hoof, and end the game. And it just ended up like I didn't find the land for like forever, but the extra Cub just meant that like eventually, even though he'd like killed a bunch of Cubs, I finally had one left over, and yeah, took it down with them.
And I love how patient you were, right? The whole time you're like, it's okay, I have a clock. He's top decking, he doesn't have a lot of cards. I have a lot of cards. And it's better to be short on mana than to be flooded, and you really showed that here. So much so that he's getting emotional.
Yeah, I know.
And also your game 2, where he's got the Day of Judgment in hand, and you're just like, it's okay, I got a counterspell, and you slam it on the table as soon as...
I placed this to the matchup Friday night. Got completely demolished. Matchup is unwinnable. Added another counterspell to my sideboard and said, well, we gotta hope that we draw them.
Okay, we're gonna let you go because you're dying currently, but thank you very much. He is my first pick in the draft, and currently he's making my draft look really, really good. I'm gonna throw this back to the casters. Thank you very much, Simon. Keep on winning, and we'll see you where we've got some more Magic for you coming up.
Indeed, we do have more Magic coming up, and the second feature match is gonna be...
We have the Prowess variant with Drake Hatcher in the main deck and Quantum Riddler and Boomerang Basics, 4 Furnace against Mono White Aggro. 16 1-drops getting in there. Aggression with the new card from Avatar, which is called Suki Courageous Rescuer. 2/4 for free mana that gives your entire team 1/0. So multiple him effects. We have the Lumen class Frigate, which is a spacecraft that you can him up as well. But here we see Socrates list. He's actually a talented player from Greece. I actually had the pleasure to work with him for the first regional championships in Europe. Yeah, Drake Hatcher, Stone Chaser's talent, Frostcliff Siege. We're pumping up those tokens, we're pumping up those drakes, getting in there, killing stuff. Yeah.
What about that Frostcliff Siege? There isn't that many creatures, right?
Yes, but the synergy with the Riddler, I feel like, is the powerful one. It does also give the Otter's Haste that you make with the level 3 talent. You know, little stuff, it adds up. But you're right, that's certainly something I'm also curious to see in action.
It's a lot of mana to invest into something when it doesn't have that big of an effect on your entire deck. Anyways, here's Vlad's deck. That's the mono white deck you mentioned. Is this kind of standard? Like the mono white decks I keep playing against on Magic Arena are the heroic decks. That's been very popular in the on the ladder. What about this one?
Yeah, to be honest, I have not seen this deck before. But yeah, it's Mono White Aggro got some nice additions, I guess, lately with the Abandoned Air Temple. We see 4 times in the mana base. That card is incredible in a Mono White deck. And then, yeah, we have the classic powerhouses like Voice of Victory, just a very strong Magic card. And then we see a bunch of 1-drops. I mean, this is just an old recipe. We have 4 Seam Rips, 3 Get Lost, a little bit of interaction. I think Craig Vesco would be proud if he sees this.
Paul Rietzel.
Yeah, but on the other hand, we also have Fire Magic and Pyroclasm in the format these days. Yeah. So I think that's maybe why you don't see as much of an archetype like this. But hey, 5-0, Flat's doing well.
16 1-drops is crazy. Plus Arachne Psionic Weaver is another card that costs 1 mana that you can sort of double spell with on turn 2. So yeah, I love this deck. I really like this. But let's see how Vlad is going to be able to fare against a deck with all these red spells, burn spells, Pyroclasms kind of cards. Vlad is on the play. We're joining in game number 2. Socrates was able to win game number 1, which is important because let's check his sideboard real quick. But he's going to be able to bring in all the.
He does have Pyroclasm in his sideboard.
Just one.
Just one. No fire magics. Wow. Fire magic. I'm honestly surprised he went with a list like that. Fire Magic is quite good in his deck. It doesn't kill anything. In any case, he does have the Pyroclasm, and that's pretty much it. Oh, his sideboard is very anti-control, very anti...
Yeah, exactly.
Graveyard stuff. So he has 1 sideboard card. But I mean, to be fair, his main deck, besides the 1 Spell Pierce, I guess, looks fine. So he doesn't have to make any changes, really.
Novice Inspector earns himself a Torch the Tower and no follow-up from Vlad. I mean, he's going to be able to crack that clue, but you really do want to play a creature there.
It's a Quantum Riddler.
Okay.
Just drawing a card. Crack the clue.
And land number 3, and what do we have? We have the Inquisitor.
Yes, so that one takes a card of Socrates choosing and makes it, like Socrates has to exile a card now, and then it costs 1 more to cast, or if it's a land, it comes into play tapped. It's a nice little annoying 1-drop, sort of a mini elite spellbinder in a way.
Yeah, as long as it has 2 power and costs 1 mana, I'm happy with that. I'm not sure if you have to show what the card is.
Yeah, you do have to exile it. I'm pretty sure about that.
Like face up?
Yes.
Okay. Turn 2 rather. Voice of Victory is the follow-up for 2 mana. Yeah, Voice a little harder to kill with that 3 toughness against the deck with Towards the Towers and cards like Burst Lightning. But he also does have 3 copies of Abrade.
And he has Furnace.
Oh, and he has Roaring Furnace as well. Interesting.
Yeah, this. Oh
wow! Look at the value. We're gonna bounce it back to my hand. I'm gonna draw an extra card. Oh wow! He drew another.
It's he did cite in the Broadside Barrage, which I guess to get rid of the 2/4, he wanted to have that maybe instead of some of the slower cards.
It doesn't feel great having a 3-mana card against a deck with 16 1-drops, but yeah, there are some creatures you really want to be able to kill, so I guess it makes sense.
That one might have just been brought in because he wanted something that's in his... Maybe he just took out the Frost Cliffs because he was like, this is just too slow on the draw.
Yeah. Novice Inspector number 2, we're going to crack the clue right away, and yeah, this is not going too well for Vlad.
Yeah, we apologize about the life total situation here. I believe Socrates should be at 16 or 18, something in that range.
Yeah, I mean, this has to feel really good for Socrates, right? You can replay the Roaring Furnace here, kill another creature. You have a Quantum Riddler waiting in the exile zone.
Yeah, this sort of like Izzet Prowess deck with Boomerang Basics and Furnace and Torches is really good against these small creature decks. I actually played against it at the World Championship too. It was a very close list to this one. Yeah, I just got shredded. Like, killed everything. And the deck looked really nice. I think the one issue with the deck, and that's why it didn't caught on since then, was that the Lessons matchup is a little rough because of the Monument and the Artist Talent synergies are tough to deal with as an Izzet deck.
Can't really deal with a Talent, right? At least the Monument you can kill with an Abrade, but the Talent, it's so bad for you if your opponent just gets to churn through their deck and find everything they need.
Yeah, actually, the free Abrades in the main deck in Socrates' list certainly pay a lot of respect to Monument to Endurance. While we have a Judge Call going on here, which... I suppose, just theoretically thinking about it, if Lessons doesn't have the Monument in play, the Talent doesn't do that much either. So if he can just Abrade the Monument, leave him with the Talents, maybe you can deck him. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Food for thought.
Well, what I'm thinking is you have the Talent going on, you're going to be able to find more Monuments. So yeah, you might have an Abrade, we're going to trade 1 for 1, but I'm drawing 4 cards a turn while you're drawing 1, and I can deal with your cards while finding more Wisdoms and more Monuments, but I can definitely see how how that's not a great matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's a quick Judge Call going on, so we'll find out what exactly it is that the players were asking about, and yeah, we're going to be joining the game as soon as we can.
Yeah, big shout out while we're at it here to our sponsors eBay Live and Ultimate Guard while we're heading back into the game here.
There is another Lightstall Inquisitor. And looks like Socrates is going to pitch and opt. Land number 5 for Vlad, and he is going to follow that up with the new card from Avatar, Suki Courageous Rescuer.
There's a Get Out counters. Yeah, Zuki, I played a lot of Avatar Limited, of course, for the World Championship, so I played with this card quite a bit. It's quite strong.
It is.
And that 4 toughness is got to be really handy in a sort of like Torch the Tower, Firebending Lesson format.
Look at Socrates still with kind of a full hand and three more cards still exiled that he can choose to play.
I think he just played the land.
Okay.
But yeah, yes, he has a grip of 5 cards essentially. Yeah, he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is where mono white kind of decks struggle in the late game, right? Like, at least Vlad has the land now to be able to make the creatures a little bigger. But now he's going to be drawing 1-drops for the rest of the game, or cards that are, you know, a lot less effective, while Socrates is going to be drawing card draw spells, burn spells, you know, quantum riddlers, and yeah, this is basically his game to lose now.
Vlad does have 2 Elspeth Stormslayer in his side.
Oh, okay, that's a big card that can they can certainly.
That one is very powerful, and a lot of these Izzet decks have struggled with, especially the Lessons one. This one less so, because it has Torch that also goes to Planeswalkers. There we see the Torches trading. So yeah, a lot of these decks actually struggle with Planeswalkers, but this one less so. It also has the Broadside Barrage, so it actually
I was just gonna
a lot
say,
of ways to hit a Planeswalker. But yeah, we have Enduring Innocence. That's another strong one. If Vlad can draw Enduring Innocence, has another 1-drop, draws an extra card, maybe he can claw himself back into it.
You know which deck could use Enduring Innocence? The mono white deck. Maybe it could be blue-white, and you can draw a lot of cards. Oh wait, no, Curiosity.
Oh, Curiosity.
The blue one, the blue one. Yeah.
I mean, they got the Enduring Innocence. It's pretty good too. I mean, they already got some card draw. But I guess what would that, like, they have Overlord of the Mistmoors. That's a pretty strong 4-drop, theoretically. In any case, it's not in Vlad's Dist, so this is a bit of an unnecessary exercise. But yeah, it's not looking too good for him. A little unfortunate he drew 7 lands as well. That's maybe a few too many.
Yeah, but I mean, you're playing a deck with no card selection, right? That is just going to happen, so.
Yeah.
Seam Rip on the Talon. I mean, yeah, well, not great, but you got to do what you got to do. Socrates.
There's actually a card. Actually, this card might turn it around here. There's 1 sorcery in Vlad's main deck. It's United Front. It's a mythic from Avatar, which makes a ton of allies for X equals mana and then puts counters on them. So if he draws that one against Socrates, which does only have 1 Pyroclasm in his entire 75,
fair enough.
Then he draws an Elspeth off the top, gives all of them flying. You know, we were trying to figure out here how Vlad can win, but maybe he can do it. Is it United Front? He would have already slammed.
Yeah, I mean, he has like a 1 or 2 turn window to draw. In the meantime, Socrates was able to unlock the second room, the Steaming Sauna as well, so now he's drawing 2 cards a turn. And yeah, I think at that point you just have to realize, okay, what are my opponents out, right? And yeah, if you think of United Front, maybe you want to try to find a Pyroclasm as quickly as possible, but outside of that, you're already ready for a Planeswalker, so there really isn't all that much that you can lose to now.
Socrates really likes the sauna. He just wanted to get into another one. Even Interrupter stops that though. Now it's plotted. And free order with prowess triggers × 1. So it's a 4/4.
Yeah, I'm looking at the sideboard. There really isn't much else. I mean, Soulstone Sanctuary would have been nice to have if you draw a bunch of lands, at least to have a creature in there. But yeah, outside of Elspeth and United Front, there really isn't all that much.
He has Novice Inspector as a redraw. He still has some time here. I mean, Socrates.
But I mean, he's drawing 2 cards a turn, and look at his hand.
Yeah.
there's yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah, like 6. He would make what? How many tokens? 5 2/2s. He has the Air Temple.
Plus the Temple. Yeah, I mean that.
A lot of creatures for Socrates to kill.
He certainly has his outs.
Yeah. Now the Aven Interrupter is just going to die to the Furnace. Actually, the funny thing about the plot, I think he could technically cast it for 2 mana and just have the Sauna be the thing. So cheat on mana a little bit there, which looks like...
There's another Roaring Furnace.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to kill the Interrupter.
I did have 3 of them in my orders list as well, and I genuinely really started to like that card. I didn't really have... I didn't play with it before, but it's kind of messed up in a way. It's a 2 mana removal, And then also just the card draw.
Exactly, yeah.
And then Boomerang Basics is just like really messed up with it. So I was like very impressed by that card.
There's a lot of games that go long, and there's a lot of games, you know, red against, you know, creature decks, the green creature decks, the white creature decks, where you just play a bunch of burn spells, and then you want to have this one big card that, you know, refuels your hand, and that's, you know, that's where the Riddler and the Sauna come in.
Oh yeah, he actually did the plot thing. For 0 mana, he cast the Sauna because he killed the Aven Interrupter first.
Wow.
He drew 3 cards in end step.
Wow, yeah. Okay, well, congratulations to Socrates for moving on to 5-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, this was a slaughter. The white deck was not able to really muster up a big offense in the first couple of turns, and once Socrates was at 50 life or 60 life and 5 lands in play, then yeah, there was no way to come back outside of the United Front, which was not drawn. So congratulations again. Mono White is moving on to 4-2. That was the second match of our round 6. So I believe we're working on getting an interview ready with Socrates. But before that, let's do a quick recap. So in this round, we had Simon move on to 6-0, obviously. Nobody expected that.
Yeah.
We had Socrates move on to 5-1. We're playing 9-round solo. So after this, we're going to have Filipa and Andrea doing round number 7. And what do you need? You need 18 or more points to make day 2.
Yes,
which
6-3.
Is usually 6-3. Somebody can squeak in with 7 wins, 3 draws. Yeah, you don't really want to have 3 draws, but I mean, well, 7 win.
You can have 5-1-3. Does
that work? 5-1-3. Yeah. 5-1 with 3 draws and the appropriate amount of wins. We have $50,000 as a prize pool, with $10,000 goes to the winner, and the top 8 players are going to qualify for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven in May in Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right, that said, we do have the interview ready, so let's check in with Carl and Socrates what they think about this round.
Socrates, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Now, you played against a deck that most people aren't particularly prepared for. Have you trained against Mono White before?
No, not really. And I was actually not sure what to expect from Mono White other than just some creatures.
But you clean 2-0'd it. So you found a game plan on the spot and read it to victory.
Yeah, unfortunately for my opponent, my deck is mostly tailored to beat creature decks. So
Mono White is a creature deck. Now, I have a question.
Seems so.
Today, the most registered deck is Izzet, but it's not your flavor of Izzet. It's Izzet Lessons. Is there a reason that you chose not to bring Lessons and instead to come in with the more looting tempo deck?
Yeah, actually, I haven't tested the Lessons that much, but I'm also not playing looting. It's my flavor of Izzet, actually.
Okay, tell me a little bit more about it.
Mostly I saw the Izzet lists, and okay, for start, I wanted to play Storm Chaser's Talent with Boomerang Basics.
That's a good combination of cards.
It's busted. How to say it?
Busted is the correct word. I would say busted is a good
interaction.
Word to talk about
let's say. And the decks are the best for that thing. And then I saw every other Izzet deck, and all of them for me had some issues of clunkiness or
so you found a less
that
clunky
consistent.
build.
Like the Lessons needs at the same time talent with Monument and not die meanwhile. Looting is just clunky monsters that don't do that much.
That's a hot
And the Splash Portal is it I liked the most, and I tested it most than the others. But I noticed early that Splash Portal is pretty bad. So I started cutting them. Then Thunder Trap Trainer was also not that great without the portals. And in the meantime, many people were high on Frostcliff seeds. So I started trying the seeds. It was good, even with Thunder Trap. And then I thought, is there any other 2-drop besides the bad ones the Izzet Looting is playing that I could pair with the seeds? So then I discovered the Drake Hatcher, which was also played
a hell of a Magic card
before in some Izzet decks.
Yeah, in the Blades deck.
So yeah, I started trying him, and he was really good in general. But also, if you go turn 2, the Drake Hatcher into turn 3 seeds for Temur, the Hatcher becomes instantly 3 power because of +1 and prowess. So you can make the Drake instantly after damage. So you don't lose that much tempo with the seeds at 3 mana, which is do nothing at the board.
And then still you have it on the board to kind of press your power. Don't listen to him, Nathan Sturrior. You're not a clunky 2-drop, but that is a very powerful curve. Listen, keep on doing well with your own brew. This is very exciting. Well done.
I'm trying.
Thank you very much, Socrates. We'll see you on the top tables again. Okay, we'll send it back to the casters.
Yeah.
Water, earth, fire, air. Not long ago, we made it our mission to protect cards, shielding them from the elements. Only our Avatar The Last Airbender Squaros could protect them. And when you needed them the most, we released them. As you can see, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squaros will protect your cards on your next adventure from all of the elements. If you want to know some more, check out the link down below.
Hello everyone, Emma, your Fanfinity community manager here again at Magic Spotlight, the Avatar with eBay Live collection Spotlight. Welcome all back to our segment. Here we have Ashley Bitts.
Who's that? Oh, that's me. Great.
Well, welcome Ashley.
Hi.
You've been playing Magic for quite some time now, haven't you?
About 9 years, almost 10. As long as I've known basic calculus.
Okay, okay. And so, do you have a particular collection of Magic cards that you're proud of? Well,
oh boy, do I. So have you ever heard of the major motion picture Morbius?
I think some of our viewers and the people at home are quite familiar with that. I haven't. I'm aware of the Morbius card. Let's say it like that.
So I've had quite a deep connection to this franchise. It found me almost spiritually in a way. I've seen it 23 times in theaters.
Okay.
At some point, almost daily. Imagine a giant empty theater, kind of just me in the middle, clapping and laughing along at all the lines. I didn't have many friends in high school. And when Morbius finally came to Magic, I knew I had to have a couple. What I didn't expect is to end up with 400. I think I messed up the math somewhere along the way.
It is for blockers.
It is for blockers.
So, 400 of the same Morbius Magic the Gathering card.
A little more.
Little more.
And counting.
You're still collecting more.
Yes.
More Morbius.
I'm probably never going to stop.
Okay. That is something. Why?
So, I'm willing to do almost anything for a good bit in almost every single way. I've eaten Magic cards. I've pulled up almost anything for a personal laugh. Sometimes they don't even have a payoff. I'm glad this one now seemingly does. But usually it's almost entirely for the bit, sometimes at the expense of my wonderful girlfriend, who unfortunately has to open packages every day with more Morbiuses, put them on my desk and ask, hey, when's this gonna stop? And to be honest, I've lost track of the orders. I don't know.
Okay. And like, do people bring you Morbiuses over? Like,
you know, it's kind of started recently. There were a couple of tweets where people afterwards DM'd me. They were like, hey, what's your address? Can I ship you Morbiuses? And I did unfortunately say yes. There's no way around it. We're gonna keep getting those packages forever.
So, maybe a little, we have a big audience now, maybe a little
don't we?
Call to action. If you have a couple of spare Morbiuses lying around at home and you visit our European Spotlight or regional championships, feel free to bring some and say hi to Ashley. She's definitely continuing the bit.
It's in the name. It's in the name.
All right, well, thank you so much for highlighting your crown jewel of your collection.
Thank you for having me.
If our people at home are looking to gather cards and grow their collection, please make sure to check out our sponsor, eBay Live. eBay Live is a interactive live shopping experience that turns online shopping into a real-time community experience with unique offers. Oh, that's maybe an idea to do a community stream gathering Morbiuses at some point. Well, through eBay Live, you can also win exciting live auctions for your favorite products directly in the live stream or purchase items via Buy It Now. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you all.
Thank you, eBay Live, for the sponsored segment and the sponsored stream. Back to the booth.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Magic Spotlight Series Avatar The Last Airbender. I'm Filipa, joined by Andrea Mengucci, and we are ready to start round 7 of this tournament. Mengu, can you believe that it's already round 7?
It's already round 7, and I am very happy to see my favorite deck on screen, which is It Lessons?
Surprising, wow.
Yeah, I love those decks. I love those like decks that just draw cards, make value, play very few creatures, kill the opponent creature, draw more cards, draw extra cards.
Do you think it's the deck that is going to perform the best this weekend?
Don't know about that. I think it's going to definitely do well, but I think it's not going to do as well as it did at Worlds, where it just conquered a field because it was a very powerful deck that people didn't expect. So they didn't have enough Annul, they didn't have enough Disenchant for those Artist Talent and Monument to Endurance. Now the players do have those answers, but the deck is still strong enough that we see now Lukas Jaklowski, 6-0, the player on the right with Is It Lesson. Is actually the player that has been testing this week with Andre Strasky on stream. I've caught their stream a bunch, and they were testing, public testing, you know, playing matchups. See Lucas playing against Jeskai Revelation sometimes, some other times against Simic Rubberoid, the mirror match. So it was very helpful for me to prepare for this event, watching them practice. And I believe they play a very similar list, which does not involve Storm Chaser talent. This is the big innovation that they come up with to be able to fight better against the green decks. You don't want to rely on that little Otter, but you want to instead have more interaction spells like that extra Burst Lightning and that extra Hero's Demonstration and those Spell Pierce for the mirror match.
I love to see also only playing 2 Boomerang basics, I guess thanks to the lack of the Storm Chase talent. But on the other side, Lucas is going to play Nicola, which is playing Simic Omniscience. And this deck is a very interesting one, because can you believe that Omniscience is printed in Standard?
Yeah, I mean, they banned Abuelo's Awakening, and people thought the deck was dead. But with a Kona, a Rescue Bestie, you're able to put that powerful enchantment into play very quickly. And with that, once you play the Dominations, you have the old loot, the old loop with Marang River Regent, Rolling Dragonstorm, and just kind of draw your deck, bounce your opponent creatures, and then eventually just, you know, have a big board state and win the game.
I think the best thing that happened to Omniscience recently was the addition of the station lands, making that so Kona became so much more effective and just consistent, and bringing this deck here to the top player tables with players both 6 and 0. And here we see the key cards of each of the decks, or one of the key cards, Omniscience on the left and Gran on the right. Gran that in the first weeks of Avatar The Last Airbender was really passing by, nobody noticing, but after World Championship really started to play more, as Lucas here turn 2 plays that Artist Talent.
Yeah, so the day 1 is closed deckless, so Lucas did not know that he's playing against a deck with no 1-drop, so he played a River Path Verge, holding up a removal spell. But on the other side, Nicola basically just plays no targets for those far-bending lessons and such. So he just went station land go, land go. So a very reactive gameplay. Although when you see that station land, you do know that the deck you're facing is in fact the Omniscience deck. So Lucas is just getting rid of those removal spell if he has them, but just the Boomerang basics now. And we have first the ability of Artist Talent to loot, and now we resolve Abandoned Attachment. Discarding a card, drawing 2.
A lot of discard going on, not Monument to Endurance yet, but putting a good lesson there on the graveyard, getting the second lesson there with Accumulated Wisdom.
Yeah, I see a Spell Pierce being drawn by Lucas, and that will be good if, for example, Nicola wants to cast a Stock Up next turn, and that's why we see Lucas with that mana up. Right.
And looks like Nicola doesn't have access to green sources, because I know there's Overgrown Zealot in his hand that he did not play.
Yeah, end of turn, he could have gone Unauthorized Exit to return target null and permanent on that Artist Talent. He chose not to. Now finds Greenland and plays the mana dork there, the Overgrown Zealot.
Yeah, it's a 0/4, so pretty good there.
It adds 1 mana of any color and adds 2 mana of 1 color. Spend this mana only to turn permanent face up.
And look at that, using the station land to tap it, so then it can use the Spider Sense.
Oh wow, that's super smart. So despite you're adding no counters on your station land. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I like that play there. So.
That's cool. He doesn't need to hold up 0/4 to block.
And here Nicola really choosing when to play things, because I mentioned that he didn't have green mana, but actually did have access to several green lands in hand. This was a planned thing to do it now with that 1 mana up for Spider Sense.
So he held up Spider Sense as a target counters instant sorcery or triggered ability, although he chose... Ooh, he can, over here, use Spider Sense to buy some time. Let's see if he chooses to do that. He does not, because of course Spider Sense with a counter trigger ability could do that on the Artist Talent. And now passes the turn. Ooh, Kona is the draw. And we have Cavern of Souls. Oh, wow. He can already.
Yeah, but is there Omniscience? Is there anything in... I mean, this deck really tries to optimize. I think Meringue River Region, so you can just start either playing it or you can just start drawing, discarding until you find...
All right, so Combustion Technique is the card that Lucas may cast, since that card costs 2, but it's reduced because of the second chapter of Artist Talent. There are 3 lessons in the graveyard, so Combustion Technique would be able to get rid of Kona here. Let's see what Nicola decides to do, because if he plays Kona, he can then station, and then he can even use that Spider Sense, but I guess he does not have a Omniscience in hand yet.
Yeah.
All right, Beast is the name.
Cannot be countered. Kona Rescue Beastie is a beast indeed, so that's step 1.
Right, so of course, in order to station, you don't need to tap the land. So what Nicola can do is pay 4 mana, play an uncounterable Kona, holding up a blue, and then use Spider Sense and bounce that Overgrown Zealot on the Combustion Technique. If Lucas ends up having 1, which is not even guaranteed. Let's see what the players chooses to do here.
Tapping here for mana, so there's 4 mana with 1 land still up for that Spider Sense. And there's Kona Rescue Beastie.
Okay.
Everyone's favorite 4/3 beast.
Okay, Kona is in play.
Stationed.
Stationed, so put 4 counters, which I don't really care about that. But all we care is that now Kona's tapped and we can go in second main phase. And Kona will be able to put into play a Meringue River Regent, which is a very powerful 6/7 flyers that can bounce the Artist Talent here.
6/7, pretty good there. I mean, Meringue River Region is going to delay a bit Lucas' plan. I mean, that...
Let's see.
Spell Pierce, I guess?
There's Accumulate Wisdom.
Accumulate Wisdom there, okay.
Nicola could play a counter spell here, because he does have the Spider Sense, which counters an instant. Let's see if he chooses to, because this is like an Ancestral Recall right now. Let's see if he does. He does, wow. He does not use a counter spell, but let's Lucas draw 3. and now passes the turn. Spider Sense alongside Unauthorized Exit in his hand, although he can only cast one of these two cards.
And Meng, really important question. Do you understand the 6-7 meme? Because I don't.
It's like a new, very young people thing, I think.
Yeah, I just see chat every time that there's Meringue River region 6-7, 6-7.
Yeah, it's okay. Arne last time, you know, who's younger than us, made some joke about it. I think
we're past 30, Meng. We're washed up.
We will skip these jokes. We'll skip these jokes.
Okay, 4 mana up here for Lucas. I mean, these artist talent leveled up would be really helpful here to help decrease the cost of all non-creature spells, but that is not the case for Lucas, that now has to play a bit of a more fair game against Kona, which is not so fair.
Lucas would love to deploy a Grand to discount these spells, but he just did not find any Grand yet.
Yeah, artist talent will do. And playing a land there, immediately tapping it for... Ooh, okay, so let's try.
So Lucas wants to point 2 Farbending Lesson at Kona. First we loot the island. A beautiful island from Portal, I believe.
But Kona doesn't die quite yet because it has 3 toughness.
Kona doesn't die, so we let the shock resolve. And then we go for another shock. Well, Lucas now is thinking, I wish I didn't discard that Spell Pierce.
Okay, second one.
Let's see it. We're going to get rid of one of those artist talents.
Discard draw first, and now...
And then we Spider Sense.
Spider Sense.
For 1 blue, paying for the Web Sling by bouncing. Heh, he's thinking about that. Does he want to bounce Kona, or does he want to bounce Overgrown Zealoth?
It's a good question. Zealot it is. Okay, so deciding there to keep the Kona, and now we are going to draw. Let's see if Nicola finds
Omniscience. That would be the best draw. Ooh, what card is that?
It's very shiny.
It's very shiny.
Blinding me away. Oh, I think it is. Okay, does he play that? Maybe Scythe.
Maybe it's one of these like Uthros or Evendo, one of these like station land.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, we're attacking for 10 here, and this is a lot of damage. Half of the starting life. Lucas Jaklowski drops down a 10. Unauthorized Exit. Yeah, I think that's a land. Here, there it is. The station land comes into play, and Nicola...
it's an Utros. Such a pretty art.
And Nicola passes the turn without playing that Overgrown Zealoth, holding up 4 mana right now. Apparently, there was a breeding pool. I did miss that. Or maybe not, I don't know.
It was Utros.
You think so? Okay.
I think because Arne or Martin put it on the card viewer.
Oh,
so,
okay.
You know, a little help from the outside.
Maybe they trust us.
Shout out to them.
Anyway, Anya Killa is the land of choice from Lucas, who desperately needs an answer for that 6-7. Combustion Technique would be the out here, as it would deal over 7 damage. Yes, there it is. Uthros, which is non-legendary. You can have multiple planets, as we know. In the,
in the universe.
The universe is
plenty of them.
So they're not legendary. You can have multiple of them together at the same time. 2 mana. Is this a Combustion Technique? It is.
Combustion Technique and
dealing over 7 damage. Let's see how Nicola is answering this, because he could go Unauthorized Exit and bounce the Meringue River Regent, Scry 1.
And that would be a good one.
Ooh, looks like instead he's playing a counter spell here. This is Dispelling Exile. Counter unless you pay 4, because there is, of course, that Meringue River Regent in play.
Beholding a Dragon.
But he likes that. He just wants Lucas to be tapped out, and then he can Unauthorized Exit and bounce the Meringue River Regent. So willingly choosing to basically just let Lucas answer, paying 4 mana for his card just to tap him out, and then he can now see what happens next. Station, or maybe just Art Cast as well. Ooh, looks like a Rolling Dragon Storm here, which will come back to hand after that Meringue River Regent comes back into play.
Looks like Cavern of Souls here.
And now you don't even have to station. You can just attack with Kona. You don't have to...
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is at...
use the station ability. Exactly. Lucas would go down...
to 4.
Ooh, he chooses to go for the draw 3 effect, looking for better target. Stop.
Right on time. It's like he was hearing you, Mango.
Yeah. Looking for Omniscience, looking to some ways to combo rather than just going attack, drop my 6-7, return Rolling Dragon Storm, replay Rolling Dragon Storm. He realizes that the Izzet Lesson deck is so powerful that you need better things to do than just deploying your cards. He wants to look for better. So he attacks for 4, goes to 4, and now he can cast that Marang River Regent again, which will bounce the Artist Talent and will also return the Rolling Dragon Storm to hand.
Marang River Regent there on the Artist Talent. Bouncing the Rolling Dragon Storm. Things are looking pretty good here for Nicola. Lucas down to 4 life.
Yeah, so Lucas now needs a 2 removal spell or a removal spell and a chum blocker. A Grand would also be okay for the Kona there.
Artist Talent.
Combustion Technique is very much needed. Let's see if there is one. Oh, he goes for Hero's Demonstration first.
Okay, that's 4 damage.
4 damage. He needs to draw Combustion Technique right now. Does he find it? He doesn't, and he pucks him up. Wow, just a 6-7 flyer. That's all you need to defeat Izzet Lesson.
Great game here, showcasing the strengths of this Omniscience-less deck, because we actually didn't see any Omniscience.
Yeah, so it was impressive because, you know, Lucas Jaskowski is playing Izzet. He's playing the combination of, you know, Permission, he has Counterspell, those extra Spell Pierce, which end up not mattering because Kona is a creature. You know, in the old Omniscience deck would have got his Abuelo's Awakening countered by a Spell Pierce, but the new build of Omniscience does not really care too much about those non-creature spells.
And we see here Nicola's sideboard. What do you think might enter now that we know that we're playing against this Lessons deck?
Wow, very impressive to see there the Voice of Victory, honestly. You don't have that many sources, but I guess you use it as a way to you play it against control deck and then you combo in the same turn.
Yeah, your opponents cannot cast spells in your turn.
You don't have enough sources to cast it on turn 2, so I don't think he's going to bring it in this matchup. It's just something that you cast off of Cavern of Souls or maybe off of the Overgrown Zealoth, but mostly Cavern of Souls in the controlled matchup. So it's like a long-term plan against that matchup. I wouldn't bring it in here. But I definitely would bring in Heritage Reclamation. That is a decent chant that you want against the Izzet Lessons deck.
Let's take a look here at Nicola's sideboard on this Izzet Lessons side.
Yeah. Lucas Jaskowski.
Against these
Okay.
Omniscience deck.
Yeah, so Soulgate Lantern again, it used to be very good against the old Omniscience deck with the one with Abuelo's Awakening.
Oh, yeah.
Here, it doesn't do much, so you're not going to even bring that in. You have Flash Freeze. That's definitely good because, well, Kona's green, although Cavern of Souls is a pretty big downside there. I mean, you can have removal spell, I guess. You can kill Kona in combat phase, and you will not be able to tap. You probably bring in the Gate because the Marang River Regent is played very often for his 4-mana draw effect. You could even bring in Essence Scatter, but again, the Cavern of Souls is going to be a huge thing as he was so far.
Let us know, Twitch chat, where you are watching from. I think people from the other side of the globe, from America, are going to start watching maybe at these hours. It's very early for them.
Yeah, there is a Spotlight series in America as well this weekend in Atlanta. So once we go off, you know, we may be raiding into the coverage of the second Spotlight series of the day. So you can have standard content for, I don't know, over 24 hours maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend just full-on Magic.
Looks like I was wrong, and the Voice of Victory is in Nicola hand, so despite the very low amount of sources to cast it, Nicola has Voice of Victory and also has the mana to cast it with that maybe Cavern of Souls. That's the last card of his hand, although he mulligan to 5. And we see Gran finally in the hands of Juza Liakowski, who missed that card in the previous game. Was not able to have it.
And Gran is every EZ player favorite grandmother. EZ players, these got a lot of good things recently here for this deck. Artist Talent now.
Yeah, this is definitely the third EZ deck of 2025, although we enter 2026, so it's the first EZ deck of 2026.
Yeah, we had Corey Steelcutter deck, then we had the
VV deck.
Now we have the Lessons deck.
Yeah, I guess in the previous round we saw EZ looting, a more fair version of the blue-red combination. Okay, so Nicola decided not to go for Cavern of Souls into Voice of Victory and instead deploy his blue tap land. The mana base is definitely a little bit awkward here with all these like planets. Lucas has the looter every single turn of the game now. Gran keeps on attacking. Being unblocked, definitely Lucas wants to discard Lessons. In this way, the Gran will turn on the second part of his text, which is non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less if you have 3 Lessons or more. But no, never mind. He chooses to discard a land here.
Multiversal Passage, the Spider-Man version.
Okay. Let's see here. Nicola can deploy a stock up, which is in his hand. He's thinking about it, though.
Do you like Stock Up as a card, Mango?
I love Stock Up. Draw cards.
You're a value player.
Exactly.
If I told you draw 20 cards or win the game,
or win the game,
what do you choose?
Draw 20 cards. Cavern of Souls, this is important. What is it gonna name? Is it gonna name Best Beast, or is it gonna name Human for the Voice of Victory? Oh wow, he chooses not to deploy Stock Up.
Yeah, playing instead Overgrown Zealot here. Very interesting place here by Nicola. They did pay out on game 1. Let's see here game 2 how things are going to play. Lucas already with that Artist Talent and Gran. Not 3 Lessons in the graveyard yet, but...
Okay, Human was named. Interesting. So, again, Kona is not a human, but Voice of Victory is. So that's the difference between, you know, choosing what to name here. Kona is indeed a Beast Survivor. And we see here 1 mana, Abandoned Attachment, discarding a land, drawing.
And this is where Artist Talent leveled up just starts getting so much value. Now your spells are costing 1 less. If you have 1 more lesson in your graveyard because of Gran, your spells are going to cost 2 less.
2 less, yeah. Although Lucas discarding a land and leveling Artist Talent last turn made me think he's land flooded in hand and didn't want to discard Lessons with Gran, but instead wanted to rely on Artist Talent for the discount because he just does not have enough Lessons in hand to start getting value. But now that he drew like 5 new cards, basically, things will change from the previous turn. So let's see how his game shape up here as we are drawing and discarding Annul gets to the graveyard. An interesting sideboarding here.
Okay, playing land for the turn and just passing the turn.
Yes, indeed. And
Nicola getting a breathing pool off the top.
Huh. It's very interesting because maybe the way Nicola is playing, and I don't think about it, his Voice of Victory is playing it as a Norim's chant. Whenever he's ready to combo, he's gonna go Voice of Victory, Kona, Station, Omniscience, I win the game because you cannot interact with me. So he's not deploying Voice of Victory on turn 2 because his plan is to use it as a Norim's chant.
Makes sense.
Okay, here goes for Stock Up. Does Lucas have Spell Pierce? He's reading the card.
Reading the card explains the card. This one, 0/4.
Wow.
Add 1 mana of any
Brutal.
color.
He could have played Stock Up last turn and just be safe and resolving that card. Instead, chose to resolve that Overgrown Zealot. Oh my god, he didn't even play that land untapped.
Yeah, just playing a tap, and I mean now...
The players are playing Hidden Deck List, and Spell Pierce is not that common, so Nicola did not play around it and got punished for it. Because he could have, again, play Breeding Pool untapped and pay 2 for the Spell Pierce. So.
And I think here is one of the main differences we see between open deck lists and closed deck lists.
Yeah, exactly.
You never know what you're going to play against.
Day 1 is closed deck lists. Day 2 will be open deck list. This is how the Spotlight series are going.
How do you prefer, open or
I prefer
closed deck
open
list?
deck list.
Let us know, Twitch chat. Do you prefer open or closed deck list?
I always prefer open deck list because you just don't give any player advantage for, disadvantage for being on camera. You don't give player disadvantage for, not scouting, and everyone is just fair.
I will be different. I'll say I prefer closed deck list because I can play Manatide.
Manatide, remember, won the regional championship, 2 copies of Manatide in an open deck list tournament.
Yeah.
So.
Ancestors Recall now.
Yeah, easily resolving Ancestor Recall here. 1 mana, draw 3. And now, from now on, Lucas is running away with the game. 1 mana Artist Talent, draw this card. There's also Grand that's ready to be discarded. Lucas is, although Nicola has the power, again, to just go Voice of Victory, Kona, Station My Station, Omniscience, Maranga River Regent. So there is a combination for Nicola to win the game if Lucas doesn't, win his game in time, because there's actually no answers that Lucas can have in this combination of cards.
And Nicola is 1 game ahead. There's 25 minutes left on the clock, playing an island now, and having access here. First stock up.
Okay, let's see if this one resolves. Lucas plays Negate, but I don't think he has it in his hand. Oh, no, he does. Wow. And he's casting it. Negate and looting twice, which is very powerful here, discarding this Grand and that Artist Talent. Drawing 2 cards.
And this is where looting starts getting so good, because you're bound to find exactly what you're looking for.
You are, but at the same time, Nicola can have a series of draws that just leaves Lucas without out, so he needs to find his Monument of Endurance ASAP, and he's not finding it.
And here, deciding what to discard. There's the Alquentia.
Alquentia, which is a nice card, and actually, if Nicola goes for that Voice of Victory, well, that's Coven of Souls, so it doesn't matter that you tap 2 extra mana. But Maranga River Regent maybe can be R-casted, and the Alquentia will get you. Okay, let's see here. We go second main, and I think we're throwing this removal spell on the Overgrown Zealoth just to do something. Ooh, leveling up the 3rd chapter, which says whenever you deal non-combat damage, you deal 2 extra.
That's pretty good.
Okay, a 3rd. Was that? No, it was not a 3rd stock up. It was a Dispelling Exile, I think.
It looked like a 3rd stock up for me too, but it was not.
Yeah, Dispelling Exile.
And did Nicola just pass?
Yeah, the Grand keeps on going. Ooh, finally found
there it is. I mean,
finally found the Monument to Endurance, and now we're going off, tapping 1 land only to cast it, because we have the discount of the Grand and the discount of the Artist Talent.
That's a pretty good value.
1 mana, Monument to Endurance, a card from Ether Drift, which has seen some Fringe playing Standard before. There was a deck with Seasoned Hallowblade at some point, Mardu Monument, Fear of Missing Out, and few other value cards, but now we really break out with this Lesson deck and the Artist Talent. Oh, wow. Lucas chooses to pass the turn and just deal 4 damage with the Fire Breathing Lessons because of the Artist Talent, but he chooses not to loot.
Not looting, so 2 mana here. It's an uncounterable Voice of Victory, and that means that from now on, Nicola can do whatever he wants this turn.
Okay, Lucas is casting Alquentia despite the Cavern of Souls. There is a little bit of a misstep here. Cavern of Souls getting 1 more player today.
I like that Nicola was like, yeah, I'm not paying for it.
Yeah.
I don't need to.
Yeah. Top 5 cards, console the star charts, and what else are we finding? This is, yeah, I mean... It's the second time that Eloquentia doesn't work against Cavern of Souls on stream. And let's see what Nicola does now. Doesn't make a land drop, so now Lucas this time and is free to resolve his Monument to Endurance and now go off here.
And deciding not to discard draw there with the artists.
Yeah, I mean, he chose to not discard with the artist earlier as well when he played the Firebranding lesson, so that was a willing choice, but obviously the counter was not. So here we start Monument to Endurance, discarding that extra land with Gran, and now drawing a card before block. Lucas says, hold on, before blocks, I want to play a 1-mana Combustion Technique and then loot twice. So he's gonna be able to do the full monument here, making a treasure and dealing 3 to the opponent. Yeah, definitely love those basic land art choice from Lucas Yalkowski here from Portal.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful
next to
choices there.
That Spider-Man.
What basics do you play?
Next to that Spider-Man land. Out of place, but I still approve them. Alright, so we deal 3 damage, and now Lucas will keep on casting spell in the opponent turn. I see that Accumulate Wisdom. Now we don't trigger the Monument anymore, because the Monument has expired. All 3 abilities were used.
It's expired, I like that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it all. He doesn't need to...
It can't do anymore.
Alright, so we see a Gran and an extra land, so the Gran will be discarding in the opponent's turn. But Nicola untaps here. He did resolve stock up, but he's just very far behind right now.
Yeah, things are not looking great here. I mean, Nicola does have Kona, but it's not going to be enough here. Just passing the turn.
Passing the turn, end of turn. Does Lucas, if Lucas plays a spell end of turn, he can trigger the Monument, because Monument checks every single turn of the game.
Attacking first with the Gran.
Discarding a Gran, or a land in this case, and then drawing a card for Monument.
Drawing.
And 1 damage. 1 damage goes through. That's the only creature that Lucas plays in his main deck, so he needs those damage to go in, and then eventually he'll be able to finish Nicola off with that Monument to Endurance.
And at this time, I would start looking at the clock, because if Lucas wins here, which is looking like it might happen, so far there's 18 minutes left.
Yes, indeed.
Abandon attachments here. This deck is much faster when you have multiple copies of Monument to Endurance.
Yeah, Lucas needs also to make the opponent choose faster what to do. This is important here. So first we loot for the Artist Talent, and then we make another treasure, and then we can now resolve this Phantom Attachment, discard a Gran, draw 2 cards.
Draw. A lot of cards in Lucas' hand.
Lucas wants to find more Monument, because what happens with this Monument is that you are just, the more you have, the more triggers you're gonna get, the more 3 damage instants. Oh, also actually, Artist Hunter is a level 3, meaning that this Monument to Endurance is dealing 5 damage, not just 3.
Oh, and now it's 10.
Now it's 10.
Nicola at 8. That means if there's some discard.
Nicola has in hand Console the Star Charts and Dispelling Exile, so he does have some answers to respond to this Monument to Endurance. Okay, Monument to Endurance does not work with Artist Talent, because Artist Talent only deals damage, whereas Monument to Endurance says each opponent loses 3 life.
It would be too good, right?
It would be too good. I think at this point it really doesn't matter. The Monument can also deal 1 damage. It's gonna, the game is gonna end, but it needs to end in time, and the players are definitely thinking about it. So in response to this Monument, we're going for the Console the Star Charts, kicked.
I mean,
Lucas does have a negating end.
What can even Nicola find at this point, right?
Well, I mean, there's a series of cards that we've mentioned before. Voice of Victory into Kona Station, Omniscience, Meringue. It's 4 cards, but Lucas does have this negate in response. Let's see if he fires. He also has Essence Cutter in hand. Essence Cutter counters Kona. It does not counter Voice. Okay, so Monuments on the stack, Consult, and then we're gonna go negate. Dispelling Exile only counters X equal to, sorry, only quenches because there's no dragon to behold. So before it was for 4, and now it's just for 2.
Not as good.
Yes. Okay, we keep on looting here. That's the 4th Grand that's hitting the graveyard. Oh, and finally, also another Ancestral Recall.
Yep. Not easy here for Nicola at this spot. 15 minutes left on the clock, and things are looking like there might be a game number 3.
Oh yeah, for sure. At this point, the game is definitely in total control of Lucas, who also has these 2 treasures. So these unauthorized exit and Dispelling Exile are gonna be less impactful, as Lucas can just hit 1 mana and replay the Monument. Okay, we are trying to bounce the Artist Talent, and that will resolve. That'll be fine.
Okay, that's bounced.
And Nicola packs it up.
Yeah, players realizing here there's no need to keep this going, and it's better to rush here. Game number 3.
Definitely.
Now, game number 3 with less than 15 minutes on the clock. Is this cutting it close? Does this give an advantage to a faster deck like the Omniscience one that can win really fast?
I think 15 minutes is fine. You know, you got 50 to play 3 games and sideboarding and shuffling, so you know that takes into account about 15 minutes per game. So I think the players will be fine with it. They've also, you know, the Kona player can win the game as early as turn 4. So
yeah, that's true. We didn't see a Chrono player get Omniscience yet, and I was watching before because I was doing the card viewer for Martin and Arne, and I think they also were showcasing an Omniscience deck that just didn't get any Omniscience on the board, and it ended up winning anyway.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 we've seen a Meringue River Regent and Kona beatdown were good enough to win. Game 2, turn 1 Grand, I think is the name of the game here. Lucas was able to deploy turn 1 Grand. It was never disputed. Artist Talent, Monument to Endurance, the deck just worked flawlessly, and it was just so much better than the opponent deck. So, you know, plus those main deck Spell Pierce really did a great job here in countering that stock up.
You know what deck list I would like to see here this weekend, Mango? I would like to see the Pact deck. Gift your Pact and win the game.
Oh, wow. Harmless Offering.
Yes.
Demonic Pact.
Yes, yes. There's actually a lot of nice new cards that make the deck more consistent, and it's just such a good deck to play. Oh, and I see Yellow Hat here on the chat.
Yeah, we got another friend of the stream here. Of course, member.
Top 8 will make it to the Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven in Las Vegas and can play against Yellow Hat himself.
Yes, indeed. And at the end of this month, there is a Pro Tour in Richmond, which will also be standard. So this tournament and the one in Atlanta are definitely going to be important to kind of shape up the format for that event as well. Artist Talent gets matched by a Dispelling Exile, and we see a Station Land Deer. The players are definitely speeding up with just 11 minutes on the clock. Lucas Jaklowski, does he have another talent? That card is so important for his deck.
I want to see an Omniscience. Come on.
Well,
the card that gives the deck the name, and we haven't seen it yet.
Nico is very far away from that. I believe he doesn't have neither of those two cards. And not Kona, no Omniscience. And Lucas is thinking. He has a full grip. And his deck has a lot of choices. On the other hand, we see Nicola holding his cards a lot more friendly to the stream here, just in the middle of the table almost.
Yeah, just showing us.
Definitely conquering the battlefield, though. His lands are almost in the middle.
Yeah.
Ooh, tapping out.
Ooh, right away. Monument 2 Endurance, and that does resolve.
And once again, we see Nicola able to draw Cavern and Voice. His deck has so few sources to play Voice. Also the start charts.
Ooh, just going immediately for it with the kicker.
Lucas was so afraid because he could have just lost the game there. If he goes Kona Station, the game could have been over.
And you see your opponent tapping for 4, you're like, okay, maybe this will be it.
Also, he tapped so quickly, you know? But he definitely is playing quickly because under... Okay. Oh, he has to shuffle, wow.
Under 10 minutes.
Here, sure. Go ahead, and Monument to Endurance untaps, although there's no engine right now for it. We don't have Artist Talent in play. The other way to abuse of Monument to Endurance is Gran Gran, which also is not in play. And then finally is Abandoned Attachment. Is that card around?
Multiversal Passage there. Going to decide to be a mountain and enters Untap paying 2 life. 2 mana, Artist Talent.
2 mana Artist Talent, very important. And then Lucas passes the turn, holding up what can be a removal spell. Now, Combustion Technique deals 2 damage plus a number of lessons in the graveyard. And despite there's no lesson in the graveyard, what Lucas can do is discarding a lesson and then to the Artist Talent, and then that card will deal 3 damage. So he does have an answer, potentially, to Kona Omniscience.
Starting here with that Voice Victory. And yeah, Lucas, like, if I want to cast a spell, it has to be now.
Exactly. He cannot answer, he cannot play anything once that Voice of Victory is in play. So we're discarding a card to Monument to Endurance, drawing a card first, and then drawing a card for Monument to Endurance, and then discarding a card for Abandoned Attachment, drawing 2, and then making a treasure. But again, the Voice resolves, and now Lucas is shut off. He cannot cast any more spells this turn.
Yeah, let's see what can Nicola do with this little window of no interaction. How can he optimize this turn?
Yeah, looks like he's going to go Breeding Pool untapped, stock up. So using his Voice of Victory basically to make this stock up uncounterable here.
Wait.
Can't do anything. Yes, the Spell Pierce was ready, but it could not work because of the Voice of Victory.
Well, I guess maybe Nicola now suspects there's something for 1 mana there.
Or maybe next level bluff, but not. All right, Marangriver Regent was quickly selected, although he doesn't have an untap land, so maybe he's gonna get that Multiversal Passage or Cavern of Souls to cast it. No, looks like he got another spell there.
No Marangriver Region. Yeah.
That's in play. Can't attack. It just came into play. Let's pass the turn.
Station.
Oh, Station. Oh my god.
Don't worry, Mengu. It's safe. It's safe. I love that every time you see a player try, like, or almost making an illegal player, like, no, don't.
Oh, it's because I know Twitch chat. I know Twitch chat too well. People can't wait for a player to make a play that is not legal. Or, anyway, Lucas now untaps. He has his full engine. He has up to 7 mana this turn with that treasure, and can even make another treasure, so up to 8 mana. He can do so much this turn.
That is true.
He only has 6 minutes to take a winning line, though.
Yeah, and this deck isn't exactly the fastest, unless you have 4 victories.
Wow, look at that end. So many cards. We start by tapping 3 lands and play
maybe another Monument.
Monument to Endurance. Let's go, Lucas. Let's cast these spells. I'm concerned. I'm concerned here. The clock is ticking down.
I warned you. You didn't want to believe it.
No, you did warn me at 18 minutes on the clock.
I was seeing the future.
All right, so let's start. Play Monument to Endurance, discarding a land, drawing a card, and then drawing a card from Endurance. What I do usually here in paper is I have some dice, and I put a dice on Monument to Endurance to showcase that I've triggered it once. And I remind myself that I've drawn a card with it.
That's a good strategy.
At the PT, they even had I don't know, a nice little sheet, a little sheet that said exactly which ability was used, which is a very nice technology that maybe we can adopt here. I can go and fill that out on one of these Ultimate Guard multi-tokens that are in play.
Yeah, great idea.
All right, 1 mana shock. It's not enough, it's not lethal, so we're gonna discard that land, draw a card, and get another card and a treasure. So we got a second treasure and a card. Now, the first, there it is. Now, Nicola is also tracking the abilities.
Yeah, make sure that everything is correct there. So 2 damage on the Voice of Victory. It does have 3 toughness.
It does. So Lucas is planning on casting another Firebending Lesson. He hasn't made a land drop yet. But he does have a couple of lands in hand. So, let's see. We're gonna sacrifice the treasure. Actually, the treasure is gonna come back immediately here because the second Monument to Endurance will. The first one will deal 3 damage to face, and the second one will. Okay, he's Grangring going to be discarded here. Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
Draw a card and deal 3 damage, make a treasure. So again, you invested a lot of mana into these permanents when they came into play, but now all that mana is coming back in the form of these treasures. A land needs to be played. A land needs to be played untapped, so we have Broadside Barrage. That's the 3 mana, deal 5 damage, which can stop the combo. And passing the turn.
Yeah, choosing Island there.
Yeah. So
3 minutes.
3 minutes. This turn took a long time for Lucas. He had so many decisions.
But now it's 2 Monument to Endurance. Things can get quite fast.
Things can get quite fast. And also, Nicola took 3 damage last turn, so it should be a 15. Running from Resolves. Ooh, that's the Omniscience. Back in the days, you would jam that Omniscience in the graveyard because of Willow's Awakening. Now you have to hold it in your hand because of Kona.
Yeah, not the greatest of turns here for Nicola.
Top lane go. The players are playing quickly now. The problem here is that Lucas needs to be able to play those spells, but oftentimes these spells need a target. For example, those removal spells need a target. And it's not guaranteed that he does have a target, so. Yes, Nicola should be at 15 life. Now we tap 3 lands to play what? To level up the talent.
Wait.
Ability. Ability on the stack, we could go Unauthorized Exit. Nicola has a card in his hand that is Lost in the Maze.
Oh, that's a rare from Bloomborough, right? No, for Murder is like Color of Manor.
Yeah, it doesn't do too much, so I'm a little bit surprised here. I guess it gives X proof to Kona. That's why you play it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so Lost in the Maze comes in now, but gets matched by a Spell Pierce, which actually, as I said, Lucas needed a target. Needed to do something. Lucas needed Nicola to move to be able to play spells. And Nicola moved. I wonder what would have happened if Nicola just didn't cast a spell. Lucas might have just passed the turn there. Instead, because of this Lost in the Maze was put on the stack, he's able to go Spell Pierce and now can discard, draw, and draw 2 more.
Drew Ancestor's Recall.
There it is. So we can now pay 1 mana. Because of the Artist Talent second chapter on the stack, resolved, he can now pay 1 mana. Go. He's thinking about what to discard to the Artist Talent. Yeah, no Storm Chaser talent in this list by Lucas Yoklowski. This may mean that, you know, it takes a while to kill the opponent, as we saw in Game 2. Oh, wow, he just passes the turn.
Passing the turn, and looks like Stock Up is the card there drawn by Nicola.
Okay.
Is it going to be enough?
The reason why Lucas passed the turn is that he has Essence Scatter and Broadside Barrage. That is 2 answer to Kona. Ooh, that's going to be matched by an Essence Scatter. Nicola had
counterable. Oh no, because it's human, so it is counterable. Oh.
Yeah, Nicola had the choice to take Cavern of Souls with that stock up, chose not to, and now he's answered by that. And now what's happening is that Lucas is drawing extra cards, doesn't care about dealing those 3 damage, but now he's going for the Accumulate Wisdom, discarding Shooting 6, going down to 9, I believe. Drawing 4, of course. 1 from the Talent, 3 from the Wisdom.
Did you ever run out of cards playing Izzet Lessons?
I mean, you could. We've seen players at Worlds getting very, very close to deck themselves. But you know, with extra artists, with extra monument, it cannot beat this game though, because
yeah, no, those monuments are just too good.
Yeah, so now the players the clock reached 0, but that still means that Lucas has 3 extra turn to play, and that's gonna take really it's not gonna be, it's gonna probably win the game this turn. He just plays a 3rd monument here, it plays 3 spells easily, and that's just gonna be 9 damage. So I think the game is gonna be over soon now. Acclimate Wisdom, discard 1, draw 4.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 6.
6, yes, because of the 2 monuments.
Yeah.
Well, this is like just enough. Okay, you got it.
Yes.
Good game there, Lucas winning with Izzet Lessons and showcasing why this is the deck to beat here this weekend. Mengu, what did you think of this game?
I feel like Lucas was in control for game 2 and 3. He had all the answers, and that's the power of blue, honestly. You know, you can sideboard out those cards that are not very good, in this case the removal spell, bring in some extra counter magic, draw the counter magic, and eventually just take over the game. You just draw so many cards that you find the right cards, whereas the Simic deck kind of struggled there. Had to find the counter spell, had to find the combo pieces, and they're just not good enough for this matchup. Although we did see a winning game 1 on the back of just Arc casting his 6/7 Meringue River Regent.
And you know, Mengu, I was thinking that this lesson deck just came up from the World Championship, right? So it was something that was tested by a testing team. They tested a lot and they found out like, oh yeah, this lesson thinks it's quite good. Did it ever happen to you to be in a team and you guys were like, this deck that no one found yet, it's actually quite good?
Yeah, it was for Pro Tour Oath of Gatewatch. It was with Team Channel Fireball as we came up with Colorless Eldrazi. That was the deck with Thanatir and Ayovugin that kind of led to the Eldrazi Winter. That Pro Tour was won by Brian Lucien, but you know. lot of players in the PT also realized that the power of the Colorless Eldrazi deck. So throughout the tournament, it was so powerful to just go turn 2 Thanatir, a Reality Smasher, you know, just like this very powerful, overpowered deck. That was the Eldrazi.
I love to see it. I feel like with Arena, maybe we see it less now. We just so many players playing Magic. They figure out things way quicker. But we still have this Izzet lesson, which is still an example how sometimes when teams are together, they can come up with these decks that are quite innovative. And we are ready here for our backup feature match because the Magic never stops in Lyon.
Yes.
And it's very exciting here. So let's see what we are watching in our backup feature.
Yeah, we have Arthur Tron against on Golgari Urboroi against Noah Bassin on 4-color control. Wow, Arthur Tron. His surname is actual Tron. I wonder what he plays in Modern. If he plays Tron, it's so funny. In Standard is playing Golgari Urboroi. We've seen Simic Urboroi being played earlier on stream. We've got Simon Nielsen, who was 6-0 just before that, defeating Jeskai Control. Let's see if this Golgari deck is able to do so. Of course, not having access to blue means that you don't have powerful answers to sweepers like these just control answers. There it is, Arthur Tron. His surname is actual Tron. That's super cool.
Why play Golgari instead of Simic, Mengu?
Well, you have Deep Cavern Bat, which is your interaction of choice. And then you have a card that doesn't see that much play, which is Lively Dirge. Lively Dirge is a sorcery for 2 mana with Spree. You can switch it over for a card and put it in your graveyard. And for 4 mana, you can return up to 2 creatures with mana value 4 or more from the graveyard to the battlefield. And this means that you just have like an endless flow of Urboroi, which may be hard for the 4-color control opponent to answer. And the 4-color control opponent plays a card that I love to play in Pauper, Mystical Teachings in the format, thanks to Foundation, a card from the Time Spiral.
That is true, and we saw there the 4-color deck. Love this 4-color deck as well. Both players 5-1, and they are ready here to take on this game. If they win, it means that they are making day 2. So this is kind of a win, but not win and in, but not a lose out kind of situation. And what a strong start here from the Golgari player, Leno Warwells into Badgermole Cub. Do you have another Badgermole Cub? That would be fun.
That's not Gene Pollinator.
Yeah. 2 mana. And no, but there's an Innkeeper's Talent that is going to put a +1/+1 counter on that beautiful Badgermole Cub.
There's only one copy of Innkeeper's Talent, and he drew it in a matchup where it's so important to have a non-creature permanent that just does value over and over. So Noah now passes the turn, but he's so behind. It's just turn 2, and the opponent has 5 permanents, and he's just has a very, very big board presence. Thanks to that Innkeeper's Talent, he can even level that up, giving his permanents with counters word 1.
Yep, I love that. I remember when Vraska was legal in Standard, and Innkeeper's Talent was just a combo with it. Those were fun times.
Exactly, but also I remember even before that when Innkeeper's Talent was so important in the Gruul aggro deck.
Oh yeah.
4 of in that deck. Now, right now that card doesn't see much play anymore, but you know that maybe it's like every single class from Bloomburrow, it's widely played, and I believe you know, one of the most successful cycles that Magic has done recently.
Yeah, the talent's definitely very strong. We saw the Artist Talent being a key card. And here's the card that you were talking about, Mengu.
Fully kicked. You can now put a card in the graveyard and reanimate it, and guess what cost exactly 4?
Urubroid.
That's the name of the deck by Arthur Tron, who is now paying 5 mana. It's basically doing a Greenson Zenith.
Yeah, doing Tron stuff, tapping lands for a lot of mana.
Yeah, I mean, he tapped 3 permanents and got 5 mana thanks to that Badgermole Cub.
And things start escalating quite quickly from here.
The way you can stack this card actually is you can first put a counter from Innkeeper's Talent to Urborroid.
Yeah.
And then
put 2 counters to everything.
But let's see, because Noah might have like a removal spells here to just kind of stop everything here. So let's see. He has in his deck Get Lost. Actually, looking at the list, again, the lists are not public, but you know, we in the coverage team have access to them. There's no copies of Get Lost in Noah Bassin list.
No,
so
Get Lost.
You cannot interact with this. Yeah, he has a bunch of answers, but they all cost red. You know, if Lightning Helix have a Braid, but the mana base that he has right now does not allow that. So it's turn 3 of the game, and Arthur has put for 2 counters on every creature he controls.
Yeah, that Badgermole Cub is now a 5/5, and he dealt 5 damage. So that means that Noah is down to 15 and a full board on the other side. I don't think there's a 3 mana board wipe here.
This is a turn 3 kill.
Yeah, turn 3 kill. Love that.
Basically, okay, last Tron joke, I swear, but he basically just went like turn 3 Tron here.
Yeah. I mean,
that's it, the last one. I promise. You probably heard this joke a lot in his life.
I mean, maybe Arthur actually like just found out about Magic because of his last name. Have you thought about it? Maybe somebody was like, "Oh, your last name is like a fun thing in Magic the Gathering."
Hey,
like, what is Magic the Gathering?
Maybe. All right, we see here the sideboard, and those Innkeeper's Talent stonks are gonna go up, as he has up to 4 in the 75, as well as 2 copies of Surak, Elusive Hunter, which is very good against these control decks, making these creatures uncounterable.
Yeah, pretty good stuff here. Now let's take a look at the opponent's deck, which is 4-color control and sideboard. I think a lot of sideboard options, no?
So actually, we know it's 4-color control because, again, I have the list in front of me, but Arthur doesn't know that because Noah just played Esper lands, consulted the star charts and packed it up.
Yep.
So as far as you know, there's no red. Not that
And
it
as
matters
far as
much.
we know as well, because of this sideboard, and I think at this point Twitch chat thinks we are lying. And it's like, no, he's just playing blue-white control.
That's true.
Stop playing casters.
That's true. So we got a couple of Day of Judgment. Ooh, there it is. We were not lying.
Okay,
Not a single basic land in this list. If someone comes with some Field of Ruin, and Noah will be... Oh, actually, there's a player playing Magmatic Elkite 4 copies. Imagine that. You play Magmatic Elkite against this deck, and you're just going to lose your land. But yeah, so we've seen extra Day of Judgment. We've seen Ultima, and we've seen... Tishana's Tidebinder. I believe those cards will all come in from the sideboard.
We are getting ready as player sideboard here for game number 2. Golgari Ouroboros versus the 4-color control. One of these players will for sure make day 2 of this tournament. Unless they draw. But I don't think they will.
All right. Both players kept, and do we have a Elanor Elf? We do, of course. It's a pretty beaten one. How old is the Elanor Elf? How many times it tapped for green?
A lot. It looks like it gave its fair share of ramp.
Yeah, many forest mana, many green mana were added. Probably unsleeved green mana. It's the type of card that you do play at the beach. That's how I started playing. You know, most of my... I have lots of cards that are very damaged, just like that one. Just because...
It just adds some charm if you think about it, you know?
Yeah, okay, so that is a swamp, and we're tapping to play deep... No, never mind. Innkeeper's Talent is the card that's put on the stack once again, and Noah's just staring at him like, why is this card so good against me?
Yep. That resolves going to level up, and now all things with counters will have ward, but doesn't matter because we are, before that counter happens, taking care of the Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, so actually, pretty as a play by Arthur, who could have played Deep Cavern bad, and he would have been blown out by the Fire Magic. Yep. It would have been a nice 2-for-1.
So 3 mana now, and...
Yeah, Noah decided not to kill the Llanowar Elf in his main phase, waiting for a Deep Cavern Bat, but Arthur, you know, leveled up and didn't even play that. So now we're going to do the stock up empty board, which is very nice. We're actually looking for some answer to that enchantment. Let me quickly look at the list, but again, I did not see, there's no copies of Get Lost in his deck. There are a couple of copies of Seam Rip that is going to be an answer, and is also, of course, Inevitable Defeat, the 4-mana Mardu removal spell that destroys a permanent.
One thing that Noah has is access to board wipes now. I see a board wipe in hand already, so maybe Noah's just like doesn't care about the Innkeeper's Talent, just going to remove the board all the time.
Ooh, Gustaf Raider. That's a card we don't see very often. Let's
try to get it on the screen.
Let's go try to get it on the screen, and it's a 3-mana 2/1 that starts the engine, but mostly says whenever this creature enters, target opponent reveals their hand, you choose an instant or sorcery from it. That player is discarded. Reminds me of Sin Collector from the old days of humans.
Ooh, our card viewer is paying attention. Thank you. So fast there.
All right, so these cards will be gone, and it's not like the bat that just gets exiled until the bat stays in play. This card is gone forever. So probably gonna get that stock up here. Usually what you want to do is just take the 2-for-1s. You don't really want to take removal spells. So that's at least what I would do here, is taking stock up.
Ultima is such a great board wipe as well, even though it costs 5.
Yeah, I mean, it ends the turn, but it does make sure that a lot of the... does it get exiled or graveyard? Discard. Okay. And then you put a counter on it from the...
Innkeeper's Talent?
And also, we need to remember to start the engine. Start the engine. It's not a trigger that can be missed.
Yep. There, I think he's going to go maybe for the token, or... Ooh, Steam Reap, yeah.
Steam Reap.
There's a way.
Yes, indeed. It was in his hand, so it will be exiled. So the mana base is online for Noah now, has access to all his colors. That meticulous archive, fixing all those verges.
Yeah.
Max speed, this creature gets +1/+1 and menace. Ooh, another copy of Innkeeper Talent. Let's see if it resolves. It may not, because Noah picked up a copy of 3 Steps Ahead. Let's see if he casts it here.
Yeah, so Innkeeper's Talent on the stack, the second one. First one got exiled with that Steam Rip.
Very important here. I would counter this, honestly. Innkeeper's Talent just does so much value over and over.
And just Noah doesn't have that many ways to deal with it.
Let it go. Go to combat, level up, attack for 4. And Lyon and Elix. We don't need to pay ward because the talent is not leveled up.
Yeah.
They're talking about the max speed. You go to max speed 1. That's a trigger that cannot be missed.
Yeah.
And now post-combat, I'm assuming Arthur, we will just level up the talent. But yeah, I mean, of course, you know, we are at a competitive tournament, so the players need to make sure that the game state is always all right. We have lots of judges that will help us getting through this very easy mistake to do and very easy. You know, you don't play Gastaf Raider for his max speed. You play it for his discard effect. But you know, again.
Yeah, we are at the eye-level competitive Magic, and honestly, I have to say, I feel like judges are so helpful. People usually think of judges like, oh, you know, like they're scared of judges, but they're just there to help fix the board states and look like here everything got sorted out. There's the max speed 1, as you said, that could not be missed, leveling up the Innkeeper's Talent.
Yeah, before coming here, I read a post by one of the Magic judges on Twitter, Garrison H, and he had like a super long list of like useful things to know if you play Standard, and one of the things he said, he had a paragraph about max speed, and you know, that's why I know it. So, you know, even if you don't know the rules yourself, definitely you can help yourself reading that tweet by one of the many Magic judges here. All right, Deep Current Bat.
Does it resolve?
Yeah, what Noah wants to do with that 3 steps ahead is he wants to kick it. He wants to counterspell and draw in this card. So he wants to get some value because the stock up was denied, the second stock up. So he wants to be able to get some 2-for-1s to get the ball rolling.
No mana for that.
Yeah, no mana for that. You need 5 mana, of course. So ability in the stack. Easy. You can just pay 1 mana. Exactly, yeah. You can just pay 1 mana. And the bat will still take a look at the hand.
Yeah, you still see that your opponent has that 3 steps ahead, the Ultima,
and the
Day of Judgment. So 2 board wipes, 1 counter spell. Looks like blue-white control to me.
Yeah, here, what Arthur can do next turn if he draws a land is he can just level up that Innkeeper's Talent, and from there on, every creature comes to play basically with 2 extra counters because of that 3rd chapter of Innkeeper's Talent.
And here deciding whether to surveil or not that card from the Tendering Falls.
Okay, all good here. Once again, you know, on top of that table, we've got another judge. Ooh, what goes to the graveyard over there? What is that card? Let me check about it. Cursed Recording.
Oh yeah, that card from Duskmourn.
That's a card from Duskmourn for 4 mana. I guess it's not good enough if it was surveilled in a stall situation. But when you cast instant or sorcery spell, put a time counter on this. Then if there are 7 or more counters, you remove those counters and deals 20 damage. And then you tap it. Whenever your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, you copy a spell. Wow, that's a card. That's a Magic card.
Yeah, good card there, and another Innkeeper's Talent being played. And that resolved.
A second talent comes in, and now Forest. And now if Arthur levels up that talent, he's going to put 4 counters every single time he goes to combat with 1 creature.
A lot of talent, but no creatures, so...
Urboroid comes in, and it's going to be so big. Okay.
It would be so big, but we are going to use that 3 steps ahead, and we are going to spree it.
Yeah, so Noah now has to decide whether he wants to discard a land or one of these sweepers, and he goes for the sweeper. Interesting. I believe the card he drew is Inevitable Defeat, the Mardu Vindicate.
Ooh, that's a good one there.
Was that Jessica's revelation?
Yeah, I believe that's a Jessica's revelation there.
my
So that's going to
God.
be some very good work later in the game.
Later in the game, we already there.
We already late game, yeah. I
This
mean,
is already late
there's
game.
already 7 mana.
Yeah, Noah shocks himself with a Godless Shrine and is able to pay 7. Return a spell or permanent to its owners and deals 4 damage to any target. Make 2 1/1 Monk with Prowess. Draw 2 cards. Gain 4 life. That's a lot of words for a single card.
That's why it costs 7. It's a pretty good one, but it's a pretty pricey one as well.
A Lively Dirge for 4 mana tries to reanimate Urboroid here. The graveyard is on the left side of Archer deck, so we don't see it on screen, but it's there. Urboroid was played last turn.
Yeah, and looks like there we are pushing the graveyard a bit closer to us on... okay, but we have the Jeskai Revelation here. That is going to return the spell to its owner's hand. Deal 4 damage to any target, so face. Create 2/1 monks with prowess, draw 2 cards, and gain 4 life. It takes coffee, it makes breakfast, it cleans your floors, it mops, it does everything for you.
Yes, indeed. The card that was played was Lively Dirge, which is now returned to hand with Jessica's Revelation. 2 monks come in, and from now on, Archer Noah will just take over the game with that 3 steps ahead, locking it up.
Yeah. And Arthur is at 14. There's 2 lightning elixirs, right? So that could be potential 6 plus 6 damage, so 12. So almost there.
Yes, just 2 damage, past the turn. We're holding up a lot of spells. That hand is stacked. In testing, I would probably just reveal hand here. But of course, the players have to play it out.
Yeah.
There's always a 5% chance that you win the game, the Reduke way. All right, Noah says, all right, have at it. Take a look.
Look at everything.
No, 2 Lightning Helix. Whatever you take is probably not gonna matter.
Yeah.
Because I can just Lightning Helix that bat as soon as you try to put counters on it.
I think this is an inevitable defeat here for Arthur. Just with so many things that Noah has on the other side. This is when control decks start shining.
Yes, indeed. You can also fire those Lightning Helix face if you want to give those Monk Prowess to shorten the clock next turn. Taking 3 steps ahead here. And then take some more damage. And a Lively Dirge is going to come back and is going to try to reanimate that Urboroid. Although the Urboroid is just a 1/3, so it dies to Lightning Helix. It's actually a pretty big blowout if you play Urboroid and be matched by a Lightning Helix. That's a 4 mana change for 2.
Yep. Inevitable defeat on the bat. That is going to deal 3 damage to Arthur.
Draining 3. And then 3 steps ahead is going to counter Lively Dirge. Noah's going to untap, fire those Lightning Helix face, and then those Monk with Prowess will end the game. And the players will have a comfortable 30 minutes to play Game 3, which is definitely important once you play those control decks. So, you know.
And players are just like, okay, let's go for game number 3 with our 4-color control player taking over this second game. Now, both players 1-1. And Mengu, what do you think has the advantage on game number 3?
I think just get control or 4-color control still has the advantage, even though he's on the draw. He definitely has all of the tools to, you know, answer those green-black creatures. Yes, plenty of removal spell, plenty of sweepers. Although, of course, there are ways. We've seen it in game 1. If Noah comes out super quickly, sorry, not Noah, Arthur comes up super quickly with his Llanowar Elf into Blood Badger Macabre into Innkeeper's Talent, that is very hard to come back. But overall, I'd say in average draw from both players, the advantage, I'd say the matchup favors the control player.
Yeah, let's see how things go with also Arthur now on the play, so trying to get again that turn 1 either Llanowar Elf or Gene Pollinator into turn 2 Badger Mold Cub Ram situation going.
A card that I expected to see from the green-black player is Overlord of Balamork. That is a, you know, pretty big creatures that also helps you to just have consistent draws. I believe the Handshake team came up with that deck for Worlds. But here we see Arthur mulliganing. Again, here on stream, no dead time. We were able to cut immediately.
Right away.
This game 3.
Lana War Elves, that's first step.
I believe that's even beaten damage differently than the previous one, so he has multiple damage Lana Elf.
And there's the multiversal passage there. Shocking, and looks like we have that Innkeeper's Talent going to immediately get that ward. That means that now this Lana War Elf is a 2-2 with ward 1.
Yes, indeed. That talent is super important for his creatures to survive a cheap removal spell, which is not cheap anymore now, as the Lightning Elix will cost 3 to kill that Llanowar Elf, and he cannot do that.
2 mana, and we are trying to deploy a Deep Cavern Bat here. Noah is going to Lightning Elix the bat in response. That's going to gain Noah 3 life, but we get to see the hand.
Let's take a look at the hand. So there's that. That's crazy. Cursed Recording is still there, alongside a couple of 3 steps ahead, Console the Star Charts, and also Day of Judgment. It's very important to know about.
What would you take here, Mango?
Well, you're not taking anything. You're just taking a look.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot.
You can try to be like, yeah, you can discard that Day of Judgment, but that's not going to work. The Lightning Elix took care of that elf. Sorry, of that bat. And the elf will come in.
No bat for anyone.
The bat will come in for 3.
And still 1 mana available from that Lana War Elves.
Yeah, so the way the Verges interact with Multiversal Passage is very interesting. Multiversal Passage doesn't just add green, it actually becomes a green land. So it makes so that the Verge is now adding both green and black.
Correct.
That's
why I feel like one of the reasons that it's so much played as well.
Yeah.
Just works really well because it's still a basic, so you still get the land type.
Well, it's not a basic, but you do have the land type, so it's still, you know, I don't know, if your opponent plays Blood Moon, it would be a mountain. Okay, wow, look at that. Another bat, so you're actually taking something now.
Now you get to choose.
Maybe I would take that the Judgment here. Yes, Noah has some card draws, but he has to find them, and Arthur has a second talent, so he can actually just be able to deal a lot of damage before Noah can find a removal spell. And the removal spell would cost even more because of the extra ward counters. Because we are casting another talent here with the second chapter, you know, giving ward 2 basically.
Land from the top there on Noah's side. Passing the turn, now Arthur knows there's that 3 steps ahead on the other side, but these creatures will keep growing, and they have ward, and they will eventually take on the game if Noah doesn't find an answer.
Yeah, like if Arthur draws a land here, you can just top 5 and level up that talent to 3. But he finds a Llanowar Elf here.
You can also just tap the Llanowar Elf to do so. So yeah, looks like that's the play there. Now that bat is going to get 2 counters.
Actually, that talent was already on 2.
Yeah, that's already on 2.
That's what he did on turn. That's what he did on turn 3. He just had a counter on 1, but it was meant to be on 2 basically.
Yeah.
So now Arthur levels it up to 3 and puts 2 counters on the bat, which is now a 4/4 lifelink with ward 1.
Wow, and Noah just gets another land here. So land after land. Not finding an answer to any of these creatures or the Innkeeper's talent.
You could have just fired off that 3 steps ahead to draw 2 and discard 1. He chose not to.
I think just reading here the Innkeeper's talent. This game is looking pretty good here for Arthur.
The players are not talking about if that talent was already on 2, and I think he was on 2 because, again, I talked about how he had ward 1, but there was just no counters showing that it was on 2.
So just confirming that everything
So the
okay
Arthur
there.
did pay mana, it just didn't actually move the counter up. And now he's playing a second Innkeeper's Talent, asking Noah, do you want to counter this? Because, okay, if you do, sure, you're still taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Not only taking a lot of damage, but also losing the 3 steps ahead for a later turn where he can actually use the spree on it as well. But he does have 2.
Yeah, it's crazy to me, a cursed recording in hand, just
not doing
such
much,
a slow
right?
card in a matchup that seems to be fast. I don't
It's
know.
a curse.
Yeah. Okay, so Artist Talent, sorry, Innkeeper's Talent resolves here. I think what's happening is that Noah wants to play Console to start charts and just hoping to find a Wrath of God. I think he's all in. Noah is moving quickly now, putting 2 counters on Llanowar Elf. Both of these creatures now have Ward 2.
4 4s.
Attacking for 8. Oh no!
Putting more from the other talent.
That's true.
Yeah, so now
Each counter puts 4.
Yeah, so
because
that's going to be 6 plus 4. That's 10 damage.
one is a 3, one is a 2. So, wow, that's so many counters. And now we go consult our charts. Does Noah find a sweeper?
No.
He does not.
Not great there.
Oh my god. So this is a game where the proactive player is asking, do you have an answer? The reactive player is looking for that answer. Well, Noah had the answer. He had the judgment, but the bot took it away. So you see the difference between black and blue here. One takes cards from hand and hopes the other doesn't off deck. The other one has to old mana up to be able to counter them. But of course, you know, being able to tap all your lands make you faster.
And this Llanowar Elf sure is a bit beaten up, but it's a B1.
Yeah, I mean, Lightning can't do anything here. Inevitable Defeat says this spell cannot be countered. This spell cannot be countered. We'll play around Ward. So now what has to happen is Arthur needs to make both of his threat lethal. Can he do that? So he puts...
Noah is at 9 life.
2 counters on 1. The Llanowar Elf is lethal. So Noah now has... Oh, he's going to gain 3 life. That's going to help him.
No, oh yes, your opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life, exactly. That it does help.
Okay, so
So
Theo
it's
Judgment's
selling
back. Theo Judgment has to deal with the Llanowar Elf. It's pretty funny. Actually, Noah doesn't have double white in play right now. So it goes to 4. Let's see if he has a follow-up. Let's see if he has another bat, for example. Just a couple of Gene Pollinator and the Llanowar Elf. Wow, that hand is not good for Arthur.
Yeah, I'm deciding here, do I commit knowing there is a Day of Judgment on the other side? Knowing as well there's not the second white source, as you said, Mengu.
I would deploy at least 1.
Yeah,
Because-
and that's exactly what Arthur decided to do.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just... Your opponent also with a removal spell. So now Noah is like, okay, so I have to fire off this Day of Judgment because otherwise I can't answer that 8/8 Llanowar Elf. But that Gene Pollinator, like if he just went removal spell, that Gene Pollinator is going to be lethal. And unfortunately, Noah cannot hold up Lightning Helix here.
Yeah.
His mana base is hard. I mean, you're adding extra colors, you can't cast your spells.
Let's see here what Arthur can do getting a land.
Yeah, definitely playing both of his creatures now.
These dorks, you know, they look small, but these Innkeeper's Talent surely are helping out. So 2 counters in each one of them, and they have Ward 2 as well.
They have Ward 2, and Noah's like, oh, if only I had a land here, I could have played this Lightning Helix. I didn't have to pay Ward 2. Now he has to pay Ward 2. He keeps on drawing lands that aren't white. That 3 steps ahead that could have been used on turn 3 to draw in this card could have played, and it's still in hand. I think I would have played if I was in Noah's shoes on turn 3. And now, what are we doing here? What he can do is play 3 steps ahead, just draw. Ooh, he goes for Cursed Recording.
Yeah, maybe trying to just duplicate the spells.
Oh, he can go Lightning Helix face, but that's not going to do it. Arthur is definitely threatening more than 10 damage, and all Noah can do is firing off Lightning Helix at face multiple times, because the creatures have War 2. and he doesn't have mana to pay for ward. So Arthur here just levels up the second talent, can deploy, I don't know, 4 counter on each? And that's way more than 10 damage. So I think we have lethal this turn. But Arthur chooses... I guess he still has lethal. He still has lethal. That's still... Okay, Lightning Helix. Played. On Llanowar Elf twice. Well, word, GG. Hand
yeah, that's it.
Shake. Oh my god. Arthur pointing at his t-shirt. Like, I won because I have Gengar. What's that? I don't know. What's that?
Maybe some team, I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, he won there. He had lethal.
Maybe a local.
His Llanowar Elf Engine Pollinator threatened 10 damage. Lightning Leaves could have been copied, but that was not enough. So very cool to see a player from France with maybe a brew of his getting the job done. So congrats to Arthur Tron winning with Golgari Urboroid, advancing to day 2.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations, great games there. And the ward really helping out against the control deck. And I think we have an interview ready, so I think maybe we can see who Arthur was thanking there. Let's take a look at the interview with Carl.
Arthur, what a win! Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I have a few questions, but before we get on to your deck and the matchup, why do you have an aubergine on you?
Okay, all right. So I play for the Aubergines because it's just the craziest team in the world, and we have fun all the time. We take nights to enjoy, and yeah, I'm probably not the most talented player in the world. Technically, I'm very, very bad.
Okay, well, your score doesn't say so right now.
Yeah, but yeah, everybody is very supportive and we have so much fun, so of course...
yeah, it was wonderful. It was such a beautiful moment. When Arthur left the table, all his friends came and they all took him in his arms. They're all yelling and cheering on. They're all wearing purple.
And, yeah, when we are drunk, it's 3 times more.
It's 3 times more? But you guys aren't drunk right now, right?
No,
you looked drunk right now. You were so excited. Well, so you're playing Is It Lessons?
Not really. Not in reason. More green-black. It's green-black Ouroboros.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, sorry. You're right. You played against Lessons. I said the wrong word.
No, I played against Control.
Yes.
For color control.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I was looking at the other match, and then I came and you were so excited. He took so long to celebrate with his friends that I forgot which match I was.
He's going to join us soon. That's why he gets crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm feeding off of their energy. Now, you brought Ouroboros, but you brought Golgari. And is there a reason for that?
Okay, so before the Simic, Ouroboros came in the competitive play.
Yeah.
I was already playing green-black. Sorry, I was already playing green-black Ouroboros, but I had a version that was good against Is It Lesson with rabbits, Popatch recruit, and talents. I had 4 talents main deck and 4 rabbit main deck. But in the new metagame with the Simic decks and the landfall decks, my deck was terrible. I was losing all the time. So I was like, okay, I gotta play a stupid Ouroboros deck, otherwise I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna go 0-4 and drop.
You'll play against better players, so you need to tap creatures sideways and get them dead.
Exactly, so I figured, okay, Lively Dirge is an amazing card. I still want to play it. And yeah, that's why I choose to play green-black. And actually, the blue-green deck came too late, and I didn't want to change everything, so I kept green-black. So Lively Dirge is an amazing card in the mirror. Against blue-green, Ouroboros, it's amazing because you have much more ways to find your Ouroboros, and you have interaction. And this is those are the cards that I
removal spells.
Yeah, exactly. And the interaction is what I love about Magic. So so have removals, and especially probably the best card in the deck after the Badger, the Deep Cavern Bat.
Yep, I saw you do that. I saw you get cards out of his hand.
That's really amazing. Like, it's so good. Against Is It Lessons, it's pretty bad.
Okay, let's say there's another tournament in 2 days.
Yeah.
Would you register the same deck? And if so, is there cards you take out of it?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm definitely going to take out the Moustache, which is the two...
Oh, it's not that big. You
not my Moustache, but the Moustache in my deck.
Okay.
Which is the ally, the 2/3 ally that makes mana.
Yeah.
And, yeah. So I took this because I was expecting a lot of mono reds and a lot of lessons. And the 2-3 body against those matchups is pretty good.
Blocks really well.
But the 2-2 reach is so much better, so I probably have to play 3-2-2 reach.
2-2 reach?
Sorry, the 2-2 reach spider that untaps.
The 2-3.
Yeah, I had two choices between the 2-3 ally that makes mana, and the 2-2 reach spider that untaps when you play a 4.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I'm playing more 2-3s, which are much worse in the metagame, yeah.
Okay, so that would be the
I will register the same deck because I love interaction, and Bat with Ouroborid is just really, really good.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe that's the future of Ouroborid. You're going to switch from Simic to your build. Who knows?
Who knows?
Keep on doing well. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much
for doing this.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the tournament.
Sorry.
There's a segment now with...
旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱とともに。アルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道近日発売。
Welcome back from that Ultimate Guard ad. It was beautiful. Now, Arthur was replaced by someone who's considerably better at math than him. I don't know how good Arthur's math is, but I know this man here is exceptional at math. And we're swapping the roles here, right? Because you have a quiz, and you can play along at home as well, because we're going to try to guess the 5 most played cards today at the event. But Frank knows them. I don't.
I ran the numbers indeed. I went through all the deck lists, tallied up all the numbers, and when we talk about the most played cards, it is going to be based on the total number of copies across all main decks and sideboards.
And sideboards.
Yes, at the decks registered here today at the Magic Spotlight. Okay. Though only non-land cards. Otherwise, you know, basic island and like multiversal passage would be on top. But we're focusing only on the non-land cards.
So you're the host now.
Well, yes. Oh, we're swapping seats.
Yeah. No, I gave you the host hat. Okay. I'm going to kick back and host away.
I am, as an example, I'm going to give you number 5.
Oh, thank God.
So the 5th most played card here in the tournament, it's Boomerang Basics. And
that tells me a lot about one of the other 4.
Perhaps. And, well, fun fact. There were 746 competitors here today.
Yes.
Across all their deck lists, there were 746 copies of Boomerang Basics.
Did you say the same number twice?
Yes. So on average, there's like 1 Boomerang Basics per deck here. That already tells us that blue is seeing quite a lot of play.
And just, I assume you know, but Boomerang Basics, in case you couldn't read the screen, is a 1 mana blue spell. It's a sorcery, and you can return a permanent to its owner's hand, and if it's one of yours, you also get to draw a card for your troubles.
Obviously, importantly, a lesson, which matters for the most played deck in the room, but also an efficient piece of interaction with some synergy potential.
Okay, can I try to gander a guess at number 4, given that you've given me number 5?
Okay.
Okay, you can try to guess at home as well.
Yep, I'm following the chat too.
And I know that this is a good card, there. And maybe it's number 3 or number 2, but I feel like Boomerang Basics has a twin sister, and her name is Storm Chaser's Talent. Is that number 4?
You're right, you're right. It is the ultimate combo. Turn 1 Storm Chaser,
infinite value.
Yep.
Okay, we've got a number 3. And it's not, oh darn it, because I've got the great whopping hit of number 5, which was Boomerang Basics, and then number 4 was clearly Storm Chaser's Talent, and now there's 3 more. I heard blue's pretty good. It's not Grand because these cards are played in multiple decks.
That's not a bad guess. But indeed, you're right. Gran is only seeing play in Is It Lessons, whereas, for example, the Boomerang Basics and Storm Chaser's Talent are also seeing play in some other Is It decks. So it's not Gran.
We have a hint, you people at home playing and me, is that it's cards that can be seen in multiple types of archetypes. So a card that is just good in many things. And I think Badgermole Cub has been in a lot of different types of decks today. Is that number 3?
That is a very good guess. It is definitely in the top 7.
Oh, I thought...
but not actually...
not in the top 5.
No, Badgermole Cub is seeing a lot of play indeed, but not in the top 5.
Quantum Riddler.
That is already an excellent guess. Let's
very much. My ego is inflating by the minute.
Let's go ahead of this because Quantum Riddler is actually number 2.
Oh.
So that card is also seeing a lot of play in the blue decks.
Please tell me that not all the cards are blue.
So number 3.
Oh no!
Actually
it's
a null.
Spoiled.
Yes. A null is mostly a sideboard card, but after the rise of Is It Lessons, featuring the Monument to Endurance and the Artist Talent, a null is just one of the best answers to that. And that's why it's also seeing a lot of play.
So 1 mana blue spells seem pretty prevalent in this format.
Yes, or I mean 2 mana blue spells if we count Quantum Riddler that way. It is a blue world that we're living in, and this collection already shows that in Standard.
As we saw with the null. And going around the tables, I feel like I could be wrong. And tell me at home if you have a different opinion. Yeah. I think a colorless sideboard card has to be number 1. And I have my eye on Soul Guide Lantern, because the top deck is pretty hosted by Soul Guide Lantern.
That is correct.
We got there, friends. Oh, I did not expect to do this well. I thought I would just embarrass myself in front of everyone. Yeah, Soul Guide Lantern, if you haven't seen it, well, you haven't been watching the stream, because it's a 1 mana artifact. When it enters, you snipe a card out of the graveyard, which, conveniently enough, turns on crime. It commits a crime.
Matters for some of the duelist decks, yeah.
But also, if you sack it, you exile someone's graveyard, and if they don't have a graveyard anyways, or you don't want your Soul Guide Lantern, you can cycle it for a card. This card does everything. It's made me coffee once.
Yeah.
It wasn't very good.
Across all the deck lists, there were 935 copies of Soul Guide Lantern.
So there's more Soul Guide Lanterns than there are people in the tournament.
Yes, that is correct. And yeah, when Is It Lessons, a graveyard reliant deck is popular. Also, you have the Sultai Reanimator decks that really need their graveyards. Even some other decks make use of it as well. It just is one of the most efficient answers that you can have, and since it's colorless, it can just go in literally every deck.
Going into this tournament, all the casters had to pick a deck that we think you should watch out for, and I feel like a silly head now because I picked Sultai Reanimator in a room where there's more Soul Guide Lanterns than people.
And I can tell you that Sultai Reanimator has not been doing all that well. Like we haven't seen it today, and I was actually picking the feature matches, thinking, hey, might it be nice to see if there's some Sultai Reanimator near the top. Well, yeah, they haven't really been doing all that well so far.
I've got a corner to go cry in, so I'm gonna hand you over to Martin Juza and Arne Huschenbeth.
Welcome back, everybody. This is round 8 of Spotlight Avatar here in Lyon, France. And yeah, there's a rule this weekend. You can only play blue cards. This is why, no, we're just kidding. Blue is doing really well. Blue-red decks, there's a lot of blue-green as well. And we're actually going to be seeing some of that this round as well. Arne, what do we have coming up?
Yeah, this is a very fitting segment into this feature match here in round number 8. Welcome,
what do we have?
We are watching Ben Sack playing a mono blue deck with Hydro Man. So yeah, guys, if you haven't hydrated today, go for it. And Hydro Man, yeah, it's a mono blue. I haven't seen this deck before. I'm like super excited.
It's his brew.
Yeah. It's sort of like a mono blue tempo deck. I'm sure we're gonna see the deck list very soon. Ben is also very on theme here with an avatar hat and an upper. I already saw him walking around the venue with that upper t-shirt. And yeah, it's a mono blue tempo deck. It plays Hydro Man, it plays Quantum Riddlers, Thunder Trap Trainers, Boomerang Basic, Splash Portal, Harbinger of the Tides, a nice throwback.
Kind of a bling deck, right? That's like the theme of the deck, right? There's Splash Portal.
There we go. There we have the deck list on screen for you guys. Yeah, it's Blinking, Harbinger, Quantum Riddler,
Trainer.
The most powerful thing, of course, the portal onto Riddler on turn 3. That's sort of the most broken thing they can do, which is very nice. Yeah, it's it's doing its thing. And Boomerang Basics, Auto Talent combination, which is also one of the most powerful things. And most played, as we just saw, cards in the entire tournament. So
I love that every card in the deck costs 1 or 2 mana. There's nothing more expensive than that. Obviously, Quantum Litter does cost 5, but a lot of the time you're playing it for 2. So you get to double spell and triple spell very often, and that's one of the most powerful things you can be doing in Magic. Just play more spells than your opponent. Jacopo Bartolini on the other side. What is he playing?
Is the blue-green Ouroboros deck, the second most played deck. We have a bit of a different version compared to Simon's here. This version runs a couple of Winternight Stories for more filtering. It runs Naga Fleshcrafter as a one-off, which can out of the graveyard, copy your Ouroboros to give all your creatures infinite power, essentially. Like all your creatures become Ouroboros for a turn. And then it also has 2 Spider Senses. But otherwise, a very similar list. 4 Mockingbirds, very straightforward list here. And yeah, I mean, this matchup, I mean, if I would have to guess, probably Simic is favored. But I got no clue what Ben is up to here. Maybe he can... He's 5-2 in the tournament. He's gotten 5 match wins, so he might have run into this deck already and defeated it. So.
Yeah, Ben has a couple awkward. I guess Spell Pierce is not that bad. You still have Nature's Ridden, and you have the Wind. Yeah, there are some. Oh yeah, and you have Innkeeper Silence. Okay. So I guess Spell Pierce is actually pretty decent in the matchup. Looks like the game is underway. Jacopo on the play, and Ben is going to be first on board with the Trainer on turn 2, so trigger on the stack. And what do we get? Okay, there's a Splash Portal. So this is basically the most important card, or one of the most important cards in Ben's deck. As you mentioned, he can play Riddler for the warp cost, put it into play, then use the Splash Portal to sort of keep it around. He can also use it on a lot of the creatures he has. They're creating value. And wow, in the meantime, Jacopo doesn't have a 3rd land.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. And I already spotted the Riddler, so I think we're going to see that come.
Wow, yeah. Warp, draw a card, 1 mana, and there is the Splash Portal. So the Quantum Riddle is going to stick around.
Yeah, Ben is not missing around here in the feature match area, showing what's up.
That's a pretty good turn 3 play. Not afraid to use that into the Flood Maw just for tempo on turn 2 because he has an easy way to get the cards back. Jacopo has the best card in his deck, which is the Badger Mole Cub. And what can he do with that? Spider Manifestation taps for another one, and still no 3rd land, just has to pass the turn back. So let's see what Ben can do here. Wow, Hydro Man is the draw.
This is a lot of mana, though, for Jacopo. And these Spider Manifestations untap, so they produce each 2. So if it plays a 4 Ouroboros, it costs 0 mana, free, essentially.
It is crazy what this deck can do on 2 lands.
Yeah.
All right, Ben, you had a great start. Show us what else is your deck capable of. Otherwise, you might just die to a Crater Hoof Behemoth next turn. Up, puts 1 on the bottom. There's another Trainer. I think he has a Boomerang. Yeah, I think he can at least slow Jacopo down. But I mean, that's still a lot of mana. You can bounce a Breeding Pool.
Well, he can't bounce that.
It's not. You can bounce a Badger Mole Cub. You can bounce one of the Manifestations.
I would like him to bounce the Manifestation, to be honest. Because of that untap is so threatening. Like, it generates actually even more mana. But yeah.
There's the Hydro Man. Whenever you cast a blue spell, if Hydro Man is a creature, he gets +1/+1 until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, untap Hydro Man until your next turn. He becomes a land and gains tap at blue. And he's not a creature during that time. So back to Jacopo, who now probably wants to deploy that Badger Mole Cup again. Ben is tapped out, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. I don't think he has a 3rd land yet.
He does not, but he
still has a lot of mana, yeah.
Yeah, and he can...
he can cast the Ouroboros.
This is a miss... Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. It doesn't matter. No. Yeah. He cast the Ouroboros now and untaps the 2 spiders.
Yeah.
I can't quite make out what the other cards are, but it's a pretty good turn, I'd say, on just 2 lands.
Wow, the manifestations look really good in this deck.
Yeah, and
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ouroboros hits the battlefield, the manifestations untap, so 4 more mana to work with for Jacopo. See some blue cards in his hand. There's a Mockingbird, he has a Gene Pollinator.
Yeah, I think he has a Winternet Stories maybe? Is that the alternate art card? If it's a Nature's Rhythm, he probably would have already gotten Cup. Oh,
it is a Nature's Rhythm. X equals 2, and conveniently, these manifestations are going to untap yet again.
I'm a little surprised here. There was a little bit of a missequencing. I do want to point out he should go for the Cup first. Then, despite us generating,
you can float extra mana with.
Then he goes for the Ouroboros. He sort of wasted away 2 mana, and probably could have even gotten a Cradle of Kill at this moment in time.
I wonder if he has a kill now. Still, looks like he's
just going to get
using the Harmonize and wow, the second Ouroboros. Conveniently, those manifestations are yet again going to untap for even more mana. And maybe he has a Crater Hoof in his hand. He can just go off.
If he had 2 floating, he could have had 8 mana plus tap. I guess he would have been short on the Crater Hoof actually. But yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, this is still a pretty good turn.
So all the creatures are going to get free counters now. And these spider manifestations are out of reach, so the Quantum Brittler is not really getting through. Yeah, well, we were celebrating the Splash Portal turn 3. This is what you can do at Standard.
Both decks did what they want to do if the opponent is not really interacting all that much. And yeah, it seems like the Ouroboros are going to be a little bit more impactful than the Riddler. Wow.
Because why not? Yeah, that's a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean, Jacopo is going to just make a massive board. And what can Ben even do? Like, what is a mono blue deck supposed to do with a bunch of giant creatures?
Yeah, I'm wondering as well.
I don't really think you have outs at that point.
I think Ben is hoping for maybe, I don't know, an emergency call from Jacopo, who's gonna drop from the tournament in this game, because he, yeah, this is not looking very winnable. There's an argument to be made that because it's closed deck list, you play a little bit longer, just to see maybe another card.
But I think that is advantageous for Jacopo rather than Ben, right? Ben should know what exactly is going on. It's just a blue-green top deck. Whereas Jacopo is probably thinking, okay, well, I guess you didn't draw your red source this game, or, you know, that's unlucky, we're just mono blue game 1. And then you're like, oh, wait, you're actually playing a mono blue deck.
Ben could theoretically draw his sideboard card, summon the Leviathan here in game 1. No, that would not be a good idea, but that would actually bounce the entire battlefield. So he has 2 copies of that, which probably will come in this matchup, which is gonna be sweet.
Okay, he's gonna sort of bling the trainer here with the Splash Portal.
Yeah,
what does he find though? I mean, he just has a bunch of bounce spells, so all he can really find is more copies of Into the Floodmaw and more copies of Boomerang Basics, but I don't really see another way to deal with a big board like that. And even if you bounce, 3 creatures, then Jacopo's still gonna have 20 power next turn. Well, both decks did their thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not... Jacopo has a total of 50 power and more. That's a 4th blocker. Well, the Hydroman actually will be removed as a blocker because it will turn into a land. That's a Thunder Trap trainer missing.
Jacopo has, what, 50-ish power or 30-ish power, whatever it is, without playing his 3rd land.
Okay.
Yeah, Ben did a bunch of digging. Might as well if I have the card selection
it's
spells.
Too much time.
Yeah, maybe I forgot that there's this one card I added that would help me out. Yeah, did what he could, but unfortunately didn't find anything that would be able to solve this problem of Jacopo having close to 50 power in play. What about sideboarding? If you're Jacopo, you're thinking maybe my opponent's playing mono blue, maybe they didn't draw their red source. How would you approach sideboarding in his position?
Seeing a 2-off, which is going to be absolutely incredible here, I would presume, which is the Surak Elusive Hunter. Can't counter it, and it makes everything that targets a spell on the stack or in play just make you draw a card, so that seems excellent against a mono blue opponent. Maybe the Vivian Reed to kill Riddler, I could see that as a -2, and maybe the Into the Fla. I don't know, like Jacopo didn't see that much. Maybe it's just very light sideboarding, take out the cards that are bad and just bring in the Suraks and the Vivian.
Yeah, Surak does seem excellent. What about Ben's sideboard? He's presumably going to have more to bring in. I see at least 2 copies of Flash Freeze. Like those are going to come in. Anything else that?
I've spotted that some summon Leviathan, which is a 6-mana enchantment, which comes into play and I believe bounces everything that's like not a fish creature, sort of like an ocean animal. Yeah, so he's going to bring those in, I would presume. It's quite nice against the Earthbended lands, right? It just bounces those as well. And then maybe the Harbinger of the Tides. I like that one in Fury against some of those mana dorks, or even against the Earthbended lands.
I'm just looking if it actually bounces a tapped creature or like a non-land card. It does bounce a tapped creature, so you can bounce a land that has been Earthbended. That is pretty good in that matchup.
Yep. That card shines here. And yeah, otherwise, I mean, he's going to take out that Soulguard land and probably the 2 Spell Pierces. And he just maybe shave a little bit of the high-end cards.
Yeah, quick reminder, both players are 5-2, so they're looking for one more win out of this or the next last round to squeak into day 2. And Ben is going to be on the play here of game number 2, and he starts with the perfect opening, a turn 1 Storm Chaser's Talent.
One noteworthy thing is Spell Snare is coming in low when Eclipsed, and Spell Snare is really a nice inclusion for like on a blue tempo deck, countering Badgermole Cup.
More good blue cards coming into Standard. So the token gets in there, and
Azure Beastbinder turns, when it attacks, it turns a creature into a 2/2. It can also target artifacts or planeswalkers, but in this case it's just going to target creatures. And there's a Surak already on turn number 2. Oof. This is a nightmare scenario for Ben. Does he have a way to deal with that? That's probably like... Surak has got to be one of the absolute worst cards to face.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and Ben has a Flash Freeze. He has a Harbinger. Oh, that's awkward.
He has a Summon Leviathan. You see it there, the Saga creature. Yeah, he can turn the Zorak into something else, into a 2/2 without abilities, but then the Zorak still draws at least 1 card, and that goes away in Ben's turn again as well. But yeah, looks like he's going to do that.
Get in for 1, can be blocked.
Oh, he's not even targeting anything, okay.
Well, there's a second 1/3. Yeah, back to Jacopo. This doesn't look great for Ben again. Jacopo is not under a lot of pressure. He already has pretty much the best card he can have on after sideboard. These Flash Freezes are completely ineffective. Second copy of Llanowar Elf. Yeah, he's just going to develop his mana now. No big deal. Pass the turn. Does Surak say creatures or spells?
I think it says creatures.
It says creatures, right? Okay, so at least you can counter something like a Nature's Ridden.
You can counter anything, but they will draw a card.
Yeah.
Surak doesn't make it uncounterable.
Oh, it's just Surak can be countered. It's on the screen right there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Surak itself can't, but the spells can be countered, but they draw a card then if you target the spells, which I think is a really good design.
Reasonable. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Because it's like not overly annoying.
Yeah.
And you can still counter stuff just with a downside.
Wow, Ben just passes the turn. Sitting on that Flash Freeze, Harbinger, and the
I think I saw
Leviathan.
Maybe One-Shitong?
One-Shitong would be cool.
Yeah,
yeah there's a lot of searching going on in
Maybe I missaw it. Maybe it's not one Shitong. I'm not sure.
He did have one copy of that in the sideboard, so.
If he can work towards the summon Leviathan, I suppose that is going to do something.
This is win condition now. Three, 4. Ouroboros. Untap trigger on the stack.
I think it's a Harbinger of the Tide.
Yeah. Flash Freeze is the response. Jacopo does remember his trigger, so he's going to get to draw a card. But yeah, at least that deals with the Ouroboros. So yeah, you got a little bit of tempo there, but you're not really pressuring the opponent too much, and getting them a card in return is not ideal. Does Jacopo have a Flash Freeze as well? The most right card in his hand?
I think that's a Winter Night Stories.
Oh, it's a Stories, okay.
He's going to make another Spider Manifestation, or maybe a Beastbinder. Yeah, okay. Pretty good island choice here by Ben Sack.
Yeah.
Drew a Splash Portal, which he could use to 1-mana cycle on those rats. But that's obviously not optimal. He can Harbinger one of the mana dorks, but then...
Yeah, just giving your opponent a card. I think he just wants to make land drops and cast the Summon Leviathan, but even then, like, your opponent's at 14 life. All right, getting in there. And he is actually going to target the Surek. Interesting. So take 1, go to 13, but... Where do we go from there? Okay, so now that the Surek is not doing anything until the end of turn, we can bounce the Manifestation without giving my opponent the card.
He could Splash Portal the Harbinger here to bounce an Elf. He doesn't get to draw a card if he does that. Only draws cards on the Bloomburrow creatures, like the rat, otter, frog. What is the last one? Bird. Harbinger is a merfolk.
Yeah, but all these trades and like all this stuff that's going on, that's just favoring Jacopo, right? Like Ben is not really getting anywhere. Oh wow, there's a Badger Mole Cup. So now we're gonna have a lot more mana. 2, 4, 6, 7 mana available.
His Badger Mole card is pretty good. Huh? Pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I like the Simic deck is because it's maximizing one of the most broken cards in Standard to the maximum. It's maximizing to the maximum. Oh yeah. Well, it's because it has the Nature's Rhythm as well.
Yeah.
So you have 8 copies.
You have a way to find it, and you have a way to cash in the advantage when you have it in play. What I think is like the most important part of this deck is that there are 8 1-drops that produce mana. Llanowar Elf and Gene Pollinator are also like an incredibly important pieces of the deck.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Jacopo is drawing a lot of cards with Internet Stories now. Found a Spider Sense. Doesn't really have the payoff yet, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a Nature's Rhythm in hand. Can set up for a kill next turn if he has a Nature's Rhythm with protection from the Spider Sense. Getting a Craterhoof or Ouroboros. Sometimes they side out the Craterhoof as well, which is reasonable to do. Probably doesn't need it in this matchup. There's the...
Looks like blue-green is really well positioned, because it seems to me that a lot of the players are not respecting these like aggressive sort of...
Yeah, you have to have Firebending Lesson at the ready, sort of. You have to have the
Fire
shock,
Magic, yeah.
Fire Magic, Pyroclasms. I feel like we are probably going to see tomorrow a lot of Simic, and we're going to see the decks that have the cheap interaction. The Jeskai Control is going to be up there, I think, because it has those sweepers, those interaction cards, and lessons, of course. That's probably going to be the remainder of sort of the winning field, with maybe some surprises in there as well. We do have, Omniscience is doing well still. We have some allies people around.
Fire Magic also seems like one of the best sideboard cards possible for this weekend.
Yeah. There is a Beastbinder drawing another card via the Zorak. Because, yeah, I just wanted to get rid of that Badgermole ability, which is reasonable, right? Like, that mana advantage is just too huge. And Ben is on 5 lands here. He has the Splash Portal in hand. I think he should now use it to get to that 6th mana source so he can cast the Summon Leviathan to bounce the entire battlefield to maybe have a shot at winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, Jacopo does still only have, oh, I guess he has 4 lands now. How big is the Leviathan? It's a 6/6. He doesn't really have flying or anything. So yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of ways to chump block it.
You know what's kind of crazy, actually? He has the talent in play as well. So he can get the portal back, and then he can flicker the Leviathan later on with the portal again.
Okay.
It doesn't go infinite because the portal isn't bounced, unfortunately, for that combination, but it you know, bounces at least a couple times. So the Leviathan is actually a pretty sweet tech in a way. Ben coming up with this cool brew here at 5 and 2. That's already, I would say, is a success story. With a mono blue brew of yourself, I think you can call that a success already. But yeah, he's not out of it, of course, just behind the game here. But maybe that's Summon Leviathan with some good... If he draws Riddler, like at the very end when he has no cards in hand anymore, maybe then he finds another Splash Portal, bounces things again. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, at least he has a, you know, he has a game plan. He can sort of, you know, craft the next couple of turns around. And yeah, that's the most important thing, is that you have some outs. You know how to, you know, execute the game plan, and you just need to play to your outs in the next couple of turns. Obviously, you know, Jacopo has a huge advantage right now, but he doesn't know that his board is going to get bounced.
I guess I should say that the Summon Leviathan trigger is a triggered ability. It's not an so the Spider Sense actually can stop it. Which means the first Summon Leviathan trigger will be counterable.
And might be too late for the second one with...
Yeah, that is... Well, the Azure Beastbinder can attack and turn the Ouroboros that's coming here in... Wait, what is coming here actually?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, now he got the Badger Ball first. Nice, okay.
How much mana do we have? Like,
do you have a Crater Hoof here?
Is this Crater Hoof time?
This is...
It's 3...
6, 7. I'm counting 7 right now.
8.
So he has a Surak though, so you can use the Surak to... Yeah, this is Crater Hoof actually.
What is the Mockingbird copying? That was the Beast Rider?
Yes, he has Surak, so you can get Crater Hoof here. But maybe he boarded it out. Yeah, Crater Hoof would most certainly be super lethal. So maybe he just boarded it out. Maybe he's making the math again, checking. Is this Crater Hoof lethal right now?
Actually, so there's a land that produces 3. The Spider manifestation, yeah, there's 8 mana plus, no, there's more even. Oh no, yeah, there's more than that, right?
7 mana. Oh, he's 1 short? Is he 1 short? Oh, my bad. I think he's actually 1 short of Crater Hoofing. He has 7 from the creatures and stuff, and then he has 4 from the Surak tapping for the Harmonize, and he needs 12, so he's at 11. So it's.
But the Riddler makes him mana, right? He warps Riddler and the manifestation on tabs.
It's neutral because the manifestation.
Oh, you have to tap line. Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
There's 2 cups, right?
No, the other cup is a 2/2 without any abilities. Then it would have been easy. Yeah,
I see.
But it's a Azure Beastbinder. So he can't go for the hoof.
Well, Ouroboros is still going to be a pretty decent way to end on here. And yeah, we're putting counters on the creatures now.
And most importantly, that Botanical Sanctum is up and live to cast Spider Sense.
That card has been looking really strong this weekend.
Oh, it's just a very, very good card.
Yeah.
Very flexible.
Like so many good targets.
And great with Gene Pollinator. You can bounce whatever you want. And Jacopo has been playing this game very patiently. Good technical play. So, good watching him.
Yeah, I guess for Ben, it doesn't really matter how big the creatures are. Like, his plan is still going to be summon Leviathan, bounce everything. Little does he know that there is a cheap counterplay to that. And wow, yeah, 6 mana, slamming the Leviathan. I think Jacopo says, yes, that resolves. And now there's a trigger.
Yeah, he's going to counter.
And we're going to counter the triggered ability.
Then we'll ask the judge Well, now Jacopo wants to ask a judge first. Wait.
It's a saga, yeah, it's the first chapter. How does it work? Like, is it a trigger? Can I counter that? It's good to ask the judge, like...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can stifle that.
Yeah, like, hey, can you please help us out? How does this exactly work?
You can tight bind this as well, so it's gonna work. But I would do the same probably. I would double check, especially if I'm Ben Sec here. This is game losing.
If this gets countered, gets countered, can he still survive? Like, did he have enough blockers?
Yeah, I would not bet on that. Well, he had a hoof. If there's a hoof in the deck, he definitely dead.
Oh yeah, because he has the Nature's Rhythm in the sideboard. Yeah. So, there's almost...
Even without, I think that was probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can, if he doesn't have a hoof, he can just Nature's Rhythm for another Ouroboros.
Yeah. Well, all the creatures are in play, so that means, and the Spider Sense it is in the graveyard, so that means it did work out as we said.
Actually, if he doesn't have a hoof in play, these Azure Beastbinders can attack here and turn the Ouroboros into a do-nothing for a turn. He's still at 17.
Yeah, so I guess Ben is now going for the line of, I am hoping you maybe boarded out the...
Oh, and Surak trigger has been missed. I just complimented Jacopo on the technical play, but I don't think it's going to matter.
There's a lot of things going on.
I think he just noticed. He just noticed as well. He was like, but it's fine. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes quickly for the kill or not. Oh, he's thinking about tapping mana using the manifestation, so that's going to be something expensive. Yeah, that's another. Isn't that another Nature's Rhythm in his hand? 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. 4. So he's at least going for another Ouroboros.
Yeah, the cup is, yeah. Well.
Okay. Well.
Anyways, to victory. Yeah.
Congratulations to Jacopo Bartolini, who moves on to 6 and 1. No, 7 and 2. 6 and 2. They were 5 and 2 before this round. So 6 and 2. That means he's locking up day 2. Ben is going to have to win the last round to hope to get in. And yeah, that was fun. Ben didn't really do a whole lot. I mean, he did kind of what his deck was doing, but it felt a lot less powerful than what the Badger Mole Cub kind of Nature's Ridden, package was able to do for Jacopo. That was, if you're thinking of bringing a deck into a standard tournament these days, and your deck does not have a lot of interaction or a lot of removal, you need to get ready for this. There's going to be a lot of players with green decks, with green mana dorks, into Badger Mole Cup, into a crazy amount of mana, and if you don't have a way to stop that, there are going to be Ouroboros, there are going to be creative behemoths, and you're going to have a bad time. I am hearing that the interview is ready, so how about we hear from Jacopo?
Jacopo, congratulations.
Hey.
Well done.
Thank you.
XN2. So currently you're live for day 2, which is very exciting. You were facing a bit of a weird deck. I won't lie to you, that's why you were in the feature match. What did you think? Did you expect anything going forward? Did you think it was a good matchup?
In the first few turns of the first game, I thought, I'm very lucky that my opponent doesn't see any mountain to cast the removal spells. But after the 4th land, I want to say it was a bit suspicious. So okay, maybe it's up to something else.
But after at some point you had like 3 Ouroboros on the table. It was the poor mono blue deck. We wanted to show it to you, but Jacopo just crushed it. So, which is okay. It's good for you. I have a few questions. So obviously you're picking the deck. You're playing the deck that currently is performing really well this weekend. Was there a reason you picked a specific deck at this event?
Well, mainly because I like the cards. I bought the Cubs very early when they got out because I like Otter deck.
Okay.
But I realized Otters was not very playable, and I thought this shell is the best house for the card right now. I was toying a bit with a Golgari list in the days upcoming to the tournament. Then there were winter vacation. I went back to home and I couldn't test much.
So there's an alternate universe where you didn't have winter vacation and you'd be playing Golgari right now and you'd not be doing well at all. Or who knows, maybe it's better.
Knowing myself, would be the same universe where I'm stuck home playing Holiday Cube drafts.
So you wouldn't be working on Standard anyway.
Only possible.
I have another question. So now that you've played multiple rounds with this deck, Is there anything, if there was, say, another tournament in 2 days, is there anything you would change about your list? Cards that you found underperformed or things that were really good that you'd want more of?
I think I haven't tested this list enough to say that, because I copied mainly the one from, I think it's X-Files, is MTGO grinder that I saw did some results with this exact list. And I just added, toyed a bit with the sideboard, and I added Lost in the Maze, which I got, of course, joked by my friends for it, but it won me a few games, so I was happy with that as an addition.
So if you had to pick one sideboard card that you had that really paid off this weekend, it's Lost in the Maze?
I think so, because it plays a double role, one to save your creatures from removals, very good with Pollinator that can also tap creatures that normally doesn't tap by themselves, and also is a Cryptic Command to tap your opponent and swing for little.
So what do you usually bring it in against?
Usually I bring it with high interaction decks. So it's very good against Dimir, for example. It's good against Mono Red that tends to kill your creatures and swing for with Hasty Creature. You can also stun them. Tap and stun is huge. And control.
And Izzet, I mean, they have a lot of burn
Everything
spells.
that want to kill your cab, so basically half of the meta.
You just named most of the metagame, yeah, so it seems like an amazing card. Listen, keep on winning, Jacobo, we'll see you tomorrow. Maybe I'll have another interview. In the meantime, congratulations.
Thank you, Carl.
We'll get back to the rounds.
Good stuff. I have to say, I really love these interviews, and we've had a lot of like really, friendly people that are just like, with brews or just doing well, just kind of good vibes all day, good stories. That's awesome.
Yeah. Calm, collected, pleasant to listen to, absolutely. Yeah. We got more Magic coming for you guys.
Exactly. Who do we have in the backup feature matches?
We have a 5-color allies. Again, we already had it earlier with Andrea. I'm excited to cover that. Against Mono Red Leyline. So 2 spicy decks here. Table 8. 6-1 still in the tournament. A little bit off matter. And yeah, I'm excited to see them both in action. We're going to jump in game 2.
Number 2. I think Patrick was the one who won the first game. So allies would be up a game.
Yeah, and Mono Red Leyline. This is a deck we already seen in the past. It's the all-in version with like the full bore, with the color Sellsword, just trying to fling a gigantic creature at your opponent's face. And then the Allies deck is it's actually a bit of a funny story here. Fabian played a bunch of like arena directs and stuff, and so he had a bunch of Avatar sealed product from winning random online tournaments, and he was like, well, I would like to play this tournament. I guess I have all these Avatar cards, so I guess I can build this deck.
No way.
And now he's 6-1 in the tournament.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, Patrick, sorry.
This is basically Avatar block constructed, right? You just insert a bunch of lands, like Cavern of Souls and some of these shock lands, and Starting Town, and you basically have a deck. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it is. I've played with this myself last week, and it's quite powerful. It sort of has that humans vibe from back in the modern days, with like the Earth King's Lieutenant and all these creatures are buffing each other.
Modern deck, right? Yeah.
Like if you don't, that's another deck. If you don't have it in action, you're gonna die.
Oh yeah.
And I guess talking about another deck, if you don't have it to action, you will also die to this. Tell me about this deck.
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what's the matchup like between the Mono Red deck and the Ouroboros builds, right? Then they don't have any interaction either. So you're just doing your thing. If you have a Leyline, you can just easily win in the first couple of turns.
Probably die roll dependent. Consistency comes into play there, and I think the green deck is very consistent. The Leyline deck can have some shaky draws without the Leyline. But yeah, this is also very much a race. I mean, we do see some interaction on Patrick's side with the allies at last. Nice uncommon.
I would never think that this would be a standard, a card used in a standard tournament where somebody's at the top of the standings using that. That's really cool. I think that's showcasing that there is so many different things possible in the current standard format. It's not just, there's a lot of blue decks, a lot of blue cards, being present in a lot of those decks, and a lot of, blue-red decks doing well, green decks doing well. But there's so many different things you can do, and standard currently has, like 5,000 cards legal. So yeah, it's just, I mean, if you really want to brew, there is something you can come up with that, your opponents are not going to be expecting.
Earthen Ally trades with a Callan Planner Trailblazer. Or not. Maybe we have a Dreadmore's Ire here to give some trample. Or full bore. Combat tricks. It's just like limited. Someone in chat is asking who's undefeated in tournaments still. Which decks? 2 Izzet Lessons are undefeated. We have 2 Landfalls undefeated. Mono Red. And then we have Jeskai Control and Simic Ouroboros, both with a draw. They probably drew against each other last round, so we have 7 undefeated players still. Pretty good mix, I'd say. And Simon Nielsen is one of them. Ben Jones, Lucas Joklowski.
Yeah,
well in there.
Yeah, Lucas tested with Andrzej Strasky, and I thought he was on the Badger World Cup deck for a while. Then he was just getting beaten by Strasky. Was playing Lessons, and he's just like, yeah, this deck is just too good. I'm just gonna play that.
Yeah, and it's going well for him.
It's going pretty well. In the meantime, Fabian is able to deal a couple points of damage here and there, but nothing too crazy so far. Follows that up with a slick shot that gets plotted.
Yeah, we see the die roll here being huge, and Patrick, Fabian being on the play here being huge, and Patrick not having that 2-mana play is really crucial in a matchup like this. Looking at his hand, he does have another Katara, and he has an Hakoda, which is also not that great here, but I mean, at least a 3/5 defensive body. He's really looking for like an Aang here to combine with the Katara to airbend 2 of the opposing creatures. Whereas, yeah,
this deck really does remind me of like the Humans Modern deck, where the Aang is kind of like collected company. You're putting creatures into play. There's a lot of triggers going on.
Inside out, 3/0, and when a creature dies, you will get a Dread creature.
Yeah, trigger on the slick shot. So this is going to be an attack for how much? For 1, 2, 3, for 5. Yeah, I mean, Fabian didn't have that like crazy opener with Leyline or anything like that, but he's still, he's still pressuring Patrick quite a bit, who didn't have a 2-drop. And yeah, now he's pretty far behind on board, down to 11 life. Manifest Dread is on the battlefield, and Fabian follows that up with Challenger as his last card. So he has no cards in hand, 4 creatures in play.
Strasky is hanging in there at 4 and 3.
He was 1 and 3, so that's pretty good. Yeah, he was pretty close to being out, but.
And the score for top 8 needed is probably 12, 2 and 1 is a somewhat secure, I would say. Maybe an X3 gets in there.
I think it was a relatively smaller field, 750-ish players, and we're playing 15 rounds, which is a lot. So I can imagine somebody with X and 3, maybe squeaking, and we'll see how it all turns out, but could certainly happen.
Yeah, most likely 1 or 2, I think, will make it.
Hakoda Selfless Commander is the play from Patrick, so he would be able to cast ally spells from the top of his deck, but it is pretty slow. And Fabian takes full advantage of that. Just attacks with everything. Happy to trade some damage for a card here. The Challenger is most likely going to die, unless he drew a spell. Did he? Is that a full?
It's a Dreadmore's Ire.
Okay, so is that going to be big enough? There is a Prowess trigger. He flips a Leyline. Well, that's not really. How much damage is that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Patrick's down to 4. Yeah, this is not looking great. There's another Hakoda drawn. Tapped land is not ideal. Leyline's gonna get exiled.
He finally drew the Aang, but it might be a little too late.
Yeah, and Fabian just gets in there. 1 damage from the Hired Claw that puts Patrick to 3, and I don't even think the Aang saves him here.
Yeah, no, it does not.
Looks like he's gonna go for it anyway. So he's gonna be able to airbend the Manifest Dread. block.
Oh, what happens to that? I believe it will just get into the airbend zone. If it's a land, it stays there forever because airbend cards can only be cast. But if it's a spell, he can actually cast it for 2 mana. I think that's how it works. Of course, timing, you can't cast a non-instant card at instant speed. But yeah.
Yeah, I think...
just making sure.
Just making sure, yeah. Can the judge please let us know exactly how this works? Yeah, there's so many different cards these days with so many, different rules interactions that is almost always better just to check with a judge.
Yeah, Patrick mistapped. Someone in chat noticed. This is again recorded match. To be fair, because well, no, he didn't actually mistap. Chat is just wrong. Never mind. Because the Hushwood Verge. Oh, it makes green on the front side.
It's a botanical sink too.
Yeah, it makes green on the front side. Okay, but he could have tapped the ally land.
This way he would have taken 1 damage.
Made a mistake. Okay.
Anyways, I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm stretching right now.
I thought they were still kind of just going through the motions because I don't think there's a way for the ally player to actually survive. Even if you play the Yang, you deal with the Manifest Dread. No. There's still a Hired Claw unblocked and the Slick Shot, and you can activate the Hired Claw, so you're still getting in for 3. Yes. So, yeah, it looks like but yeah, that was game number 2 actually.
It was game number 2.
And Patrick won game number 1. So
won game number 1.
Looks like yeah, the game reached its natural conclusion, and we're gonna be tied at 1-1 with Fabian.
All right, let's take a look at their sideboard here.
Yep.
Mono red, what do we got? We got Sunspine Lynx, nope. Razorkin, nope. Magebane Lizard, nope. Yeah, I mean, there's basically no card in the sideboard I want here.
I mean, Sunspine Lynx does a lot of damage.
That is actually true.
But it's really expensive. One thing I want to point out is I like Patrick's Sidewinder here. Shout out to one of our sponsors, Ultimate Guard. This is one of the Sidewinders from the Coral Places line. Make sure you check that out on ultimateguard.com.
Nice.
Lots of really, really sweet stuff. I have one of these at home as well, and these are one of my favorites. But yeah, Patrick's sideboard here. Anything that stands out to you?
The Shelter Pagos. Great. Lifelink,
yeah.
Some ward action.
Ward action, yeah.
But yeah, besides that, not much else. Maybe the second Akoda, as that one is a nice beefy body at least. But yeah, he's not looking great on the interaction front. So if Fabian has like the ley line on turn 0 into a Slick Shot with like a bunch of stuff, that could just be very, very over. Here we see the sweet ally deck yet again. He might actually the Mice Scornful Striker seems kind of nice here because it deals a lot of damage to Fabian in a racing situation. It doesn't deal you a lot of damage, so it's a cool addition. But he's probably going to cut that other black creature, the free boiling Rock Rider. That's more
that's
against
a little
the
too
graveyard
slow.
decks.
Yeah. I love the Earth Kingdom Protectors, like the fact that this deck has 8 1-drops. Between the 0-2 ally and the protectors, yeah, that's really good. But yeah, here we see it exactly as you said. There's the ley line, turn 0. Will Fabian have?
I see the Slick Shot already. So if he has if he has 2 combat tricks, that's a ton of damage already.
With Patrick on the play, he can certainly have some counterplay. He can have some interaction with Ankh, perhaps.
Yes, absolutely. We do see a starting town turn 1, which is a little bit of an awkward land. In a racing matchup on turn 1, of course. Breeding Pool here. And Patrick is a little landlight, but he does have that Shelter Pagos, so he can actually take the ley line next turn, which is a really nice play. Well, he has protection on the Shelter Pagos creature with those Earth Kingdom protectors.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
All right, Slick Shot is the play. I see an Emberheart Challenger as well. I think there's at least 1 combat trick. There might be a lot of creatures though. No, so Challenger, it's kind of like a little bit of a bait.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Holding the Slick Shot for next turn. Yeah, Sheltered by Ghost is...
He actually kind of wants to take the 2/2 now so he can attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he leaves him with the ley line. But maybe that's fine. It's a lot of damage. I think this is definitely the correct play, but it's of course scary to leave the ley line in play.
That's a big life swing as well.
Yeah. Free 2 attacker there. 5 damage.
The protectors are staying back?
No, they have vigilance actually.
Oh, it's vigilant. Oh, yeah, right.
Well. They're very vigilant at protecting the Earth Kingdom.
So what does Fabian have? He successfully baited the removal spell, the Shelter by Ghost with the Challenger. So now his Slick Shot is going to be a lot safer. The question is, does he have enough to beat the life gain that Patrick is now going to consistently have every turn thanks to the Shelter by Ghost? Yeah, Slick Shot's the play. I don't think he has a third land though. He does have the tools necessary to win the game. He has a Leyline in play, he has a Slick Shot show off, he just needs pump spells.
He's thinking about attacking. Okay. Well, it's a 1 for 2 theoretically, right? Because those protectors can't attack it to the 1/2.
Yeah. How would you approach this? My thinking is the only way I can win this game, it's not going to be by killing your creatures. You just have way too many ways to protect them. I'm stuck on mana, so I can only really win by comboing off. And if I'm 1 point short because I didn't attack, then I would be pretty mad at myself.
Yeah, but then on the other hand, to counter-argue that...
Is you can get more time?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
To set up, to draw into the lands, to draw into the pump, to draw into the combo. And the 1 damage might not make a difference. But yeah, Patrick picked up an allies at last as well, so he's sitting on 4 action spells right now.
That is, yeah.
Gotta be feeling great.
That's as good a start he can possibly have, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
3 creatures in play by turn 2.
Yeah. Shelter by Ghost on 1, protected by the Protector.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, this deck actually looks really good.
It is quite strong.
Yeah.
I think in the sort of green matchup though, because you don't have that many answers to Badgermole Cup, you kind of get overrun by Ouroboros. Was my assessment of the Allies deck. That might be a card from, I think it's the 1-drop Goblin, what's the name again? That makes a 1/1 when it attacks. Stadium Headliner. Yeah, it's the Stadium Headliner. 1/1, it mobilizes 1 and then can shoot a thing.
That's a special version. Yeah. So Ankh enters the battlefield and airbends one of the Slick Shots, and yeah, this is going from bad to worse for Fabian. Especially, I mean, knowing Patrick's hand.
Yeah.
This is not looking good.
No. This is almost lethal. This is 8 damage coming across if you remove the Slick Shot here with the allies at last.
Yeah, it is a very aggressive play. Like, you also do need to make sure you're not dying next turn to some combination of tricks on the 1 creature your opponent has. Great Divide Guide is going to give Patrick a bit more mana, which is great in combination with the Vigilance creatures. But are they actually attacking?
Oh, he's not attacking. He's playing it safe. Like you, this is a 4/2 now, and a 2/3, so 6 damage.
Blue, green.
I don't know. I think I would have played this aggressively. I would have attacked the Protectors, tap one of them for green, and just kill the Slick Shot. Put Fabian into sort of either you jump block here or you trade with a Protector. You just take so much damage, and you still have Spider Sense up. Like this, you can just counter the fling, even if there's like a big Slick Shot coming at you. But the Slick Shot costs 2 mana in the first place, so there's like no possibility of you ever losing.
Yeah.
But it's
plus you're at 25 life, so that would need to be a lot
well, it's
of.
29 actually, because the allies at last also gains 4. So yeah, this is.
Oh yeah.
In any case, it's many roads lead to Rome sort of moment here. Yeah, someone in chat saying red Leyline seems like a good choice against the Glass Cannon green decks.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I will disagree. We've playtested this matchup actually for World Championship because we thought the same. And we just found out that the green deck is more consistent. And the red deck is actually a Glass Cannon deck. And the green deck having like 1 Floodmaw or something, which it does have, is already sometimes good enough. And Spider Manifestation also blocks in the air, so you need some trample. It's actually the other way around. The red Glass Cannon deck is not great into the consistent green deck. probably. Or it's a close match.
It's good thinking.
Yeah.
It's good thinking. Like
Yeah.
in theory, that's probably why you guys tried it as well, right? In theory, yeah, Slick Shot can just fly over the small green creatures. With Ley Line, it can combo off. They don't have a lot of interaction. But the red deck is just, you're not playing any card selection. You don't have any, tutors like Nature's Rhythm, and it's just not as consistent. Which is a good thing, because we've had a lot of mono red, a lot of very consistent mono red sort of dominate standard over the last couple of years. Allies at last is being cast.
And we got a reader here. Fabian, not a limited player.
I mean, I'm a limited player, and I would still need to read this to make sure. Like, wait, is it really that card? Well, I guess it is. Yeah, Slick Shot hits the bin, and my creature had lifelink, so I'm gonna get some more life, and yeah, 29 life. Like this is mission impossible.
I honestly love the story of Patrick here.
That's
supposed
great.
to be 7-1 with just basically a block constructed deck.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He just had to pick up some of those lands because he had all the rest already. That's a really fun story. For anybody who just came in, Patrick just had Avatar product lying around. Switzerland is like very close to here in Lyon in France, and he wanted to play this tournament, so he just built a deck out of his Avatar.
Wow, congratulations. Yeah, congratulations to him. And I hope we have some Wizards people as well, like some of the game designers watching this and being like, oh my god, finally someone found it. We knew it was going to be a great deck, but finally someone actually built it, put it together, and found the winning recipe.
And it's not the only theme deck from Avatar that's been crushing it. Is it Lessons is pretty much very much an Avatar deck. So yeah, this set has quite the impact on Standard. And awesome to see Patrick succeeding here at 7-1.
Good stuff. So this was round number 8.
One more round coming.
We already kind of covered really quickly the top players. We don't have round 8 standings just yet.
And I think we should have an interview ready very soon to go there. Actually, it is ready now, so we can head over there.
Patrick, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
What a win. I have questions.
Yes.
Because you're playing Allies.
Yes.
Why?
Why not?
Oh, you got me. Okay, back to the casters. No, stay. So I've heard that there's an interesting story behind why you're playing Allies.
Yes.
Can you tell me more?
I mean, so the story is we decided to come to Spotlight Lyon to play with a bunch of friends that we've been playing with since a while. I haven't played Standard in I don't know how many years, so I didn't have anything. I don't have any cards, I don't have nothing. But I played online on Magic Arena. I won Avatar boxes in the Arena Direct, and I won a few of them. So when I was looking at what I wanted to play to come here, I realized that you could basically almost build a full deck of Allies just with Avatar cards. So I thought, with the boxes, I'm probably going to be able to have most of the cards.
So did you just crack open the boxes to make the deck?
Yes. So pretty much.
That's very cool. Patrick,
I didn't receive my prize yet, but a friend from Lausanne who organizes like Magic tournaments in the community and so on, he was nice enough to like give me boxes so I could crack them open. And then when I get mine, I'm going to reimburse him. So his name is Nicholas. He's very nice.
Nicholas?
As well, yeah. Shout out to him.
You're giving Patrick an excellent run right now.
Exactly.
I have a few last questions before I let you go and we go back to the tournament.
Yes.
Allies, not a lot of people play it or play against it.
No.
Can you give us a bit more of an idea of what's a good matchup for you and what's a bad matchup for you?
So Lessons is a good matchup. All the EZ variants are fairly good, but Lessons is the best. The landfall decks are good matchups.
Why so?
So for Lessons, I have a lot. So I have protection with the 1/1 that gives another ally indestructible, and I have creatures that are annoying for them. Like either they gain life, draw card, so you just outgrind them, or they get much bigger with the ally that gets 1/1 counters every time another ally comes into play, and then it's a bit difficult. Ang is very annoying for them because you can remove the others when they play others. Mai that triggers for 2 damage when they cast a non-creature spell is very annoying for them. So it's just overall it lines up well.
Okay, and there's certain decks that you sigh when you see them at the side of the table and you sink into your chair. What are those?
The Simic Ouroboros deck.
Oh, that one's big.
Yeah, it's not amazing. The thing is, I didn't realize, like, basically a friend told me like a week ago, hey, this deck is amazing, like it's super strong. I didn't play so much against it because I pretty much didn't play this week, but I played a few games and it's difficult. Ouroboros is a difficult card.
Did you play against it today?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you keep dodging it. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Keep up your run. I'm very proud of you. Allies, let's go.
Let's go, Allies.
Let's go back into the games.
Thank you so much.
I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game.
Welcome to one of the craziest Magic events ever. A vintage cube draft with cards worth over $65,000, but the twist is you get to keep whatever you open.
Let's do a vintage cube where you keep the cards. This is the most exciting event in a really long time.
They're giving away what? A black hook?
We are basically cutting off an edge. The beauty.
That part should not be on camera.
Adrenaline's pumping. I was just kind of in shock. It will take lots of luck.
We haven't even sleeved the cards yet.
I'm a little nervous, yeah.
My watch detected a shock, and it was like dialing 911.
Welcome back to the Spotlight Series Avatar The Last Airbender. I'm Filipa, joined by Andrea Mengucci, and we are ready for the last round of the day. That's right, we have round number 9, Mango, and the day passed so fast. So players need 18 points or better to make it into day 2, but if they can amass even more points, the better, because that gives them a better shot at tomorrow getting that top 8 that qualifies for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven in Las Vegas. Don't forget, this event has a $50,000 prize pool. That's pretty high. It reminds you of the good old GP days.
Good old GP days, 9 rounds, day 1, 6th round, day 2 with a top 8 cut, so exactly like it used to be back in the days. We were here at the beginning of today. We were showing lessons, we were showing landfall, and that's how we're gonna end it today. The 2 players, the lonely 2 players at 8-0 are playing those 2 decks. Green-white landfall and blue-red lessons, the 2 decks that people really expected to be the most popular one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, always like to come to this part of the day and see what players are still undefeated, and then to watch them play and try to understand what has brought them to this place. It's not only playing the best decks, but also mastery and skill of the game. So we'll see 2 great players here. Gaetan playing mono green landfall, and we see this deck here. Mossborn Hydra, such a good card, and just stealing away some games.
Oh yeah, not even a white splash to play those, sideboard cards that we see sometimes, like Shelter from the Store, Shelter by the Ghosts, and Seamrip. So just straight up, mono green. This is the recipe for the victory, according to Gaetan Verdier here.
Pretty straightforward, but definitely winning a lot of games. Great cards. Badger Mole Cup, I think it was one of the break cards from Avatar. We also have all these Final Fantasy Landfall cards against Lucas Jaklovsky, which is playing these Izzet Lesson decks without Storm Chase talent, as you mentioned here before. And we already watched Lucas, right? You were saying that he tested with Andre Strasky?
Andre Strasky, yeah, we've seen Andre Strasky early in the tournament. That's the player I lent my deck to, so I'm definitely rooting for him. He's still underway trying to qualify for day 2, whereas his teammate around the table, 8-0, undefeated, with, as you mentioned, blue-red lessons without Storm Chase or talent. That's the deck Seth Manfield won Worlds with not that long ago. Few things changed, but overall the archetype is still very, very powerful.
And this deck showing all weekend long why is the deck to beat. Monument to Endurance, Artist Talent, making that accumulating wizard into an Ancestor Recall, basically.
Okay, so the players have resolved their mulligan, and we see Grand, very important, since Gaetan doesn't have any removal spells, so that Grand is gonna develop a bunch of loot effect, which is super important because you wanna bin those lessons to make so that you reach the magic number 3 lessons in the graveyard, making Grand discount all your non-creature spells for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Grand, a great card here for this Izzet Lessons deck. Everyone's favorite grandma. And
okay, no artist talent, that's important, but let's see if there's a Irquentia or a removal spell. Ability on the stack, we're gonna Combustion Technique that Badger Molcub and pass the turn.
you still get that little Earth-banded lance, so now it's 1-1.
Yeah, so that's the first lesson in the graveyard. Lucas Joklowski now is gonna go for Monument of Endurance. Looting with the Grand, and he's going to be able to draw an extra card. Very important. The value starts accruing here. A second lesson hits the graveyard. We see Lucas already has Accumulate Wisdom in hand, so just with a third lesson, that Accumulate Wisdom will be turned into a 1-mana draw 3. But
we see there the landfall creatures, and
it's important that Gaetan gets on board. It's important that he punishes that Grand from attacking. He needs to deploy a blocker so that Grand can't just keep on attacking for free. Let's see if he has that. Honestly, just not that many creatures are able to block that Grand, but Seza Chocobo can do that. Paired together with an Escape Tunnel can put 2 counters on the Chocobo, becoming a 2-3.
Yeah, and Traveling Chocobo just doesn't play in this deck anymore.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. Passing the turn, 4 cards in there for Gaetan. Lucas has a full grip. Wow, is that 2 copies of Spell Pierce? Not very good in this matchup.
Well, yeah, this deck also has a lot of ways, like, yeah, I don't need the Spell Pierce. There's ways to discard it eventually, you know, get value with the Monument to Endurance.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what Lucas decides to do, because what he can do is attack with Grand, loot, draw extra card, and then play, I don't know if I see correctly in hand, but that may be another Combustion Technique, which is very important.
A lot of removal in this Izzet Lesson deck.
Okay, Gaetan takes it. No, sorry. No, we're still in before combat. So discarding Spell Pierce.
Drawing another Monument to Endurance. Okay.
Now it's a little bit tricky because Gaetan actually here, if he fetches that Escape Tunnel, that Chocobo is susceptible to die to a shock, to a Fire-Bending Lesson.
Double blocking Grand.
Okay, another copy of Combustion Technique, which is going to deal 4 damage to that Chocobo. And then that forest will die, but because of the Earth Bending, it will come back tapped. Let's see here. There's a couple of Snakeskin Veil in the list from Gaetan. Let's see if he has it. He does not. And the card hits the graveyard. Or actually the Exile Zone. Both of them. And the Grand will kill the 1-1 now.
Well, that was pretty tough there for Gaetan.
And now Lucas has 3 lessons in the graveyard. That means that Grand is online and Accumulate Wisdom is online. So Lucas can just tap that Sparkle of Canal, draw 3 cards straight up. No downside.
1 mana.
That's the power of this deck.
Accumulate Wisdom. Draw 3 cards.
He hasn't made a land drop yet. We see the Multiversal Passage in hand. He has another Accumulate Wisdom. So what he can do is play Multiversal Passage untapped, and then in his opponent's turn, draw 3 cards.
That sounds pretty good.
That sounds very good. It's turn 4 of the game, and you just resolved 2 Ancestor Recall in the format that is standard. Oh, is this? Oh my god. The Lucas Joklowski has the second spell piece to counter that Earthbending.
Ascension, so that does not resolve.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's just tough.
It's just over, yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you draw so many cards. You're just always going to have the right one at the right time.
It's going to be really difficult here for Gaetan to come back from this game.
Is this Artist Talent? It is.
Yes, it is the last piece that Lucas was really looking for.
Oh, and more Monument now. Looting away this land, drawing from Artist Talent, and then drawing from the Monument. So 1 Monument has been activated. Now the second Monument comes into play. I feel like whenever we see the Izzet Lessons win, it's just so many cards flow to you. It's crazy.
When they start playing the Ancestor Recall, or what somebody is calling it in chat, the Grandcestor Recall, and multiple Monument to Endurance and Artist Talent, if I'm playing against it, in my head I have this song that it's like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Remember? This song was very popular some years ago, where they like go with the...
Ah, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
The Bring the Casket game is over.
Used to be my sub song on my Twitch for a while, and then Twitch decided that I was breaking the copyright of that song, so I had to change it. You know.
So it's good while it lasted. What is your song now?
I don't have it anymore. No more song.
You don't have any more songs. Okay.
No more song. Just the banner. YouTube doesn't like it. What do we have here? We have, I don't know, the Monogreen player just looking around. Being like, have you done? Can I go? Have you finished?
Can I play now?
Can I play now?
Try?
Yeah, probably whatever's gonna play is gonna be answered.
It will quench ya?
It'll quench ya, or combustion technique. Yeah. Let's see now. The landfall deck definitely has the tools to win. It's just that the Izzet Lesson was on the play, which is the perfect draw here. Grand, removal spell, Monument, Talent, Ancestor Recall, removal spell.
GG, well played.
Yeah, it's really, really impossible to come back as a creature deck. But Gaetan is trying, getting more forests into play. Again, he's not playing a second color, which is an interesting choice. It is kind of free to splash with the green-white Verge and all of these, you know, Escape Tunnel, Fable Passage that you play anyway. Esper Origins is the play. Surveying 2, Painting 2. A powerful card from Final Fantasy.
And I think revealing another Esper Origins, which I always love to surveil one Esper Origins with the other. Or maybe not, maybe that was not it. But there's Bristly Bill now on the graveyard, surveilled away. 2 mana.
More Esper.
Just another one.
Sure.
But in hand.
That card must be good. It's kept on top twice. Lucas is playing some instants end of turn, it seems. I did say that you shouldn't use your treasure to play instant, but that's not the case if you're triggering Monument of Endurance.
1 mana, draw 3 cards, draw more cards because of the monuments.
Yeah, and now we're discarding lands, we're drawing extra cards, and probably shooting damage just to close this game quick. Or maybe not, you really don't need any quick game to close. Yes.
Yeah, just showing another monument and that is it.
Honestly, you'd have had even like 9 lands in hand and probably would have still done this. But yeah, Luka Laskowski easily dispatches his opponent on mono green landfall and advances to game number 2 on the draw. And now let's take a look at what the mono green can do to stop this. Okay, first thing first, let's look at Lucas's sideboard. He has Flash Freeze. That's a very powerful card to answer all these like 3-drop, 4-drop that the mono green can play. Very important card there. We have as well Fire Magic, no copies of Pyroclasm, and no copies of Wan Shi Tong. Those are cards that sometimes are played by the blue-red players, but not in here.
Yeah, Fire Magic replacing it and being pretty good, honestly. Instant speed Pyroclasm can be pretty strong against some decks, and we saw it before how it was very powerful. I don't remember again against which deck, but
yeah, Fire Magic can definitely be good. It was, I think, maybe Allies, but anyway, Gaetan Verdier here definitely is going to bring in those Soul Guide Lantern and Keen Eye Curator. Getting rid of the graveyard is very important.
Did you know that Soul Guide Lantern was the most non-land played card of the tournament?
It is a stat that I did not see coming. Actually, Carl asked me what are the 5 most popular card, and I guessed 4 of them, but I kept on missing the Soul Guide Lantern.
And it was the most played.
He was like, it's a colorless card, and I just could not think about it. So
were you thinking Monument to Endurance or something like that?
But yeah, This is the mono green deck that we've seen before, with Llanowar Elves being in Foundation, powering up of these green strategies that are doing very well this weekend, both the Semi-Kerberoid and this mono green landfall.
I'm a big fan of Foundation set. I will say it. I think it brings fair, cool cards, reminds me of old school Magic, and I really like it. And we are going to have these cards from Foundations until at least 2029.
Yeah, for 5 years. Hopefully all of them will remain legal. But Lucas Jaklowski once again mulligan. Last game, it was very, very easy despite the mulligan. Let's see what about this game. Ooh, turn 2, Cesar Chocobo.
I have a feeling that Martin Juza is the one on Card Viewer.
Yeah, so what happened is Gaetan had, maybe he had the Chocobo and waited. Nah, no way. Or maybe yes, maybe he has a
Snakeskin's Veil.
Maybe he has a Snakeskin Veil and he wants to protect. And Lucas respects it. Doesn't go for the removal spell end of turn. Crazy. Yeah.
2 mana.
He actually has 2 1-mana removal spell in the Firebending Lesson. So he wants to maybe like go in upkeep, play 1. Gaetan is gonna respawn with a Snakeskin Veil and is gonna play another one. And it's happening. If he had done that end of turn, he wouldn't be able to respond with the second one because the Chocobo would be 2-3. So Lucas showing you how you get to 8 and 0.
Yeah, I mean, pretty well played, and as you said, showing why he is always 3 steps ahead.
Yes, and now Esper Origins coming down.
2 mana, Surveil 2, gain 2 life.
You can see the levels here. Gaetan decided to not play turn 1 Chocobo, to have the Snakeskin Veil up. Lucas understood that. Maybe even looked at how the cards came down from hand, and then decided to play around it by going for the upkeep removal spell. Very important to follow the little plays that your opponent make in order to make your own play.
I feel like especially with these easy decks that you have so many different ways of playing, it really does reward good players.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Good players will always have an edge in this game of card choices, and that will always be the case. Doesn't matter how much the power creep increases and everything, Magic remains. Very difficult game, and if you're 8 and 0, yes, you need to be lucky. Yes, your deck needs to be powerful, but you have to play so well to be the best of the lucky one.
Have you ever been undefeated on a day 1 Mango?
Sometimes it happens, but this is... It's different because back in the days, GPs we had buys. So
yes, that's true, and you could sleep more.
Yeah, you had like multiple 9-0s because many of the players came with 3 buys. It wasn't even that you needed to be a pro. You can just win a GP trial at home and get 3 buys. So you needed just to get to a 6-0. Today, Lucas needed to win, Lucas and Gaetan needed to win 8 matches to be here at table 1 at the end of this day. This is a lot harder.
Discarding a card here, drawing 2 cards.
Yeah, the Monument to Endurance died to a disenchant effect. And now we see Agnaquila being deployed. There's Combustion Technique open, but I feel like Lucas the game is slipping away here.
Slowly but surely.
Gaetan has Esper Origins in the graveyard and has 3 cards into play. So let's see what's happening here.
3 mana, that might be another Earthband Ascension. Let's see if this resolves.
Why did he play land first, though, if it's Earthbanding Ascension? Don't you get the counter trigger? So this is something else. This is maybe Lumbering Wagon, maybe Moss. No, I think we're just flashbacking Esper Origins here. He's asking, how many lessons do you have? Lucas says 3. So Combustion Technique is going to deal 5 damage to this Saga here.
Yeah, but Saga already gives you some value. Now you can Surveil, and you look at the top card, and if it's a permanent card, you put it into your hand. So you get to draw something, usually, from these.
Yeah, I mean, this deck basically is mono permanence. Yes, you have Snakeskin Veil, but that's about it. Do you know what card is that?
I think cards from Edge of Eternities. Let's take a look here.
Oh my God.
I Still Explorer, right? Must be.
Is that, is it? No, maybe it's Might Form Harmonizer? Maybe it's Might for Harmonizer? that would be the alternative art of, I think it's Mindform Harmonizer. When I was practicing against Landfall, sorry, yeah, there it is, Mindform Harmonizer.
Oh yes.
When I was practicing Is It lesson against my friend, and we tried to think about how would Landfall sideboard, I was captaining Mindform Harmonizer. So maybe here, Gaetan obviously knows better than me practicing that deck, but that's a card that remained in the deck post sideboard. It is good to know. Just dies to removal. That's why post sideboard it can also be matched by Flash Freeze. But I guess your creatures will inevitably die to Flash Freeze and removal anyway. So, and here Gaetan goes for the shuffling. Doesn't wait for the landfall trigger.
Yeah, just shuffling. Things are looking more and more dicey as Gaetan is one game behind. Both players 8-0, the only players undefeated of the weekend. That means that they already locked day 2 and they are closer and closer to get that top 8 and to qualify for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven.
And now we see finally the Mindform Harmonizer maybe. Is it cast? Is it warped? No, we're casting it. No, we're casting something else. That's a
Earthbend Ascension. So now there it is. Okay.
I don't get why we're playing land first though. I guess this way he can shuffle Fashion of turn and get another land in response to a removal spell. Lucas is just using Anya Aquila here and not deploying any removal spell. They could have fired off the fire bending lesson there on the 2/2.
Yeah, considering here what to do, that Earthbender Ascension is going to start applying some pressure eventually.
Yeah, Lucas here is needing something. He needs. I mean, we've seen game 1, why you won. He had Grind, he had Artist Talent, he had Monument. He doesn't have anything in this game.
I think there's an abandoned attachment maybe that would allow to try to find those missing pieces. Looks like, yeah, there is the abandoned attachments there, so that is a good way to start, at least to try to find something while Lucas still has time.
Bond of Attachment, discards a land, draws 2, that's the classic.
I think getting another one.
Yeah, getting Artist Talent as well, which is important. So here, what Lucas can do is deploy Artist Talent and pass the turn. He's also thinking about not doing so, though. He's thinking about it. What is Lucas thinking about? That's the question. Because he has a Tormenting Voice in hand effect, but his hand is nice.
There was the Disenchant effect the previous game, maybe considering it, but you can't really play around it.
Tapping. Let's see. Okay,
Artist Talent.
Developed.
Passing the turn. You know, when we get to this stage of the game where players are undefeated, I really start to, when the player is thinking a long time about the play and you're thinking like, what is he thinking? And actually, I really want to see what this player does differently from the other players that allow them to get here to this stage and to this undefeated score. Because maybe there are some things we can learn, some different plays that we are not used to.
Lumbering Wagon is now deployed, and this is just a one-of in Gaetan's deck.
Yeah, one Lumbering World Wagon alone, but that is going to do some work, going to start getting some lands, and it's going to be huge once Gaetan finds a way to crew it. The crew 4 is also not easy.
The crew 4 is not easy, but you're still getting the cast trigger, and now he has the Bending Ascension, which is going to get another counter.
Four counters is what Gaetan is looking for.
And let's see what's up next. We've got no Esper Sentinel in the graveyard. I might as well check.
Unfortunately, there's one exile there, though.
Yeah, one was exiled, but it didn't do a lot of value. And wow, Gaetan chooses to pass, because if he attacks with a skip tunnel, it gives the window to Lucas to kill it. Whereas he wants to hold it up to be able to fetch in response.
Yeah, playing very patiently here against the Izzet Lesson deck. And Lucas considering what's the best course of actions. These Izzet decks just has so many different ways you can play. There's the artist talent that you can start leveling up. There's the discard cards that you can start discarding, drawing. There's removal spells. So a lot of options here for Lucas.
Yeah, so your opponent doesn't really do anything, so you could just level up Talent Pass here with that hand, waiting to draw land to discard it to the Monument Attachment. Just really just sit around and wait for your opponent to do a play. You just drew Essence Scatter, which is going to answer Might Form. What's the name again? Might Form Harmonizer that we know is in Gaetan hand because it was revealed to the Esper Sentinel, so Lucas knows about it as well.
Yep, and leveling up that artist talent, passing the turn, and we will see what Gaetan can do besides that Might Form Harmonizer.
Let's see. I think it's about to be played now. Lucas' hand is nice, though. He still may be able to fetch that, to loot that Firebending Lesson.
That's a 4/4. That means that it can crew Lumbering World Wagon.
That's going to be Essence Scatter 100%. Essence Scatter, one of those cards that just been in Standard forever. One mana only because of the second chapter of Talent. He chooses not to loot because his hand is nice. He likes his hand.
That's not a good sign for Gaetan there.
Okay, ability on the stack. Oh, no, yeah, exactly. You still don't get a counter. I was going to say that needs the 4. Our Bending Ascension needs to be on 4.
Yep.
To be able to put a counter.
Exactly.
How the card works.
And then from there on, 5, 6, 7, 8, doesn't matter. It will all work to get that +1/+1 trample.
And he keeps on passing the turn. He doesn't want to give the window to Lucas to kill that escape tunnel before being able to fetch. Okay, finally, Lucas found a card. He's happy to discard. And it's another removal spell. So first we discard that Hero's Demonstration, and then he draws a land off of it, so he can now draw 2 cards. Passage and another land. You have Anyaquila to loot, but no, he's tapping out, so it is a spell. That's Monument to Endurance. Very important card. And now we can already start the value here. And passing the turn.
To Endurance.
Draw, he needs something. Gaetan has 9 lands in play right now. 9 lands and not too much action. Here's a Bristly Bill, a shiny one.
Bristly Bill can start putting a lot of counters, and then you can start doubling the counters, which is great, especially with that Earthbender Ascension.
5 mana, double the number of +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. Actually, what Gaetan can do is, if Lucas tries to kill this Bristly Bill, he can fetch an escape tunnel, get a land, that'll be the 4th one for their Bending Ascension, and put a counter on Bristly Bill.
And then because you are sacrificing the escape tunnel, you also return it right from the airbending, so you actually get 2 lands.
Yep, that's true. You get 1 land for the forest, and the escape tunnel also comes back. So ability on the stack, Lucas is thinking, do I want to play this removal spell? Because Lucas' hand right now is Firebending Lesson, which is just a shock, plus land. So what you may do is, I want to draw 2 cards here, because you're able to draw a card off of the talent and draw a card off of the Monument to Endurance, and maybe draw Flesh Freeze to be able to counter this Bristly Bill.
And some people are asking about deck lists. The truth is that today, day one, it's a closed deck list tournament, so they are not available yet, but tomorrow it's going to be open deck list on day two, so those will become eventually available for everyone to see.
Lucas says, okay, sure, you got the Bristol Bill, it's into play. And then Gaetano has a landing end. He must play it. I don't must, but like...
Lands in this deck are not too bad.
If he plays it, he plays it.
Play the land.
We've got 2 triggers. Let's see if Lucas wants to answer now. If he tries to kill the Bristol Bill, Gaetano has a very nice play where he can fetch, get 2 lands, and put those counter on Bristol Bill to save himself from the firebending lesson.
Yeah, you even get 4 counters, 2 from the Bristly Bill and 2 from the Earthbender Ascension.
Okay, so firebending lesson, and now you have another trigger on the stack, which is the Artist Talent. So the stack right now is full. Let's see if Gaetano can respond to that. Gaetano right now has the Escape Tunnel. It taps, it returns, it puts a counter. Put a counter. You'll put 2 shortcutting because it put in a counter from Escape Tunnel and a counter from the forest that Escape Tunnel gets. So now Firebending Lesson only deals 2 damage to a 4/4 card. But now it's Lucas's time to discard the Multiversal Passage Dead in his hand and draw 2 cards.
And now you get another counter on the Earthbender Ascension, and again, because it's 1 counter from the Earthbender Ascension and 1 from Bristly Bill from each land, so you get 2 counters from each land.
That's true.
So
wow.
Those are a lot of counters.
That will be 8/8. And that will become 8/8 soon. Sorry, 8 counters soon, because of Gaetano can just tap 5 mana and double the amount of counters on Bristly Bill.
A 10/10.
Ooh, did he draw Combustion Technique? No, wow. Accumulate Wisdom. Crazy draw here. Discarding a land, draw a card for talent, and then draw 3 cards from the Accumulate Wisdom, and then make a treasure. Sorry, you make the treasure already.
Pretty good.
Pretty good, but he did not draw much. I think he drew 3 lands annulled.
Okay. Attacking.
Oh no, crewing.
Crewing,
Card
yes,
just came into play.
Exactly.
I wonder if Gaetano could have done something different there. After the Bristly Bill took 2 counters, he could have crewed the wagon and put the next 2 counters on the wagon, and then he could have paid 5 mana to double the counters on the wagon.
How much is this though?
Oh wow, it is actually a lot of damage.
Is
not 20 though. It's not 20.
4.
I think it's 14?
5, 6. It's a lot. Number of lands plus 4.
Yeah, I believe that Lumbering Wagon could have had a little bit more counters if it was crewed after.
Maybe playing against combustion techniques there to make sure that your Bristly Bill wouldn't die for it anyway.
Yeah, maybe playing around Combustion Technique. Let's see if Lucas drew a spell, because last turn he braked hard. I think he just drew... Oh, he has Agnaquila now to redraw. I think he just drew a Grand, so still no spells to trigger the Monument.
Down to 4 life.
Yeah, that's what you love to see. Your opponent with 5 cards in hand, 6 lands, starts with Agnaquila Loot. Okay. I believe he got a spell. Combustion Technique, actually, is that card able to kill Bristly Bill? I don't think so. That would need 8 lessons in the graveyard. Right now, Lucas' graveyard is hidden. Drawing a card for Monument.
And another Monument.
And Bristly Bill also... Let me double check if he has some kind of evasion. I think he does. No.
But the Earthbender's Ascension gives your creature trample.
That's the evasion you need. Earthbending Ascension giving creature trample with the landfall trigger.
Yeah.
And Lumbering War Wagon making sure that there's going to be a landfall trigger next turn. Lucas now taps a red. What's he about to cast? Grand.
Grand. Again, trample here being very important.
Oh, because
cast that.
Grand makes so that this Monument costs 1. We're looting away this island, drawing a card,
Draw.
And then what you can do is draw a card and make a treasure. Draw a card. Did he draw
How many boomerang basics does Lucas' deck run?
He runs 2. We're post sideboard. We don't know how many there are.
Very interesting.
I guess what he can do is firing off 2 removal spell. One is the combustion technique and one is the rose demonstration.
Okay, let's see how big is this combustion technique.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's gonna be 11 damage. That's enough. Wow.
We are synced.
We are actually. Crazy. Lucas went from untapping 4 lands, activating his Aniaquela, and now all of these cards are spiraling. Still looting here. Still has 1 activation left on one of these monument and 1 activation left, sorry, 2 activation left on the other one. So he's gonna be able to deal 3 damage and make another treasure.
Is Lucas going to manage to come back from this spot? We might actually have just a clean 2-0 here.
We'll see. Gaetan needs a 4-drop to be able to crew that vehicle there.
Yeah.
Crazy if he comes back. What a deck. Passes the turn with Annul up. Annul is not even that bad.
Okay, let's see what's top deck.
Is that a forest?
I think Gaetan's face means that maybe it's...
No. Is that a spell? Is that an Earthband Ascension?
Another one.
It is! The Annul is gonna take care of it.
Oh.
And Lucas is looting, drawing 3 cards here with the 2 Monument to Endurance.
And now it starts.
Wow, actually the perfect draw for Lucas that his opponent was going to draw an enchantment.
Absolutely.
What a pleasure it is to watch his lesson going off. And this was the game where Lucas really didn't have much. There was a point where he had none of these permanents that are into play, but Gaetan took a very defensive role, never attacked with his Earthbended creature to play around the removal spell that Lucas had, so it's not that I'm saying, you know, Lucas had the right answer at the right time, managed to activate Anya. Man, that's crazy. Like, he just started the turn, tapping out to loot with a land, and just from there on, he was able to do all these things. Far magic with no targets, basically, just to deal the opponent 6 damage.
I mean, not bad.
Not bad, because he does have the Grand to guarantee that first loot, so he will be guaranteed to, you know, get that draw 2 from the talent. Oh. 3rd
talent, so now we are talking about 9 damage a turn, so Lucas can just like...
And most importantly, just
play a spell here, play a spell in Gaetan's turn, and that's going to be game.
Yeah, and also just, yeah, he's saying how he got it. He got it. That's GG.
Wow, congratulations.
9-0. Again, this guy, alongside Andre Strasky, practiced the whole week. They were on stream. Their testing was public. You know, they were keeping up with how they were doing day after day. They ended up cutting the Storm Chaser talent. And Lucas Yoklowski here from Czech Republic gets the job done. No Storm Chaser talent needed to sweep the day and go 9-0.
Congratulations to Lucas, and I have to say, over 700 players here on day 1. Lucas is one of the undefeated players. Is there any other undefeated players?
Nope, he's the only one.
The only undefeated player after 9 rounds of Magic. That means that Lucas is going to have a great start tomorrow, and I mean, a way easier into the top 8.
For sure, he may just go like 3-2-1 and advance to top 8 already, or maybe even 3-3 because he's gonna have the best breakers. But you know, that's the problem for tomorrow. For now, Lucas can go at the hotel, have a nice dinner with his teammate, maybe now cheer for Andre for winning his winning in to both, you know, him and his teammate get to day 2. That's usually very nice. You know, whenever you come with a group, if both of you get to day 2, you know, you can share some happiness rather than just one making it and the other one not doing it. So
Does it happen to you often that you and your friends, teammates do well, all of you, in the first day?
I mean, it happens sometimes, you know. I play so many tournaments that...
Did you ever play like one of your teammates in like a top 8 or a PT or something like this?
Yeah, I mean, I played against Javier Dominguez many times when it mattered, the high stage, and it's fine. I mean, it's nature of the game. If you practice with the best, you end up also playing against the best, you know, in the late stage of the tournament. So now the next match will not be undefeated player because, of course, there was only one and we featured it. But we're gonna still have a very, very nice match. It has a Pro Tour champion from Italy.
Ooh.
The only Pro Tour champion from Italy.
Who is that?
Estratti.
Oh.
So he's playing a pretty spicy deck. Earlier, I was walking around the hall and I saw him like, wow, you came. Because he I don't know, I don't see him very often in this type of events. Yes, I came and I'm playing Esper Pixie. I did not expect that.
I thought that deck was just not in standard anymore, but I'm excited to see it. And I'm also excited to see our caster fantasy draft. That is the players we thought were doing well. Let's look at our points. Look at me. Team Portugal is ahead. I chose 3 Portuguese players, Andrea Santos, Marcio Carvalho, Bernardo Torres. I also chose Ben Jones, a great UK player, and Raul Porojan, which was a regional championship winner last year here in Europe. So looks like I'm ahead, Mengu.
Wow,
and
you are
points. And you are
points.
What happened?
All right, so I keep on choosing people from my Discord group that practice for the event. I'm gonna stop doing that. It's the 3rd event in a row that I do fantasy draft, and I almost come last, choosing all friends that I practice with. Maybe I should change friends to practice with as well, maybe.
You are also friends of the Portuguese players.
I mean, there's too many friends, right? So.
Yeah, you are. I mean, it's the next tournament. You know, next tournament, you will not choose them and they'll do great.
For sure. RC to win.
Let us know in the chat who do you think is going to win this caster fantasy draft. Is it going to be me that I had or somebody else? We are ready now for the interview, though, with the winner of the last match and Carl. So let's take a look at that.
Well, it's not only a winner, it's one of the most prolific winners at the tournament today because you are undefeated. You are the only 9-0 player. Lucas, you also came with the deck that has the biggest target on its head. Why did you choose to do this? Are you not afraid of sideboard cards? Are you not afraid of people testing? What was the thought process behind the deck that brought you so much victory?
Well, I've tried some other decks, and basically none of them really caught my eye too much. So I've decided to just go with this because it fits my playstyle. So it was kind of logical to go with that.
And why this over looting or any other maybe Izzet deck?
Because it felt like it's losing to Lessons, which, as you mentioned, is going to be the most played deck.
So I heard that you had some pretty good testing partners. Can you tell me a bit more about this?
Well, mostly I was preparing with Andrej Strastki, and we were like, I don't know, the last week we were playing like every night, and well, this is what we came up with. We tried it without the authors, so that was some modification to the usual deck lists.
Yeah, I want to talk about that in a second. For those of you who just blew over that name, Andrej Strastki is one of the most prolific Pro Tour mainstays. So you're not testing with just anybody else. It's not like your brother who ran, unless your brother's Andrej Strastki. So you made a specific decision. One of the cards that's the most played at this event today is Stormchaser's Talent. And you said you went nah. Why did you say nah to Stormchaser's Talent, one of the most played cards this weekend?
Well, it was kind of, to me, it felt kind of counterintuitive, but when we were playing the mirrors, I found out that we need to remove some cards after sideboard, and kind of felt like talents are the ones that we should go with. And after that, we found out that the matchup is actually better without them. So, and also matchup against Landfall is better game 1. So that's what we came up with, and stick to it.
So where do you find that Stormchaser's Talent is lacking? Like, what should it be doing to do better, or where is it failing to activate your game plan?
Well, it just felt like it doesn't really do anything. The author player always just played it, and we could just ignore it, at some point just kill it, but it didn't really do all that much. It doesn't really the mirror match is basically only about the talent and the monument to endurance. So
one of the interesting things about this tournament is we don't have deck lists. Currently, it's hidden information. So does that mean if you're not playing Storm Chaser's talent, are you also not playing Boomerang Basics?
We're playing 2 because the card is still kind of decent, and also it's a lesson. So
yeah, you need the lessons.
Yeah.
But you're only playing 2 because it doesn't combo with Storm Chaser's talent.
Exactly.
If you had to do this tournament again, like in 2 days you had the same tournament, would there be anything about your list that you would change?
Well, I don't really love the fire magic.
What was lacking about fire magic?
Well, it just felt like I was the one that wanted to play the card, and right here I realized that I don't even really want to board it in. So,
oh no!
So, yeah.
What would you replace it with?
I don't know, the other Thunder Magic. That's for sure.
Thunder Magic is excellent. Listen, we're going to send you back to the casters because we have one last match. But Lucas, you are the person who's the most locked in for top 8 right now. Your chances are the best. You've given yourself excellent positions. So we'll be seeing you a lot tomorrow. And in the meantime, we'll be seeing Andrea and Filipa.
Thank you so much, Carl and Lucas. Congratulations for being our only undefeated player after 9 rounds. Now, looking into some players that are not undefeated, but also looking to get that win and get a step closer to that Pro Tour, we are going to have our last match of the day. Finito.
Finito. After this, you say finito because both players in the stage are Italian. On the left, you see the Pro Tour champion, Samuele Stratti, who won the first ever Pro Tour in 2011 with Splinter Twin. And today, he is playing Esper Pixie.
I was thinking, like, did he forget to update his standard book or something? But, I mean, looks like Pixie still might be a viable choice, as Samuel is doing pretty well here. And it has also some nice new cards from Avatar, including that Aang and that Appa.
Yeah, so this time is big enough is banned, but Boomerang Basics is basically this time big enough and maybe better. You don't have Opal's Nightmare, that's also banned, but Tiny Bones Joins Up is, well, similar. It's a lot worse, but you can make your opponent discard a card if you bounce it over and over. You have Pixie, you have Kirin, you can bounce your Nowhere to Run, you can bounce the Momentum Breaker. So you do have these like tools that go up and down. You have, of course, Kaido and a couple of cards from the Avatar set. Can you tell me about them? Aang and Appa.
Yeah, Aang and Appa. So Aang starting, I think, a new favorite Azorius card that whenever it enters the battlefield, first of all, it has Flash and it also airbends something. And Appa is also a very interesting card that works really well with this deck that wants to just try to recur your things over and over again. It is a 3/4 flyer Flash, and whenever it enters, airbends any number of other target non-land permanents you control. So you can do your own non-land permanents you control, so you can just go for that Esper Pixie line, and then whenever you cast a spell from exile, you create a 1/1 ally creature token. So a lot of cool interactions there with the air bending from the Esper Pixie side.
Yeah, unfortunately I said that both players are Italian. I got it wrong. This player is definitely not. I'm sorry for that. Matthias Plagalemanski on Celestial Landfall from France here. Samuel is on the play, so he's able to go Godless Shrine tap go. And Matthias has the Lanora Elf at the...
Oh, but also ready is that tragic trajectory, taking care of the Lana War Elf that is gone. 2 mana, and we don't have a play here from Matthias. Just passing the turn. Players 7 and 1, so they're locked to day 2.
Samuel had the option of going for the Storm Chaser talent, but decides to leave up mana for Tishana's Tidebinder and is able to do
Oh, I love that. So that Earthbender Ascension just gets completely countered by that Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yes, indeed. And now Flood Mauvurge is now able to tap for blue because of the Godless Shrine, of course. A Prowess Otter token is coming in.
And Mengu, you know, Luca didn't want the Storm Chaser talent, but Samuel said, okay, you don't want it in your deck, let's have 4 in mine.
Exactly. Chaser talent is a lot better once you put 4 boomerang basics in your deck.
Man's trash can be another man's treasure.
Exactly. You cut it and you go 9-0. What about I play it and maybe I go 8-1 as per Pixie here. These basic lands are interesting. Are they from Abbas? Innistrad Remastered? What set are those?
Mengu, you know what lands I play?
What lands you
The
play?
SpongeBob lands.
I don't want to hear about it.
Before we used to play mismatched lands. Now
don't say anything anymore. A second Earthbend
another
station.
one. Another one bites the dust.
Matthias wants to. Ooh, wow, goes Ang. So really, someone that doesn't let any spell come down. So he wanted to Earthbend on that Fable Passage. We've seen the previous landfall opponent also doing the same one. The first session was matched by a Tishana's Tidebinder. That's why it didn't search any land. So the Ascension is now airbended. Matthias can't really do much. Oh no, I guess he can fetch and then go for a 1-drop if he has another Llanowar Elf, for example.
Okay, so we have the forest there from Fabled Passage.
That's true, actually. Tishana's Tidebinder does not completely shut off the enchantment. It only shut off other things. So the Earthbending Ascension should get counters. Should have been 2 counters. Okay, now we missed 1, but that's fine. Because again, Tishana's Tidebinder only blanks artifact, creatures, and planeswalker, but not enchantments.
Yeah, it counters the ability, but it doesn't take the text away.
Okay, we're able to go Momentum Breaker here. The speed goes up to 1. The prowess goes up to 1. Let's see if someone is able to play more cards, but this is already 7 damage. Sending Matthias to 10.
Okay, that's quite a bit of damage there. And speed 2.
We see someone that has in hand Get Lost and something else.
Get Lost and Appa.
Appa. 4 mana Flash Flying. That's the Restoration Angel type of effect. Restoration Bison Alley.
Yeah, it's very nice. You can just start like airbending your own permanents and then you can just play them again, which is exactly what this Pixie deck wants to do.
We see a
Steel Explorer.
Steel Explorer.
2/4, you can play 2 lands a turn, and whenever you play land, you mill a card, and you can play lands from your graveyard. Okay.
Ability on the stack.
He's like, no, stop there.
Stop there. Because he wants to respond to the mill in order to get lost. The Steel Explorer.
So the Explorer is not going to explore a lot.
Well, explore. It gets 2 maps.
Okay, that's not too bad. That's something.
1 land, 2 maps. You know, a card from your opponent hand. Except the life total of the green landfill player are plummeting, as Samuel will have Tishana's Tidebinder and another token to keep on battling here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Look at those cool map tokens, though.
We see Matthias thinking about it, because what he can do is fetch and still mill 1 card. He still has to spend 2 mana to play that Earthbending Ascension. So he needs a 2nd land, I believe.
Okay, getting planes there. It enters untapped because Matisse has 4 more lands.
Ooh, we see a basic planes. Let me take a look at the list, because usually you only see white cards in the sideboard. Maybe just want to scare Samuel, telling him, hey, look, I've got white cards in my deck. Be aware, be scared.
Yeah, as you said, close deck list, so...
Put a counter on Earthbending Ascension, and then 2 maps come in. But the maps can't go anywhere. And then the first land mill resolves as well, because that was responded with a bit on the stack.
And this is the last game of the day, Mango.
It is. Let's see. Does Matthias have a land to play our Bending Ascension? He does not.
Okay, so things are not looking too good here for Matthias. Down to 10 life, and now this is going to be a lot of damage. Eng also has that way that it can flip eventually.
Ooh, actually, look at that. Filipa, we haven't missed that. How did we miss that? This is game 3. Those two little avatar faces.
I said it's the last game.
Oh, it's the last game.
I said last game 3 times.
Last game 3 times? Well then, I'm a lot more happier because of course I'm rooting for my friend Samuel over there who's crushing it. Attacking for 6. Mathis down to 4 life. And does he have a follow-up? He doesn't. But also, he chose not to level up the Storm Chaser talent, signaling, I have something over here. 4 mana up, 1 card in hand. This is something powerful. Splinter Twin is displayed. The reason, of course, is that the player on the left that's in a very good position to win this game is the Pro Tour champion with Splinter Twin, which I've played recently on my YouTube channel as a Pro Tour champion winning deck. So happy to see him today here.
Shout out Andrea Mengucci video.
Video, yes, or Mango's workshop. So our Bending Ascension resolves, puts 2 counters on 1 land, which is gonna get a 3rd one. What Matthias is doing is something, but it's just too late.
Yeah, I mean,
the APA will come down.
Tough with the APA, as you say.
The APA will come down, will airbend that forest.
APA.
Does it say no land?
No, it just airbends and
no
that you control. So you cannot airbend anything that your opponent controls.
Well, you can airbend that Monumental Breaker then.
Yes.
And then recast it for 2
yes.
mana.
Yes.
That's very powerful.
Yeah.
Counter, counter. Counter. Counter, counter.
Counters everywhere, but...
We tap a white land, and we map. It's a land.
Lands everywhere.
Slowly but surely, Matthias is getting some value, but Samuele has it all. It's very cool to see a deck that, honestly, haven't seen yet in Standard, Esper Pixie. A deck that was such a big player in Standard for a long time. Watsy decided to, make it worse with some banning of This Town Ain't Big Enough and Hopeless Nightmare.
But this ban ain't big enough to stop this deck.
Exactly. Boomerang Basics and Tiny Bones joins up, are doing the perfect replacement there. 2 mana, we are playing Momentum Breaker from the airbending there. The max speed, making another 1/1 token with the Otter. We got some counters.
Yeah, making a 1/1 from casting a spell from the exile from the APA.
And boom,
looking good.
Attack with all. And that's it. That's the handshake. We've got a winner.
Samuel Strassi, 8-1 here in these Magic Spotlight Series. Avatar, the last airbender, advancing into day 2 already, was making it, but now 1 step closer to making it into the Pro Tour. And I'm sure that Samuel Strassi is very happy with this win here. And Mengu, were you surprised with this revolution on the Esper Pixie deck?
Yeah, so he was playing that archetype for the longest time. Every Pro Tour last season that was Standard, Samuele played Esper Pixie. He played that in the 2 Standard PT that happened last year. I was there alongside him, and he did very well there. New format. Most of his deck isn't legal, but guess what? He came up with a very similar list. Also the mana base. The mana base also changed a lot, because that deck relied on a Darker Wastes, Underground River, and those cards aren't legal anymore. But you see Starting Town, you see the Verges, so, he made it work. The mana base, he made it work with the ban list, he made it work with the new avatar card. And today, 8-1. So very happy for my friend Samuele Strassi doing so well today, and hopefully tomorrow as well.
Mengu, it has been such a pleasure casting with you here all day long. It's been a great day, fun of Standard. It passed by so quickly, but we will have so much more tomorrow. And before we close, we're going to go over and add it to Carl.
See you tomorrow.
What a day. I'm here with Emma Mangold, a community manager of Fanfinity, who is written right here. You guys ran this whole event.
Yeah.
Did a wonderful job. And what an event it was today. It's still coming back tomorrow. We've got 6 more rounds of Standard and 8 games of top 8.
Yes.
7, not 8. I miscounted. It's top 8, but it's 7 games. But the top 10 currently is such a wide format. What did you expect, and how did it defy your expectations or meet your expectations today?
Oh, well, I think after what we've seen from Worlds, after what we've seen from the previous events, we knew the metagame was going to be pretty open. But the amount of spicy decks that we've seen today, the amount of spicy decks that we've seen players bring today, it's just been exceptional.
My friends, there's no Sherlock Holmes here. Standard is not solved. Colin, we need help because the top 8 and the top 10 are just full of so many different decks. And Worlds, it was a small field.
Yeah.
But we saw a lot of Izzet lessons. It was running rampant. And we thought, oh, maybe a top deck will come, defeat it, and be on a top dog. So far, that is not the case. We're going to look right now at the ranks of the top players. We've got the top 10, and we're going to tell you what they're playing. And you try to count, because not a lot of these come up very often. We've got Backoff, who is Lucas. You saw him earlier. He's playing Izzet Lessons, the deck that we expect.
The deck to beat.
Yeah, and it pretty much did what Izzet Lessons did. But then at second place, we have Jeskai Control. I know that we all had decks that we were expecting to come in to be good. What were you voting for? Because my deck is not at all in the top deck.
Oh, no. I was very much cheering for Golgari Reanimator.
I have bad news for you, Emma. I have bad news for us both. We both thought it would do well. But in third place, there's our very own Simon Nielsen, who is my draft pick. Ha ha ha, Emma, take that. Simon winning on me all the points. In third place with, of course, Simic Ouroboros, which, would you say it's the deck of the weekend?
I think so. It came out of nowhere, and it's just crushing the field. Sometimes it just explodes onto the field. It throws so much power at your opponent, and it's so difficult to deal with.
Emma, I would have absolutely agreed with you if it wasn't for the fact that it's the only one in this top 10. Maybe it's running crazy all around the 15, 16 spot, and it's still open. There's still more chances. But currently, Ouroboros is only championed by our Simon Nielsen, who could probably win with a deck of 52 playing cards at a Magic event. He's so good at Magic the Gathering. Then in fourth place, we have, Emma, would you please pronounce his name for me?
It is Kundevos. What is he playing?
He's playing Jeskai Control. That's the second one we have. It seems Arne came in being like, that's what I would play. And there's a reason why Arne is a top 8 World Championship competitor, because he was correct.
Yeah, people listen to Arne.
I do. I should.
You should.
Yes. And then number 5 is, you spoke of spicy. This is Boros Prowess. That is cool. Stefan Cesari, you came with a cool deck and you're doing very well with it. Sixth place is Mono Green Landfall. You know, a lot of us made fun of it, being like, it looks really powerful, but Andrea even thought that Simon Nielsen wouldn't be doing well because he thought he came with Landfall and then realized he wasn't. He's like, of course it's going to do well. Once again, Simon Nielsen always does well. But Mono Green Landfall is number 6. 7th place currently with Theodore Elassier is Izzet Lessons. That's the second one we have in the top 10. Then we have another Mono Green Landfall, 8th place with Fernando. Willie Adel, who is also on my caster draft, my friends.
Yeah, you're killing it for your first time.
No, my picks are killing it.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting back watching them play very good Magic the Gathering. Willie Adel came all the way from Brazil on vacation. Left his family on the beautiful beaches of Portugal to come play at the Spotlight Series this weekend, and with Boros Aggro, and is in 9th place currently in the standings. And finally in 10th, we have Timothy Blondio with Izzet Lessons.
Okay.
That's the third one.
Yeah, only 3.
Only 3. We were expecting a lot more than that. Now, we also have the next 20 players. I don't have the decks they're playing, but if you see one of your friends and they're called Yogurt 1018, well, you know your friend is doing great. We have Yogurt in 11th place, Gaetan Bossy at 12th, Samuel Estrati, who's a Pro Tour mainstay. That's one thing you see again and again. Pro players, there's a reason they're pro players. They come to events, they're cool, they're calm, they're collected, they know what they're doing, they're not stressed out, and they tend to pick good decks.
I saw Ben Jones in there.
Ben Jones, yes, 20th place. When I said cool deck, Samuel Estrate is playing a deck that looks like he was cryogenically frozen for the last 8 months and just took a deck from an ancient metagame, but he's kicking butt with it. We'll just quickly look at the next, the final 10 people, so we can shout out the people who are doing well, and then let's talk briefly about the metagame. I believe it can be thrown up on the screen so you can see them as well. After Samuele Stretti, we have Sergio 14th, Lorenzo Gruppi, Dave C. That's not their given birth name. That's the name they decided to choose in Melee, and they decided they don't want to show their normal name. They want to show their Melee name. We have Malo, Ikular, Hannes Brandstetter, and Ben Jones, who's another professional Magic player. They're doing pretty well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, what would you say we have to expect today? Not today. Today we know what to expect. We've seen it.
Yeah.
What are we expecting tomorrow?
High-level Magic plays.
You are correct, Emma. That's what we're here for. And stay tuned, because we're done here in Europe. We're going to bed after this. We're tired, or we're going out and exploring Lyon. But
or drafting.
Or drafting. Actually, that's probably what we're going to do. We're Magic players. We never stop playing Magic. But we are going to pass it over, and you will never stop watching Magic, because after this, we're going to throw the ball over to our colleagues in the US, and they're going to show you a whole other Spotlight series in a whole other time zone. But before doing that, I would like to thank people. I want to thank all the players who showed up today. They did a wonderful job. They were great at explaining their games. They're great at playing Magic.
The judges?
Yes, those are the next on my list. You always have to thank your judges. Please do me a favor, and every time you're at an event, go to your local judge and thank them. They are doing way more work than they are ever compensated for. They're doing a wonderful job, and they're upholding community standards to a level that you don't usually see.
100%. We could not run these events without them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to all our judges.
And the rules of Magic are really complicated. I tried reading them once. I gave up. So thank God the judges are there. I'd also like to thank our wonderful, beautiful casting cast. Andrea Mengucci did such a beautiful job. Andrea can talk about Magic forever. Filipa Carola, Arne Huschenbeth. Everyone did a great job. Martin Juza, Hall of Famer, who came here late on his plane last minute, just came straight to
Spared no effort, did so much work to get here just to be able to cast these games for all of you at home.
The things Martin does for you. And we also have sponsors to thank.
Absolutely. We cannot do these shows without our sponsors, Ultimate Guard and eBay Live. Thank you so much for helping us make these wonderful shows come to life for the people at home as well.
Now, we're going to send you to some beautiful pictures of Lyon, where you're going to see the streets that we're going to walk around after drafting while we sample some cheese, because we're in France. And after that, you're going to go straight over to a Spotlight series in the US to our colleagues who are doing the same thing, but with a different accent. But thank you for watching. Tomorrow, we're bringing you 6 rounds of Swiss, followed by the top 8, and I'm excited.
Absolutely. Bye.
See ya.
days are getting shorter.